a young boy of the mortal realm, endowed with a fire affinity spiritual root, awakens the ancestral bloodline's divine ability, the spirit conduit inscription. He possesses a unique cultivation technique that allows him to continuously consume rare heavenly treasures to awaken his spiritual fire. Witness how this young lad gradually guides his family to reclaim the ancestral glory. Chapter 1. The Spiritual Root Assessment. Xixiao County, situated at the westernmost edge of the Xianyang Immortal Domain in Qianzhou, derives its name from the ethereal purple twilight that envelopes the sky each evening. To the west lies the boundless sea, teeming with countless magical beasts. Though these creatures have seldom ventured to assault human territories, human cultivators dare only to traverse the coastal waters within a radius of 10,000 miles. Even a Yuanying true monarch would hesitate to delve deep into the sea, for none can ascertain what lies beyond its depths. In Qingfeng Town, a humble settlement by the shore, the town is nestled on a flat plain, bordered by a beach to the west and a range of undulating mountains to the north. Today marks the quinquennial spirit testing festival, where celestial beings descend to assess the spiritual roots of the townsfolk. Those fortunate enough to possess a spiritual root not only ascend to the exalted ranks of immortals, but also elevate their families to newfound heights. As the rooster crowed, the square in the heart of the town was filled with children over the age of 9, their hands firmly clasped by their parents as they awaited their turn in. Hushed anticipation. Before long, 2 streaks of light descended from the heavens, swiftly approaching the town. In mere breaths, they hovered above the square. 2 middle-aged men clad in Taoist robes stood aloft, one adorned in white with a golden sun emblem on his chest, the other bearing a fierce white tiger insignia upon his robe. As they landed gracefully, an elderly man stepped forward to greet them. The entire populace of Qingfeng Town extends its warmest welcome to the esteemed immortals. There's no need for formality. I am here for the spirit testing. Let us commence without delay, the man with the beast emblem declared decisively. He then turned to his companion in white robes. Let us begin, my friend. The man clad in the beast emblem was Wang Zishur, a cultivator from the renowned beast tamer Wang clan in Ningyi County, Xixiao County. Qingfeng Town serves as the mortal abode of the Wang clan, while the other man is Zhao Peng, an outer disciple of the Qinyang sect, a prominent force in the realm. The Wang clan boasts a lineage that stretches back to ancient times, with a history even more venerable than that of the Qinyang sect. Though they may no longer bask in the glory of their ancestors, the remnants of their legacy still afford them a position of dominance among the foundational powers of Xixiao County. Nonetheless, in this realm of cultivation, certain coveted resources are monopolized by the elite factions. For instance, the spirit testing instruments, essential for assessing spiritual roots, are possessions of only the most prestigious sects. Hence, ordinary foundational families must expend spirit stones to invite sect members for the testing. This serves as a stratagem employed by the elite factions, allowing them to profit from the spirit testing while simultaneously securing talented individuals for their ranks, thus safeguarding their own development and curtailing potential threats from subordinate clans. At this moment, a long queue formed in the square. Zhao Peng, the Qinyang sect cultivator, stood at the forefront, retrieving the spirit testing instrument from his storage pouch. One by one, children, guided by their parents, approached to have their spiritual roots assessed. That spiritual root. Next, Zhao Peng intoned monotonously as each child placed their hand upon the instrument. In this world, spiritual roots are bestowed by the heavens and cannot be altered. Possessing a spiritual root allows one to sense spiritual energy and cultivate corresponding techniques. However, only 1 in 10,000 possesses a spiritual root. These roots are classified into 5 elemental categories: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, alongside exotic roots of wind, lightning, and ice. Furthermore, they are graded based on quantity: waste roots, pseudo roots, true roots, earth roots, and the most exalted, heavenly roots. Waste roots signify a muddled affinity within the 5 elements, leading to limited sensitivity and refinement of spiritual energy, resulting in sluggish cultivation speeds. Without fortuitous encounters, such individuals may remain stagnant at the Qi refinement stage. 80% of cultivators in this realm fall into this category. Pseudo roots indicate the possession of 4 elemental attributes, and with diligent cultivation, one may barely attain foundational establishment before the age of 70, beyond which the chances of such an achievement dwindle significantly. True roots encompass three elemental attributes, offering a substantial probability of foundational success. With the assistance of breakthrough spiritual items, one might even ascend to the Purple Mansion stage, marking them as prodigies within foundational sects worthy of cultivation. As seed candidates, earth roots, embodying two elemental attributes, allow for swifter cultivation than true roots and are exceedingly rare, often deemed talents among top-tier factions. Should one possess an earth root, foundational clans like the Wong clan would inevitably lose them to the sects, as they are typically taken in as disciples by the elders. The single attribute roots, known as heavenly roots, stand as the pinnacle of spiritual roots. The emergence of a heavenly root ignites fierce competition among the foremost powers. Those endowed with heavenly roots not only cultivate at an accelerated pace, but also encounter no bottlenecks prior to the golden core stage, seamlessly progressing towards this pivotal realm. With the influx of sect resources, they possess a considerable chance of attaining the status of a Yuaniing true monarch. In this world, the realms of cultivation are delineated as Qi refinement, foundation establishment, Purple Mansion, Golden Core, and Yuaniing. Golden Core true monarchs are regarded as formidable figures, capable of establishing sects and legacies. Yuaniing true monarchs represent the apex of power, while the realms beyond remain shrouded in mystery, known only to those who have attained the status of Yuaniing cultivators. Exotic roots such as wind, lightning, and ice, though lacking the seamless progression of heavenly roots, afford their bearers distinct advantages in combat, as they are not constrained by elemental weaknesses. Moreover, the purity of one's spiritual root significantly influences their potential. For instance, in the case of a waste root featuring all five elements, if one of the attributes holds a purity of 60%, while the remaining four collectively account for only 40%, that individual could cultivate more swiftly in their corresponding techniques than a dual-element earth root with evenly distributed purity. Of course, this serves merely as an extreme example, with such occurrences being exceedingly rare. After assessing several dozen children, the spirit testing instrument emitted a dazzling array of colors, finally revealing a child with a spiritual root. Five-element waste root, predominantly earth, with a purity of 30%. Next, Zhao Peng continued in his indifferent tone, as if such a root barely piqued his interest, akin to that of an ordinary mortal. A robust boy, upon discovering his spiritual root, rushed eagerly to his parents. The family embraced in joyous celebration, eliciting envious glances from other parents in the square. From the moment the boy's spiritual root was revealed, he had transcended the realm of ordinary mortals, and his family would no longer toil in hardship, their fortunes forever altered. The reward for giving birth to a child with spiritual root aptitude is sufficient to ensure that the boy's parents will enjoy a life free from financial worries for the rest of their days. At this moment, at the rear of the procession, a pair of middle-aged individuals clad in coarse linen garments were escorting a young boy, accompanied by an adorable little girl. The young boy was quite charming and delicate-looking, with lively eyes that curiously gazed in the direction of the spiritual root testing. His name was Wang Qing, and he felt an overwhelming sense of excitement. Surely, no one would resist the allure of becoming a lofty, immortal, soaring through the skies on a sword, effortlessly wielding powerful spells with a mere gesture. No spiritual root. Next, a pseudo-spiritual root of four types, predominantly water, with a purity of 40%. Next, another child, this time a girl, had her spiritual root tested. Several hours passed, during which thousands had been tested, yet only 2 were found to possess spiritual roots. The testing was nearing its conclusion. In truth, they were exceptionally fortunate. There were instances where thousands of children were tested without revealing a single one with a spiritual root. This time, however, out of the thousands tested, 2 had been identified, one of whom possessed 4 spiritual roots. Wang Zeshi observed this with a glimmer of joy. The expenditure of spiritual stones had not been in vain, and he could return home to report with satisfaction. Finally, it was Wang Qing's turn. This moment, beads of sweat had begun to form in the palms of his hands, and his father sensed his son's anxiety. Do not be nervous. Just follow the instructions of the immortal when the time comes. Even if you do not possess a spiritual root, your mother and I will ensure you grow up healthy and strong, reassured Wang Shan, though his own heart raced with equal apprehension. Go, brother. You will surely become an immortal, cheered the little girl, bouncing with enthusiasm beside him. That was Wang Qing's little sister, who was merely 3 years old at present. Hearing her words, Wang Qing looked up at his parents, then affectionately ruffled his sister's hair. Indeed. Linger, I will definitely succeed. Next, with the immortal's command, it was finally Wang Qing's turn. He approached the spirit-conducting artifact, a disc-shaped instrument inscribed with unfamiliar runes that Wang Qing had never seen before. Place your hand upon it, close your eyes, and attune your heart to the spiritual energy of the universe, instructed the Qianyang sect cultivator. Upon hearing this, Wang Qing promptly placed his hand on the disc, closed his eyes, and focused intently on sensing the energy around him. Within the disc, a wondrous force seemed to awaken as soon as Wang Qing laid his hand upon it. He instantly felt a surge of energy flowing from the artifact into his body. Suddenly, the spirit-conducting artifact emitted a brilliant crimson light. This fiery radiance appeared rather unremarkable, lacking the dazzling hues emitted by the previous child with a defective spiritual root. Chapter 2. The Fire Elemental Spiritual Root. Yet, it was this seemingly unremarkable crimson glow that elicited a flicker of astonishment on the otherwise placid visage of Zhao Peng, a cultivator from the Qianyang sect. In an instant, realization dawned upon him. Shock, ecstasy, excitement, incredulity. A myriad of intricate expressions converged upon the face of this Qianyang sect disciple. Could it be a spiritual root? Zhao Peng's tone was imbued with disbelief. Beside him, Wang Zexing mirrored his astonishment. Upon witnessing the emergence of this fiery radiance, his expression was scarcely more composed. After a brief moment, Zhao Peng regained his composure. Congratulations, Taoist Wang. Your Wang clan has given birth to a prodigy with a spiritual root of unparalleled potential. Surely, the rewards from the sect will elevate your family to the status of a Purple Mansion clan, Zhao Peng exclaimed with unrestrained joy. It was as though the fate of the spiritual root had been decided in that very instant. Indeed, as a top-tier force in Qianzhou with a lineage spanning millennia, the Qianyang sect was guarded by golden core cultivators, embodying the very sky of Qianzhou. No one dared to oppose them. Their sole concern now was to keep the news of the spiritual root from reaching other formidable factions. Should any nascent soul sects catch wind of this, it was likely that the Qianyang sect could not safeguard the treasure. It was well known that spiritual roots were exceedingly rare throughout the Qianyang immortal domain, and it had been countless years since one had emerged in Zixia County. Furthermore, this was a fire elemental spiritual root, renowned among the 5 elemental roots for its prowess in combat, rivaling even the lightning elemental spirits. Haha, congratulations indeed. This time, we owe it to the Taoist fortune. Had it not been for the sect's spirit-attracting artifact, our Wang clan would have let this Qilin child gather dust. Wang Zexing too emerged from his earlier shock, though there lingered an enigmatic glimmer in his eyes. Ha ha ha, since our mission of attracting the spirit has been accomplished, I shall return to the sect to report. Rest assured, the sect's rewards will be ample. With that, he prepared to depart with Wang Qing. It was as though he bore a treasure of immense value. Unwilling to linger in this place, even though the entire Zixia County was the domain of the Qianyang sect, one could never be too cautious in the presence of a spiritual root. At that moment, Wang Zexing hastily called out, Taoist, please wait. What is it? Zhao Peng's expression darkened with irritation. As an 8th-layer Qi refining cultivator, he had been somewhat reluctant to undertake this task, never anticipating that he would stumble upon such an opportunity. Personally detecting a disciple with a spiritual root, the rewards from the sect could very well allow him to break through to foundation establishment. Perhaps, if the sect master was in good spirits, he might even be granted an opportunity to ascend to the Purple Mansion. Taoist, do not be hasty. Let the child bid farewell to his parents first. Once he embarks on his path to immortality, it may be uncertain when he will see them again, Wang Zexing implored sincerely. Upon hearing this, Zhao Peng's expression softened slightly, and he forced a smile at Wang Changqing, saying, very well, young lad. Go say your goodbyes to your parents, and then accompany me back to the Qianyang sect. Wang Qing, having regained his senses, understood the gravity of his extraordinary talent. He bowed deeply to the 2 immortals before hastening back to his family. At this moment, Wang Qing's family comprehended the significance of their son possessing a spiritual root, destined to become an immortal. Amidst their joy and excitement, a tinge of sorrow also lingered. They had heard that once one became an immortal, a chasm would separate them from mortals. His 3-year-old sister, blissfully unaware of the implications, gleefully hugged her brother's leg, exclaiming, wow, brother is going to become an immortal. Just as the Wang family reveled in the joyous atmosphere, suddenly, bang, a sharp metallic clanging echoed. Taoist Wang, how dare you? A 7th-layer Qi refining cultivator, strike at me? Have you lost your mind? Zhao Peng shouted furiously. Fortunately, he had sensed something amiss earlier and had prepared a defensive talisman in his hand. Wang Zexing, undeterred, instructed the town mayor of Qingfeng, Have the others evacuate the square. He then continued to wield his sword toward Zhao Peng. At this moment, Zhao Peng realized that Wang Zusheng was prepared to fight to the bitter end. It seems you have made your choice. A spiritual root is not something a mere foundation establishment family can covet. It could very well bring about the annihilation of your Wang clan. Submit, and allow me to return to the sect to report. With the rewards from the spiritual root, your Wang clan could ascend to the ranks of a Purple Mansion force. Moreover, even if this child joins my Qinyang sect, he remains of your Wang bloodline. Zhao Peng attempted to persuade Wang Zusheng. Although he was an 8th-layer Qi refining cultivator, possessing superior skills and artifacts compared to a foundation establishment family disciple, he recognized that Wang Zusheng must have a trump card to act so boldly despite the apparent disparities. He was unwilling to risk mutual destruction. Moreover, Ningyi County was Wang's domain, situated millions of miles from the Qinyang sect. Even flying at his fastest speed would take 2 days. Thus, the most pressing concern remained ensuring the safe return of the spiritual root to the sect. Taoist jest not. This child is of my Wang bloodline. I cannot make such a decision. Why not accompany me to my clan to consult the patriarch? Perhaps he will grant this child direct entry into the sect. Wang Zusheng replied, attacking while flying on his sword. Humph. It appears you are determined to seek your own demise. Then I shall not hold back. Zhao Peng seethed, anger kindling within him. He swiftly produced a shield artifact from his storage pouch, channeling his spiritual energy to manifest it before him. Simultaneously, he conjured a talisman, which transformed into a flame dragon, soaring toward Wang Zusheng. Wang Zusheng, unperturbed by the fiery dragon's approach, retrieved a defensive talisman, channeling his mana to conjure a metallic spiritual shield that enveloped him entirely. The flame dragon collided with the shield, causing it to shimmer but failed to breach its defenses. Subsequently, Wang Zusheng withdrew a spirit pouch, releasing a creature adorned with a single rhinoceros horn atop its head. This creature bore resemblance to a rhinoceros, towering at 2 meters, exuding an imposing presence that instilled dread in any adversary. Upon emerging from the spirit pouch, the rhinoceros spirit beast let out a mighty roar, igniting itself in flames, charging toward Zhao Peng with overwhelming ferocity. Seeing this spirit beast materialize, Zhao Peng's expression shifted. The 8 Desolation cloud-treading rhinoceros, the Wang clan of Ningyi County, renowned for their beast-taming prowess, had this 8 Desolation cloud-treading rhinoceros as one of their signature spirit beasts. Proficient in both wind and fire elemental spells, it possessed a 2nd-tier spirit beast bloodline. Unlike human cultivators, the most crucial aspect for spirit beasts is their bloodline. Those with higher bloodline ranks will possess corresponding strength upon maturity. However, while their bloodline determines their future, it can also be a double-edged sword. Their potential is often predetermined by their bloodline, and barring extraordinary opportunities, their power upon reaching adulthood will remain their zenith, with no further enhancements possible. Nevertheless, even with such limitations, they should not be underestimated. In the Xianyang immortal domain, the power of the demon race is not inferior to that of humans, let alone the countless spirit beasts dwelling in the seas. To the north of Zixia County lies the vast Tai Ao mountain range, stretching millions of miles across Qianzhou, home to countless formidable spirit beasts with powerful bloodlines. The spirit beasts of the Tai Ao mountain range are notorious for their periodic uprisings, causing devastating beast tides that inflict significant losses upon humanity. A 2nd-tier spirit beast bloodline signifies that this 8 Desolation cloud-treading rhinoceros, once fully grown, will possess strength equivalent to a human cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. It is essential to recognize that some formidable beasts of noble lineage often surpass human cultivators of the same rank. The Bahuang Taiyun she stands as a paragon among 2nd-tier spiritual beasts, adept in wielding both wind and fire magic, and possesses an unmatched physical prowess, rendering it nearly invincible against its peers. This particular Bahuang Taiyun Shi, albeit not yet fully matured, possesses strength equivalent to the late stage of the 1st tier, comparable to human cultivators in the late stage of Qi refining. Chapter 3, Bahuang Taiyun Shi. Damn it. Zhao Peng realized almost instantly upon encountering the Bahuang Taiyun Shi that he was no match for the beast or its master. It seemed that Wang Zisher held a significant status within his family. Although the Wang clan was merely a foundational beast-controlling family, they boasted 2 types of 2nd-tier bloodline spiritual beasts, one being the Bahuang Taiyun Shi and the other the 2nd-tier bloodline beast, the variegated spirit tiger. However, due to the rarity of these beasts, those who could form a contract with them were typically nurtured as foundational seeds. Zhao Peng initially assumed that Wang Zisher lacked strength, perhaps only capable of contracting a 1st-tier bloodline beast. However, as he observed the Bahuang Taiyun Shi engulfed in flames charging towards him, he was compelled to act swiftly. He recited an incantation, summoning a sturdy earthen wall before him, an upper-grade first-tier spell, the Earth Wall Technique. Simultaneously, he activated his mid-grade defensive artifact shield. As the Ba Huang Taiyuan Shi collided with his earthen barrier, its horn shattered the wall into fragments before crashing into Zhao Peng's mid-grade defensive artifact, sending him hurtling away for dozens of yards. At a distance of several hundred yards, Wang Qing witnessed this spectacle, his blood surging with excitement. Was this the prowess of an immortal? He wondered if he would ever attain such strength. However, the fact that the two were clashing over him suggested that his potential was indeed considerable. Meanwhile, Zhao Peng, having been flung several dozen yards by the Ba Huang Taiyuan Shi, felt as though his bones were shattering. After several futile attempts to rise, he saw Wang Zisher approach. Cough, cough. Do you truly intend to kill me? Cough, cough. You must understand that the sect sent me here to test my spiritual root. If I perish here, cough, cough, how will you explain it to the Qianyang sect? If you spare my life, I shall conceal the news of the heavenly spiritual root. I swear by my heart demon. Zhao Peng appeared gravely injured, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of desperation. What began as an ordinary spirit summoning task had unexpectedly revealed a heavenly spiritual root. He had never anticipated that Wang Zisher would dare to act against him. More infuriating still was the plight he found himself in. It was unclear whether Wang Zisher was acting on his own accord or if there were other circumstances at play. Clearly, the beast-controlling Wang clan was not to be underestimated. However, the paramount concern at present was to preserve his life. Humph. It seems a tad late to beg for mercy now. Wang Zisher scoffed, commanding the Ba Huang Taiyuan Shi to crush Zhao Peng's skull beneath its foot. Wang Zisher, of course, had no intention of allowing him to leave, even if Zhao Peng swore by his heart demon. Who could ascertain what other mysterious means the Qianyang sect might possess? Having taken action, he could not afford to be lenient. Otherwise, the repercussions could spell doom for his entire family. He stowed Zhao Peng's artifacts into his storage bag and tidied up the scene of the confrontation. Once this was accomplished, he summoned the town mayor. Ensure that today's events remain buried within the town. Claim that it was merely an assault by a beast. Should anyone dare to disclose this matter, bringing calamity upon my Wang clan, they shall not find me merciful. A fierce glint ignited in Wang Zisher's eyes, emanating a potent aura. The mayor, unable to withstand the pressure, hurriedly knelt, trembling with fear. Yes, esteemed immortal. I vow upon my life to ensure that the townsfolk remain silent. Very well. The spiritual root testing has concluded. Bring forth the 3 children who exhibited spiritual roots. I must return them to the clan without delay. Shortly thereafter, Wang Qing and the other 2 children were brought before Wang Zisher. Without any preamble, Wang Zisher summoned a spiritual sword from his storage bag, channeling spiritual energy into it. Instantly, the flying sword transformed into a colossal blade, measuring several dozen yards in length. With a wave of his hand, the 3 children were lifted by a surge of spiritual energy, gently placed upon the massive sword, which then ascended into the air. Brother, you must return to see me. The voice of the sister gradually faded until it was no longer audible, leaving only the howling wind at sea in its wake. The figures of their family below shrank into the distance as Wang Qing averted his gaze, his thoughts swirling. He silently vowed to become a powerful cultivator, determined to protect his family. Thus, after several hours of flight, they finally arrived at the territory of the beast-controlling Wang clan, Lingwu Valley. Nestled within the mountains of Zixia County, the valley was enveloped in mist, towering majestically, surrounded by ethereal spiritual energy. Wang Zisher descended upon a particular valley and retrieved a jade token from his storage bag, channeling his spiritual energy into it. Instantly, the mist surrounding the valley dissipated, revealing a winding path. After traversing several hundred yards, Wang Qing and the others found themselves in a vast expanse within the valley, partitioned into various zones. Scattered among the mountains and waters were pavilions, clearly the residences of the Wang clan's cultivators. Some areas were cultivated as spiritual fields, growing various spiritual herbs, grasses, and fruits. Others served as spiritual beast enclosures, housing a multitude of spiritual creatures. Perhaps due to their lineage as beast tamers, the Wang clan's beast enclosures were impressively vast. Having lived in a small town, the children had never witnessed such a spectacle. As they walked, Wang Zisher provided explanations about the various locales. Upon reaching a towering peak, approximately several hundred yards high and densely populated with bamboo, it was evident that this was a rich spiritual cultivation site, the residence of the clan leader, Zizhu Peak. As they followed the stone-paved path, the view gradually opened up to reveal several palatial structures built into the mountains. Wang Zisher led the children to the entrance of a grand hall known as Tai Xing Hall. Clan leader, the spirit summoning task in Qingfeng town has been completed. Come in. A calm and steady voice resonated from within the hall, and the doors swung open. The group stepped inside to find a robust, imposing middle-aged man seated in the main chair. A distinctive mark on his forehead suggested a natural formation, indicative of a person long accustomed to power. This was Wang Xiaoji, the clan leader of the beast-controlling Wang clan, and one of the few foundational cultivators within the family. Greetings, clan leader. Everyone bowed respectfully. Clan leader. These are the 3 Wang clan descendants who exhibited spiritual roots during the testing, Wang Zeshur announced, prompting the children to introduce themselves. Greetings. I am Wang Qing, Wang Yu, and Wang Fugui. The children introduced themselves in turn. Please rise. Have a seat, clan leader Wang Xiaoji said, taking a sip of his tea. Wang Zeshur glanced at the clan leader before kneeling partially on the ground. I humbly report, clan leader, that there were some unforeseen circumstances during the spirit summoning task, and the situation became urgent. Please forgive my unilateral actions. Oh, what transpired? A hint of curiosity crossed Wang Xiaoji's face. Subsequently, Wang Zeshur recounted the events that had transpired in their entirety. Chapter 4, Family Council. Upon hearing Wang Zeshur's words, the clan leader Wang Xiaoji's initially impassive face revealed an expression of profound excitement and joy. However, being a seasoned leader, he quickly repressed his emotions and turned his gaze towards Wang Qing. The significance of a celestial spirit root for a foundational family was not lost on him as the clan leader, yet he understood the adage that an innocent man may suffer for possessing a precious gem. While your actions were indeed justified, dealing with the Qinyang sect will not be straightforward. It is imperative that we convene with several elders to deliberate on this matter, lest it bring calamity upon our family, he remarked after a moment of contemplation. After a brief pause, he addressed the 3 children. Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be disciples of our Wang clan's Chang generation, and you will be renamed Wang Changqing, Wang Changyu, and Wang Changgui. Zeshur, please arrange accommodations for these children and inform the clan members that tomorrow they shall be inducted into the ancestral hall. Understood, clan leader, replied Wang Zeshur, leading the 3 children out. Once they had departed, Wang Xiaoji promptly instructed someone to summon the elders for a council. Within the Wang clan's council hall, clan leader Wang Xiaoji occupied the principal seat, with 4 elders seated on either side. These 5 individuals constituted the entirety of the Wang clan's foundational cultivators. To his left sat an elderly man with graying hair, exuding an ethereal aura and possessing the demeanor of a sage. This was the clan's grand elder, Wang Shua, in the late stage of foundation establishment, with wood, gold, and earth spirit roots, of which the wood attribute comprised 40%. At over 170 years of age, he was the most accomplished and senior cultivator in the family. Opposite him sat the clan's second elder, Wang Shuxing, of the same generation but 20 years younger. In the early stage of foundation establishment with fire, wood, earth, and water spirit roots, also with 40% purity in the fire attribute. He was the family's only second-tier mid-grade alchemist, responsible for managing the clan's alchemical repository. The other 2 elders were the 3rd elder Wang Xiaoyuan and 4th elder Wang Xiaoying, both at the early stage of foundation establishment and of the same generation as clan leader Wang Xiaoji. 3rd elder Wang Xiaoyuan possessed gold, wood, fire, and earth spirit roots, with 30% purity in the gold attribute, and was tasked with safeguarding the clan's scripture repository. 4th elder Wang Xiaoying was the only female foundational cultivator in the Wang family, with water, fire, wood, and gold spirit roots, 30% of which was water attribute. And she was also a second-tier talisman master. Among the foundational cultivators of the Wang family, the one with the finest aptitude was clan leader Wang Xiaoji, with gold, fire, and water spirit roots, of which the gold attribute comprised 50%. Clan leader, may I inquire as to why you have summoned us? Asked 3rd elder Wang Xiaoyuan. Clan leader Wang Xiaoji surveyed the elders before calmly stating, Zeshur has just returned from Qingfeng town, where he tested for spirit roots and discovered a celestial spirit root. What? Exclaimed Wang Xiaoyuan, his face a picture of shock. The other 3 elders, though more composed, wore expressions that were hardly improved. Instantly, the atmosphere in the room turned somber. Zeshur has slain the cultivator dispatched by the Qinyang sect to probe for spirit roots. He has brought back the celestial spirit root. Wang Xiaoji continued, breaking the silence. The elders remained silent, knowing that they would have reacted similarly under such circumstances. Thus, we must discuss how to provide an explanation to the Qinyang sect. Otherwise, if they investigate further, our family may face annihilation. Wang Xiaoji stated gravely. After uttering these words, the room fell into silence once more as the elders contemplated the situation. In my opinion, we could claim that it was an attack by a sea beast. As Qingfeng town is conveniently located by the sea, suggested Grand Elder Wang Shua. While the Grand Elder's reasoning was somewhat plausible, it was known that sea beasts rarely showed interest in human territories, making it unlikely that the Qinyang sect would readily accept such an explanation. The only female cultivator present, Wang Xiaoying, interjected, "Should we be willing to offer some compensation? I believe the Qianyang sect would not escalate matters over a mere Qi refining stage cultivator." The Grand Elder, having lived nearly 2 centuries, possessed some experience in handling such matters. "Let us proceed with this plan. Especially since the Second Elder had a good rapport with the Qianyang sect's Danyang master in his youth." Clan leader Wang Xiaoji concurred with this approach. The Danyang master of the Qianyang sect was a Zifu stage cultivator and a third-tier alchemist. He had met the Second Elder during an alchemical conference in his youth, and they had formed a solid friendship. Upon returning to the sect, the Danyang master, benefiting from his considerable aptitude and the resources of the Qianyang sect, had risen to become a Zifu stage cultivator and a third-tier alchemist. A third-tier alchemist, even within the Qianyang sect, which was underpinned by golden core stage cultivators, held a significant status. "Well, since you have all made your decisions, I shall make the journey to the Qianyang sect," the Second Elder declared without hesitation, recognizing the gravity of the situation for the clan's survival. "Moreover, it is of utmost importance that we focus on nurturing this celestial spirit root, as it is crucial for our family's prosperity." According to the clan's ancient texts, cultivators with celestial spirit roots experience no bottlenecks before reaching the golden core stage, typically entering the foundation establishment stage around the age of 25, reaching the Zifu stage by 50, and joining the ranks of golden core realms by the age of 100. However, if there are no bottlenecks, we should be able to provide resources for enhancing their cultivation. After all, the most critical resources for cultivators are elixirs, magical artifacts, and talismans, with elixirs being paramount, especially those that assist in breaking through cultivation bottlenecks. For cultivators with ordinary spirit roots, a single misstep during a breakthrough could lead to their demise. And even with precious elixirs such as foundation establishment pills and Xiang pills, there is no guarantee of success. This highlights the immense importance of celestial spirit roots. The absence of bottlenecks is invaluable for a cultivator. Even the rare wind, thunder, and ice spirit roots, despite their formidable combat abilities, cannot compare to the significance of a celestial spirit root. Truly, the heavens have favored the Wang family. Who would have thought that in our lifetimes we would witness the Wang family ascend to the ranks of golden core families? The Grand Elder appeared exceedingly pleased, as though he could already envision the day when the Wang family would become a golden core family. It was no wonder they were so exhilarated. In this realm of cultivation, where nascent soul true lords reign supreme, a golden core family is regarded as a formidable power. Even the mighty Qianyang sect, which dominates millions of miles within the dry state, has only 2 golden core true lords to maintain its authority. Indeed, we must keep the existence of the celestial spirit root concealed and publicly declare it as a trinity spirit root, clan leader Wang Xiaoji advised. "Tomorrow, after the induction of these children into the ancestral hall, we shall begin their training. Second Elder, you must set out for the Qianyang sect tomorrow. This matter requires swift resolution, for if delayed, given the Qianyang sect's approach, our family faces the risk of extermination. We must also contact our clan members within the Qianyang sect to encourage them to be more proactive." The clan leader and the elders deliberated deeply into the night, discussing how to nurture Wang Changqing and how to compensate the Qianyang sect. Chapter 5, Cultivation Techniques. The following morning, Wang Changqing awoke in his chamber. Being but a child, the anticipation of becoming a cultivator kept him awake until the early hours, and he finally succumbed to sleep, burdened by fatigue. Upon opening his door, he found the valley enveloped in swirling mists. Shortly thereafter, a clan member arrived with breakfast, for they had yet to commence their training and needed sustenance to maintain their daily nutritional requirements. The Wang clan ancestral hall is situated atop a peak within the Lingwu Valley, known as Ziki Peak, where auspicious purple energy flows from the east. All Wang clan cultivators, except those engaged in tasks or in secluded meditation, are present in full attendance. The clan leader, Wang Xiaoji, stands before the ancestral tablets alongside numerous Wang family cultivators. They light incense and pay their respects. Subsequently, Wang Changqing, Wang Changyu, and Wang Changgui are called forward in succession to individually pay homage. Wang Changqing, hailing from the Wang clan's jurisdiction of Qingfeng town, possesses a true spiritual root of the fire, earth, and wood attributes, with the purity of his fire attribute constituting 70%. Some clan members are taken aback upon hearing of Wang Changqing's spiritual root. This lad's innate talent surpasses that of the clan leader. Having one attribute with 70% purity is comparable to some dual-element spiritual roots, is it not? This conclusion was also reached in discussions among the elders, providing a rationale for Wang Changqing's rapid cultivation progress in the future. Wang Changyu, also from Qingfeng town, possesses a pseudo-spiritual root encompassing the wood, fire, metal, and earth attributes, with the purity of his wood attribute at 40%. Wang Changgui, likewise from Qingfeng town, has a waste spiritual root comprising all 5 attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, with the purity of his earth attribute at 30%. Afterward, the assembly once again pays homage to their ancestors, wishing for the Wang family's eternal prosperity. Once the ancestral rites are completed, the other clan members depart, leaving only the clan leader and several foundational elders behind. At this moment, Wang Chongqing trembles with trepidation, feeling the gaze of these individuals upon him, as if he were a rare and priceless treasure. It is the clan leader, Wang Xiaoji, who breaks the silence to rescue Wang Chongqing from his unease. Chongqing, do you know why we have retained your presence? Wang Chongqing glances at the elders and responds with a quavering voice. Is it due to my spiritual roots aptitude? I heard the spirit master who assessed it mention that I seem to possess a heavenly spiritual root. Indeed, you are quite astute, my boy, Wang Xiaoji replies, nodding in satisfaction. He continues, do you understand what having a heavenly spiritual root signifies? Such roots are exceedingly rare in the realm of cultivation. Yet they may also bring numerous calamities to you and your family. Thus, after deliberation with the elders, we have decided to conceal the news of your heavenly spiritual root. You are the first to possess such a root in our Wang clan for nearly a millennium. Our family has long established itself in the Xianyang immortal domain through beast taming, and while some legacies have been lost over time, we shall exhaust our resources to assist you in your cultivation. Upon hearing this, Wang Chongqing is deeply moved and promptly bows, saying, rest assured, clan leader, I shall strive diligently in my cultivation to repay the family. Witnessing Wang Chongqing's understanding and maturity, the elders nod in approval. The Grand Elder, with a benevolent expression, exclaims, ah, good child. As you possess a fire attribute spiritual root, here are several fire-related techniques from our clan's collection. Choose one to cultivate. He then hands Wang Chongqing a jade slip. Pressing the slip against his forehead, Wang Chongqing concentrates to absorb the information. The Wang clan, having inherited its knowledge since ancient times, not only excels in beast taming, but also boasts cultivation techniques far superior to those of ordinary foundational families. Even the Qianyang sect, a dominant force in Qianzhou, pales in comparison. As Wang Chongqing receives the jade slip from the Grand Elder, he follows the earlier instruction and presses it against his forehead, focusing intently. Instantly, several pieces of information flood into his mind. 1. The True Fire of the Sun technique, a top-tier technique, capable of cultivation up to the nascent soul stage, requiring the ingestion of fire essence and the blood of fire attribute beasts. This technique grants 2 spells during the Qi refining stage, the Sunfire Annihilation Finger and the True Fire of the Sun Eye. 2. The True Fire of Zy Sutra, another top-tier technique, necessitating the refinement of 7 types of fire seeds: Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang. Each layer of cultivation demands the refinement of 1 fire source, ultimately converging into the Zy celestial fire, said to connect with 7 celestial bodies, bestowing continuous magical power. This technique provides 2 spells during the Qi refining stage, Celestial Fire Escape and Celestial Fire Meteor. 3. The Earth Fire Body Refinement Sutra, a top-tier technique requiring both fire and earth attribute spiritual roots, capable of cultivation up to the nascent soul stage. This technique is a body refinement method, utilizing earth fire in conjunction with earth essence for strengthening the physique. It is rumored that upon reaching full mastery, one can withstand the spiritual treasures of the same tier without succumbing. This technique also grants 2 spells during the Qi refining stage, True Body of the Rock and Earth Fire True Fist. 4. The Great Sun Golden Crow Sutra, a transcendent technique, cultivable to the nascent soul stage, requiring one to possess a fire attribute, heavenly spiritual root. During cultivation, one must utilize the blood of beasts with the Golden Crow True Spirit bloodline and refine an inner core from such beasts upon breaking through to the Golden Core stage. This technique provides 2 spells during the Qi refining stage, Golden Crow's Rainbow and Golden Crow True Body. It is said that upon mastering this technique, one can embody the Great Sun 5, the 10,000 Fires Burning the Heavens Sutra, a transcendent technique, only cultivable by those with a fire attribute, heavenly spiritual root. At each stage of cultivation, one can awaken a type of celestial fire by refining top-tier heavenly materials and earthly treasures, utilizing the spiritual fire in combat. Notably, this technique does not include accompanying spells, but relies on the mastery of spiritual fire for offense. Note, this technique is a method of cultivating the body, spirit, and soul simultaneously. Each awakening of spiritual fire entails enduring the torment of fire burning the meridians and soul, with even a minor misstep leading to dire consequences. Since its inception, few have succeeded in mastering it. Thus, one must choose with utmost caution. Remember, These are the esteemed fire attribute techniques stored within the family's collection, suitable for cultivation up to the nascent soul stage. In the Xianyang immortal domain, cultivation methods are categorized into low-tier, mid-tier, high-tier, and top-tier techniques, alongside the even more extraordinary transcendent techniques. Among these, low-tier techniques can be cultivated to the foundation establishment stage, mid-tier techniques to the purple mansion stage, high-tier techniques to the golden core stage, while top-tier techniques can be cultivated to the nascent soul stage. As for transcendent techniques, they require a heavenly spiritual root for cultivation, rendering practitioners virtually invincible among their peers. Of course, the Tao is fair. Transcendent techniques are not without their drawbacks. Besides being exceedingly perilous, the cultivation speed of those practicing transcendent techniques is considerably slower than that of ordinary cultivators. After absorbing the information, Wang Chongqing is left in a state of shock. Each of these 5 techniques is immensely powerful, ensuring that one remains dominant in battles at the same tier, offering a significant advantage. Truly, the Wang clan, with its ancient heritage, boasts a formidable legacy. Each technique could serve as the core of a top-tier sect's teachings. However, despite their potency, a choice must be made. Wang Chongqing ponders for a moment. First, he dismisses the Earth Fire Body Refinement Sutra, as he lacks an Earth spiritual root, rendering it incompatible. The true fire of ZY Sutra is also eliminated, as the 7 celestial fire seeds are beyond the reach of a foundational clan. Although the true fire of the sun technique requires the least resources among these techniques, its offensive capabilities are comparatively lacking when juxtaposed with the others. The Great Sun Golden Crow Sutra is one of the 2 transcendent techniques necessitating a fire attribute, heavenly spiritual root for cultivation. Its resource requirements are moderate, and while beasts with the Golden Crow true spirit bloodline are rare, they are not impossible to find. Conversely, the 10,000 Fires Burning the Heaven Sutra is the technique Wang Chongqing yearns to learn the most, boasting the highest potential. With the strength derived entirely from the celestial materials refined, the awakening of spiritual fire strengthens one's combat prowess. Chapter 6. The First Cultivation. After contemplating for a moment, Wang Chongqing turned his gaze towards the clan leader and several elders. Chongqing seeks the counsel of the esteemed elders. Observing Wang Chongqing's predicament, the clan leader and the elders seemed to reminisce about their own pasts when they too were dazzled by myriad powerful cultivation techniques. Yet, this young man was notably more astute, as he understood the importance of seeking guidance from his elders. There's no need for such anxiety. Clan leader Wang Xiaoji chuckled heartily upon seeing Wang Chongqing's demeanor. These cultivation techniques are the proud heritage of the Wang family. Even the methods of the Qianyang sect can only lead to the golden core stage. Thus, regardless of which technique you choose to cultivate, you shall gain the upper hand in confrontations with peers of your level. After speaking, Wang Xiaoji cast a proud glance at Wang Chongqing. Among these techniques, the true fire of the blazing sun is the most accessible. Nearly all fire-rooted cultivators of the family with good spiritual roots have practiced this technique. Although it demands fewer resources compared to the others, it is still exclusive to those with 4 spiritual roots or more who have prospects for foundation establishment. There is no need for those with lesser spiritual roots to pursue it, as the Wang family is merely a foundation-level clan and cannot afford the consumption required for everyone to practice such top-tier techniques. The Great Sun Golden Crow Sutra, on the other hand, requires the blood essence of the Golden Crow beast, which, while not overly difficult for the family to procure, is perfectly suited for your fire-rooted spiritual essence. As for the other techniques, either your spiritual roots do not align, or the resources required for cultivation are beyond what the family can provide. Truly, as the clan leader, he could discern which technique would best suit Wang Chongqing. After absorbing the clan leader's advice, Wang Chongqing fell into contemplation once more. After a moment's reflection, he declared, "I have made my decision. I choose the 10,000 Fires Burning Heaven technique." Ultimately, Wang Chongqing heeded the call of his heart, opting to cultivate the 10,000 Fires Burning Heaven technique. Its potency is unquestionable, being the one with the highest potential among the available techniques. The path of cultivation is inherently one of defiance against the heavens, and following one's inner convictions is paramount. Upon hearing Wang Chongqing's choice, the clan leader and the elders were taken aback, never expecting him to select this particular technique. Do reconsider. While this technique is formidable, it is also exceedingly perilous. There is no need for you to take such significant risks, clan leader Wang Xiaoji urged, determined to persuade him further. Indeed, very few have successfully cultivated this technique throughout history. You must not be reckless, echoed several elders, all wishing to dissuade him. It would be a tragedy for the hope of the family's resurgence to be extinguished over a single technique. Moreover, the other techniques are also commendable, making such risks unnecessary. I appreciate the concern of my esteemed elders, but my decision is resolute, Wang Chongqing replied with unwavering determination. Sigh, since you are so steadfast, then proceed as you wish. Should you wish to change techniques in the future, simply inform Elder San. The clan leader and the elders conceded, no longer obstructing him. Afterward, Elder San retrieved a jade slip from his storage pouch. This is the transcription of the 10,000 fires burning heaven technique. Take it. Holding the jade slip in his hands, Wang Chongqing bowed respectfully to the clan leader and the elders. Thank you, clan leader and esteemed elders, for your support. In the following period, under the guidance of the Grand Elder, Wang Chongqing began to learn the foundational knowledge of the cultivation world. Months later, seated upon a mat in his cave dwelling, he began his initial attempt to draw qi into his body. The 10,000 fires burning heaven technique draws upon the essence of heaven, allowing mastery over myriad spiritual fires upon its completion, making it an exceedingly rare method that cultivates body, spirit, and soul simultaneously, steeped in profound mystery. However, the demands of the heavenly path are quite severe. To cultivate this technique, one must possess a fire-rooted celestial spiritual essence and endure 3 trials to awaken the spiritual fire: burn body, burn veins, burn spirit. A misstep at any stage could result in death and soul scattering. Fortunately, entering this technique is relatively straightforward, requiring only precious heavenly materials during the awakening of the spiritual fire. Wang Chongqing retrieved the jade slip and, following the prescribed steps, began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, silently reciting the incantation in his heart. Gradually, he drew in the fire element spiritual energy, guiding it into his dantian. Once he sensed a sufficient accumulation of spiritual energy within his dantian, he directed it towards the first acupoint. In an instant, the acupoint was breached. Qi refining at the first level, accomplished. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Is it due to my celestial spiritual roots? Just as Wang Chongqing engaged in cultivation, the Wang family's second elder, Wang Shuxing, rode his spiritual beast, the 8 desolation cloud-soaring rhinoceros, soaring through the skies towards the Qianyang sect. Although foundation-level cultivators can fly, it consumes a significant amount of spiritual power. The distance from Ningyi County to the Qianyang sect's mountain gate spans several 100,000 miles, and even a foundation-level cultivator's spiritual energy could not sustain such expenditure. The 8 desolation cloud-soaring rhinoceros, being a second-tier spiritual beast adept at both wind and fire spells, was the perfect choice for travel. After a day and a half of swift flight, they finally arrived at the Qianyang sect's mountain gate. Along the way, no mishaps occurred. After all, he was a foundation-level cultivator riding a second-tier spiritual beast, and few would dare to target such a figure. The Qianyang mountain range lies in the central region of Qianzhou, housing a 4th-tier spiritual vein and serving as the domain of the Qianyang sect, the overlord of Qianzhou. Upon reaching the main peak of the Qianyang sect, Wang Shuxing soon encountered his old friend, Master Danyang. Ha ha ha, Wang brother, it's been ages. Why are you not at home refining pills, but instead visiting the Qianyang sect? Master Danyang exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Wang Shuxing. The two had shared a close bond in their youth, often embarking on journeys together to gather spiritual herbs for alchemy. Alas, it's a long story, Wang Shuxing replied candidly, revealing the purpose of his visit. Upon hearing this, Master Danyang's brow gradually furrowed. Sensing Master Danyang's hesitation, Wang Shuxing continued, alas. This matter indeed arose from my Wang family's actions. My friend need not feel troubled. Our family is willing to bear all losses and provide compensation. Hearing this, Master Danyang ceased to decline. Very well, but how this matter is resolved will require consultation with the headmaster. Wang Shuxing took out a square box made of white jade from his storage pouch. This heavenly heart fruit was purchased at great expense by our family and has remained unused. It is fitting to present it to you. Upon hearing the name of the heavenly heart fruit, Master Danyang was first taken aback, then replied, that is far too extravagant. This is merely a minor matter. How can I accept such a precious gift? The heavenly heart fruit, a 3rd-tier spiritual fruit, enhances the spirit and is crucial for alchemists to maintain focus during refining, as it significantly aids in soul preservation. How could I let my friend assist me for free? You, as a 3rd-tier alchemist, need this item even more than I do. Please accept it. Without room for refusal, he insisted on handing the item to Master Danyang. All right then, I shall accept this heavenly heart fruit. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to persuade the headmaster. Master Danyang conceded, finally accepting the gift. Chapter 7, Compensation. Master Danyang returned shortly after leaving. Brother Wang, I have conveyed this matter to the sect leader. The occurrence of a beast attack cannot solely be blamed on your Wang family. For Qianyang sect, the loss of an outer disciple in the Qi refining stage is neither trivial nor monumental. However, the spirit-conducting artifact and the belongings of this disciple must be surrendered. and your family is required to compensate the sect with 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Wang Shuxing breathed a sigh of relief, as these terms were acceptable. Naturally, I carry all these items with me. 50,000 spirit stones is quite a substantial amount for a foundation establishment family, enough to purchase a foundational pill, albeit not as valuable as the heavenly heart fruit given to Master Danyang, which is generally worth 100,000 spirit stones. Moreover, the Wang family's annual income, after accounting for the daily cultivation expenses of its members, amounts to less than 10,000 spirit stones. This is largely due to the fact that the Wang family is a beast-taming clan, resulting in significantly higher resource consumption compared to average foundation establishment families. Consequently, the Wang family has now expended 150,000 spirit stones, equivalent to 15 years of income. Nevertheless, it is not a loss. Exchanging 150,000 spirit stones for a celestial root is an immense gain. After concluding matters with Qinyang sect, Wang Shuxing took a moment to check on the clan's disciples within the sect before embarking on his journey home. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed. Inside the cave dwelling of Wang Chongqing, he exhaled. At last, I have reached the 7th layer of qi refining. Now 19 years old, Wang Chongqing had spent the last decade largely confined to his cave, with all necessary cultivation resources supplied by the family. Although he had yearned to venture out for experience several times, family elders had consistently denied him due to his insufficient cultivation level. However, after persistent requests from Wang Chongqing, the elders finally acquiesced, permitting him to explore once he reached the later stages of qi refining. Thus, for the past 10 years, Wang Chongqing dedicated himself to his training, aspiring for the opportunity to gain practical experience. Alas, he never anticipated that a cultivator's life could be so monotonous. Upon leaving his cave, Wang Chongqing headed straight for the residence of the clan leader at Zizhu Peak. Chongqing, what brings you here? Have you already reached the later stage of qi refining? Upon seeing Wang Chongqing enter, Wang Xiaoji was taken aback. After a careful appraisal, he confirmed that Wang Chongqing had indeed attained the later stage. Truly, as a celestial root cultivator, his speed of advancement is astonishing. While the clan's ancient texts provide detailed accounts, witnessing it firsthand is still somewhat unbelievable. It is noteworthy that he was once regarded as the Wang family's most talented genius, possessing 3 spirit roots, with the purity of his metal attribute spirit root reaching an impressive 50%. Yet, it took nearly 40 years for him to reach the later stage of qi refining. Yes, clan leader, I have reached the later stage of qi refining, and I wish to venture out for experience, Wang Chongqing stated. The clan leader, Wang Xiaoji, nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is time for you to gain some experience. While meditative cultivation certainly accelerates your progress, it is not without its drawbacks. For a cultivator, combat experience is equally crucial. In truth, he believed that Wang Chongqing should be allowed to explore, but the Grand Elder insisted that he must reach the later stage of qi refining first. The Grand Elder's insistence was not without merit. The probability of encountering danger at the 7th layer of qi refining is relatively low. As long as he does not confront foundation establishment cultivators or face formidable opponents at the peak of the qi refining stage, he should be able to escape. You have remained within the clan for your training and lack a proper artifact. Since you have reached the later stage of qi refining, here is a set of artifacts crafted for you by the family. Clan leader Wang Xiaoji produced a set of artifacts from his storage bag, consisting of a long sword, a shield, and a piece of soft armor. These artifacts are all top-grade first-tier artifacts, which are among the finest available, sufficient for Wang Chongqing to utilize prior to reaching foundation establishment. The sword, named Qihua's sword, is forged from a piece of red iron ore, perfectly aligning with Wang Chongqing's fire attribute spirit root. The shield, known as the Heijiaxian shield, is crafted from the shell of a second-tier spirit beast, the black armored rock turtle. It is worth mentioning that this shell is capable of being forged into a second-tier artifact, but was intentionally made as a first-tier artifact to be suitable for Wang Chongqing's use. The soft armor is also made from the skin of a first-tier demon beast, the Qingxin python, and is classified as a top-grade first-tier artifact. It can be said that this trio of artifacts represents the pinnacle of equipment for a cultivator in the qi refining stage. You may begin to refine these 3 artifacts here. After expressing his gratitude to the clan leader, Wang Chongqing immediately sat down and infused his spiritual energy into each artifact. One by one, half an hour later, he successfully completed the refinement process. Remember to exercise caution when outside. Do not shy away from trouble, nor should you instigate it. Should any issues arise, remember that the clan will always stand as your support, the clan leader imparted with great sincerity. Wang Chongqing understood. Thank you for your guidance. Clan leader. Upon leaving Zizhu Peak, Wang Chongqing's first destination was to visit his sister, Wang Linger. Notably, 5 years prior, Wang Linger had also been tested for her spirit root. Although her aptitude was not as exceptional as his, she possessed a fire, metal, and earth triad of spirit roots. With the purity of her fire attribute spirit root reaching 50%, making her a small genius within the Wang family. Arriving at his sister's cave, he activated the barrier. And shortly, the door opened. A graceful young girl emerged, and upon seeing Wang Chongqing, her face lit up with joy as she rushed into his embrace. Brother, what brings you here? Aren't you in seclusion? Looking at the girl in his arms, Wang Chongqing displayed a hint of indulgence. All right, you are already a young lady. You shouldn't be diving into your brother's embrace like this. Upon hearing this, Wang Linger pouted, playfully punching his chest before turning away with a huff. Seeing his sister's reaction, Wang Chongqing was not particularly surprised. I have come out of seclusion and will be leaving for a while to gain experience. You won't see me for a short time. Upon hearing this, Wang Linger turned back, her face alight with excitement. What? You're going out to play? Brother, take me with you. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Chongqing firmly refused. What play? I am not going out for leisure. I will undoubtedly encounter many dangers. It would be a blessing if you don't cause me trouble. Let's discuss it again once you reach the 7th layer of Qi refining. I see you have been slacking off. It has been 5 years. And you are only at the 3rd layer. Wang Linger immediately became displeased at this remark. What? If you don't want to take me out to play, just say so. I am not slacking. Not everyone is like you. Hastily, Wang Chongqing began to soothe his sister. All right, do not be angry. I have a bottle of Qi gathering pills given to me by the 2nd elder. Now that I have reached the later stage of Qi refining, it won't benefit me much, so I will give it to you. Remember to cultivate diligently. I will head out now. I will stop by home to see father and mother. It has been 10 years since I arrived at Lingwu Valley, and I miss them. Upon hearing Wang Chongqing mention their parents, Wang Linger's eyes instantly glistened with tears. Realizing that he had inadvertently touched upon a sensitive topic, Wang Chongqing mentally scolded himself for his thoughtlessness. All right, do not be sad. If you cultivate well, you will see them soon enough. I am leaving now. With that, he departed from his sister's cave. Chapter 8. Venturing out for experience. After leaving his sister's cave, Wang Chongqing first paid visits to the various elders, as it is customary to inform them of his departure for experience. Otherwise, he would surely be met with reprimands upon his return. After gathering supplies from the elders, Wang Chongqing's storage bag was filled to the brim with healing elixirs from the 2nd elder and a variety of talismans from the 4th elder. Reflecting on the preparations, he felt adequately equipped and proceeded to the clan's charity hall. Chongqing, what brings you to the charity hall? At that moment, an elderly man with graying hair spotted Wang Chongqing entering. Uncle Lu, I came to the charity hall to see if there are any tasks available. The elderly gentleman overseeing the good deeds chamber is named Wang Xiaoing. He is of the same generation as the clan leader, ranking 6th among those with the character Xiao, and has achieved the consummate stage of Qi refinement, possessing 5 spiritual roots. He broke through to the pinnacle of Qi refinement at the age of over 80. Consequently, he refrained from consuming the foundation establishment pill, as the likelihood of success for someone with 5 spiritual roots is already slim, and having surpassed the optimal age for foundation establishment, even with the pill, his chances would scarcely exceed 50%. Thus, he deemed it more prudent to allow the opportunity for foundation establishment to others. You have already reached the 7th level of Qi refinement? He exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth. Excellent, excellent. It seems the family's hopes rest with you younger generations. Although he was not entirely aware of Wang Chongqing's precise talents, he was certain that the rumors of him possessing only 3 spiritual roots were unfounded. While such 3-rooted individuals were rare within the clan, he had never witnessed one with such a terrifying speed of cultivation. Nevertheless, this was fortuitous for the Wang family, and he had no intention of dispelling the misconception. What kind of tasks are you interested in? Peruse for yourself, he suggested, retrieving a ledger from the table nearby. Wang Chongqing accepted the ledger and flipped through its pages. Hunt a 1st-tier demon beast, the Crimson Fire Ape, at the periphery of Taiyao Mountain. Good deeds, 300 points. Capture a late-stage 1st-tier demon beast, the Bloodthirsty Wolf King. Good deeds, 500 points. Collect a century-old spirit mushroom. Good deeds, 300 points. Gather a 300-year-old black spirit ginseng. Good deeds, 1,000 points. Guard the family's mortal town, Minghua Town, for 3 years. Good deeds, 300 points. Oversee the family's herbal shop in Sangfa Square for 3 years. Good deeds, 300 points. Transport a batch of talismans and elixirs to Sangfa Square. Good deeds, 30 points. Defend a 1st-tier red essence iron mine located 3,000 miles away from the clan for 3 years. Good deeds, 800 points. Wang Chongqing examined the offerings closely. They predominantly consisted of gathering spiritual herbs and overseeing various family enterprises. 1 point of good deeds equates to a low-grade spirit stone. albeit the purchasing power of good deeds is slightly superior. For the family's spiritual beasts, elixirs, and talismans are more affordable than those available externally. After contemplating, Wang Changqing chose not to undertake any tasks. He realized that for the collection of spiritual herbs, there was no need to accept a task. He could directly exchange what he gathered for good deeds. As for guarding family properties, he had little interest. Bidding farewell to Uncle Lu, he resolved to return home to visit his parents before wandering around Songfa Square, having long heard from others in the clan about its bustling atmosphere. Upon exiting the family's protective mountain formation, Wang Changqing summoned his flying sword, ascending into the sky, where a brilliant crimson light shot upwards. Standing upon his sword, he gazed at the rivers and mountains below, feeling a surge of exhilaration. This was his first experience of flying with a sword, although he had previously ridden on one. Those circumstances had been under the guidance of another, making this moment uniquely thrilling. Truly, it was a superior quality first-tier flying sword, and after several hours of flight, he traversed the several thousand miles to his destination. The sea breeze caressed his face, bringing with it a refreshing and salty tang, instantly immersing him in a sense of vastness and infinitude. Wang Changqing looked down at the seaside town where he had spent his childhood, breathing deeply and savoring the ocean air. He exhaled, releasing a sigh of relief. The monotony of a decade spent in meditation and cultivation had never felt so liberating. The bustling townsfolk below seemed to take notice as well. "Look, is that an immortal?" one exclaimed. "Wow, mother, there's an immortal standing in the sky. How can there be an immortal this year? Aren't the spirit tests still a year away?" At that moment, another middle-aged cultivator soared up on his sword to the same altitude as Wang Changqing. "Fellow cultivator, this town belongs to my Beastmaster Wang clan. May I ask him, Changqing, what brings you here?" Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Changqing offered a faint smile. "Uncle 19, it has been quite some time. I didn't expect you to be stationed here in Qingfeng town." The visitor was Wang Zitong, ranked 19th among those with the character Zhe, possessing 5 spiritual roots and at the 5th level of Qi refinement. The two had encountered each other a few times within the clan. "Changqing, are you not cultivating within the clan? What brings you here? Has something happened?" Wang Zitong inquired, puzzled. "There is nothing amiss within the clan. I have come out for some training and to visit my parents," Wang Changqing replied with a gentle smile. "Training?" Wang Zitong scrutinized him closely, only to realize he could not discern Wang Changqing's cultivation level. You have surpassed even my level of cultivation. No wonder the clan leader and the elders hold you in such high regard." Wang Changqing chuckled modestly. "Oh, it's all thanks to the nurturing of the clan leader and the elders. Enough with the modesty, young man. Allow me to take you to see your parents," Wang Zitong declared, and together they descended on their swords. Before long, Wang Changqing discovered the residence of his parents, located in a quadrangle in the central area of the town. In Qingfeng town, any Wang clan mortal who bore a child with spiritual roots received a monthly stipend from the clan, ensuring their needs were met comfortably. Wang Changqing's parents had been fortunate enough to give birth to 2 children possessing spiritual root potential, which is why the clan had arranged for them to reside in this house, complete with a few servants to attend to their needs. Arriving at the gate, Wang Changqing felt a surge of excitement as he knocked gently. "Hello, may I assist you?" A young woman's head appeared, her expression one of curiosity. "Is this the Wang residence?" "My name is Wang Qing, and I am looking for my parents," Wang Changqing replied, surprised to find a woman in her 20s at the door, someone he did not recognize. "What?" The young woman, upon hearing Wang Qing's introduction, was taken aback before joyfully exclaiming, "You are young Master Qing?" Without further ado, she dashed into the courtyard, calling out, "Young Master Qing has returned. Sir, madam, young Master Qing is back." Wang Changqing stood momentarily stunned, then stepped into the courtyard. Moments later, a middle-aged man and woman hurried out. Upon seeing Wang Qing, they paused for a moment, and then the middle-aged woman rushed forward, her eyes reddening as she tightly embraced him. "Qinger." These two were none other than Wang Qing's father, Wang Shan, and his mother, Li Tsuixia. "Father, mother." Wang Changqing found himself momentarily at a loss for words, his throat tightening. After a brief embrace, his mother's emotions began to settle somewhat. Wang Changqing's father stepped forward to comfort her, saying, "All right. How long will you hold him? Your son is now an immortal. Such weeping is hardly fitting." "Father, mother, I am unfilial for taking so long to return," Wang Changqing said, gazing at his parents with a twinge of guilt, relieved that they had not endured hardships since his departure, appearing much as they had when he left. "Ah, Qinger, your thoughtfulness is more than enough. You are now an immortal," Wang Shan said, looking at his son, who now towered over him, his heart filled with a mix of emotions. As a parent, one always hopes for their child to achieve greatness, while also yearning for the family to enjoy peaceful moments together. It was his mother who snapped back to reality first. Come on, Qing'er, come inside. I will prepare your favorite steamed fish from your childhood. Finally, the family departed the courtyard and entered the house. The residence was quite spacious. A three-courtyard layout, with Wang Chongqing's parents living in the main house, while the east and west wing rooms were designated for Wang Chongqing and his younger brother, Wang Chongling, even if they might only inhabit them once every decade or so. The household included 8 servants, all arranged by the clan to attend to Wang Chongqing's parents, residing in the side rooms of the front and back courtyards. The young woman who opened the door for Wang Chongqing was not a servant arranged by the family, but rather the daughter adopted by his parents after Wang Linger was identified as possessing a spiritual root. Upon learning this, Wang Chongqing was filled with guilt, realizing that his parents were concerned about having no one to support them in their old age. Although the household was staffed with numerous servants, they could never replace the intimacy of family. As the family gathered around to enjoy a meal prepared by his mother, she continually served him dishes, a gesture he had not experienced since becoming a cultivator, as he had subsisted solely on spirit pills. The evening passed in pleasant conversation, and it was only later that Wang Chongqing retired to his room for the night. After spending a few days at home, he finally bid farewell to his parents. Before he departed, his mother's eyes brimmed with tears, though she said nothing. They understood that their son had ascended to the realm of immortals, embarking on a path that separated him from the mortal world. Following the direction indicated by the elders of his clan, Wang Chongqing soared through the skies on his sword, heading towards the towering Sagacious Market located in the eastern part of Ningyi County, far from Qingfeng Town. This market was jointly established by the Wang family of Ningyi County and 2 foundational families from neighboring counties. The 3 foundational families comprised the Beastmaster Wang family in Ningyi County, the Wu family of Huili County known for their mastery in weapon forging, and the Sun family of Fufeng County, adept in talisman crafting. These 3 foundational families built the Sagacious Market within the towering mountains at the intersection of the 3 counties, utilizing a second-tier spiritual vein. As Wang Chongqing accelerated towards the market, he noticed that he was drawing closer. Suddenly, from the depths of the mountains below, a colossal golden blade, imbued with a fierce aura, struck towards him. Instinctively sensing the peril, Wang Chongqing altered his flight path to evade the attack. He quickly retrieved a first-tier superior defensive talisman, the Golden Shield Talisman, from his storage bag. As the talisman ignited, a golden protective barrier enveloped him. He then directed his sword towards the source of the assault. At that moment, a middle-aged male cultivator stood concealed among the trees. Upon realizing his attack had missed, he hastily summoned his flying knife back. Observing the youthful figure descending on the sword, he noted that the boy's cultivation was on par with his own. Yet he bore a white tiger emblem on his robe, prompting an expletive. Damn, he is a disciple of the Beastmaster Wang family. I've truly bitten off more than I can chew this time. As Wang Chongqing approached, the middle-aged man quickly donned a smile, bowing respectfully. My apologies, fellow cultivator. I was lying in ambush for a rival and mistook you for him. I did not mean to disturb you. I hope you can forgive me. Wang Chongqing's lips curled into a cold smile at this. Oh, are you jesting with me? Without further ado, he summoned a magical artifact, positioning the black armored mysterious shield before him, and swung his crimson fire sword at the middle-aged cultivator, sharing the same cultivation level of the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Wang Chongqing felt no trepidation. As the confrontation escalated, the middle-aged man quickly summoned his long knife to defend against Wang Chongqing's assault. With a resounding clash, the sword and knife collided, sending the latter flying. The man's heart sank at the sight. A superior magical artifact. Realizing he had indeed encountered a formidable opponent, he hastily produced a talisman, igniting it to conjure a golden light shield for protection. Spare my life, fellow cultivator. I will trade all my possessions for mercy. In just a few exchanges, he recognized he was outmatched. Despite being in the same Qi refinement stage, their magical artifacts were not of the same caliber. Only now do you feel regret? Killing you will ensure your belongings become mine, Wang Chongqing declared, yet inwardly he remained vigilant. Though this middle-aged rogue was at the lowest tier of the cultivation world, having reached the late stage of Qi refinement, one could never be certain of any hidden tricks he might possess. Continuing to weave hand seals, he conjured a fireball that soared toward the middle-aged cultivator. The first-tier spell. Fireball technique. Wang Chongqing's repertoire of spells was limited, primarily due to his intense focus on cultivation, but he had mastered a few first-tier fire spells. Nevertheless, those were sufficient for the Qi refinement stage, and thanks to his practice of the 10,000 fire-burning heaven technique and his innate spiritual root, his first-tier spells bore greater potency than those of others. Sensing the formidable energy of the approaching fireball, which could obliterate his golden light shield, the middle-aged cultivator hastily cast the first-tier earth technique, Earth Wall. As the fireball collided with the earth wall, although Wang Chongqing's fireball was indeed more powerful than the average, It merely left a crack in the barrier. How long will you remain a turtle hiding in its shell? Wang Chongqing taunted, initiating a psychological warfare tactic as he realized he could not breach the man's defenses in the short term. The middle-aged rogue, feeling the pressure of continuous defense, was equally anxious, knowing his attacks could not penetrate Wang Chongqing's black-armored mysterious shield. I know of a secret realm belonging to a golden core cultivator. If you spare my life, I will reveal its location, the middle-aged cultivator declared, as if summoning all his resolve. Oh, a secret realm? Do enlighten me. Wang Chongqing feigned interest. Seeing the young cultivator intrigued, the middle-aged rogue quickly elaborated. This secret realm lies within a valley on the outskirts of the Taiyou mountain range. I only learned of its location by chance. If you promise to spare me and take a vow to not harm me, I will disclose the realm's coordinates. Since you know of this golden core secret realm, why haven't you sought it out yourself? Wang Chongqing queried skeptically. Sensing Wang Chongqing's lingering doubts, the middle-aged rogue continued embellishing his tale. Alas, you are unaware. The secret realm is located on the outskirts of the Taiyou mountain range. I attempted to venture there, but before I could even reach halfway, I encountered several second-tier demonic beasts. He cautiously gauged Wang Chongqing's expression. With your talent, having reached the late stage of Qi refinement at such a young age, it is certain you will soon attain foundation establishment. At that time, the secret realm of the golden core cultivator will be yours for the taking. The middle-aged cultivator flattered, his eyes glistening with eagerness. Very well, then bang. Just as he was about to finish his sentence, Wang Chongqing's flying sword shot toward him. At that moment, the middle-aged rogue's first-tier golden light shield had expired, and he was swiftly dispatched by Wang Chongqing's sword. The expression on his face before death reflected disbelief at the sudden turn of events. Huh? A secret realm of a golden core cultivator? Why not claim it's a nascent soul, true monarch's realm instead? Wang Chongqing scoffed as he rifled through the middle-aged cultivator's storage bag and magical artifacts, discovering only a handful of low-grade spirit stones and a few first-tier talismans, hardly anything of value. What is this? Wang Chongqing queried, pulling out an item from the storage bag, a map made of an unknown material, depicting locations that seemed to lie within the Taiyou mountain range, albeit not on its periphery. Could it be real? But this scoundrel clearly stated it was on the outskirts. Wang Chongqing was skeptical. How could a Qi refinement rogue have any connection to a golden core cultivator's secret realm? Nevertheless, he tossed the map into his storage bag, reasoning that he would ascertain its authenticity when he had sufficient strength in the future. In truth, the map held no connection to any golden core cultivator's realm. It was merely a fabrication by the middle-aged rogue, who had acquired it through nefarious means. After completing his harvest, Wang Chongqing continued his journey towards Songfang Market, encountering no more bandits along the way. Finally, after flying for half an hour on his sword, he arrived at Songfang Market, which was situated on a plain within a valley. Many cultivators, like Wang Chongqing, descended at the entrance of the market, as flying was prohibited within its confines. Upon reaching the entrance, the guard, upon noticing the vibrant spirit tiger insignia emblazoned on Wang Chongqing's chest, ushered him through the express lane. While other rogue cultivators were required to pay spirit stones for entry, the Wang family, being one of the market's administrators, enjoyed certain privileges. Songfang Market was bustling with activity, reminiscent of a mundane marketplace, with various shops lining the streets. The market was established through the collaboration of three major foundational powers, with the profits divided such that 40% went to the Qianyang sect, while the remaining three foundational powers each retained 20, jointly managed by representatives from the three factions. The Wang family owned three establishments on the central street of the market, a spirit beast pavilion selling spirit beasts, a Wang's pharmacy specializing in elixirs, and a restaurant named Detai Tower. Despite the Wang family's expertise in beast taming, it was the Detai Tower that generated the highest revenue among the three, yielding several thousand spirit stones each month. Although the spirit beast pavilion sold only first-tier spirit beasts, they remained beyond the financial reach of most rogue cultivators, who could scarcely afford their own cultivation resources, let alone the nurturing of spirit pets. The elixir shop faced fierce competition, as both the Qianyang sect and the other two foundational powers also operated their own elixir shops within the market. Upon entering the market, Wang Chongqing made his way directly to Detai Tower, an opulent 5-story building located on the main street. Before he could even step inside, a keen-eyed attendant noticed him and welcomed him in. Once inside, he spotted a middle-aged cultivator seated at the manager's desk. Upon recognizing Wang Chongqing, the man exclaimed with delight, "Chongqing, what brings you here?" Wang Chongqing smiled in response. "Uncle, it's been a while." The middle-aged cultivator, a member of the Wang family named Wang Zabin, ranked fourth among the Zhe generation, was an 8th-layer Qi refinement cultivator and the manager of Detai Tower. "I've come out for some training and passed through Songfang Market. I've heard many tales from our clan and was curious to see it for myself, Wang Changqing explained. Wang Zabin, sensing the immense spirit energy radiating from his nephew, exclaimed, "You've already reached the late stage of Qi refinement. No wonder the clan leader and elders allowed you to come out. Come, today, your uncle is in a good mood, and I shall prepare a feast for you." With that, he instructed the attendant to arrange a banquet. Wang Changqing couldn't help but smile wryly at this. "I shall humbly accept your generosity, uncle." Wang Zabin led him to a private room on the 5th floor, producing a jar of wine from his storage bag, filling the room with a rich, aromatic fragrance. "This is the Fufeng wine that I have treasured for many years. Today, we shall not leave until we are thoroughly intoxicated." Fufeng wine, a specialty of the Sun family from Fufeng, was known for its unique and fragrant aroma, bringing in substantial profits for the Sun family each year. Before long, a few dishes were served, and the uncle and nephew toasted each other, exchanging stories about recent happenings. Suddenly, Wang Zabin remarked, "You've come just in time. In a few months, the Wanbao Pavilion will hold its biennial auction, showcasing numerous treasures. The second elder will also be attending, and I shall take you to broaden your horizons." Intrigued, Wang Changqing asked, "What kind of treasures can we expect at the auction?" Wang Zabin continued, "The Wanbao Pavilion hosts a grand auction every 20 years. It is said that this time, the Qianyang sect will release 10 foundation establishment pills. Your elder uncle and your 6th uncle have both reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement. And our family aims to acquire at least 2 foundation establishment pills this time around. The Zhe generation will then be able to shoulder the family's responsibilities." Wang Changqing's elder uncle and 6th uncle were the only 2 9th layer Qi refinement cultivators among the Zhe generation. His elder uncle, Wang Zerun, was the eldest of the Zhe generation, possessing 3 spirit roots and achieving the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. His 6th uncle was Wang Zeshir, who had decisively eliminated a Qianyang sect cultivator during the spirit root testing in Qingfeng town, leaving a profound impression on Wang Changqing. Now, a decade later, he had also reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Thinking of his 6th uncle, Wang Changqing raised a glass to his uncle, saying, "I wish for you to establish your foundation soon, uncle." Hearing this, Wang Zabin laughed heartily. "Ha! Your words flatter me. No wonder the clan leader and elders favor you so. I shall take your auspicious words to heart. However, you must also diligently cultivate. Perhaps you will reach the foundation establishment stage before I do." Little did he know that Wang Changqing, being a heavenly spirit root, would not require a foundation establishment pill to break through the bottleneck. Chapter 11. The mysterious stone. The 2 relatives, buoyed by the effects of the wine, conversed late into the evening before retiring to their respective rooms for the night. The next morning, Wang Changqing bid his uncle farewell and set out to explore. Songfang Market was relatively small, with a layout akin to that of a mundane town, the only distinction being that it was populated by tens of thousands of cultivators. The entire market was enveloped in a 3rd-tier defensive array, with the 3 foundational powers rotating the duty of a cultivator to oversee the array every 5 years. Currently, the Wu family from the neighboring Huili County was in charge. A central street divided the market into eastern and western sections, with shops from various powers lining the main thoroughfare, while the remaining vendors catered to rogue cultivators. On either side of the central street, stalls were set up, displaying an array of peculiar items in jars and bottles. The atmosphere was vibrant, filled with the sounds of haggling and lively chatter, making Wang Changqing feel as though he were strolling through a mundane marketplace. After wandering for some time, though he encountered many stalls, he found nothing of particular interest. Just as he was about to turn back, he suddenly felt a peculiar shift in his cultivation technique, which began to operate on its own. What is this? The source of this anomaly was a stall set up by a rogue cultivator. It was noteworthy that Wang Changqing practiced the pinnacle technique known as the Wanhua Burning Heaven Sutra. Driven by curiosity, he approached the stall, where he found several ancient-looking medicine bottles and some cultivation notes pinned by other rogue cultivators, yet nothing stood out. "Young master, may I assist you with something?" The stall owner, noticing Wang Changqing's presence, became slightly apprehensive, having recognized the emblem of the beast tamer Wang family on his attire. "I am merely browsing," Wang Changqing replied, scanning the items once more without discovering anything extraordinary. What could it be that triggered such a response from his technique? Just then, his attention was drawn to a stone resting beneath the stall's table. The stone appeared unremarkable at first glance, were it not for the unusual reaction from his technique. He might have dismissed it as a mere rock picked up by the rogue cultivator. Nevertheless, Wang Changqing sensed an inexplicable allure emanating from the stone towards his technique. It must be this stone. Upon confirming that it was indeed this stone that triggered the automatic operation of the heavenly fire incantation, Wang Changqing turned and departed. At that moment, under the scrutiny of countless eyes, he was acutely aware that procuring an ordinary table stone would undoubtedly raise suspicion and alarm the unsuspecting. He settled into a window-side seat at the tea house across the street, biding his time until the wandering cultivator closed up shop. Given the substantial size of the stone, it was highly probable that the vendor would not take it with him upon vacating. Wang Chongqing remained in the tea house until dusk, when the foot traffic had considerably diminished, and the stall owner finally gathered his wares. As anticipated, the vendor merely stowed the items from his table into a storage bag before departing. Once the vendor had left, Wang Chongqing approached the stall and discreetly retrieved the stone, drawing no attention whatsoever. Returning to the Datai building, he greeted Wang Zibin, who was seated at the front desk as usual, before retreating to his quarters. Suppressing his excitement, he extracted the stone from his storage bag for a meticulous examination. After toying with it for a while, he still failed to discern what was so extraordinary about this stone. Peculiar. What secrets did this stone harbor? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he resolved to test it by channeling his energy through it. To his astonishment, the stone erupted with a fiery crimson glow, its outer shell crumbling away to reveal its true form within. It was an egg, radiating a spectrum of colors, intricately adorned with complex patterns. Concurrently, a surge of information regarding the egg's origin flooded Wang Chongqing's mind. Remarkably, this egg was none other than a failed phoenix egg from ancient times, the result of a botched resurrection. Over the eons, perhaps the treasure had concealed itself, reduced to a mere stone, remaining undetected by any passerby. Tragically, the phoenix's soul had dissipated, rendering it incapable of hatching, and it could only be refined by the heavenly fire incantation. Otherwise, Wang Chongqing would have genuinely considered contracting a phoenix as a pet. Nonetheless, the mere prospect of awakening a spiritual fire left him feeling immensely gratified. After all, the paramount ability of the heavenly fire incantation was to refine celestial treasures to produce spiritual flames. Previously, Wang Chongqing had harbored concerns about the lack of suitable heavenly materials during the Qi refinement stage to cultivate spiritual fire. Little did he expect that the means to acquire such materials would come so effortlessly. The ancient phoenix egg. One could only wonder what kind of spiritual fire would emerge from its refinement. Perhaps the South Mingli fire or the flames of Nirvana. Contemplating the various innate spiritual fires possessed by the phoenix lineage, Wang Chongqing could not suppress his excitement. Any awakened spiritual fire would exponentially augment his power. It seemed that his decision to cultivate the heavenly fire incantation was undeniably sagacious. The awakening of this first type of spiritual fire alone rivaled other top-tier techniques. Should he reach the nascent soul stage, he could refine spiritual fire without limitations. Who among his peers could possibly contend with him? Stifling his inner fervor, Wang Chongqing returned the ancient phoenix egg to his storage bag. He resolved to wait until he had achieved perfection in the 9th layer of Qi refinement before attempting its refinement, as the time was not yet ripe. The process of refinement was fraught with peril, each step laden with the potential for fatal consequences, and thus he needed to prepare meticulously. After all, even this phoenix, despite possessing its innate divine ability, the flames of Nirvana, had encountered an unforeseen mishap during its resurrection. In the days that followed, Wang Chongqing diligently consumed medicinal pills and practiced meditation, residing in the Datai building for several months. He was now but a step away from reaching the mid-stage of the 7th layer of Qi refinement. As the auction at the Wanbao Pavilion approached, the second elder, Wang Shuxing, made his way to the market. This time, he intended to procure foundation establishment pills for his elder uncle, who had already reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement, as well as for his 6th uncle. This was a matter of paramount importance for their clan. Though the foundation establishment pill was merely a second-tier elixir, its main ingredients were monopolized by top-tier factions, rendering it exceedingly difficult to obtain. Every 20 years, the Qianyang sect would release 10 foundation establishment pills through the Wanbao Pavilion auction, which were fiercely contested by the major factions. While 10 might seem ample, aside from the 3 foundational powers that governed the Chago market, various wandering cultivators and even foundational forces from neighboring counties would come to vie for them. Thus, securing even 2 foundation establishment pills in a given auction was considered a stroke of luck. If they failed to acquire 2 this time, it would mean that a practitioner at the 9th layer of Qi refinement would have to wait another 20 years to establish their foundation. How many 20-year spans could a Qi refinement practitioner afford to squander? Therefore, the clan was resolute in their need for these 2 foundation establishment pills. Chapter 12. The Wanbao Pavilion Auction at long last. The day of the Wanbao Pavilion auction arrived, and unfamiliar faces began to populate the market. Cultivators from various foundational factions in neighboring counties and scattered practitioners who had been in seclusion for years were now a common sight on the streets. The Wanbao Pavilion, a premier force overseen by a nascent soul-true monarch, was even more formidable than the Qianyang sect, with its branches scattered across the Xianyang immortal domain. Second Elder Wang Shuxing led Wang Zabin and Wang Chongqing to the entrance of the Wanbao Pavilion. True to its reputation as one of the most prestigious forces in the Xianyang immortal domain, even a single branch of the pavilion occupied an immense area. Within the entire Chago market, it was unlikely that any structure surpassed the grandeur of the Wanbao Pavilion. Inside, the pavilion was a realm unto itself, with the main hall boasting hundreds of seats, many of which were already occupied. Above the seating area, there were 2 or 3 levels of private boxes, and under the elders' guidance, they took their seats in a box on the second floor. Before long, the main hall was filled to capacity, and the private boxes had also been claimed by other factions. A young and beautiful woman stood on the stage. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed friends for attending the Wanbao Pavilion auction. I am Ningyan, the auctioneer for this event. We shall now commence the auction. The first item up for bid is a vial of second-tier elixirs, true essence pills, which enhance the cultivation of foundation establishment practitioners. 1 true essence pill is equivalent to months of arduous training. Here, we have a total of 6. The starting bid is 1,500 low-grade spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 100 spirit stones for each subsequent bid. As the true essence pills made their appearance, many cultivators in the audience began to place their bids. 1,600 low-grade spirit stones, 1,800 low-grade spirit stones. After several rounds of bidding, the vial of second-tier true essence pills was claimed by a foundation establishment wandering cultivator. The second item for auction was a single second-tier elixir, the recovery pill, known for its extraordinary ability to heal severe injuries. Its gentle properties ensured that it would not inflict any additional harm on an already injured body, making it an exceptional remedy for grave wounds. The starting bid was 500 low-grade spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 50 spirit stones for each bid. Ultimately, this elixir was also acquired by a wandering cultivator for 850 low-grade spirit stones. Next came the third item, a single second-tier superior-grade elixir, the Protecting Veins pill. This pill served to safeguard the veins and the body. The starting bid was 500 low-grade spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 50 spirit stones. Upon hearing the description of this elixir, Wang Chongqing's eyes gleamed, as he was about to refine and cultivate spiritual fire. He would need to endure the trials of burning the veins, body, and spirit. This pill was practically tailor-made for him. 550 low-grade spirit stones, 600 low-grade spirit stones. The elixir was of little use to ordinary wandering cultivators, thus only a handful of practitioners participated in the bidding. 600 spirit stones, the first time. 600 spirit stones, the second time. 700 spirit stones. At this juncture, Wang Chongqing decisively entered the fray. Upon hearing his bid, the auctioneer Ning Yen smiled slightly. The Protecting Veins pill was of limited utility, and achieving a bid of 700 spirit stones was an unexpected delight. The esteemed Taoist has placed a bid of 700 spirit stones. Is there anyone else willing to bid? 700 spirit stones. First call. 700 spirit stones. Second call. 700 spirit stones. Third call. Sold. Congratulations to this Taoist. Observing Wang Chongqing bidding for the pulse-guarding pill, the second elder, intrigued, inquired, Chongqing, what purpose do you have for this pulse-guarding pill? Second grandpa, I recently stumbled upon a rare treasure capable of awakening spiritual fire, and I intend to use this pulse-guarding pill during the process, Wang Chongqing replied, revealing his intentions without reservation. Oh, you have swiftly acquired an item that can awaken spiritual fire. It appears fortune is on your side. However, the process of awakening spiritual fire is fraught with peril. Merely possessing the pulse-guarding pill may not suffice. Fortunately, I have a few earth spirit pills left over from when I concocted them for your sixth uncle. You may take them. The Earth Spirit Pill is a remarkable elixir that protects the consumer from the ravages of intense heat when absorbing flames and Wang Zeshi. Your sixth uncle requires these pills for his training in the Earth Fire Body Forging Sutra. Receiving the Earth Spirit Pills, Wang Chongqing expressed his gratitude hastily. With the Earth Spirit Pill and the Pulse Guarding Pill in hand, he was now fully prepared. Shortly thereafter, a maid brought the Pulse Guarding Pill he had won at auction. After handing over the 700 spirit stones, he found himself left with only 100 spirit stones, a painful expenditure that had depleted 10 years of savings in an instant. The auction then proceeded to the fourth item, the third-grade Qingming Longevity Pill, which can extend one's lifespan by 10 years, with each individual permitted to consume it only once in their lifetime. The starting bid was set at 100,000 spirit stones, with increments of no less than 5,000 spirit stones. The entire auction house erupted in excitement, for such longevity-enhancing pills are exceedingly rare. Alas, this particular pill held little value for the Wang family, as the oldest elder barely surpassed 180 years, still 60 years away from his limit. As anticipated, the pill was ultimately claimed by the Huiliwu clan for 150,000 spirit stones. Following this, Several second-grade pills and second-grade magical artifacts were auctioned off, until they finally arrived at the highlight of the evening, the Foundation Establishment Pill. The first Foundation Establishment Pill was offered with a starting price of 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each bid required to increase by no less than 1,000 spirit stones. As the Foundation Establishment Pill appeared, many cultivators in attendance brightened with excitement. Some Qi refining great perfection cultivators even breathing heavily in anticipation. 31,000. 32,000. 35,000. The bidding escalated rapidly, soon reaching 40,000 low-grade spirit stones. At this point, the pace of bidding had noticeably slowed, as the major factions in the private boxes began to place their offers. 45,000 spirit stones. Wang Wenbin, the fourth uncle, called out decisively. With no more casual cultivators bidding, the Foundation Establishment Pill was successfully acquired by the Wang family for 45,000 spirit stones. As for why other Foundation Establishment factions refrained from bidding, it was a tacit understanding among them. The previous Foundation Establishment Pills had already been allocated among the major factions. Once one faction made a bid, the others typically abstained to avoid inadvertently benefiting the Qinyang sect. Subsequently, the second Foundation Establishment Pill was secured by the Fufeng Sun clan for 48,000 spirit stones. The third was claimed by the Huili Wu clan for 47,000. And the fourth was acquired by the L clan from Shangyi County for 50,000 spirit stones. This county borders Fufeng County. The fifth was taken by a casual cultivator for 52,000 spirit stones, and the sixth was similarly secured by another casual cultivator for 50,000 spirit stones. As they approached the seventh Foundation Establishment Pill, the Wang family prepared to bid once more, noting that the prices for the subsequent pills would likely escalate. 48,000. 50,000. 51,000. Wang Zabin called out. 52,000. A cultivator from the Huili Wu clan countered. 53. 54. Wang Wenbin glanced at the second elder, who nodded in approval, prompting him to continue. 55. Seeing the Wang family's resolute intent to secure this Foundation Establishment Pill, the Wu clan cultivators conceded. The seventh Foundation Establishment Pill was finally acquired by the Wang family for 55,000 low-grade spirit stones. The next three Foundation Establishment Pills were auctioned off at 56, 57, and 57,000 spirit stones to the Fufeng Sun clan, the Huili Wu clan, and another Foundation Establishment faction, respectively. The auction concluded successfully, after celebrating at Datai Tower. The following day, the second elder escorted Wang Chongqing back to the family estate. Chapter 13, The Taigang's Secret Realm. Upon returning to the family, the second elder presented a Foundation Establishment Pill to Uncle Wang Ziren. With a triple spiritual root aptitude, coupled with the assistance of the Foundation Establishment Pill, he should be able to establish his foundation successfully, provided he does not encounter extreme misfortune. It is anticipated that soon, the Wang family will welcome its first Foundation Establishment cultivator from the Zhe generation, bringing the total number of Foundation Establishment cultivators to 6. Meanwhile, Wang Chongqing began secluding himself for cultivation, aspiring to reach the 9th layer of Qi refinement as swiftly as possible. After several months of meditation and consuming several Qi gathering pills, his cultivation finally progressed to the mid-stage of the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Just as he was engrossed in his secluded training, the restrictions of his cave dwelling were triggered, and a clan member arrived to notify him that the clan leader had summoned him for an urgent matter. Upon arriving at Zizhu Peak, he found the clan leader Wang Xiaoji alongside 2 others, his third aunt Wang Zia and 6th uncle Wang Zeshi. Once all 3 were present, the clan leader spoke. I have called you here because the Taigang's secret realm is about to open. All factions affiliated with the Qinyang sect will send representatives, and our family will receive 3 slots. The Taigang's secret realm belongs to the once mighty Taigang sword sect, a top-tier power from tens of thousands of years ago, which surpassed the Qinyang sect in strength during its peak. The sect was guarded by several nascent true monarchs, yet it was obliterated by an unknown, formidable enemy. According to records, this secret realm serves as an entry trial for the Taigang sword sect, accommodating 500 Qi refinement cultivators at each opening, which occurs once every 100 years. The clan leader elaborated on the specifics of the Taigang's secret realm trial. The trial is divided into 3 stages. The first stage requires defeating a puppet of equal cultivation within the span of 1 incense stick. The second stage involves all cultivators who pass the first stage battling one another, with victors advancing to the third stage. The third stage necessitates defeating beasts within the secret realm to obtain trial tokens. After 24 hours, participants will be ranked based on the number of tokens collected, with rewards given accordingly. In their last trial, only he managed to reach the third stage among the 3 disciples from the family, resulting in a relatively low rank. In the final stage, many factions coordinate to slay the beasts, with tokens ultimately handed to one individual. The last trial's top rank was claimed by a disciple of the Qianyang sect, who entered the third stage with over 50 representatives, while other factions had at most 2 or 3 individuals remaining. Though the Qianyang sect cultivators are divided into several factions, they are not entirely unified. It can be said that the competition in this final stage is exceedingly fierce, with the potential for loss of life. There are still 6 months remaining until the Taigang's secret realm opens. Return now to prepare. Once inside, prioritize your safety above all else, and do not act recklessly. Especially you, Chongqing, who has focused on cultivation with little practical experience. Follow your 6th uncle's guidance, and do not act independently. The 3 replied in unison, yes. We shall heed the clan leader's directives. After departing from Zizhu Peak, Wang Chongqing made his way to Yinxia Peak, where the family's scripture repository is located. Overseen by the 3rd elder, Wang Xiaoyuan. After the previous battle, Wang Chongqing sensed a deficiency in his combat techniques. Had he not relied on the advantages of magical artifacts, he would likely struggle against even some casual cultivators. He needed to hastily learn several spells before the secret realm's opening. Upon arriving at the Sutra repository, after stating his intentions, Elder Sin activated the protective formation to allow Wang Chongqing entry. He found himself in the section dedicated to first-tier fire spells and began to scrutinize the contents meticulously. The first-tier spell, Fire Meteor, summons a fireball to unleash area damage upon a designated region. The first-tier spell, Flame Shield, forms a robust barrier of flames around the caster, serving as a formidable defense. While it is a precursor to the second-tier spell, Flame Barrier, the first-tier spell, Blazing Steps, condenses fiery energy beneath one's feet to enhance speed, allowing for swift evasion of enemy attacks, and serves as a precursor to the second-tier spell, Fire Escape Technique. The first-tier spell, Fire Arrow, concentrates fiery energy to launch piercing arrows of flame, striking enemies with precision. The first-tier spell, Flame Blade, infuses a weapon with fiery energy, augmenting its attack power and inflicting additional fire damage. The first-tier spell, Inferno Burst, gathers a vast amount of fiery energy to detonate everything nearby, resulting in a devastating explosion, and acts as a precursor to the second-tier spell, Wrath of the Fire God. The first-tier spell, Flame Embodiment, envelopes the caster in flames, significantly enhancing strength and speed, and serves as a precursor to the second-tier spell, Divine Might of Flames. There were numerous first-tier fire spells in the family's repository, but ultimately, Wang Chongqing selected to learn Flame Embodiment, Inferno Burst, and Flame Blade, as time was of the essence, and he could only choose those with substantial utility in the trial's secret realm. Upon returning to his cave, Wang Chongqing immediately began practicing the spells. Over the next 6 months, he not only mastered the 3 spells, but also advanced his cultivation to the late 7th layer of Qi refinement. Finally, the time for the secret realm's opening arrived. At Zizhu Peak, in front of the Taxing Hall, a brilliant white light emanated from the patterns on the clan leader's forehead, and a formidable lion, wreathed in flames, materialized before the gathered crowd. This was the clan leader's second-tier spirit beast, the Flame Fury Lion. This lion possessed an extraordinary lineage, a boon bestowed upon the clan leader, and was the sole one of its kind within the entire family. What a miraculous feat! Was it sorcery, divine power, or some arcane secret? Witnessing this spectacle, Wang Chongqing was utterly astonished. The spirit beast did not emerge from a spirit beast pouch, but appeared out of thin air. However, it seemed that only the clan leader bore such patterns on his forehead. Beside him, Wang Zeshi and Wang Xiaoyo appeared unfazed, their expressions betraying no hint of surprise. With a swift motion, the clan leader mounted the back of the Flame Fury Lion and beckoned the 3 of them to join him. As Wang Chongqing settled atop the lion, he felt a twinge of nervousness, for the creature exuded an imposing and terrifying aura. Once they were all securely seated, the Flame Fury Lion sprang into the air. The Taigang's secret realm was situated in the eastern part of Qianzhou, several million miles away from the Wang family. Yet, the speed of the Flame Fury Lion was astonishing, nearly several times that of sword flight, allowing them to arrive in less than a day. A journey that would typically take 4 or 5 days. After a millennium of exploration, a small marketplace had developed at the entrance of the Taigang's secret realm. As the opening approached, the group could only find lodgings within the marketplace. At last, the time for the realm's opening arrived, with the entrance guarded by members of the Qianyang sect, allowing only 500 individuals to enter during each opening. The entrance manifested as a colossal spatial gate, and as spatial fluctuations rippled through the air, the group began to queue up, utilizing the tokens issued by the Qianyang sect. Wang Chongqing and his companions stood at the rear of the line. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead. Several figures shot up from the queue, soaring towards the spatial gate. However, before they could reach it, a flash of sword light severed them in midair, restoring order to the lineup. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, it was Wang Changqing's turn. Approaching the spatial gate, he was enveloped by a wave of spatial energy, and in a blink, he found himself in an unfamiliar location. Chapter 14, The Trial. Opening his eyes, he found himself surrounded by a murky gray expanse. Just as Wang Changqing began to assess his surroundings, a humanoid puppet materialized before him. Standing at 5 feet tall and wielding a long sword, the puppet matched Wang Changqing's cultivation level of the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Upon its appearance, an ethereal voice resonated from the void. Trial, first stage, commence. With that declaration, the puppet sprang into action, charging at Wang Changqing with its sword. Hastily, Wang Changqing retrieved his weapon from his storage pouch, gripping the red fire sword as he prepared to engage. The clan leader had previously mentioned that the puppet would not utilize spells, but would possess exceptional swordsmanship and strength akin to that of a body cultivator. Clang. The two weapons clashed, sending a jolt through Wang Changqing's arm. Hiss. After a few exchanges, Wang Changqing decided against a direct confrontation and opted to cast a spell instead. First tier spell, Inferno Burst. Instantly, an abundance of fiery energy coalesced around him, accompanied by a cacophony of crackling sounds. As the flames engulfed the puppet, an explosive sound erupted, shattering it into countless pieces. After defeating the puppet, Wang Changqing settled down to meditate and recuperate. Moments later, the voice returned. First stage, passed. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped him, transporting Wang Changqing to a grand arena, where another cultivator materialized before him. This individual appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, clad in a standard Taoist robe, wielding a long spear as his weapon. Adorned with an emblem on his chest, he seemed to be another family cultivator, boasting a cultivation level of the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Upon seeing Wang Changqing, the man paused, seemingly taken aback by his youth. Second stage, trial begins. As the voice echoed, both individuals appraised one another, refraining from immediate action. Eventually, the older cultivator could not contain himself, drawing forth his spear and launching a rapid assault towards Wang Changqing. Each thrust aimed to be lethal. Wang Changqing summoned the black armored shield to defend himself, while channeling his energy into the red fire sword to counterattack. The cultivator hastily produced a talisman from his pouch, and a surge of golden light enveloped him in a shimmering golden shield. In a flurry of sparks, both combatants appeared evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. After several exchanges, the cultivator sensed his spiritual energy dwindling and drew a talisman from his pouch. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from it, Wang Changqing's heart raced. A second-tier talisman. As the talisman ignited, it transformed into a flaming dragon, radiating immense power as it surged towards Wang Changqing. Wang Changqing quickly infused the black armored shield with energy, while simultaneously conjuring a water spirit shield talisman for protection. The flaming dragon struck, shattering the spirit shield in an instant, and collided with the black armored shield. Fortunately, the shield, forged from a second-tier tortoise shell, withstood the attack. However, it still sustained some damage. Seeing that his second-tier talisman had failed to inflict significant harm upon Wang Changqing, the cultivator's heart sank. Wang Changqing seized the moment to unleash Inferno Burst, a terrifying inferno igniting around him as if it sought to rend the very fabric of space. The cultivator, now drained of energy, shouted his surrender. As soon as the words left his lips, he vanished from Wang Changqing's sight. Wang Changqing, witnessing this, seated himself to meditate and restore his energy, awaiting the next stage to commence. With the second trial concluded, the third trial was on the verge of beginning. The space of the third trial was immensely vast, contrasting sharply with the previous murky realm. It resembled a vibrant, living world. Sunlight filtered through layers of leaves, bathing the entire environment in a lush green hue, evoking a sense of freshness and tranquility. As Wang Changqing soared through the forest on his sword, he soon encountered a demonic beast, a greenwood serpent, possessing the strength of a late first-tier cultivator. The Qiu Niu snake, a first-tier bloodline demonic beast, possesses a remarkable affinity for wood-based spells and often takes refuge among the trees. Upon hearing a sound, this Qiu Niu snake observed Wang Changqing intruding into its territory, coiling its body and hissing at him. Wang Changqing, undeterred, directed his sword towards the Qiu Niu snake, which promptly shrank its body and unleashed a barrage of sharp needles from its mouth, employing the first-tier spell with spike technique. Simultaneously, a barrier of foliage materialized before him, shielding against the assault of Wang Changqing's flying sword. In response, Wang Changqing deftly executed a spell, igniting a flame upon his sword. With the fiery blade making contact with the wooden wall, it ignited instantly, reducing it to mere ashes in mere moments. Intent on finishing off the Qiu Niu snake, he was suddenly ensnared by a vine that wrapped around his sword, as the Qiu Niu snake darted towards him with astonishing speed. How audacious! Wang Chongqing thought, and without hesitation, he chanted the incantation for the flame burst technique. In an instant, a terrifying surge of fire energy erupted from his hand, detonating upon contact with the Qingmu snake and sending it flying. The explosion cleaved the creature into several segments, yet it still clung to life. Wang Chongqing swiftly summoned back his sword, delivering the final blow to the Qingmu snake. After collecting the trial token, he settled down to meditate and restore his spiritual energy, before resuming his aerial search for other beasts. Before long, he encountered other cultivators, but they merely exchanged glances and continued on their separate paths, showing no intent to engage in conflict. Wang Chongqing continued his hunt, and after 3 hours, he had amassed 5 trial tokens in his storage pouch. While in pursuit of more beasts, he suddenly heard the sounds of combat emanating from the northwest. Following the noise, he discovered Sangu, Wang Xiao, locked in battle with 2 unfamiliar cultivators, one of whom was an 8th-layer Qi refining practitioner, while her pet, the striped spirit tiger, contended with a 9th-layer Qi refining practitioner. Sangu. Upon hearing Wang Chongqing's voice, Wang Xiao's face brightened. Longqing, help me. At that moment, the confrontation was at a stalemate, and neither side could gain the upper hand. However, Wang Chongqing's arrival would change the tide. The 2 male cultivators, upon seeing Wang Chongqing approach, exchanged glances filled with dread. They had already found it challenging to contend with 1 person and 1 beast, and now the addition of another cultivator, even one of the 7th layer, was overwhelming. With Wang Chongqing joining the fray, he and the striped spirit tiger concentrated their efforts on the 9th layer practitioner, quickly leading to his downfall. The Wang family, renowned as a beast-taming lineage, raised 2 types of second-tier bloodline spirit beasts, the 8 desolation cloud-treading rhinoceros and the striped spirit tiger. In terms of strength, the striped spirit tiger surpassed the rhinoceros, which explained why it was emblazoned as the family's totem on their garments. The striped spirit tiger harbored a trace of the divine bloodline of the true spirit white tiger, albeit exceedingly faint, making it one of the most formidable second-tier spirit beasts. It could be said that this striped spirit tiger represented the pinnacle of the Wang family's beast-taming traditions. The 9th layer practitioner, already strained from battling the striped spirit tiger alone, found his situation utterly untenable with Wang Chongqing's intervention. Realizing the dire state of affairs, the 9th layer practitioner, while wielding his artifact for defense, shouted, "Retreat." Following this, he produced a second-tier spirit talisman, shattered it, and vanished into the earth below. A second-tier earth escape talisman. Wang Chongqing was taken aback that the man would resort to such measures for his escape. This left the 8th layer practitioner, who had been battling Wang Xiao, stunned. Seeing his companion flee, the 8th layer practitioner surrendered, a bitter smile crossing his face. "I am a disciple of the L family from the Clearwater County of the Purple Mansion faction. I implore you, spare my life." Wang Chongqing remained silent, turning his gaze to Wang Xiao. Spare him, and he must relinquish his storage pouch and artifacts. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Xiao decided to let him go, deeming it unnecessary to invite trouble from a faction as formidable as the Purple Mansion. The primary concern was that if one escaped, it would be impossible to hold both accountable. Thus, they resolved to let him go. The practitioner, without protest, swiftly discarded his storage pouch and artifacts, turning to leave in haste, fearing they might change their minds. Wang Xiao retrieved the storage pouch, discovering it held little of value, merely a few hundred spirit stones, several healing and cultivation elixirs, and some first-tier spirit talismans. However, the artifacts he had used were indeed commendable, a bracelet-shaped artifact and a bell-shaped artifact, both of superior first-tier quality, which had posed significant challenges for Wang Xiao during the skirmish. This bracelet artifact was versatile, capable of transforming into a circular blade to strike enemies, which could also divide into 4 short blades, delivering formidable attacks. Meanwhile, the bell-shaped artifact served a dual purpose of offense and defense. The practitioner had held it above his head, allowing the golden light that emanated from it to shield him while also being able to strike back at foes. Truly a marvel. Holding the storage pouch and the 2 artifacts, Wang Xiao remarked, "Longqing, I'm grateful for your timely arrival. We shall split these spoils. Choose one of the artifacts. Even if my nephew had not come, with your prowess, those 2 would not have stood a chance against you," Wang Chongqing replied, scratching his head with a smile. Wang Xiao feigned reproach, "You rascal, hurry up. Are you being so courteous with your aunt because you think your cultivation is catching up to mine? Have you grown wings?" At her words, Wang Chongqing offered an awkward smile and chose the bell-shaped artifact, recognizing its balanced capabilities. He also noted how much Wang Xiao admired the bracelet artifact, as she toyed with it for quite some time. Afterward, the 2 took a moment to restore their spiritual energy before setting off again, hunting for demonic beasts while searching for 6th uncle. The duo, comprising 2 late-stage Qi refining cultivators and the first-tier late-stage striped spirit tiger, exhibited a significantly heightened rate of slaying beasts. The striped spirit tiger, as the king of beasts, displayed remarkable ferocity, indicating that Wang Xiao had invested considerable effort into nurturing this pet. Wang Changqing had long harbored the desire to raise a pet beast as a disciple of a beast-taming lineage. However, he had yet to find a suitable candidate. Presently, the Wang family nurtured 2 second-tier bloodline spirit beasts, the striped spirit tiger and the 8 desolation cloud-treading rhinoceros, both of exceptional caliber. Yet, as a being of heavenly roots, second-tier bloodline spirit beasts provided little assistance to Wang Changqing. Such noble bloodline creatures often demanded immense resources and time, and he reasoned that it would be more prudent to focus on enhancing his own cultivation, not only in beast taming but also in the myriad arts of cultivation. He had yet to acquire any skills. These could be learned once he reached the foundation establishment stage and had the time to spare. As 2 hours passed, Wang Changqing and Wang Xiao had swiftly eliminated nearly 20 demonic beasts. Along the way, they encountered practitioners from other factions, yet no attempts were made to seize trial tokens, for the trio appeared formidable. Eventually, the two stumbled upon Sixth Uncle amidst the mountains, engaged in his own hunt for demonic beasts, largely thanks to the unmistakable roar of his 8 desolation cloud-treading rhinoceros. It was difficult for them not to notice, gathering together along with their 2 pets. The subsequent hunts for demonic beasts became even more effortless. Unfortunately, the number of demonic beasts had dwindled significantly within the trial space, as many cunning creatures had sought refuge. By the conclusion of the 3rd round of trials, the trio had collectively amassed 70 trial tokens. Wang Changqing and Wang Xiao presented their tokens to Sixth Uncle to claim their rewards. The trial has concluded, and the rewards are about to be settled. Please prepare yourselves. Suddenly, darkness enveloped everyone. Where's this? Wang Changqing opened his eyes and discovered that he had not departed from the secret realm, but had instead arrived within a magnificent palace. This palace was vast and resplendent, adorned with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, radiating golden brilliance. The eaves, with their sharply raised corners, resembled eagles poised for flight, while towering red pillars supported the corners of the grand hall, each intricately engraved with swirling, lifelike golden dragons, a truly spectacular sight. Suddenly, an elderly man appeared before Wang Changqing. Despite his advanced age, with a white beard and childlike clarity in his eyes that sparkled with brilliance, he stood like a legendary sword, revealing its sharpness. Young one, I have awaited you for 1,000 years, and you have finally arrived. A voice, resonant and far-reaching like the toll of a bell, rang out. Wang Changqing was taken aback. He felt no fluctuation of magical energy from this elder, yet he had suddenly materialized before him. The elder's cultivation must be extraordinarily formidable. Wang Changqing hurriedly bowed. Senior, what brings you here? Fear not, young one. I am but a remnant soul. Do you wish to inherit the legacy of my Taigang sword sect? The elder raised his hand and inquired. Dare I ask, Senior, why have you chosen me? Wang Changqing found it hard to believe that such a fortuitous event could befall him. Even though he had already received several strokes of luck in this world, the elder paid no heed to Wang Changqing's skepticism. It is simply because you possess a fire attribute, celestial root. Thank you for your kind consideration, but what is required of me? Wang Changqing inquired. All you need to do is reach the nascent soul stage, and then establish my Taigang sword sect, the elder replied, appearing quite pleased. He then seemed concerned that Wang Changqing might refuse. Of course, it is not mandatory to develop the Taigang sword sect. You merely need to recruit a few talented disciples and impart the cultivation methods of my sect to them, allowing them to develop freely. Understood, I shall comply. Wang Changqing replied, without hesitation upon hearing this. Excellent. This jade slip contains the teachings of my Taigang sword sect's legacy, which I now entrust to you. The elder, overjoyed by Wang Changqing's agreement, handed him the jade slip. Wang Changqing took it in hand, infusing it with spiritual energy in preparation for refinement. Chapter 16, Beast Control Patterns. As Wang Changqing infused spiritual energy into the jade slip, darkness engulfed him, and he fainted. This was not good. This was the last thought that crossed Wang Changqing's mind. I knew that old man had ulterior motives. At that moment, an unfamiliar soul aura invaded Wang Changqing's consciousness, attempting to gradually extinguish his soul. Just then, a terrifying energy surged forth from his bloodline. No, what is this? How can such a terrifying force exist within you? A frenzied roar emanated from Wang Changqing's body. The remnant soul was forcefully expelled, and the elder from the Taigang sword sect now appeared disheveled, stripped of his previous grandeur, resembling an elderly man on the brink of death. Yet no one responded to him. At that moment, Wang Changqing remained unconscious. The elder lay there, as if in a daze, muttering madly, "Ha ha ha, it is the will of heaven, the will of heaven. I have waited for thousands of years, yet I have still failed. Heaven seeks to obliterate my Taigang sword sect." Indeed, this elder had intended to seize Wang Chongqing's body. But he had not anticipated that a terrifying power lay dormant within Wang Chongqing's bloodline, repelling the elder's spirit and preventing the possession from commencing. In truth, body snatching is an act of defiance against the heavens, with a remarkably low success rate. Furthermore, each cultivator can only attempt such a feat once in their lifetime. Even if one were to succeed by sheer luck, their soul would suffer irreversible damage, losing any chance for reincarnation. Time passed, and eventually, Wang Chongqing awoke. Rising from the ground, what just happened? He still felt somewhat dazed. Had there been a mirror present, he would have noticed a spiritual pattern appearing on his forehead, identical to that of the clan leader, Wang Xiaoji. Suddenly, a vast influx of information flooded his mind. Upon absorbing this knowledge, Wang Chongqing finally comprehended the situation. The story must be told in full. The Beast Control Wang clan is an ancient lineage that has persisted since antiquity, possessing a latent ancestral divine ability known as the Beast Control pattern. Bloodline divine abilities are inherited from ancestral bloodlines, and it is said that those with such abilities are descendants of celestial beings. It is important to note that divine abilities can only be wielded by cultivators of the Purple Mansion stage. Those below this level are unqualified to cultivate them. However, bloodline divine abilities differ. Once awakened, even Qi refinement cultivators can harness them. In the Xianyang celestial domain, families with bloodline divine abilities are exceedingly rare, typically represented by top-tier celestial clans with nascent soul true monarchs overseeing them. Of course, there may also be families, like the Wang clan, that conceal their bloodline divine abilities. Wang Chongqing realized that within the entire Xianyang celestial domain, only 2 nascent soul factions possessed bloodline divine abilities. The Lingxuli clan is a nascent soul power with a sword cultivation bloodline divine ability. Those who awaken this bloodline form a sword pellet within their bodies. Cultivators who awaken this bloodline divine ability possess immense destructive power, rendering them nearly invincible among their peers. The other clan is the Lingmu Lu clan, also a nascent soul faction. However, the Lingmu Lu clan is exceedingly discreet, keeping their bloodline divine ability shrouded in secrecy, with very few aware of its capabilities. Returning to the Wang clan's beast control pattern, this bloodline divine ability is extraordinarily formidable. Firstly, those who possess the beast control pattern will form a beast control space within their bodies, which, upon initial awakening, spans 200 cubic units, shrouded in a gray mist that expands with the growth of one's cultivation. Moreover, this beast control space has the ability to heal the injuries of pets. No matter how severe the wounds, as long as the pet is returned to the beast control space, it will gradually recover. The beast control pattern allows for the contract of 1 pet at each major realm, while ordinary cultivators can only contract a single spiritual beast in their lifetime, unless the spiritual beast perishes. Additionally, spiritual beasts contracted through the beast control pattern exhibit unwavering loyalty to their master, never betraying them throughout their lives. Another remarkable ability of the beast control pattern is that the bloodline of the contracted spiritual beast is nourished continuously, leading to potential evolution over time. It is worth noting that the rare materials that can induce such evolution in spiritual beast bloodlines are incredibly precious. Lastly, the beast control pattern possesses an ability known as bloodline reversion, whereby a pet can ignite its essence blood to awaken the true divine bloodline of a divine beast, temporarily evolving into a divine beast. However, the conditions for using the bloodline reversion ability are quite stringent. The contracted pet must be a descendant of a divine beast. And after invoking this secret technique, the pet will enter a prolonged state of weakness, requiring substantial nourishment to recover. Having digested this information, Wang Chongqing calmed his astonishment. "Little one, you have awakened." At that moment, the elder from the Taigang sword sect's voice echoed. Upon hearing this, Wang Chongqing's anger flared. "You old rascal. How dare you still act coy? I nearly fell into your trap. This token is a legacy spiritual treasure of my Taigang sword sect. With it, you will be able to sense all the secret realms of my sect. Once you attain the requisite strength, you will be able to command these secret realms." The elder held a sword-shaped token, appearing as if he had come to terms with his fate. "You need not worry. My soul is about to dissipate. Your bloodline is truly extraordinary. Remember your promise to me. You must ensure the continuation of my Taigang sword sect's legacy." "I never promised that. You have already broken your vow. How can you still expect?" Wang Chongqing began to retort, but the elder's soul had already vanished into thin air. Wang Chongqing stood there, stunned. That old man. I hadn't finished speaking. Wang Chongqing gazed at the floating token before him, grasping it in his hand. The token, crafted from an unknown material. Resembled jade, yet was not, and upon infusing it with a trace of his spiritual essence, it reacted not in the slightest. Could it be? Contemplating this, Wang Chongqing squeezed a drop of blood from his fingertip onto its surface. Suddenly, the token emitted a brilliant white light, and in that instant, Wang Chongqing felt an intimate connection to the token as if it were an extension of himself. This token, known as the Taigang Sword Token, was a spiritual treasure meant solely for those of the Yuanying true monarch level to wield. Given Wang Chongqing's current Qi refinement stage, this treasure was far less practical than a mere first-tier magical artifact. However, from the moment he bonded with the Taigang Sword Token through blood, he sensed he had gained dominion over this trial space, capable of appearing anywhere within it at will. It turned out that apart from the previously encountered 3 trials, there existed a treasure vault within this trial space. Wang Chongqing's eyes brightened, and with a flicker of his form, he materialized within the vault. Regrettably, this trial space was designed specifically for the Taigang Sword sect to recruit outer disciples, resulting in a scarcity of treasures. Moreover, over the years, the rewards from trials had diminished the vault's contents. After a cursory examination, Wang Chongqing noted that there remained over 300,000 low-grade spirit stones, a handful of first-tier elixirs, spiritual materials, and talismans, along with over 200 first-tier magical artifacts. Among these, the most precious was the Taigang Sword sect's foundational technique, the Taigang Sword Classic, albeit only the portion suitable for the Qi refinement stage. Unfortunately, this technique could only be cultivated by those possessing a gold attribute spiritual root. After tallying his gains, Wang Chongqing stored all the items from the vault into his newly awakened Beastmaster space, which was ample enough to accommodate everything. As for the rewards of the next trial, he hardly cared. By then, he might very well be a golden core cultivator. After emptying the secret realm's treasure vault, Wang Chongqing vanished from the trial space. Chapter 17. The bell tolls 6 times. Upon emerging from the secret realm, he found that the other cultivators who had entered had already departed, leaving only his 3rd aunt and 6th uncle behind. Wang Chongqing greeted the anxiously waiting duo, who were momentarily taken aback upon seeing him, particularly noticing the spirit mark on his forehead. "Is that the spirit mark?" they murmured. Wang Chongqing gestured for them to return first. Upon arriving back at the market, the clan leader awaited in his cave abode. Seeing Wang Chongqing, the leader was momentarily stunned before erupting in joy, exclaiming, "Chongqing, you too have awakened the spirit mark." Wang Chongqing recounted his experiences, though he chose to withhold details concerning the Taigang Sword Token and the other secret realms. Upon hearing that he had nearly been possessed by an ancient being, his relatives were filled with trepidation. "What? You say you obtained the inheritance from this Taigang secret realm?" His 6th aunt, Wang Ziao, gasped in astonishment. "You can't possibly be the illegitimate child of heaven, can you?" Yet the clan leader, ever composed, remarked, "While our clan is not lacking in techniques from the Taigang Sword sect, the several 100,000 spirit stones from that secret realm could alleviate our family's pressing needs. We nearly exhausted our savings to auction those 2 foundation establishment pills, so these spirit stones hold greater immediate value than top-tier techniques." He continued, "Fortunately, you have turned misfortune into fortune. Prior to you, only I had awakened the spirit mark within the Wang family." Even the typically reserved 6th uncle's tone held a hint of envy when discussing Wang Chongqing's spirit mark. The clan leader cautioned, "You must keep the matter of your bloodline abilities under wraps. If this information were to leak, it could spell disaster for our family." He then shifted the conversation. "You 3 have rendered great service to the clan. Once back, we shall reward your contributions." "Thank you, clan leader." The trio replied respectfully before setting off to return to their clan. Upon their return, Wang Chongqing selected several items from the treasures acquired in the secret vault for his own use, ensuring to leave some resources and artifacts for his sister's cultivation, while surrendering the remainder to the clan. After all, the clan provided him with unlimited resources for his cultivation, making it inconsequential. Arriving at his sister's cave abode, he discovered that her cultivation had already reached the 4th layer of Qi refinement. "Impressive, it seems you have been diligently practicing," he remarked. Upon seeing her brother, Wang Chongling was overjoyed, lifting her chin proudly and declaring, "Humph. Of course, you don't see who I am. I am the future Yuanying true monarch, Wang Chongqing's beloved sister." Wang Chongqing chuckled at his sister's boastful demeanor and presented her with some cultivation resources and 3 first-tier superior artifacts. "All right, enough of your antics. Take these cultivation resources and these 3 first-tier superior artifacts, and remember to practice diligently." He doted on his only sister, having personally selected 3 superior artifacts from the secret vault for her. The Taigang Sword sect, being a Yuanying power, boasted superior quality artifacts compared to the Wang family, which was merely a foundation establishment force. One artifact, the Blazing Fire Silk, not only ensnares enemies, but also inflicts continuous fire-based magical assaults. Another, the Wildfire Battle Spear, was peculiar in that his sister had no interest in swords but had an affinity for spear-type artifacts. Lastly, there was a rare flying artifact, the Primordial Earth Spirit Shuttle, which rivaled second-tier teleportation techniques when in flight. Grasping the artifacts, Wang Chongling was enamored and hastily began the refining process, promptly shoving Wang Chongqing out of the way. With a wry smile, Wang Chongqing returned to his own cave abode. He first refined the previously acquired artifact, the Diamond Mysterious Bell. While the black-armored Mysterious Shield had been damaged and was already submitted to the clan. Currently, Wang Chongqing possessed 3 artifacts, the Diamond Mysterious Bell, the Crimson Fire Sword, and the Azure Mysterious Python Armor. Of course, there was also the spiritual treasure, the Taigang Sword Token, though regrettably, Wang Chongqing's cultivation was insufficient to utilize it. Thus, he chose another artifact for himself, the Tai Stabilizing Mirror, a rare control-type artifact that could paralyze an enemy for several seconds upon being reflected in the mirror. After successfully refining the artifact, Wang Chongqing began to prepare for seclusion. He took out a vial of essence cultivation pills, consumed one, and gradually guided the pill's potency towards an acupoint using his spiritual energy. Under the impact of the pill's power, the acupoint was swiftly opened, and he continued this cycle for several months until finally, Wang Chongqing broke through, elevating his cultivation to the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Following his breakthrough, Wang Chongqing opted to exit seclusion, knowing that relying solely on the pill's power to elevate his realm necessitated solidifying his foundation to avoid compromising his roots. Just as he was about to emerge, a solemn bell tolled, its sound deep and resonant. Then came the second, the third. The profound and distant toll echoed 6 times. Upon hearing the 6th bell, Wang Chongqing's expression shifted. This was dire. He understood all too well what the 6th toll signified, according to the Wang family's rules. A single toll indicated the clan leader had an announcement. 3 tolls meant significant matters were afoot, while 6 tolls heralded the potential annihilation of the clan. As for 9 tolls, upon hearing them, one must flee the clan without a moment's hesitation. With a heart laden with trepidation, Wang Chongqing hastened towards the ancestral hall on Ziki Peak. Along the way, he encountered Wang family cultivators, all wearing solemn expressions. Even those who had long been in seclusion emerged, drawn by the ominous tolls. Upon reaching Ziki Peak, within the ancestral hall, the clan leader and 5 elders sat at a table, their faces shrouded in gloom. His uncle, Wang Ziren, had successfully ascended to the foundation establishment stage and had naturally become one of the 5 elders of the clan. As all were gathered, the clan leader, Wang Xiaoji, spoke. Everyone, that old coot from the Wu family has advanced to the Purple Mansion stage. At these words, shock rippled through those present. How is this possible? Where did they acquire the Xiang pill? An elder inquired incredulously. The Xiang Dan is a rare elixir utilized by Foundation establishment cultivators to ascend to the Purple Mansion stage. Far scarcer than the Foundation establishment pill. The Qianyang sect enforces stringent control over it, never allowing it to be auctioned. Only families that have rendered significant contributions to the Qianyang sect may receive it as a reward. I understand that many may find this hard to believe, and I too hope it is not true. The clan leader, Wang Xiaoji, wore a wry smile as he recounted that the Xiang Dan was reportedly acquired by the Wu family, who spent their entire savings at an auction in Liangzhou. Liangzhou lies billions of miles away from Qianzhou, indicating that the Wu family has long been scheming. At that moment, the second elder's countenance darkened. As if he had realized something. I had suspected that old fool would squander so many spirit stones on the Xianming longevity pill. It is no wonder that the Wang family cultivators reacted with such trepidation. The enmity between the Huili Wu family and the Wang family has existed for ages, entrenched in mutual hostility. Before the establishment of the Kanjia market, the two families engaged in numerous skirmishes, and had it not been for the Qianyang sect's mediation, the two Foundation establishment clans would have long since annihilated each other. Chapter 18, Undercurrents Surging. The Wu family's ancestor has just broken through and is likely still solidifying his cultivation. The elder remarked, however, we must prepare for contingencies. Wang Xiaoji pondered for a moment and stated, we must unite with the Sun family. When the nest is overturned, how can the eggs remain intact? If anything befalls the Wang family, the Sun family may very well be next. Indeed, although the Wu family possesses a Purple Mansion cultivator, should we ally with the Sun family, our collective strength at the Foundation establishment level will far surpass theirs, added the third elder, Wang Xiaoyuan. The clan leader continued, currently, our family's external assets consist of a mere 20% share of the Kanjia market's profits and 3 shops, along with that first-tier Qijing iron mine, which still yields considerable output. The Wu family would likely not dare to act recklessly in the Kanjia market, as their actions would more likely target the Qijing iron mine, which is currently overseen only by Xiao Hui, a consummate Qi refinement cultivator. Among these three families, the Wu family boasts the highest number of Foundation Establishment cultivators. Excluding their recently ascended Purple Mansion ancestor, they currently have 6 Foundation Establishment cultivators, 2 in the mid-stage and 4 in the early stage. This is before considering that at the last Wanbao Pavilion auction, the Wu family also acquired 2 Foundation Establishment pills, suggesting they possess Qi refinement cultivators of their own. The Wang family ranks second in terms of Foundation Establishment numbers. Including the newly ascended Wang Zuren, they currently have 6 cultivators, though the Wang family is a beast-taming clan. Aside from the newly established Wang Zuren, who has no second-tier spirit beasts, the other elders each command a second-tier spirit beast, which forms the backbone of the Wang family's strength. Thus, on the whole, the Wang family still holds an edge over the Wu family. Though this was prior to the Wu family's acquisition of a Purple Mansion cultivator, which naturally alters the balance. Although the difference between an early Purple Mansion cultivator and a consummate Foundation Establishment cultivator is but a step in the realm of cultivation. No matter how prodigious one's talent, one cannot bridge such a vast chasm in power. The disparity between realms is insurmountable. As for the Sun family, they rank at the bottom among the 3 major Foundation Establishment clans, yet they still possess 4 Foundation Establishment cultivators, 1 in the mid-stage and 3 in the early stage. After deliberation, the Wang family cultivators resolved to impose a temporary restriction on all family members from venturing out. The Wang family activated their mountain protecting formation, a second-tier formation that even the Wu family's Purple Mansion cultivator would find challenging to breach in the short term. Secondly, they dispatched the 2nd and 3rd elders, both Foundation Establishment cultivators, to guard the Qijing iron mine. With the 2 elders and their spirit beasts, they would muster 4 Foundation Establishment combatants. Unless the Wu family ancestor intervened, the mine would remain secure. Thirdly, they formalized an alliance with the Sun family to jointly resist the Wu family. Consequently, the entire clan commenced their preparations. Finally, months later, the Wu family officially announced that their ancestor, Wu Lingchun, had advanced to the Purple Mansion stage, a revelation that sent shockwaves throughout the entire Xihua Prefecture cultivation community. The Qianyang sect has always maintained strict control over the Xiangdan, and it has been nearly a century since a new Purple Mansion cultivator emerged in Xihua Prefecture. In an instant, the undercurrents within Xihua Prefecture began to swell. Though the surface appeared calm, an impending storm was palpable to all. Prices for elixirs, artifacts, and talismans in the Kanjia market surged dramatically, with many items seeing a scarcity of buyers. The 3 major families shuttered their shops within the market, preparing for the impending conflict. Some apprehensive rogue cultivators resolved to abandon Xihua Prefecture for other locales, as they considered themselves wanderers at heart. Meanwhile, the Qianyang sect remained eerily silent, seemingly allowing the situation to fester. At last, seeing no response from the Qianyang sect, the Wu family could no longer contain their impatience. However, no one anticipated that their first target would not be the Wang family, but rather a small spirit stone mine belonging to the Sun family. This mine, located at the border of Fufeng and Huili counties, was guarded by 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators from the Sun family. Yet the Wu family deployed 4 of their own. The Sun family not only lost the mine, but also suffered casualties among their cultivators, 1 dead and 1 injured. The Sun family hastily sought assistance from the Wang family, requesting aid to reclaim their mine. At this moment, within the Wang family ancestral hall, the elder's expression darkened as he exclaimed, "I never anticipated the Wu family could be so treacherous." No one foresaw that the Wu family would strike at the Sun family, who had remained neutral and held no enmity with either of the other clans. Had it not been for the sudden ascension of the Wu family ancestor to the Purple Mansion stage, forcing the Sun family to ally with the Wang family, they might have continued to maintain their neutrality. Clan leader Wang Xiaoji inquired, "Who shall go to assist the Sun family?" Currently, the 2nd and 3rd elders were stationed at the Qijing iron mine, leaving the family with only 4 Foundation Establishment cultivators, with Wang Zuren being newly advanced and his spirit beast still at first-tier strength. After much deliberation, it was decided that the elder would lead the charge to assist the Sun family in reclaiming their mine, while the clan leader would remain to oversee the family. As for the remaining clan members, who could provide little aid, they would continue their cultivation. The elder, being a consummate late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator, along with his spirit beast, the vibrant spirit tiger, already at the peak of the 2nd tier, would be well equipped for a one-on-one confrontation, even against the Wu family ancestor, should the need for retreat arise. As the elder departed, he concealed his cultivation and, after a change of appearance, made his way to the Sun family, where both sides had numerous spies lurking around each other's gates. At this juncture, the Sun family also sent personnel to welcome him, ushering Wang Shu into their midst. Haha, Wang Leguai, I never imagined you would come in person this time. The Sun family is truly honored. Upon receiving the news, the Sun family's elder, Sun Yongcheng, along with a host of cultivators, came forth to greet him, though a shadow of gloom lingered on his face. Haha, who would have thought we still have the chance to fight side by side at this age? The elder was visibly pleased to see an old friend. Let us discuss matters at hand. When do you plan to take action to reclaim the spirit mine? The elder broached the topic directly. Alas, with Kuang Heng's sacrifice, our family has only 3 foundation establishment cultivators left, including myself. Kuang He is still recuperating and will require several more days to heal. The Sun family elder slammed the table in frustration, exclaiming, the Wu family must pay for this transgression. I swear I shall not rest until vengeance is exacted. Alas, my friend, take heart. The elder offered words of consolation. The 2 foundation establishment pills we acquired recently have already been consumed by 2 Qi refinement cultivators, who are currently in seclusion. However, they may not be able to provide support in the short term. This was the only piece of good news that could comfort the Sun family elder. The elder then continued. We have ascertained that the spirit vein is guarded by 3 foundation establishment cultivators from the Wu family, 1 in mid-stage and 2 in early stage. We must ensure that we capture them all. To let a tiger return to the mountain would spell endless trouble. Chapter 19. A formal declaration of war. The Grand Elder resided in the Sun family for several days, awaiting the recovery of the Foundation Establishment Cultivator's injuries. The group swiftly made their way to the Spirit Stone Mine, leaving only the Sun family ancestor to guard the clan, while dispatching 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators, including the Grand Elder at the pinnacle of Foundation Establishment and his cherished beast. They arrived at the Spirit Stone Mine with the intent of catching their adversaries off guard. At that moment, the mine was under the control of 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators from the Wu family, Wu Jiazhua, Wu Jiahe, and Wu Shixin, with Wu Jiazhua being at the mid-Foundation Establishment stage and the other 2 at the early stage. Sun Kuanghe, last time I let you escape. I never thought you would dare to return. Upon seeing the arrival of the Sun family, the Wu family cultivators exhibited a brazen demeanor. Hearing this, Sun Kuanghe clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging, clearly enraged to the utmost degree. Without uttering another word, he summoned his magical artifact and charged forward. The other 2 cultivators each selected an opponent, while the Grand Elder concealed his true prowess at the mid-Foundation Establishment level, facing the mid-level Wu family cultivator. The 6 of them soared into the sky, with the Grand Elder summoning his magical artifact, simultaneously hiding his strength to deceive his enemies while seeking an opportunity. After several rounds of combat, as the battle reached a fever pitch, the Grand Elder seized a moment of distraction from his opponent and unleashed his full power. Second-tier spell, Metal Sword Qi. A terrifying sword energy surged forth, aimed directly at the head of the Wu family cultivator, moving with astonishing speed. The Wu family cultivator had no time to react, believing until his last breath that his opponent was merely a mid-Foundation Establishment cultivator. After eliminating the Wu family cultivator, the Grand Elder released a dazzling spirit tiger from his spirit beast pouch. Instantly, the situation shifted to a 4 versus 2 scenario, leaving the remaining 2 Wu family cultivators with ashen faces. The dazzling spirit tiger, the Wang family. You are the Grand Elder of the Wang family? At this juncture, the Grand Elder ceased concealing his cultivation, fully unleashing his pinnacle Foundation Establishment aura. The remaining Wu family cultivators finally recognized who stood before them, exchanging glances before transforming into streaks of light, fleeing in opposite directions. However, their speed was no match for the dazzling spirit tiger. The Grand Elder and the tiger pursued one of the fleeing cultivators each, and soon they were caught. No, damn Wang family. The ancestor will avenge us. The voice of the Wu family cultivator was filled with fury and regret as he met his end. After clearing the scene, the 2 Sun family cultivators expressed their gratitude to the Grand Elder, who then returned directly to the Wang family. 3 days later, at the Wu family. Bang! The Wu family ancestor was seething with rage, having shattered the table before him with a single slap. How dare that accursed Wang family! No one can comprehend why they would dare to strike first. Ancestor, what should we do now? Inquired another elder of the Wu family. The Wu family had originally boasted 6 Foundation Establishment cultivators, having recently acquired 2 Foundation Establishment pills from the Wanbao Pavilion, thereby adding 2 more cultivators to their ranks. Now, they had suffered the loss of 3 cultivators, including 1 at the mid-Foundation Establishment stage, leaving only 1 mid-Foundation Establishment cultivator and 4 at the early stage. Notify the clan. All Foundation Establishment and above will follow me. Today, I will make the Wang family pay for their blood debts. The Wu family ancestor declared furiously. A grand procession surged towards the Wang family, who had their mountain gate firmly shut and their protective array operating at full capacity. Wang Shua, come out here. The Wu family ancestor bellowed at the mountain gate, but no one responded from within. In light of this silence, the Wu family ancestor furiously commanded, attack this formation with all your might. I wish to see how long your second-tier array can withstand us. Upon receiving the order, the remaining 5 Wu family cultivators unleashed their full strength, hurling magical artifacts, spells, and spirit talismans relentlessly at the Wang family's protective array. For several hours, the 5 Foundation Establishment cultivators bombarded the array, which finally began to show signs of fracturing. Seeing this, the Wu family ancestor declared, step aside, I shall handle it. A golden long knife floated before him, a spiritual artifact. With a thought, the knife expanded several-fold and cleaved down upon the Wang family's protective array, shattering it in an instant. The Wu family ancestor shouted towards the Wang family, Humph. Do you think a mere second-tier array can withstand me? All Wang family members, come out and meet your demise. Finally, several streaks of light shot forth from the Lingwu mountain valley. 6 Foundation Establishment cultivators from the Wang family rode their respective spirit beasts into the air, facing off against the 6 Wu family cultivators. The Wu family ancestor, upon seeing this, smirked derisively. Do you truly believe your spirit beasts can stand against me? Even combined, you are no match for me. It appears that not only have you, Wang Lichuan, improved in cultivation, but your verbal prowess has also grown. Whether we can defeat you, we must first test it, retorted the Grand Elder of the Wang family. Humph, when I annihilate your Wang family, I hope your tongue remains as sharp. The Wu family ancestor wasted no more words. As the golden long knife suddenly surged, preparing to strike, the members of the Wang family felt an immense pressure, as if a mountain was bearing down upon them. But with no alternative, they had to summon their magical artifacts and prepare for battle. The conflict was about to erupt. At that moment, a streak of light raced in from the distance, arriving before everyone in no time. Clad in the robes of the Qianyang sect, this individual possessed the aura of a purple mansion cultivator. By decree of the Qianyang sect, the beasts of the Tai-Ao mountain range are in upheaval. You esteemed families of Zixia County are ordered to cease hostilities, lay down your arms, and unite to resist the beasts. This is a command. After delivering this proclamation, the Purple Mansion cultivator glanced at the gathered crowd. Everyone, for some unknown reason, the beasts at the periphery of the Tai-Ao mountain range have gone berserk. I implore all fellow cultivators to temporarily set aside your conflicts. The Wang family cultivators were overjoyed, never having expected such a sudden turn of events. We shall abide by the decree. However, the Wu family ancestor's face darkened to the point of dripping with blood. He was on the verge of obliterating the Wang family, and no one anticipated such an unexpected occurrence. Yet, they could not defy the orders of the Qianyang sect. Otherwise, the Qianyang sect could extinguish the Wu family with ease, as if squashing an ant. Let the Wang family live a few more days. The Wu family ancestor declared as he departed. Once he left, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief, though they understood this reprieve was merely temporary. After the beast tide passed, they would need to devise another plan. Days later, news arrived from the Qianyang sect. Countless beasts had gathered at the periphery of the Tai-Ao mountain range, on the brink of forming a beast tide. The Qianyang sect began a large-scale mobilization of cultivators to hunt the beasts. All affiliated forces of the Qianyang sect with 5 or more Foundation Establishment cultivators were mandated to dispatch 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators and 10 at the late Qi refinement stage. Families with fewer than 5 Foundation Establishment cultivators were required to send 1 Foundation Establishment cultivator and 5 late Qi refinement cultivators. To combat this impending beast tide, the Qianyang sect offered substantial rewards, including Foundation Establishment pills, magical artifacts, and access to some spiritual veins and mines within the Qianzhou territory, even providing the precious Xiang pill, which could help break through the Purple Mansion bottleneck. Chapter 20, Tai-Ao Mountain Range. Upon receiving the news, the Wang family was determined to obtain the Xiang pill offered by the Qianyang sect. Only by acquiring the Xiang pill could the Grand Elder break through to the Purple Mansion stage, thus resolving the Wang family's current crisis. Otherwise, once the beast tide passed, the Wu family would surely seek vengeance. For each first-tier beast's core, one could exchange 1 point of merit. A second-tier beast's core was worth 50 points, and a third-tier beast's core could be exchanged for 500 points of merit. Given that a Foundation Establishment pill was valued at 2,000 points of merit, one would need to hunt down 2,000 first-tier beasts or 50 second-tier beasts to obtain one. The Xiang pill, however, was worth a staggering 10,000 points of merit, necessitating the hunting of 10,000 first-tier beasts or 200 second-tier beasts. However, this price is rather reasonable, if everyone could afford it. The Qianyang sect would certainly struggle to produce such a vast quantity of Xiang pills. Ultimately, the Wang family determined the candidates to resist the beast tide. This time, In order to hunt as many demon beasts as possible for the exchange of Xiang pills, the Wang family dispatched its main forces. Led by the Grand Elder and the Patriarch Wang Xiaoji, both foundational cultivators. As for the late-stage Qi refinement cultivators, 2 of the Xiao generation, Wang Xiaoheng and Wang Xiaowei, were sent forth. 6 Qi refinement cultivators from the Zhe generation were also mobilized. The second Uncle Wang Zixin, at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. The third Aunt Wang Ziyao, at the 8th layer. The 4th Uncle Wang Zabin and the 5th Uncle Wang Ziyu, both at the 8th layer. The 6th Uncle Wang Zishur, at the 9th layer. The 7th Uncle Wang Zikong and the 8th Aunt Wang Zixio, both at the 8th layer. And finally, Wang Chongqing, also at the 8th layer. The Tai Ao mountain range, located in the northern part of Qianzhou, is an expanse of territory inhabited by demon races. Within this mountainous region, a myriad of demon beasts thrive, each varying in form and nature. The range spans hundreds of millions of miles, stretching endlessly across the horizon, reminiscent of an ancient dragon coiling through the skies. At the periphery of the Tai Ao mountain range, one can intermittently hear the low growls and shrieks of demon beasts, instilling a sense of dread. The Qianyang sect organized the personnel for this demon beast hunt into small teams, with 1 foundational cultivator leading 5 late-stage Qi refinement cultivators per team. Naturally, the cultivators dispatched by the family formed a cohesive unit, while independent cultivators were free to form their own teams. Wang Chongqing's team was led by Patriarch Wang Xiaoji, comprising 4 other Qi refinement cultivators. The consummate Qi refinement practitioner Wang Xiaoheng of the Xiao generation, the 2nd Uncle Wang Zixin, the 3rd Aunt Wang Ziyao, and the 6th Uncle Wang Zishur. The group released their spiritual beasts from their beast bags and summoned their magical artifacts, commencing the hunt for demon beasts. The demon beasts at the outer edge of the Tai Ao mountain range were primarily first-tier creatures, with second-tier ones being scarce. As such, in their pursuit of Xiang pills, the hunters unleashed all their might, resulting in a swift and efficient hunt, especially with the Patriarch and his spiritual beast, the Flame Lion. The Flame Lion was engulfed in blazing flames, and within moments, dozens of first-tier demon beasts met their demise. As the hunt progressed, they finally encountered their first second-tier demon beast, a massive black-scaled wolf. This creature was colossal, far surpassing ordinary wolves, its body enveloped in black scales that glittered ominously, resembling a suit of dark armor, exuding both majesty and mystery. Upon sighting the group, the black-scaled wolf let out a piercing howl, summoning over a dozen of its kind from the forest, among which were 2 second-tier black-scaled wolves. Witnessing this, the group's hearts tightened. The Patriarch produced a beast bag, releasing an 8th-tier Ahuang-treading cloud rhinoceros to confront one of the second-tier black-scaled wolves. The Patriarch was the sole family member to awaken the spirit contract seal, but since he had awakened it after reaching foundational cultivation, he could only contract a single beast. The Ahuang-treading cloud rhinoceros was contracted through the family's standard method prior to his foundational stage. The Patriarch and his 2 beasts faced 1 second-tier black-scaled wolf, while 10 first-tier wolves remained on the field. Among the 5 family members present, all but Wang Chongqing had their own beasts, resulting in a battle where Wang Chongqing faced 2 first-tier black-scaled wolves alone. He took out a magical artifact from his storage bag, summoning the golden bell of Vajra above his head, casting a golden barrier that enveloped him. The 2 wolves relentlessly battered against the barrier with their brute force, while the scarlet fire sword flew from his storage bag, striking the black-scaled wolf. Clang! The scarlet fire sword hit the wolf but made no dent, being deflected away, revealing the creature's astonishing defense. Realizing this, Wang Chongqing resorted to casting a spell, unleashing the first-tier fire explosion technique, igniting a fierce blaze around the black-scaled wolf, resulting in an immediate explosion. Amidst the crackling sounds, the wolf remained in place, though slightly disheveled, suffering minimal damage. Observing this, Wang Chongqing recalled his artifact and continued to stab at the black-scaled wolf. Meanwhile, in other areas of the battlefield, both sides found themselves in a stalemate, unable to gain the upper hand. After several rounds of combat, Patriarch Wang Xiaoji grew anxious. If his mana continued to dwindle, it would be detrimental to their side. He decisively commanded the Flame Lion, bloodline reversion. The bloodline reversion is a highly demanding secret technique, requiring the contracted beast to possess the bloodline of a divine beast. Upon invoking this technique, the beast temporarily evolves into the true spirit of a divine beast. However, the cost is particularly steep, as it necessitates the burning of the beast's essence blood, leaving it in a weakened state afterward, requiring substantial nourishment to recover. The Flame Lion understood the command, and in an instant, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from it. A magnificent lion with golden wings materialized, its golden fur shimmering with brilliance, radiating an intense presence. Its wings engulfed in flames, Upon its arrival, the surrounding black-scaled wolves felt an overwhelming pressure that etched into their very souls. While the 3 second-tier black-scaled wolves managed to withstand it, several first-tier ones cowered in fear. The golden-winged lion let out a mighty roar and leaped toward the black-scaled wolves with swift elegance, its razor-sharp claws rending through one of the creatures, tearing flesh and blood asunder. The black-scaled wolf howled in agony, sensing its own fear. The golden-winged lion pressed the attack, leaping again to strike at the wolf's neck, swiftly ending its life. In mere moments, the remaining black-scaled wolves fell victim to the lion's ferocity. Shortly thereafter, the flame lion, having reverted from its empowered state, lay weakly on the ground. "All right, extract the demon beast's inner cores," the patriarch finally spoke, rousing the others from their stupor. "Is this the bloodline reversion?" At this moment, Wang Chongqing was utterly astounded. It seemed the family's bloodline techniques were indeed formidable, as even a single secret technique possessed such immense power. Subsequently, everyone extracted the inner cores from the demon beasts and fed the flesh of the black-scaled wolves to the flame lion, allowing it to regain a semblance of strength. Chapter 21, Thunderfire Fighting Bear. After a brief rest, the group continued their hunt for lower-tier demon beasts. Days passed, and they had lost count of how many demon beasts they had slain. However, as countless human cultivators hunted in the Tai-Ao mountain range, the number of demon beasts at the periphery dwindled. Just as the human cultivators were engaged in their hunt, an earth-shattering roar erupted from deeper within the Tai-Ao mountain range. A colossal figure emerged several dozen miles away, a gigantic gray-brown bear, its fur ablaze with flames, surrounded by arcs of thunder, emitting a spine-chilling roar. Its muscles were robust and powerful, and with each step, the ground trembled beneath them, as if an earthquake were occurring. This was the overlord of the Tai-Ao mountain range's periphery, a 4th-tier demon beast known as the Thunderfire Fighting Bear. In its wake trailed 8 figures, each one a formidable 3rd-tier demon. All human cultivators presently hunting demon beasts felt their hearts skip a beat. As the Thunderfire Fighting Bear let out its thunderous roar, the 8 3rd-tier beasts sprang into action. A colossal rock turtle let out a cry, piercing through the ground with a spike of earth, catching 3 scattered cultivators unaware, instantly claiming their lives. Simultaneously, a massive eagle swooped down from the sky, its talons seizing 2 human cultivators, squeezing them into a fine mist of blood that dissipated into the air. A bovine-like demon beast charged forward, stirring up a torrent of dust, as several human cultivators who failed to evade were left bloodied and broken. Upon witnessing this scene, all the human practitioners present hurriedly retreated. "Go, quickly withdraw." At the chieftain's command, every member of the Wang family swiftly mounted their respective beasts, fleeing towards the outskirts of the Tai-Ao mountain range. Wang Chongqing, lacking a beast of his own, had no choice but to ride upon the chieftain's other beast, the 8 desolate cloud rhinoceros. As they beheld the 3rd-tier great demons ruthlessly hunting down human practitioners, the human side could no longer remain passive. 12 beams of light shot up into the sky from the rear, each confronting the 3rd-tier great demons. Simultaneously, a resonant voice echoed, "You vile creatures, how dare you venture beyond the Tai-Ao mountain range? Today, I shall ensure your return is impossible." Before them appeared a middle-aged practitioner clad in a golden Taoist robe, a golden longsword hovering around him. With a mere flick of his finger, the longsword transformed into countless small flying swords, hurtling towards the Thunderfire Fighting Bear. This individual was none other than the Jindan practitioner Hengyang, a prominent figure of the Qinyuan sect, second only to the sect leader, Qinyang Zhenren. Seeing the Thunderfire Fighting Bear let out a thunderous roar, its mighty voice resonated through the heavens and the earth. Countless flying swords shattered into oblivion before even reaching it. The Thunderfire Fighting Bear then lifted its paw, unleashing a violent bolt of lightning towards Hengyang. Unperturbed, Hengyang summoned a massive golden cauldron that floated in midair, absorbing the ferocious lightning attack with ease. Infuriated by the effortless defense against its proud thunder, the bear stomped the ground and charged at Hengyang, intending to confront him with brute strength. However, Hengyang was no fool. He would not engage in a contest of physical might with the bear. Instead, he invoked a talisman, transforming into a beam of golden light that vanished from sight. Roar. Growing impatient after multiple failed attacks, the Thunderfire Fighting Bear erupted in fury, its body igniting in raging flames. A colossal wave of fire surged forward, exuding an overwhelming aura. With nowhere to evade, Hengyang hastily summoned the golden cauldron in an attempt to absorb the flames. Alas, the sheer volume of fire was too great. Even though the cauldron absorbed them at an astonishing rate, it proved futile. A massive wave of flames crashed towards Hengyang, sending him hurtling through the air, blood spilling from his mouth. In a fit of rage, Hengyang summoned a talisman. This fourth-tier spirit talisman was specially crafted by my senior brother for you. Dying under its influence will be no disgrace. With that, the talisman ignited, and a colossal golden seal appeared in the sky, radiating an overwhelming aura as it descended upon the Thunderfire fighting bear. The bear strained against the golden seal, refusing to allow it to fall. Yet the seal seemed to carry immense power, causing the very ground beneath it to tremble. Boom! Accompanied by Hingyang's cold voice, the golden seal erupted. A deafening explosion reverberated through the land, blinding flashes piercing the sky as if to engulf the entire world. The Thunderfire fighting bear, bloodied and battered, let out a final roar before hastily retreating into the depths of the Tai Ao mountain range. Witnessing this, Hingyang was momentarily stunned. The bear's defensive capabilities were indeed formidable, and he had not anticipated that the explosion from a fourth-tier talisman would allow it to escape. Nonetheless, Hingyang chose not to pursue. The confrontation had already inflicted considerable wounds upon him. As the Thunderfire fighting bear fled in defeat, the other high-tier beasts surrounding the Tai Ao mountain range lost their will to fight. Continue the hunt. We must ensure these vile creatures dare not step foot in our human territory again. With these words, Hingyang transformed into a beam of light and vanished into the sky. With the high-tier beasts in full retreat, the low-tier beasts at the periphery of the Tai Ao mountain range became easy prey, and the situation shifted dramatically. The human practitioners, who had previously been fleeing, returned with fervor to hunt these low-tier beasts. As the onslaught continued, the numbers of low-tier beasts dwindled drastically. Days passed, and as they tallied their gains, Chieftain Wang Xiaoji led a group of practitioners that had hunted over 900 first-tier beasts and more than 50 second-tier beasts. Even with the additional contributions from the Elders team, they were still far from acquiring a purple yang pill. As the low-tier beasts became increasingly scarce, the group convened and decided to venture deeper into the Tai Ao mountain range, into the territory of the second-tier beasts. As they progressed further, encounters with low-tier beasts diminished. Among the group, only the chieftain possessed the qualifications to hunt second-tier beasts, while the remaining late-stage Qi refinement practitioners could only assist the chieftain and his beasts. Consequently, their hunting pace slowed considerably. At that moment, Chieftain Wang Xiaoji and his two second-tier beasts were besieging a second-tier beast, the Azure Flame Tiger, while the other Wang family Qi refinement practitioners provided spells and support. The Azure Flame Tiger, ablaze with azure flames, was a rarity among second-tier beasts. Yet it was no match for the ferocious claws of the Flame Lion and soon succumbed. Chapter 22. The Crimson Flame Three-Tailed Fox. As the group gradually delved deeper into the Tai Ao mountain range, they journeyed for an indeterminate time, and sightings of beasts became increasingly rare. Chieftain, have we lost our way? It has been 2 hours since we encountered a single beast, remarked Wang Zixio. Everyone be cautious. We may have inadvertently trespassed into the territory of some great demon, the chieftain cautioned, uncertain of their circumstances. Hearing this, the group quickly summoned their magical artifacts and held defensive talismans tightly, surveying their surroundings. Suddenly, from the distant mountains, a low and prolonged roar pierced the silence. Reminiscent of an ancient beast awakening, the group hurriedly moved towards the sound. A figure materialized before their eyes, revealing a spirit fox with 3 tails. Its graceful form dancing elegantly as its tails swayed like ribbons, exuding an aura of antiquity and mystery, each tail ablaze with fierce flames. It is the Crimson Flame Three-Tailed Fox, exclaimed Wang Ziao. The Crimson Flame Three-Tailed Fox possesses a third-tier bloodline, capable of reaching the Purple Mansion stage upon maturity, and harbors a trace of the divine beast's true spirit, the Nine-Tailed Fox bloodline. At that moment, a rift appeared in the sky, lightning cleaving the night, accompanied by deafening thunder. This is the heavenly tribulation. Is this beast about to undergo a bloodline evolution? The Wang family practitioners gasped. Typically, only when a beast's bloodline is evolving does the heavenly Tao bestow a tribulation. As time progressed, the lightning intensified, and the spiritual energy in the air began to surge. The ground trembled, and the group felt as though their bodies were being torn apart. The Crimson Flame Three-Tailed Fox lay prostrate, seemingly gravely injured. In its human-like eyes, one could detect determination, resentment, and a hint of unwillingness. Beside it, a few damp fox cubs were nestled close. The Crimson Flame Three-Tailed Fox was giving birth. The Wang family practitioners were rendered speechless, astonished that it would choose to face the heavenly tribulation while in labor. Even with the Wang family's extensive experience in beast taming and a wealth of related texts, they had never heard of such a shocking occurrence. As the heavenly tribulation loomed, the Crimson Flame Three-Tailed Fox displayed a conflicted expression, seemingly aware of the Wang family member's presence. It weakly rose to its feet, clutching a fox cub in its mouth, and threw it towards the group. 1, 2, a total of 4. Is this a final entrustment before death? After the 4 helpless cubs were cast aside, The first bolt of divine thunder finally descended. The crimson flame three-tailed fox glanced at the crowd with a pleading expression, then resignedly laid down on the ground. Boom. The first, the second, even the members of the Wang family, situated at a distance, could sense the aura of destruction emanating from the celestial thunder. With 3 successive strikes of divine thunder, the crimson flame three-tailed fox lay motionless, seemingly devoid of life. At that moment, the crowd, cradling the 4 drenched fox cubs, approached the crimson flame three-tailed fox, gazing at it with somber expressions. This was a magnificent mother, though it was uncertain why the tribulation would descend at such a moment of childbirth. "Let us bury her," said the third ant, her face filled with sorrow. Agreed. Just as the crowd prepared to inter the lifeless body of the crimson flame three-tailed fox, a faint, weak voice emanated from beneath its corpse. The crowd moved aside the body, revealing a small fox lying on the ground, and they exchanged bewildered glances. This little fox had been charred black by the divine thunder. Its embryonic fur completely burnt away, and sporadic currents of electricity still coursed across its body. "Can we save this little fox?" Upon seeing the pitiful sight of the fox cub, the third ant's maternal instincts were awakened. "This cub has been ravaged by the tribulation, and its chances of survival seem dire," sighed the third elder. The little fox emitted only the faintest breath, as if it were on the brink of death. Even those accustomed to the deceptions and bloodshed of the cultivation world could not help but show signs of compassion, perhaps stirred by the motherly love of the crimson flame three-tailed fox. "Let me give it a try," Wang Chongqing spoke up. Upon hearing him, the clan leader immediately understood Wang Chongqing's intentions and attempted to dissuade him. "Alas, Chongqing, I know your kind heart, but this crimson flame three-tailed fox has sustained such grave injuries. Even if you manage to revive it through spirit patterns, its essence has already been damaged, and it will have little potential for growth in the future." "Thank you for your concern," clan leader Wang Chongqing replied resolutely. "Moreover, the cultivation world is filled with rare treasures. Perhaps I might encounter something that can restore its essence." With that, Wang Chongqing approached the little fox cub, squeezed a drop of blood from his hand, and let it fall onto its forehead. A mysterious rune appeared, and Wang Chongqing suddenly felt a profound connection with this beast. The contract successfully established. With a thought, he summoned it into his beast space. Within the beast space, he observed that the little fox's injuries were indeed gradually healing, albeit it would require a considerable amount of time. At that moment, the area where the crowd found themselves was nearing the inner reaches of the Tai Ao mountain range. Continuing further could lead them to encounter other third-tier great demons. After discussion, they decided to retreat and continue hunting lower-tier beasts. Months passed in the blink of an eye, and the outskirts of the Tai Ao mountain range had become scarce of beasts. Finally, news arrived from the Qianyang sect that the beast tide had subsided. After reuniting with the elder, the group began to tally their spoils. A total of 130 second-tier beasts and over 6,000 first-tier beasts. Converted into merit, it amounted to over 13,000, sufficient to exchange for a purple yang pill with some surplus. On their way back, they unfortunately ran into a group from the Wu family. After this beast tide subsides, it will be your Wang family's demise." The Wu family elder glared at the weary Wang clan members emerging from the Tai Ao mountain range, his eyes filled with an insatiable hunger for vengeance. Hearing this, the Wang family's elder retorted without hesitation, "Just you? Aren't you afraid the wind will blow your tongue away? We shall see." The Wu family elder snorted coldly before leading his group away. Upon returning to the clan, they first placed several crimson flame three-tailed foxes into the spirit beast garden for nurturing. This would become the Wang family's first third-tier bloodline spirit beast. After returning, Wang Chongqing immediately entered seclusion for cultivation, now fully aware of the importance of strength. He was but a step away from the 9th level of Qi refinement. Sitting cross-legged on a mat, he consumed a yuan-enhancing pill and slowly circulated his spirit energy. Half a month later, Wang Chongqing finally reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, just one step away from foundation establishment, and more importantly, he could finally refine the ancient phoenix egg. Once he mastered the spiritual fire, no one in the Qi refinement stage would stand a chance against him. Suddenly, he recalled something and inspected the beast space. Indeed, the injuries of the crimson flame three-tailed fox had healed. Chapter 23, The Fox Cub. With a thought, the crimson flame three-tailed fox appeared in the room. Upon its appearance, the little fox's eyes sparkled with curiosity as it surveyed its surroundings, bewildered as to why it had materialized here. This petite fox resembled a delicate leaf, light as a feather. However, Wang Chongqing found it curious that while the other cubs sported bright red fur, this one had a hue leaning towards purple. The little fox fixed its vibrant eyes on Wang Chongqing, and an instant mental connection formed, making it realize that the person before it was its master. Immediately, It gracefully approached Wang Chongqing, rubbing its tiny head against his leg, utterly adorable. Through their connection, Wang Chongqing comprehended its needs. It was hungry. Wang Chongqing instantly understood. This little fox had yet to consume anything since its birth, lacking prior experience in raising pets. He promptly cradled the little fox in his arms and rushed towards the clan's spirit beast garden. Inside the garden, a gentle and serene middle-aged female cultivator was directing the young Wang family disciples in constructing a dwelling for the Crimson Flame three-tailed fox. The Wang family placed great importance on these foxes, as a third-tier bloodline beast could attain Purple Mansion strength upon maturity. If the Wang family could nurture these 4 Crimson Flame three-tailed foxes, their overall strength would ascend to a new level. Wang Xiaoying, currently the only female Foundation establishment cultivator in the Wang family, was responsible for managing the spirit beast garden. Upon seeing Wang Chongqing enter, a warm and friendly smile graced her face. "Chongqing, what brings you to the spirit beast garden today?" "Fourth aunt, I came to visit you," he replied. The fourth elder had watched Wang Chongqing grow up and was exceedingly fond of him. "Oh please, I know you too well. What brings you here to the spirit beast garden?" The fourth elder chuckled, playfully tapping Wang Chongqing on the head. Having his intentions exposed by the fourth elder, Wang Chongqing chuckled sheepishly and presented the little fox he held. "Fourth aunt, I just contracted a spirit beast and wanted to ask you what I should feed it." "Oh, the clan leader is quite generous to you, granting you a contracted fox just after acquiring several Crimson Flame three-tailed foxes." At that moment, the fourth elder was unaware of the little fox's origins, assuming it to be one of the same breed. The diet of a Crimson Flame three-tailed fox is quite varied. You can feed it meat from smaller demon beasts or ordinary spirit fruits, the fourth elder explained directly. "By the way, we have planted some ordinary spirit fruits in the spirit beast garden. Feel free to pick some." Hearing this, Wang Chongqing promptly expressed his gratitude and hurried towards the nearby fruit trees laden with spirit fruits, gently placing the gathered spirit fruits before the Crimson Flame three-tailed fox. The little fox immediately began to nibble on one. Wang Chongqing stroked the little fox's purple fur and said, "Let us give you a name. From now on, you shall be called Xiao." At that moment, the little fox, engrossed in consuming the spirit fruit, seemed to understand Wang Chongqing's words. With a soft yip, it nodded its head, appearing quite pleased with its new name. After finishing the spirit fruit, Xiao prepared to lie down on the ground. "Xiao, please demonstrate your magical prowess." Wang Chongqing harbored a profound curiosity regarding the capabilities of his spirit beast. As a scion of a beast-taming lineage, he yearned to forge a pact with a spirit beast. Yet opportunities had eluded him thus far. Both the mother of this fiery three-tailed fox and the clan leader's blazing lion had left an indelible impression upon him. Yep. The little fox immediately grasped its master's intent, casting a disgruntled glance at Wang Chongqing, as if to express its displeasure at being asked to work right after a hearty meal. The fox then rose, its 3 tails dancing gracefully, as several arcs of purple lightning flickered along its appendages. With a crack, as the little fox's tail swayed, a bolt of purple lightning shot forth, striking a nearby rock, which shattered into countless fragments in an instant. "What is this?" Wang Chongqing was momentarily taken aback. Was this not the fiery three-tailed fox? Why was it unleashing lightning magic? It is well known that lightning spells in this realm of cultivation signify immense destructive power and are not countered by other elemental attributes. What could be the reason? Could it be a consequence of having been struck by heavenly tribulation? Wang Chongqing was puzzled and hurriedly cradled the little fox, rushing to seek the counsel of Elder C. After explaining the situation, Elder C fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, he spoke. "The tomes preserved by our clan contain instances of spirit beast mutations, an exceedingly rare phenomenon. It is possible that your fox has undergone such a transformation." A spirit beast mutation? Wang Chongqing too pondered the implications. However, there is no need for concern, as this is a fortuitous occurrence. The records indicate that mutated spirit beasts only grow stronger. Noticing Wang Chongqing's worries, Elder C offered reassurance. "Make a point to peruse the clan's tomes frequently. These texts contain the invaluable wisdom amassed by our ancestors through the ages." Seeing Elder C preparing to launch into another lengthy discourse, Wang Chongqing quickly bowed and took his leave. "I understand, fourth aunt. I shall go and study the clan's texts at once." With that, he dashed away without a backward glance. This child. Elder C shook his head in bemusement as he watched Wang Chongqing depart. Upon leaving the spirit beast garden, Wang Chongqing hurried to the clan's library. "Chongqing, what brings you here?" The third elder, who had been meditating in the library, opened his eyes upon Wang Chongqing's entrance. "Granduncle, I have recently forged a pact with a spirit beast, a fiery three-tailed fox. However, I find it peculiar that this fox manifests lightning magic. Given your extensive knowledge, I have come to seek your guidance." Wang Chongqing directly stated his purpose, knowing that the third elder oversaw the library and had perused all its texts. Oh, such an occurrence is indeed remarkable. Please, let me see the fox. The third elder expressed his intrigue at Wang Chongqing's description. At his words, Wang Chongqing promptly released the little fox from its spirit beast space. Upon emerging, the fox appeared somewhat shy in the presence of the third elder and quickly scurried beneath Wang Chongqing's feet. Noticing this, Wang Chongqing offered words of comfort, allowing the fox to relax. The third elder scrutinized the fox intently. This creature is indeed distinct from other fiery three-tailed foxes. While their fur is typically a bright red, yours possesses a striking purple hue, indicating a mutation. When I forged the pact with this fox, its mother was undergoing tribulation. Wang Chongqing recounted the events that transpired in the Taiyao mountain range. Oh, such a wondrous tale. It seems fortune smiles upon you, young one, the third elder marveled. Nurture this fox well. It possesses a third-tier bloodline, and after this mutation, it will undoubtedly become a significant ally in your future endeavors. Yes, I shall diligently heed your counsel, granduncle. Wang Chongqing nodded earnestly. The third elder, satisfied with his response, added, coincidentally, our clan possesses a tome that elaborately details the phenomenon of spirit beast mutations. Take it and see if it can provide you with further insights. Wang Chongqing promptly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, granduncle. Following the third elder's guidance, he located the book on spirit beast mutations within the library. As he opened the tome, it detailed how spirit beasts could undergo mutations due to various unknown factors, yet the probability of such mutations occurring was exceedingly low, less than 1 in a billion. Compared to ordinary spirit beasts, mutated ones boasted superior qualifications and lifespans, and within the same tier, they were significantly more formidable, often possessing additional innate skills. After perusing the text, Wang Chongqing closed the book, realizing that the conditions for a spirit beast mutation were rather stringent, thus rendering their abilities even more potent. The fiery three-tailed fox, which typically excelled in fire magic, had transformed into a lightning spellcaster after enduring heavenly tribulation. The book also chronicled other instances of spirit beast mutations throughout the history of the Xianyang immortal realm, including a legendary nine-tailed fox that, having lived in extreme icy plains since its birth, had its fire spells mutated into ice magic. This fox, after its mutation, wielded formidable ice abilities. According to the records, it had once escaped from a joint assault by 4 human nascent soul masters, even killing one in the process, which sent shockwaves throughout the Xianyang immortal realm. The human cultivators bestowed upon it the illustrious title of the Ice Extreme Celestial Fox. At this moment, Wang Chongqing felt an exhilarating rush, envisioning his fox evolving into a nine-tailed being, commanding the very essence of thunder. After returning the book to its shelf, he selected several volumes composed by the clan's elders on the art of beast taming. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several months had elapsed. During this period, the Qianyang sect dispersed the rewards for the Wang clan's hunt of demonic beasts, and the clan finally acquired the coveted Xiang pill. Currently, the only perfected foundation establishment cultivator in the clan was the Grand Elder, who, upon receiving the Xiang pill, entered seclusion to refine his cultivation. The Wang clan's gates were firmly shut, and the protective mountain formation was fully activated, wary of any sudden attacks from the Wu clan's ancestors. The Grand Elder, at just over 170 years of age, still had ample time before his lifespan reached its limit. After consuming the Xiang pill, the probability of his breakthrough to the Purple Mansion stage was as high as 80%. In truth, the Wang clan's ease in obtaining the Xiang pill was well understood by all. This was part of the Qianyang sect's strategy for maintaining balance. The Wu clan's ancestor had procured the Xiang pill at an auction held by other forces, seeking to ascend to the Purple Mansion stage and disrupt the equilibrium of the Zixia County, a scenario the Qianyang sect was keen to avoid. As months rolled on, boom, the spiritual energy within the Lingwu Valley converged towards the Grand Elder's dwelling. Moments later, a tremendous pressure emanated, felt by all members of the Wang clan. The Grand Elder has broken through. Wonderful. The Grand Elder has ascended to the Purple Mansion stage. The Wang clan has become a force within the Purple Mansion. All the members of the Wang clan erupted in joyous celebration. With the Grand Elder's ascension to the Purple Mansion stage, I wonder if the Wu clan will dare to provoke us again. If the Wu clan's ancestor dares to come, let him do so at his peril. A member of the clan declared indignantly. At this moment, Wang Chongqing was still immersed in his training. Upon hearing the news of the Grand Elder's breakthrough, he too breathed a sigh of relief. Although the Wang clan's cultivators now scoffed at the Wu clan's ancestor, he was still a Purple Mansion cultivator, thus exerting considerable pressure on the Wang clan. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the Qianyang sect cultivator, the Wang clan might have faced utter annihilation by now. With the Grand Elder's breakthrough to the Purple Mansion stage, That pressure had now dissipated. Days passed, and finally, the Grand Elder had solidified his cultivation. Dong! A resonant and profound chime echoed, reverberating 3 times. Upon hearing the toll of the bells, the members of the Wang family hurriedly made their way to the ancestral hall, where the Grand Elder was already seated in the position of honor. Congratulations, Grand Elder, on achieving the Purple Mansion realm. May our Wang family thrive for generations to come. Following this, the gathered kin bowed in unison to express their well wishes. There's no need for formalities. The Grand Elder raised his hand, signaling for them to rise. At this moment, the clan leader spoke. With the Grand Elder's breakthrough to the Purple Mansion stage, the immediate crisis facing our Wang family has been averted. However, I urge all clan members to exercise caution while venturing out, lest we fall victim to a surprise attack from the Marshall family. Now that the Grand Elder has advanced to the Purple Mansion stage, our clan has 2 foundation establishment pills remaining. Zhe, you have also reached the peak of Qi refinement. The clan leader turned to Wang Zhe. I bestow this foundation establishment pill upon you, with the hope that you will soon establish your foundation. Thank you, clan leader. I shall strive to break through and alleviate our family's burdens. Wang Zhe bowed in gratitude and accepted the pill. Our clan retains 1 more foundation establishment pill. Zhe, you have reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. Return to me once you attain full mastery of your Qi, and I shall grant you this pill. Thank you, clan leader. I will devote myself to my training and live up to your expectations. Upon hearing this, the second uncle, Wang Zhe, was elated and quickly bowed in thanks. As for the other clan members, we will prepare foundation establishment pills for you once you reach the peak of Qi refinement, the clan leader concluded. Casting a glance at Wang Chongqing. Chongqing, you have also reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. Strive to establish your foundation soon. Yes, Chongqing understands. Wang Chongqing replied. The clan leader, Wang Xiaoji, then announced several other matters, and the assembly of Wang family practitioners dispersed. After leaving the ancestral hall, Wang Chongqing walked alongside his sister. Brother, now that the family's crisis has passed, may I go out for some training? His sister, Wang Chongling, hesitantly inquired. What? Wang Chongqing was momentarily taken aback, then resolutely refused. No? With your mid-Qi refinement strength, you wish to venture out? We shall discuss this again when you reach late Qi refinement. He relayed the words once spoken by the clan leader and the elders, embodying the very demeanor he had once found irksome. What's the matter? How long must I wait to reach late Qi refinement? If you don't want me to go out, just say so, you stubborn brother. Humph. Wang Chongling stomped her foot in frustration and turned away, ignoring Wang Chongqing. Seeing this, Wang Chongqing felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Quickly catching up to comfort his sister. All right, don't be upset. How about this? I'll take you home to see mother and father, and when we return, you'll obediently continue your training, okay? Upon hearing this, Wang Chongling halted, excitedly shaking Wang Chongqing's arm. Really? That's wonderful, brother. She then began to jump in place. Yay? I'll finally get to see mother and father. Wang Chongqing was left speechless, utterly at the mercy of his sister. Chapter 25. Ambushed. After reporting to the clan leader and the elders, Wang Chongqing departed with his sister from the family estate. Suddenly, while soaring through the skies on his sword, Wang Chongqing sensed something amiss, as if a dangerously ominous presence had locked onto him. Hastily, he opened his storage bag and summoned the diamond mystic bell to hover above his head, enveloping them in a golden barrier of protection. Bang! A flying sword shot towards Wang Chongqing and his sister, only to be deflected by the golden barrier. Haha, the quality of your magical artifacts is impressive. It seems you two hold a significant status in the Wang family. A middle-aged cultivator appeared in the air, causing Wang Chongqing's pupils to constrict. A foundation establishment cultivator. Realizing the danger, Wang Chongqing urgently called out to his sister. Linger, hurry back to the clan and inform the elders. Upon seeing the foundation establishment cultivator, Wang Chongqing understood he was no match for the individual before him. Seeing Wang Chongling hesitate to leave, he shouted, quickly go. Your flying artifact, the primordial earth spirit shuttle, is incredibly swift. Go and seek the elders for help, or we may both perish here today. His words jolted Wang Chongling back to reality. Without further delay, she took out the primordial earth spirit shuttle from her storage bag and transformed into a streak of light, flying towards the family estate. Brother, you must hold on. The middle-aged foundation establishment cultivator, surprised by Wang Chongling's escape on the shuttle, thought, they possess a flying artifact. It seems I've caught a big fish today. He chose not to pursue her. What is your identity? Do you not know I am a cultivator from the Beastmaster Wang family? How dare you ambush me here? Are you not afraid of retribution from my clan? Wang Chongqing declared, drawing the red fire sword from his storage bag. This location was 2 hours' journey from Lingwu Valley. With Linger piloting the primordial earth spirit shuttle, she could reach the clan in less than an hour. while any elders coming to their aid would take half an hour. Thus, Wang Chongqing had to survive for an hour and a half against this foundation establishment cultivator, an arduous task indeed. Upon hearing Wang Chongqing invoke the name of the Wang family, the middle-aged cultivator displayed a hint of disdain. Humph. Wang family. I intend to kill your kin. Realizing that this confrontation would not end well, Wang Chongqing remained composed, his mind racing for a way out. The middle-aged cultivator, aware that Wang Chongling was fetching help, understood he needed to resolve this quickly. He immediately formed a hand seal, summoning a thorn-covered vine that lunged towards Wang Chongqing. In response, Wang Chongqing swiftly cast a fireball spell to counter it. The fireball ignited upon contact with the vine, but failed to incinerate it. As the opponent's second-tier spell far surpassed his first-tier magic, the vine struck the golden barrier of the diamond mystic bell. Ding! The bell emitted a deep, resonant chime, and the golden barrier shattered instantly. Wang Chongqing's brow furrowed in concern as he retrieved a talisman from his storage bag, clenching it in his hand. As the talisman ignited, Wang Chongqing burrowed underground, heading towards the clan's direction. This Earth Escape talisman was a gift from the clan leader before his departure. Upon activating the Earth Escape talisman, Wang Chongqing's speed significantly increased, yet he understood that relying solely on a second-tier talisman to escape from a foundation establishment cultivator was nothing short of a fool's errand. The middle-aged cultivator, astonished that Wang Chongqing possessed a second-tier talisman, glared darkly in the direction of his escape. After a moment's hesitation, he summoned his flying sword, standing atop it, and pursued Wang Chongqing with great haste. The second-tier flying sword was remarkably swift, and soon Wang Chongqing found himself overtaken. The duration of the Earth Escape talisman was nearing its end, forcing him to surface from the Earth. At that moment, he was less than 100 miles from the family estate, capable of reaching it in under half an hour. Surveying his surroundings, Wang Chongqing realized he was amidst a misty mountain range. He quickly concealed his presence, hiding in a small lake, holding his breath and remaining vigilant. Shortly thereafter, the middle-aged cultivator arrived, expanding his spiritual senses to search for Wang Chongqing among the mountains. A foundation establishment cultivator's senses could extend several hundred feet. However, after several searches yielded no results, the cultivator's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that a mere Qi refinement practitioner could slip away from him. Humph. Stop hiding. I can see you, kid. Though the cultivator suspected Wang Chongqing was concealed in the area, repeated attempts to locate him had failed, prompting him to lure Wang Chongqing out. After calling out several times without a response, the middle-aged cultivator lost patience. This location was perilously close to the Wang family estate, and he surmised that the boy's elders would soon arrive. After a moment's contemplation, the middle-aged cultivator reluctantly decided to withdraw. At this moment, Wang Chongqing was still hiding at the bottom of the lake, holding his breath and concentrating. Seeing that the surroundings had fallen into silence, he still dared not act recklessly, wary of whether that middle-aged cultivator was employing deception. After lingering in the lake for a while, he suddenly sensed a faint flow of spiritual energy emanating from the lakebed, which he would not have detected without careful scrutiny with his divine sense. Wang Chongqing swam towards the direction of the spiritual energy and indeed found a trace of it. Using his flying sword, he cleared away the mud at the bottom of the lake, revealing a small opening just large enough for him to slip through. This lake was quite small, inhabited only by a few ordinary fish and shrimp, and Wang Chongqing saw no sign of any monstrous beasts. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to investigate further. As he delved deeper, the space within the opening began to widen. Suddenly, he was taken aback by what lay before him. On the stone wall ahead, there appeared a piece of iron exuding a sharp aura. This was gungjing. Gungjing was an exceptionally precious and sharp treasure. A mere drop added during the crafting of magical artifacts could greatly enhance their sharpness and power. Moreover, gungjing was not only utilized in the creation of magical tools, but also extensively in the forging of spiritual devices and even the treasures of golden core cultivators. Thus, it was exceedingly rare, with even a small piece valued at over 1,000 spirit stones. Wang Chongqing suppressed his inner excitement and struck a few blows with his flying sword against the surrounding walls. Indeed, this was a gungjing mine. A look of ecstatic joy surfaced on Wang Chongqing's face, although he was still uncertain about the mine's yield. With this thought in mind, Wang Chongqing swam back to the lake's surface, eager to report this discovery to the clan leader. Upon exiting the lake, he summoned his flying sword and hurriedly flew towards his family's direction. At that moment, the clan's elder was also urgently flying towards this direction, his entire being infused with magical power at full throttle. Chapter 26. Investigating the gungjing mine. Wang Chongqing represented the future of the Wang family. Despite the elder currently being a purple mansion cultivator, he had essentially reached the limits of his potential. The chasm between the purple mansion and golden core stages was immense. Even in sects as prestigious as the Qiu Niu sect, there were only 2 golden core cultivators. And the treasures capable of aiding cultivators in breaking through the golden core barrier were all priceless. Even the Qiu Niu sect could only produce a golden core cultivator once every few centuries. Therefore, upon learning that Wang Chongqing had been ambushed, the elder immediately rushed in the direction indicated by Wang Chongling. After flying several miles, he encountered Wang Chongqing approaching at high speed. Chongqing, the elder exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him. Wang Chongqing, startled by the swift streak of light approaching him, momentarily feared it was that middle-aged cultivator. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the elder who had come. Greetings, great-grandfather. Chongqing, are you unharmed? The elder scrutinized him anxiously, finally breathing a sigh of relief upon confirming Wang Chongqing's safety. Great-grandfather, I have important news to report. Wang Chongqing hurriedly informed the elder of his discovery of the Gungjing. Upon hearing this, the elder was first taken aback, then filled with exuberance. This matter is of utmost importance. We must return to the clan immediately. Upon their return, seeing his brother safe and sound, Wang Chongqing's sister, Wang Chongling, rushed over to embrace him, her eyes brimming with tears. Wu, brother, I'm so sorry. I promise I won't be willful again in the future. Wang Chongqing quickly comforted his sister. Don't cry. This isn't your fault. Look, I'm perfectly fine. We'll visit father and mother once I establish my foundation. After soothing her, Wang Chongling finally calmed down. At this time, the clan leader and other elders were all present, and Wang Chongqing recounted his experiences. Bang! Upon learning that Wang Chongqing had been pursued by a foundation establishment cultivator, the clan leader slammed his hand on the table in fury. Damn the Wu family. After hearing Wang Chongqing's description, clan leader Wang Shaoji realized who had attacked him. There were only a few foundation establishment cultivators with enmity towards the Wang family. This matter required swift action, otherwise, the clan members would no longer dare venture outside. The second elder's expression darkened as well. We must temporarily prohibit clan members from going out, clan leader Wang Shaoji declared. As for the Gungjing mine mentioned by Chongqing, how should we handle it? This Gungjing mine is indeed incredibly precious, but it is not something the Wang family alone can exploit. Even if we could conceal the existence of the Gungjing mine, it would likely pose a threat in the future. If the quantity is small, it would be manageable. If large, it would only bring calamity to the Wang family. Then let me investigate it first, and then we can make a decision. If the yield is low, the Wang family can keep the existence of this Gungjing mine secret. If it is substantial, we must report it to the Qiu Niu sect, the second elder suggested. Agreed. Let us proceed as the second elder has advised. After the group deliberated, the second elder set off to investigate the Gungjing mine. After sending his sister Wang Chongling back, Wang Chongqing returned to his cave dwelling. Had it not been for the second-tier spiritual talisman bestowed by the clan leader, he might have perished at the hands of that foundation establishment cultivator from the Wu family. At this moment, Wang Chongqing felt an even greater urgency to refine the ancient phoenix egg. For only after successfully refining it could he break through the foundation establishment stage and gain the means for self-preservation in this harsh world of cultivation. Wang Chongqing first summoned his little fox for feeding. Due to the resonance of their spirits, it sensed his inner tension and continually nuzzled him in comfort. Wang Chongqing stroked its head, saying, "Do not worry, I will surely succeed." After speaking, he returned the little fox to the beast containment space, seated himself on the meditation mat, and retrieved the ancient phoenix egg along with the auxiliary pills he had prepared, the pulse protection pill and the earth spirit pill. Additionally, there was a blood lotus pill, which the elder had gifted him upon learning he was about to cultivate spiritual fire. Its effects were similar to the pulse protection pill, safeguarding the body's spiritual channels, while the blood lotus pill protected the internal organs. Wang Chongqing first consumed several pills, their medicinal properties enveloping his spiritual channels and organs. Then, he placed the ancient phoenix egg before him and began to channel his spiritual energy into the egg. This process demanded immense focus and patience, as any loss of control could potentially ruin the energy within the egg. As spiritual energy continued to surge in, a swirling vortex of energy emerged from the ancient phoenix egg, flowing into Wang Chongqing. Soon, he felt an increasing warmth within his body, and after an indeterminate amount of time, a flame appeared within him, signifying the completion of the first step. Following this, Wang Chongqing guided the flame throughout his spiritual channels as described in the 10,000 fires burning heaven technique. As this flame burned, it expanded Wang Chongqing's meridians. Ugh! Wang Chongqing cried out in agony. The power of this flame was formidable, and as it continued to blaze, he felt intense torment, his body drenched in sweat. At last, the flame traversed his meridians, completing the first step of meridian burning. This step was crucial for strengthening Wang Chongqing's spiritual energy. allowing his meridians to accommodate a greater volume of spiritual power. Next came the second step, equally critical, body burning. This step was fraught with peril. A moment's negligence could lead to death. According to the records, many cultivators practicing the 10,000 fires burning heaven technique had perished at this stage. Wang Chongqing steadied his breath and focused, guiding the flame to circulate through his body, scorching his organs and bones. Gritting his teeth, his veins bulged. And he finally completed this step as well. Next, the third step, the burning of the divine soul, a phase that proves even more elusive and perilous. Wang Chongqing, lacking any protective elixirs for his soul, faced an exceedingly treacherous ordeal. With determination, he summoned the power of his soul, drawing it closer to the searing flames. Hiss! An indescribable agony engulfed his very essence, a torment that transcended the limits of flesh. Wang Chongqing shut his eyes and took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumult within. Yet, the pain surged forth like an unstoppable tide, overwhelming him. His soul quivered in anguish, a torment akin to being pierced by 1,000 arrows, rendering him desperate for relief. His spirit writhed within the flames, contorting in agony. Gritting his teeth, Wang Chongqing endured the relentless suffering, allowing his essence to be tempered in the fire. Eventually, after an indeterminate passage of time, the flames extinguished, the pain subsided, and he opened his eyes. At that moment, he felt utterly drained. Success at last. As this thought flickered through his mind, Wang Chongqing collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Chapter 27. Awakening of the Spirit Fire. After an unknown duration, Wang Chongqing opened his bleary eyes, feeling a chilling sensation. His clothes had vanished without a trace. Regaining his senses, he quickly turned inward to assess his internal state, discovering a flame ignited within his dantian. This was an extraordinarily mysterious and intense blaze, radiant as the sun with its golden hue, while at its core, a deep crimson shimmer hinted at the presence of a golden phoenix dancing within. Extending his right hand, Wang Chongqing felt this flame ignite in his palm, imbued with an incredibly pure vitality. This is it, the Nirvana flame, he exclaimed in sheer delight. The Nirvana flame is a formidable innate divine ability of the phoenix lineage, said to ignite when a phoenix's true essence faces death, burning away its entire past life before achieving rebirth. Each time a phoenix undergoes rebirth, it grows stronger, yet they seldom choose this path unless absolutely necessary. For rebirth is not guaranteed. To possess such a divine flame as the Nirvana flame is indeed extraordinary. Wang Chongqing's voice trembled with excitement. Even though he had anticipated this moment, the reality of wielding such power left him exhilarated. The Nirvana flame harbors unparalleled life force, making it invaluable for his cultivation of the 10,000 flames burning heaven technique, allowing him to awaken other spirit fires in the future with far less peril than his initial awakening. At this juncture, it was the most beneficial spirit fire for him. The 10,000 flames burning heaven technique documents that the Nirvana flame not only boasts an exceedingly high temperature, but also possesses the ability to purify all, incinerating filth and malevolence entirely. Even more astonishing, using the Nirvana flame to burn oneself can facilitate the healing of injuries. Imagine continuously employing this flame in battle, with one's wounds perpetually mending, akin to an unyielding cockroach. How miraculous! Is this truly the Nirvana flame? Wang Chongqing marveled inwardly. Moreover, due to the immense life force contained within the Nirvana flame, it can also be utilized in alchemical processes. It is known that typical alchemists draw upon the earth's fire from beneath, while a select few powerful alchemists hunt magical beasts for their flames. Those fortunate enough to acquire spirit fire are exceedingly rare. This is merely the first spirit fire cultivated through the 10,000 flames burning heaven technique. Evidently, he had made the right choice. Though this technique does not confer spells, the ability to cultivate spirit fire is far superior to the spells accompanying other elite techniques. Recalling the Nirvana flame, Wang Chongqing used his spiritual sense to feel within his body. He found his meridians significantly expanded, capable of accommodating far greater amounts of spirit energy. And his soul had also grown remarkably stronger. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He summoned the scarlet fire sword from his storage bag and struck his arm with it. Bang! Sparks flew, yet his arm remained unscathed. His physical body had now attained the resilience to withstand a high-grade first-tier magical artifact. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. If he were to face his pre-tempering self now, he could defeat him in a single strike. After donning a new set of robes from his storage bag, Wang Chongqing's mind raced with thoughts. Once he perfected his qi refinement to the 9th layer, he could proceed to foundation establishment. However, for the moment, he opted to leave seclusion first. Upon emerging from his cave, he made his way to the purple bamboo peak, where the clan leader resided. Chongqing, you have emerged from seclusion. It appears you have awakened your spirit fire, the clan leader remarked with evident delight. Having been informed prior of Wang Changqing's intentions to cultivate spirit fire, since you have awakened your spirit fire, it seems you shall soon establish your foundation. The clan leader added, stroking his beard with satisfaction. Changqing's rapid advancement in cultivation is attributed to your diligent guidance, esteemed leader. I shall strive to cultivate diligently and alleviate the clan's burdens. Wang Changqing humbly responded. The clan leader nodded in approval, saying, Indeed, you are a conscientious child. Then, I shall take my leave, Wang Changqing reported, bowing respectfully before excusing himself, noticing the clan leader had pressing matters to attend to. In the following days, Wang Changqing balanced his time between cultivation and caring for his spirit pet, whose strength had now reached the mid-tier of the first stage. Wang Changqing couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of a mutated beast with a third-tier bloodline. Notably, the second elder, after investigating a nearby lake, discovered a vein of essence metal with an exceptionally high yield, stretching for dozens of miles. Following discussions among the elders of the Wang family, they promptly reported this matter to the Qianyang sect. This substantial essence metal vein was far beyond the realm of the Wang family's ambitions. Upon learning of its existence, the Qianyang sect immediately dispatched a purple mansion cultivator to investigate. After thorough examination and deliberation, it was decided that the Qianyang sect would retain 90% of the profits from this essence metal vein, allocating a mere 10% to the Wang family. Furthermore, the Qianyang sect guaranteed that upon the emergence of the next foundation-establishing cultivator from the Wang family, they would provide a Ziyang pill to assist in their breakthrough to the Purple Mansion stage. Upon receiving this news, the Wang family was understandably elated. Even a 10% share constituted a significant boon for them at present, let alone the prospect of a Ziyang pill. Meanwhile, Wang Changqing's days were spent in blissful leisure, feeding his spirit pet and frolicking with his younger sister, enjoying life to the fullest. Concurrently, his cultivation did not falter. He had now reached the mid-stage of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Moreover, his 6th uncle, Wang Zeshi, had also broken through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement, and, after receiving a foundation establishment pill from the clan leader, entered seclusion. Notably, Wang Zeshi shared a deep bond with Wang Changqing, often being the closest among the clan uncles. Months later, Wang Zeshi finally emerged from his seclusion, becoming the 6th foundation establishment cultivator within the family. Wang Changqing hurried to his uncle's dwelling, activating the formation's restrictions, and was warmly welcomed inside. Upon seeing his uncle, Wang Changqing was taken aback. A spirit pattern adorned his uncle's forehead, unmistakably the family bloodline's innate ability, the spirit control pattern. Nephew, congratulations on your achievements, uncle. I did not expect you not only to become a foundation cultivator, but also to awaken the family's bloodline ability, Wang Changqing respectfully remarked. Haha. There is no need for formality between us, nephew, Wang Zeshi replied, in high spirits. I, too, did not foresee such an opportunity to awaken our family's bloodline ability. Just as the uncle and nephew conversed, the formation's restrictions were triggered once more. The clan leader, upon recognizing the newcomer, the uncle and nephew quickly rose to bow in greeting. Haha, Changqing, I did not expect to find you here as well, the clan leader remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Oh, Zusher, you too have awakened the spirit mark? Haha, excellent, excellent. My Wang family has been experiencing a string of fortuitous events lately. It seems our ancestors are indeed watching over us. In Chapter 28, the colorful spiritual fish, Wang Zusher, with gratitude for his family's support, reveals a square wooden box from his storage pouch. What is this? The clan leader inquired, perplexed. This is the foundation establishment pill granted by the clan leader, which I have not consumed. I now return it to you, to bestow upon other clan members. Wang Zusher stated with utmost reverence. What? You managed to break through to foundation establishment without consuming the pill? The clan leader exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing the words of his 6th uncle. You, how could you act so recklessly? Zusher, acknowledging his mistake, expressed his intent to save the pill for the benefit of other clan members. Bowing deeply, Wang Zusher said, I wish to reserve a foundation establishment pill for others. Seeing this, the clan leader sighed, alas. Since you have succeeded in your breakthrough, let it be. However, you must not act so rashly in the future. Wang Changqing, surprised, reflected on how his 6th uncle had achieved foundation establishment without the aid of the pill, noting that the success rate for a practitioner with 3 spiritual roots is only 60% without it. Yet, upon further contemplation, Wang Changqing understood that his 6th uncle, known for his tenacity, had likely chosen to forego the pill not only to save it for the family, but also because practitioners who break through without it often possess more robust spiritual energy afterwards, surpassing their peers who relied on the pill by 30%. It seemed that his 6th uncle had indeed prioritized this advantage, and fortunately, He had succeeded. The clan leader sighed. Let us refrain from discussing such disheartening matters. Since you have achieved foundation establishment, you may select a few second-tier magical artifacts from the family treasury. We require a foundation establishment practitioner to oversee the Gung Essence Mine, and you shall be the one to go. Your command shall be obeyed, clan leader. With that, the clan leader offered further instructions, and they each returned to their respective abodes. Time flew by, and months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Wang Chongqing dedicated himself to intense cultivation, hoping to achieve foundation establishment at the earliest opportunity. One day, while immersed in his practice, the formation of his cave dwelling was triggered. Wang Chongqing promptly opened the barrier. Greetings, second uncle. Upon seeing the visitor, Wang Chongqing immediately paid his respects. The newcomer was none other than his second uncle, Wang Zixin. There is no need for excessive formalities. The clan leader has sent me to summon you. There is a matter of great importance to discuss, his uncle stated directly. The clan leader requests my presence? Very well, I shall accompany you at once. With that, Wang Chongqing swiftly set off. Upon arriving at Zizhu Peak, he found not only the clan leader but also two others, 5th Uncle Wang Ziyu and 7th Uncle Wang Zikong. Greetings, clan leader and esteemed uncles. Wang Chongqing bowed deeply to all present. A surge of spiritual energy enveloped Wang Chongqing. There is no need for excessive formalities. I have summoned you because someone in our clan has spotted dozens of colorful spiritual fish in the endless sea. I wish for you to capture them, the clan leader declared. Wang Chongqing recalled having seen colorful spiritual fish in its home. Though they were merely first-tier bloodline beasts, they were exceedingly rare. Their flesh was delectable, capable of rapidly enhancing spiritual energy without destabilizing one's foundation, unlike medicinal pills. Due to their remarkable properties, these fish had been hunted to near extinction by practitioners from the Xianyang immortal domain thousands of years ago. I have heard tales of the colorful spiritual fish and their incredible efficacy for enhancing spiritual energy. I cannot believe they have not gone extinct. 7th Uncle Wang Zikong remarked. Astonished. Prepare yourselves and make haste to the endless sea. I will have the clan member who spotted the fish guide you, the clan leader instructed. Subsequently, after gathering the necessary magical tools for capturing the spiritual beasts, Wang Chongqing and his three uncles, guided by the clan member who had discovered the colorful spiritual fish, set off for the endless sea. The group consisted of 5 individuals, 2nd Uncle Wang Zixin at the 9th level of Qi refinement, 5th Uncle Wang Ziyu at the 8th level, 7th Uncle Wang Zikong also at the 8th level, and the guiding clan member, Wang Zixing, ranked 19th in the Zixir line, but only at the 5th level of Qi refinement. They soared through the skies on their swords, passing by Zixia town, yet Wang Chongqing did not stop. Continuing on to a cluster of islands in the endless sea. These islands lay nearly 100 miles from the mainland, comprised of dozens of small isles with sparse spiritual energy, where only a few larger islands were inhabited by mortals. Under the guidance of the 19th uncle, the group arrived at an island. According to this clan member, both his parents were mortals residing on this island. While visiting his family, he happened upon the school of colorful spiritual fish in this sea. The group first arrived at the area of the sea, searching diligently but failing to locate the colorful spiritual fish. However, they remained unperturbed, settling on the island to patrol in shifts, confident that they would eventually discover the fish if they remained in the area. Months passed without a trace of the colorful spiritual fish, leading the group to suspect they had vacated the region. After deliberation, they decided to venture into the sea to search. However, they had brought only 2 water-repelling artifacts on this journey. It is important to note that the endless sea is home to countless beasts, and although this area is on the outskirts, they may still encounter lower-tier monsters. Thus, it was decided that 2nd Uncle Wang Zixin and Wang Chongqing, both at the 9th level of Qi refinement, would utilize the water protection artifacts to search underwater. The water protection artifact is a type of water-repelling pearl that, when infused with spiritual energy, creates a protective barrier enveloping the user. As Wang Chongqing submerged into the sea, he found only ordinary fish and shrimp. He did not encounter even one colorful spiritual fish, nor any other ordinary spiritual beasts. After several hours of searching, Wang Chongqing's gaze suddenly sharpened. What is this? He spotted. Several hundred meters away, a dazzling display of colorful spiritual light, with dozens of fish shimmering with vibrant hues, darting gracefully through the water. The colorful spiritual fish. They truly remain in this sea. Wang Chongqing forced himself to remain calm, holding his breath and not daring to act impulsively. He stealthily retrieved a fishing net from his storage pouch. Despite its ordinary appearance, this net was a top-tier first-grade magical artifact, crafted from the silk of a second-tier beast, the ghost-faced venom spider. As the school of colorful spiritual fish swam within mere meters of him, Wang Chongqing seized the moment, swiftly casting the net over the fish, ensnaring several of them. These were all first-tier beasts, with even two reaching the upper tier. As the net constricted around them, they thrashed and bit at it in vain. The net was exceedingly sturdy, and it was nearly impossible for first-tier beasts to break free. After capturing the colorful spiritual fish, Wang Chongqing wasted no time and swiftly ascended to the surface. His uncles were waiting for him, standing above the water on their swords. "I've caught them!" Wang Chongqing shouted eagerly. "What? That is wonderful!" His uncles exclaimed in joy. In Chapter 29, Family Competition, upon returning to Zizhu Peak, the clan leader was engrossed in clan affairs. Upon noticing their return, he quickly rose to inquire, "Well, did you capture the colorful spiritual fish?" "Fulfilled our mission." The group bowed in unison. "Thanks to Chongqing, who ventured into the sea to capture the colorful spiritual fish," second uncle reported. "Excellent." The clan leader was overjoyed at the news of the fish's capture. "Chongqing, go ahead and deliver these colorful spiritual fish to the Spirit Beast Garden. Actually, let us all go together. I have some matters to discuss with Elder Four as well." The clan leader led the group to the Spirit Beast Garden, where several clan members were tending to the spirit pets raised by the family. Upon the clan leader's entry, they all bowed in respect. "Greetings, clan leader." As the crowd gathered before a cavern in the Spirit Beast Garden, the Elder Four emerged after triggering the protective barrier. Wang Chongqing and his companions hurriedly bowed, exclaiming, "Greetings, Elder Four. What brings you to the Spirit Beast Garden, clan leader?" Elder Four inquired, her expression one of curiosity. With a hearty laugh, the clan leader replied, These young ones have caught several colorful spirit fish in the endless sea, so I brought them here to discuss how to rear these exquisite creatures." "What? The colorful spirit fish have been thought extinct?" Elder Four exclaimed in astonishment. As the custodian of the family's Spirit Beast Garden, she was well versed in the family's ancient texts and was acutely aware of the significance of these fish. However, the current spirit lake space for rearing aquatic demonic beasts was insufficient. If they were to nurture these colorful spirit fish, a new pond would need to be constructed for them. After a moment of contemplation, the clan leader responded, "Then let us build a new pond for them." "Very well. I shall make the necessary arrangements immediately," Elder Four affirmed, then added, "Additionally, we must expedite the search for a master for the several scarlet flame three-tailed foxes. If we delay, they will grow too large to be claimed." The clan leader nodded thoughtfully, realizing that as the scarlet flame three-tailed foxes matured, they would no longer be suitable for the Spirit Beast Garden. These foxes were third-tier bloodline demonic beasts, and if they continued to grow without a master, even Elder Four might struggle to contain them. It was my oversight. In that case, I will organize a family martial competition to select a master for the Scarlet Flame three-tailed foxes. Upon hearing this, the family members without spirit beasts erupted in excitement, while those already bonded to spirit beasts displayed expressions of regret. After all, the Scarlet Flame three-tailed foxes were third-tier bloodline spirit beasts, capable of attaining purple mansion strength as they grew. Days later, the clan leader announced a search for masters for the 4 Scarlet Flame three-tailed foxes. With simple rules, a family competition would be held, open to all clan members without spirit beasts, where the top 4 would earn the right to bond with a Scarlet Flame three-tailed fox. To entice participation, the clan leader offered numerous prizes, including pills to enhance cultivation and high-quality first-tier artifacts. An uproar swept through the clan. This matter seemed unrelated to Wang Chongqing, who already possessed a mutated thunder attribute fox. Although he could still contract another beast using the standard method, he chose not to do so. Just as Wang Chongqing prepared to enter secluded cultivation to break through to the late stage of qi refinement, the formation of his cave was activated. Upon unlocking the barrier, he was surprised to see his younger sister, Wang Chongling, enter. "What brings you here?" he asked, slightly taken aback. "I came to chat with you and see how you are," she replied, her bright eyes sparkling with mischief. Wang Chongqing chuckled, fully aware of his sister's nature. "Very well. But I must enter seclusion to cultivate now. We can talk after I emerge." Seeing her brother attempt to usher her out, Wang Chongling quickly protested, "Wait. Don't send me away just yet. I have something to discuss with you." Wang Chongqing's expression softened into a smile. "What is it that requires your brother's assistance?" Shyly, Wang Chongling said, "Brother, you see, I am already at mid-qi refinement, but still lack a spirit beast." Suppressing a laugh, Wang Chongqing replied, "In that case, let us visit Elder Four. I will have her select a spirit beast for you from the Spirit Beast Garden." Realizing she had been teased, Wang Chongling pouted in frustration. "What? I won't talk to you anymore. You know exactly what I meant." Seeing his sister's adorable reaction, Wang Chongqing laughed heartily. All right. Tell me what you wish me to do. Just so you know, I cannot help you compete in the trials. You must rely on your own abilities." Most participants in the competition were from the Zhang generation, as the Zhe generation had already bonded with spirit beasts. Though all were of the same generation, Wang Chongqing could not exploit his strength over others. He had too much pride for that. In truth, given his status, he could simply request a spirit beast from the clan leader for his sister. However, since the clan leader had stipulated that selection would occur through competition, he could not disregard their authority. I don't need you to compete for me. Just give me a few spirit artifacts, Wang Chongling said, her face filled with eagerness. Upon hearing this, Wang Chongqing playfully flicked her forehead. Spirit artifacts? Why not just ask me for a spirit treasure? Ouch, that hurt, Wang Chongling exclaimed, cradling her head. Why hit me if you're not going to give anything? Your artifacts are all first-tier high quality. Which member of the family at the Qi refinement stage possesses artifacts better than yours? Wang Chongqing explained, noting that with her cultivation at the 5th level of Qi refinement, she would not benefit from receiving spirit artifacts. How about this? I will give you a few first-tier high-quality spirit talismans, and in addition, I will provide you with a first-tier high-quality artifact, along with your fire crystal silk and the blazing battle spear. You will have a significant advantage in battles at your level. With that, Wang Chongqing retrieved his diamond mystic bell from his storage pouch and handed it to his sister. Since he would soon be entering the foundation establishment stage and would require a second-tier artifact, giving the diamond mystic bell to his sister would not adversely affect him, and it would provide her with much-needed defensive equipment. Wang Chongling accepted the diamond mystic bell with immense excitement and quickly settled onto the mat in Wang Chongqing's cave to refine the artifact. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On the day of the family competition at the Spirit Mist Valley, many clan members who had already contracted spirit beasts gathered to witness the event. Even those who had been in seclusion for a long time emerged to partake in this family spectacle. The Wang family's martial arena was situated atop a peak in the Spirit Mist Valley known as Xingwang Peak. The arena, expansive and meticulously divided into 4 square areas, was the perfect setting for the competition. As Wang Chongqing arrived at the arena, he heard someone call his name. Turning around, he recognized his uncle, Wang Zixin, accompanied by a throng of clan members. Greetings, uncle and all my cousins. Wang Chongqing saluted respectfully. Chongqing, I didn't expect to see you here. His uncle exclaimed with a hearty laugh. I came to watch because Chongling is participating in the competition. Oh, my niece Chongling is competing? Then I wish her success in bonding with the scarlet flame three-tailed fox. Uncle Zixin said to Wang Chongling. Thank you, uncle, Wang Chongling responded with a composed demeanor, showcasing her grace in the presence of others, despite her playful antics with her brother. As the group conversed, a booming roar resonated through the air, and a formidable fire lion descended, treading upon flames. The figure was none other than the clan leader, Wang Xiaoji, prompting all present to bow in respect. Greetings, clan leader. With a slight wave of his right hand, the clan leader replied, no need for such formalities. As the time has come, Zixin, please preside over this competition. Yes, Uncle Zixin bowed again, announcing, the family competition is now underway. Let me first outline the rules. First, only clan members without contracted spirit beasts may participate in this tournament. Second, the competition will consist of individual battles, and only artifacts and talismans may be used. No pills are permitted. Third, the competition is to be conducted in a manner that avoids endangering the lives of fellow clan members. Fourth, the top 4 competitors will earn the right to bond with a scarlet flame three-tailed fox, with the champion receiving an additional reward of a bottle of essence pills and a first-tier high-quality artifact. Now, I declare the competition officially begun. The first match will be Wang Chongwei versus Wang Chongxiao. In the first match, a familiar face appeared, Wang Chongwei. He, like Wang Chongqing, hails from Qingfeng Town and was among the same group that discovered their spiritual roots and arrived at the Lingwu Valley. However, their paths seldom crossed after reaching the valley. Wang Chongwei possesses 5 spiritual roots and has only attained the 4th level of Qi refinement, yet his opponent is of similar strength. This match was rather ordinary. Both were at the 4th level of Qi refinement, lacking any notable distinction. After observing for a while, Wang Chongqing found it rather dull. Ultimately, Wang Chongwei emerged victorious, seemingly practicing a physical cultivation technique, exhibiting considerable strength, forcing his opponent to concede once they were engaged in close combat. The second match featured Wang Chongfeng against Wang Chongning. The third match had Wang Chongping face off against Wang Chongbao. The fourth match pitted Wang Chongxing against Wang Chongyun. Following these, a series of contests unfolded, all rather unremarkable and devoid of any particular excitement. In the fifth match, Wang Chongyi battled Wang Chongwu. At last, an intriguing duel commenced. Wang Chongyi, the eldest among the Chong generation, possesses 3 spiritual roots and is a few years senior to Wang Chongqing, being the direct descendant of the third elder. Presently at the 7th level of Qi refinement, he is the first in the Chong generation, aside from Wang Chongqing, to reach the late stage of Qi refinement. His opponent, Wang Chongwu, is a 4 spiritual root practitioner currently at the 6th level of Qi refinement. After exchanging respectful salutes in the arena, Wang Changwu initiated the attack, producing a long-bladed artifact from his storage pouch, infusing it with spiritual energy, and striking towards Wang Changyi. Reacting swiftly, Wang Changyi summoned his flying sword to parry the assault. The two artifacts clashed, neither gaining the upper hand. Wang Changwu then extracted a spiritual talisman from his pouch, which instantly transformed into a flame, hurtling towards Wang Changyi. Remaining composed, Wang Changyi retrieved a shield-shaped artifact, magnifying it to deflect the flames. Within mere rounds, Wang Changwu's spiritual energy was depleted, forcing him to concede. After several matches, it was finally time for Wang Changqing's sister to compete, though her opponent was also a familiar face, Wang Changyu, a fellow resident of Qingfeng Town and currently at the 5th level of Qi refinement. As they stood in the arena, Wang Changyu, sword in hand, respectfully addressed, "Sister Ling, please." Wang Changling, armed with a long spear artifact, retorted, "Sister Yu, be cautious." The two engaged in combat. However, after several exchanges, Wang Changyu realized she could not continue in such a manner. Employing a lightness technique, she swiftly distanced herself and conjured a talisman, which morphed into a wooden vine reaching toward Wang Changling. Unperturbed, Wang Changling summoned her already refined Vajra Mystic Bell, which generated a protective barrier that thwarted the advancing vine. Subsequently, she produced the blazing glass ribbon from her pouch, setting it ablaze as it surged toward Wang Changyu. In haste, Wang Changyu invoked a spiritual talisman, channeling her spiritual energy into it, and it transformed into a water spirit shield for her protection. However, the blazing glass ribbon relentlessly assailed the shield, and soon it shattered, compelling Wang Changyu to concede. The onlookers buzzed with discussion, marveling at the sheer number of artifacts wielded by Wang Changling, concluding that her victory was predominantly due to her abundance of artifacts. Yet, such is the realm of cultivation, where wealth, techniques, partners, and land reign supreme. Wealth holds the foremost position, especially when one has a supportive elder brother. Following numerous matches, they proceeded to the second round, where the victors from earlier faced off once more. Yet again, little of interest transpired. After witnessing several duels, Wang Changqing discerned who his sister's rivals were. Among the Chang generation, including his sister, there were 4 practitioners with 3 spiritual roots. The other 3 boasted superior cultivation levels and ample combat experience, even with her artifacts. It was uncertain whether his sister could triumph over them, though entering the top 4 seemed assured. As anticipated, Wang Changling indeed advanced to the top 4 and subsequently faced another female cultivator, Wang Changyue. Wang Changyue, at the 6th level of Qi refinement, surpassed Wang Changling in cultivation, possessing rich combat experience, albeit with fewer artifacts. As both stood on the stage, Wang Changling employed her prior strategy, summoning the Vajra Mystic Bell above her while the blazing glass ribbon launched relentless assaults. However, Wang Changyue, being exceptionally clever, chose not to confront directly. Instead, she produced a hooded artifact from her pouch, evading the attacks. Ultimately, due to simultaneously activating 3 artifacts, Wang Changling exhausted her spiritual energy and was compelled to concede. Observing his sister's dejection, akin to a frostbitten eggplant, Wang Changqing offered words of consolation. "Do not be disheartened. Securing a contract with the Crimson Flame Three-Tailed Fox is what truly matters." Upon hearing the mention of the Crimson Flame Three-Tailed Fox, Wang Changling's downcast expression brightened. Following that, Wang Changyi faced another 3 spiritual root practitioner, Wang Changlin. Both at the 7th level of Qi refinement, the match was intensely contested, yet ultimately, Wang Changyi edged out a victory owing to his artifact advantage. The ensuing contest for the championship saw no suspense, as Wang Changyue, well aware of her inferiority to Wang Changyi, conceded without a struggle. In Chapter 31, the ascension to foundation establishment took place. Following the conclusion of the matches, Wang Changling naturally contracted her long-desired pet, the Crimson Flame Three-Tailed Fox. Upon returning, Wang Changqing entered seclusion, being but a step away from the late stage of Qi refinement. Seated upon a meditation mat, as time elapsed, he effortlessly broke through the bottleneck of late-stage Qi refinement, experiencing no hindrance whatsoever. Choosing not to emerge from seclusion immediately, he decided to press on, consuming a yuan-enhancing pill from his storage pouch. Due to the influence of Nirvana flame, the potency of the pill was entirely refined and absorbed without destabilizing his foundation. Months later, upon opening his eyes, he found that all 108 acupoints within him had been fully opened, and his magical power had reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement. At last, he achieved the 9th level of Qi refinement in its entirety, now ready to select foundation establishment. However, He opted to exit seclusion, first to inform the elders of the clan and to peruse the insights shared by previous Foundation establishment practitioners. Though he possessed a heavenly spiritual root, making the Foundation establishment bottleneck inconsequential for him, he still wished to exercise caution to prevent any mishaps during the process. Upon leaving his cave dwelling, Wang Chongqing first visited the purple bamboo forest to convey his intention to establish his foundation to the clan leader. On hearing the news, the clan leader laughed heartily. Excellent. Longqing, you may proceed with your foundation establishment with peace of mind. I shall inform the other elders. After departing from Purple Bamboo Peak, Wang Chongqing retrieved the foundational insights left by the clan's foundation establishment practitioners from the scripture pavilion and returned to his cave. He activated the formations surrounding his dwelling and sat down on his meditation mat, diligently studying the foundational insights. Days passed, and finally, Wang Chongqing set aside the texts. Now thoroughly knowledgeable about the process of foundation establishment, he circulated the spiritual energy within his body, continuously gathering it within his dantian. Gradually, as time flowed, a drop of true essence formed in his dantian, followed by more drops cascading into a pool of true essence. Outside the Lingwu Valley, a vast amount of spiritual energy began to converge towards Wang Chongqing's cave. Many clan members, engrossed in their cultivation, sensed a sharp decline in spiritual energy and were compelled to cease their practices, wondering who was establishing their foundation with such noticeable disturbance. Another foundation establishment practitioner has emerged in the clan. How splendid! At this moment, Wang Chongqing had entered the final stages, fully activating the 10,000 flames burning heaven technique. As torrents of spiritual energy continued to gather around him, he guided the true essence through his meridians and acupoints, nourishing every fiber of his being, and finally, successfully establishing his foundation. Wang Chongqing meticulously perceived the transformations within his body, noting that his spiritual awareness had amplified several-fold. Upon emerging from seclusion, Wang Chongqing soared through the skies and arrived at Zizhu Peak. Upon seeing Wang Chongqing, the clan leader erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Congratulations! You have now become the 7th foundation establishment cultivator of our clan and the first of the Chong generation." The clan's strength continued to grow, and as the clan leader, he felt immense joy. Additionally, the clan possessed 2 foundation establishment pills, which would soon allow for the addition of 2 more cultivators. With 1 purple mansion and 7 foundation establishment cultivators, the Wang clan had become the most formidable force in Xixiao Prefecture. Now that you have established your foundation, what are your plans next? The clan leader inquired. Wang Chongqing replied, I intend to take my sister home to visit our parents, and upon my return, I will formulate my plans. The clan leader nodded in agreement. Very well, then you may return home for now. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something. Since you have successfully established your foundation, your previous first-tier magical tools are no longer suitable for you. You should select a few second-tier magical tools from the clan's treasury. With that, he performed a hand gesture, and as the restrictions dissipated, a secret chamber appeared behind him, personally guarded by the clan leader. Upon hearing the clan leader's words, Wang Chongqing realized he had yet to acquire any second-tier magical tools, and promptly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, clan leader. Entering the treasury, he arrived at the section housing second-tier magical tools, meticulously selecting one after another. Half an hour later, Wang Chongqing finally chose 2 exceptional second-tier magical tools, a flying sword named Xianyang Golden Gang Sword and a defensive artifact called Li Huizhan Yuan Shield. With one for offense and the other for defense, both being of the fire attribute, they would suffice for his immediate needs. Leaving Zizhu Peak, Wang Chongqing made his way to his sister's cave dwelling, where she was playfully frolicking with a 3-tailed red flamed fox in the garden. Brother, have you succeeded in establishing your foundation? Upon seeing Wang Chongqing, Wang Chongling's face lit up with surprise. Yes, by a stroke of luck. Wang Chongqing replied nonchalantly. Witnessing her brother's demeanor, Wang Chongling felt an itch to deliver a few playful punches to his seemingly unconcerned face. Summoning his flying sword, he took his sister on a swift journey. True to its second-tier status, their speed was remarkable, and in less than half an hour, they returned to Qingfeng Town. Wang Chongqing descended directly into the courtyard, where several servants, upon witnessing the arrival of a celestial being, hastily paid their respects. Father, mother, we have returned. Wang Chongling shouted excitedly towards the house. Hearing the commotion, their parents quickly emerged from within. Upon seeing her children, Wang Chongqing's mother instantly felt tears welling up in her eyes and rushed to embrace them. Linger. At this moment, Wang Chongling was also teary-eyed. Mother, I missed you so much. The family exchanged heartfelt sentiments in the courtyard before eventually returning inside. Wang Chongqing's mother personally prepared a feast of their favorite dishes. Although he no longer required sustenance after establishing his foundation, He still yearned for the taste of his mother's cooking after such a long absence. The siblings remained at home for several months before bidding farewell to their parents and returning to Lingwu Valley. On the journey back, Wang Chongling appeared despondent. As long as you diligently cultivate and become a foundation establishment cultivator, you can visit our parents anytime, Wang Chongqing reassured her. Yes, Wang Chongling resolved to devote herself to her cultivation and achieve foundation establishment as soon as possible. Upon returning to the clan, Wang Chongqing spent several months there, during which his pet, Zixiao, also reached the late stage of the first tier. At this point, he felt the urge to embark on a journey of exploration. So he ascended Zizhu Peak to consult with the clan leader. A journey of exploration? Very well, but do exercise caution while you are out there, the clan leader said. Agreeing to his request, there were no pressing matters within the clan, and no significant conflicts were anticipated with the Wu family in the near future. Thank you, clan leader. I take my leave, Wang Chongqing said. After departing Zizhu Peak, he took the time to bid farewell to several elders who had watched him grow up. As a gesture of respect, leaving Lingwu Valley, Wang Chongqing soared through the skies, with his first destination being the Tai Ao mountain range. During his previous journey, he had obtained a mysterious map from a wandering cultivator, which marked a location within the Tai Ao mountain range that he intended to investigate first. Chapter 32, Langya Market. Langya Market, situated in the northern part of Qianzhou, is the closest marketplace to the Tai Ao mountain range. Many cultivators who hunt monsters in the Tai Ao mountain range use Langya Market as a transit point. As a well-known market in Qianzhou, it spans several times larger than the Chaoga Market. Upon entering the market, Wang Chongqing first visited the Wanbao Pavilion, where a mid-stage Qi refinement maid greeted him. Esteemed guest, what can I assist you with today? The maid inquired with a radiant smile. Do you accept magical tools? Wang Chongqing decided to sell some of his old magical tools. Indeed, we do. May I ask what sort of magical tools you wish to sell? The maid replied. Wang Chongqing retrieved his previously used magical tools, the Qihua sword and the Tai immobilization mirror, while he had given the Qingxian python armor to his sister before leaving. Upon seeing these items, the maid quickly invited Wang Chongqing to a private room, brewed a pot of tea, and said, Please wait a moment, I will fetch the manager. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man entered, accompanied by the maid. Esteemed guest, this is our manager, Master Guan Yu, she introduced. Master Guan Yu, appearing to be in his 50s and possessing foundation establishment cultivation, scrutinized Wang Chongqing, who was dressed in casual attire rather than clan robes. Noticing the youth's foundation establishment prowess, Master Guan Yu speculated he must be a scion of a significant power venturing out for training. What type of magical tools do you wish to sell? Master Guan Yu inquired while assessing Wang Chongqing. Wang Chongqing presented the two magical tools, both of which were high-quality first-tier artifacts he had used prior to establishing his foundation. After examining them closely, Master Guan Yu remarked, These two first-tier magical tools, considering their materials and functions, are of excellent quality. We at Wanbao Pavilion can offer you 700 spirit stones for the Qihua sword and 1,000 spirit stones for the Tai immobilization mirror. After hearing the offer, Wang Chongqing found it reasonable. Very well, I accept the prices you have proposed, he replied. He then added, I would like to purchase a few second-tier talismans and some second-tier healing elixirs. Do you currently have any of these items available? Master Guan Yu's face lit up with delight. Indeed, we do. May I inquire what specific types of talismans and elixirs you are interested in? Wang Chongqing pondered for a moment before responding, for talismans. I seek the highest tier fire escape talisman or earth escape talisman. And for elixirs, I need some that can quickly replenish spiritual energy. We have all that you seek at Wanbao Pavilion, Master Guan Yu assured him before instructing the maid to retrieve the items. Moments later, the maid returned with several wooden boxes on a tray. Here are the items. 1 second-tier fire escape talisman, 1 second-tier earth escape talisman, and a bottle of second-tier spirit replenishing elixirs, which are the fastest in restoring spiritual energy and possess gentle properties. Wang Chongqing was exceedingly satisfied. What is the total cost for these items? He inquired. The 2 escape talismans are each priced at 1,500 spirit stones, while the bottle of spirit replenishing elixirs costs 2,500 spirit stones, totaling 5,500 spirit stones, Master Guan Yu explained. Very well. I will take all of them, Wang Chongqing said, feeling a slight pang in his heart. As per the agreement, your 2 magical artifacts can be exchanged for 1,700 spirit stones. If you could kindly supplement an additional 3,800 spirit stones, that would suffice. With this, Wang Chongqing retrieved a considerable sum of spirit stones from his storage bag and presented them to Master Guan Yu. This transaction left him with a depleted reserve of spirit stones. The resources required for cultivation after foundational establishment were increasingly demanding. It seemed he would need to acquire a skill to generate spirit stones. After departing from the Wanbao Pavilion, Wang Chongqing exited the Langia commercial district and made his way towards the Tai Ao mountain range. Given that he was now in the foundational stage, he encountered no obstructive cultivators along the way. Following the map's guidance, he entered the Tai Ao mountain range, where the aftermath of the Qianyang sect's extensive hunting had significantly diminished the presence of demonic beasts in the periphery. Consequently, Wang Chongqing faced no hindrances as he ventured deeper into the Tai Ao mountain range. Upon reaching the territory of second-tier demonic beasts, he ceased to fly indiscriminately on his sword and adopted a more cautious demeanor, leaping from tree to tree. Just as he was within several kilometers of his destination, a sudden fire spell shot towards him. Promptly, Wang Chongqing employed a lightness technique, landing atop another tree. As he vacated his original position, the fire spell struck the tree he had just vacated, resulting in a thunderous explosion that reverberated throughout the mountain range. Wang Chongqing spied a monkey perched on a tree several meters away, a second-tier demonic beast known as the Crimson Fire Monkey. Realizing its attack had missed, the monkey became agitated, scratching its ears and scurrying towards him. Without hesitation, Wang Chongqing summoned a magical artifact, the Qianyang Golden Sword, which soared toward the Crimson Fire Monkey. However, the monkey deftly leapt aside, evading the sword's strike, and continued its advance towards Wang Chongqing. In response, Wang Chongqing summoned a protective barrier of fire true essence around himself. As the Crimson Fire Monkey lunged at him, its arm ignited with fierce flames, striking at Wang Chongqing, only to be thwarted by the barrier. Enraged by its failed assault, the monkey emitted a furious howl that echoed throughout the mountains, prompting Wang Chongqing to mentally exclaim the urgency of the situation. He swiftly dispelled the fire true essence barrier, raising his right hand to conjure a flame, the Nirvana flame. The Crimson Fire Monkey, undeterred by the approaching flames, was unprepared for the intensity of the Nirvana flame, which engulfed it instantaneously. The monkey's desperate attempts to extinguish the fire proved futile, and soon it was reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. After dispatching the Crimson Fire Monkey, Wang Chongqing noticed dozens more monkeys converging towards his location. He hastily departed, altering his course to evade the impending onslaught. Several hours later, Wang Chongqing successfully evaded the pursuing monkeys and continued towards his destination. As he neared the location marked on the map, he exercised extreme caution, even opting to traverse the mountainous terrain on foot. At last, he arrived at the designated site, situated within a tranquil valley surrounded by lush trees and dense bamboo groves. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that created an atmosphere of mystery and serenity. Chapter 33. The Mysterious Cave. A crystal-clear waterfall cascaded down the mountain wall, forming a breathtaking curtain of water. Wang Chongqing summoned the Fire True Essence barrier once more and passed through the waterfall, discovering himself in a spacious yet dimly lit cavern. Its environment uniquely beautiful. The cave was cool and humid, filled with a refreshing aroma, occasionally punctuated by the sound of dripping water, further enhancing its tranquil and enigmatic ambience. As he ventured deeper, the space opened up to reveal several acres of spiritual fields and a wooden cabin. Were it not for the fragrant spiritual herbs and fruits in the fields, one might easily mistake this place for an ordinary farmer's cottage. Wang Chongqing approached the herb garden, where he encountered various spiritual herbs such as danshun, lingshun, and huangjingji, alongside many other spiritual flowers and grasses he had never seen before. Is that a heavenly spirit fruit tree? Wang Chongqing exclaimed in astonishment. The heavenly spirit fruit was exceedingly precious, one of the primary ingredients for crafting foundational elixirs. And there was only one known tree of its kind within the entire Qianzhou, owned by the Qianyang sect. The further he explored, the more his excitement grew upon discovering 7-star grass and jade marrow mushrooms. This was indeed a remarkable windfall. Each of these plants would fetch a handsome price outside. Wang Chongqing's exhilaration only intensified as he approached the wooden cabin. He opened the door to find a stone table and stone chairs inside, where an elderly man with white hair sat cross-legged on a mat. Wang Chongqing was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he realized he felt no life force emanating from the figure. Despite the passage of many years, the old man appeared as vivid as if he were alive. Wang Chongqing surveyed the surroundings and noticed a notebook placed upon the stone table. He approached and picked it up to read. After half an hour, he closed the notebook. Having discerned that the old man was a golden core cultivator named Xuanqing Zhenren, who had once been an elder of the Yuanying force, the Xianyao sect, in the Yuanzhou region, as well as a 4th-tier high-grade alchemist. Xuanqing Zhenren had attained the pinnacle of golden core cultivation, but had failed to secure a chance for promotion to the Yuanying stage against another golden core cultivator from the same sect. Hence, he chose a life of seclusion within the Tai Ao mountain range of Qianzhou until his eventual passing. Wang Chongqing approached Xuanqing Zhenren and bowed respectfully. Esteemed elder, I am Wang Chongqing, and I am here to express my gratitude for receiving your legacy. After performing the customary gestures of respect, he carefully removed the storage ring from the old man's hand. A droplet of his blood was applied to the ring, instantly binding it to him. Wang Chongqing's consciousness explored the ring's interior, discovering a vast space of several thousand cubic feet filled with an array of treasures. Upon a brief inventory, he found dozens of manuals, spells, and various recipes. Some of these manuals were the Qiu sect's heritage, while others were acquired by Xuanxin Jinren himself, including an overview of alchemy compiled by the sect. The ring also contained 30,000 middle-grade spirit stones and 42 high-grade spirit stones. It is worth noting that one high-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones, and one middle-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Thus, the value of these spirit stones alone was considerable. Additionally, there were dozens of spiritual artifacts and 3 treasures used by Xuanxin Jinren, including an alchemy furnace he had employed, although there were no magical artifacts to be found. The most beneficial item for Wang Chongqing was the Qiu sect alchemy overview, as he was preparing to delve into the art of alchemy. The only regret Wang Chongqing had was that many of the pills crafted by Xuanxin Jinren had lost their potency over time. However, he managed to select a few bottles of pills that remained intact. After ensuring he had not overlooked anything, Wang Chongqing stepped outside the door. At this moment, the most crucial aspect was the spiritual herbs, flowers, and fruits cultivated within this herb garden. After a moment of contemplation, an idea struck him. He still possessed the beast taming space. Since his foundational establishment, the area of his beast taming space had greatly expanded. With a flicker of thought, Wang Chongqing found himself within the beast taming space, where the purple cloud creature, Xiao, was lounging in boredom. Startled by Wang Chongqing's sudden appearance, it quickly bounded over, affectionately circling around him. Xiao, stop your antics. I have matters to attend to. Wang Chongqing playfully teased the little creature before taking a closer look at the beast taming space. Currently, the area of the beast taming space was approximately 3,000 square feet, ample enough to accommodate the spiritual trees and herbs he intended to transplant from the outside. With unwavering resolve, Wang Chongqing first attempted to transplant a spirit ginseng, along with its soil, into the beast mastery space, and indeed, it proved successful. Consequently, he cultivated several acres of spiritual fields within this space and began to relocate the spirit trees and spiritual herbs he had planted outside, one by one. After an indeterminate amount of time, Wang Chongqing finally exhaled a sigh of relief. At this moment, all the spiritual flowers and fruits from the outside had been transferred into the beast mastery space, with even the soil meticulously preserved. He even categorized the spiritual flowers, herbs, and trees, designating specific areas for each. However, having devoted himself to cultivation without delving into alchemical knowledge, he only recognized a few common varieties among the plants cultivated by Master Xuanxin. Once he finished this task, Wang Chongqing prepared to depart from the Tai Ao mountain range. He proceeded with utmost caution, suppressing his aura, and refrained from flying on his sword until he reached the outskirts, where he finally summoned his flying sword and headed towards the Langya market. Upon returning to the market, Wang Chongqing first visited the Wanbao pavilion to find Master Guan Yu, presenting him with several meticulously selected vials of elixirs suitable for sale, all aimed at enhancing cultivation. Master Guan Yu, would you kindly take a look at these elixirs? Master Guan Yu examined the vials with keen interest, exclaiming in astonishment at their exceptional quality. These elixirs are of remarkably high caliber. May I inquire as to which master crafted them? These elixirs were personally refined by the elders of my clan. I would like to know their worth, Wang Chongqing replied, deliberately concealing their origins. After pondering for a moment, Master Guan Yu stated, these elixirs are indeed of superior quality. I can offer you a 10% premium based on market price. Feigning contemplation, Wang Chongqing responded, in that case, I thank you, Master. Ultimately, the elixirs were sold for a total of 45,000 low-grade spirit stones. Wang Chongqing continued, might I inquire if you have a second-tier alchemy furnace for sale? Upon hearing his words, Master Guan Yu immediately comprehended Wang Chongqing's intent. We do possess a second-tier alchemy furnace, but, noticing Master Guan Yu's hesitation, Wang Chongqing inquired curiously, is the second-tier alchemy furnace exceedingly expensive? Master Guan Yu offered a bittersweet smile. It is not that. Rather, our Wanbao pavilion is set to host an auction next month, and the only second-tier alchemy furnace has already been designated as one of the auction items. Understanding dawned upon Wang Chongqing. Chapter 34, The First Alchemy Attempt. With half a month remaining until the auction, Wang Chongqing first established a cave dwelling in Langya Market for his residence. Besides his daily cultivation, he devoted his leisure time to perusing the alchemical records of the Qiu Niu sect, acquiring fundamental knowledge about alchemy. In the blink of an eye, The day of the auction at Wanbao Pavilion arrived. Wang Chongqing arrived early, finding the layout of this pavilion similar to that of the one in the Towering Market. With the auction taking place in the main hall, after paying the entrance fee of 20 spirit stones, he took a seat. A graceful female cultivator in purple stood on the stage, welcoming the attendees. Greetings, fellow cultivators. I am Wan Xiang, the host for this auction. The auction commenced with the first item, a second-tier superior-grade artifact, the Crimson Crystal Black Scale Blade, starting at a bid of 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. With each bid rising by no less than 500 spirit stones. Wang Chongqing felt little interest until the alchemy furnace was announced, at which point he sat up straight. This second-tier superior-grade alchemy furnace, personally crafted by our master craftsman Jiang Qingzi, begins bidding at 20,000 spirit stones, with each increment no less than 1,000 spirit stones. 25,000 spirit stones. 30,000 spirit stones. As the bids escalated, the price quickly soared to 40,000 spirit stones. 40,000 spirit stones for the first time. 40,000 spirit stones for the second time. Wang Chongqing then called out, 41,000 spirit stones. Considering the typical price for a second-tier superior-grade alchemy furnace was around 40,000 spirit stones, his bid elicited a darkening expression from the elderly cultivator who had previously bid 40,000. The elder, evidently a foundation-building cultivator who had only just broken through, glared at Wang Chongqing in indignation. 42,000 spirit stones. Wang Chongqing disregarded the elder's glare. 43,000 spirit stones. Hearing Wang Chongqing's bid, the elder ceased his attempts to outbid him. 43,000 spirit stones for the first time. 43,000 spirit stones for the second time. 43,000 spirit stones for the third time. Sold. Congratulations to this esteemed cultivator. Having successfully secured the alchemy furnace, Wang Chongqing felt a wave of relief wash over him. With only 45,000 low-grade spirit stones on him, he dared not touch the spirit stones within Xuanqing's storage ring. Mid-grade and high-grade spirit stones would surely draw attention if revealed. Shortly thereafter, Wang Chongqing obtained the second-tier superior-grade alchemy furnace. As he departed Wanbao Pavilion, he noticed the elder's sinister gaze fixed upon his retreating figure. Returning to his cave dwelling, Wang Chongqing activated the protective formations and began to refine the alchemy furnace. Once the furnace was fully prepared, he utilized the foundational knowledge he had acquired to proceed with crafting a recovery pill. The recovery pill was the most basic first-tier elixir, requiring inexpensive materials, making it suitable for his practice. Following the recipe, Wang Chongqing meticulously prepared the necessary ingredients, summoned the Nirvana flame, and, adhering to the steps, placed the materials within the alchemy furnace, gradually controlling the spirit fire. As the flames within the furnace surged and then subsided, the first batch of elixirs was finally successfully refined. Wang Chongqing retrieved the elixirs, marveling at their plumpness and the fragrant aroma that emanated from them. The Nirvana flame, imbued with unparalleled vitality, enabled even a novice like Wang Chongqing to produce such exceptional elixirs, rivaling only the legendary ninefold true fire. It is said that elixirs refined with ninefold true fire bear 9 distinct pill patterns and possess potency several times that of ordinary elixirs. Subsequently, Wang Chongqing continued to refine dozens of basic elixirs within his cave, and as time passed, his control over the fire grew increasingly adept. After several months in the cave, Wang Chongqing finally emerged and made his way back to Wanbao Pavilion. Fellow cultivator, long time no see. Upon seeing Wang Chongqing, Master Guan Yu immediately rose to greet him. Master Guan Yu, it has indeed been a while. Their familiarity had deepened, and Wang Chongqing felt at ease with his presence. Without hesitation, Wang Chongqing produced several elixirs he had crafted recently from his storage bag. These are some elixirs I have refined lately. I wonder if Wanbao Pavilion would be interested in acquiring them. Master Guan Yu accepted the elixirs from Wang Chongqing and examined them closely, growing increasingly astonished as he did. Are these truly refined by you, fellow cultivator? Wang Chongqing found himself at a loss for words. Is there any doubt? Master Guan Yu expressed his admiration. Please do not take offense, but it appears you possess exceptional talent in the art of alchemy. These elixirs are all plump and fragrant, far beyond what a novice could produce. He refrained from mentioning that he sensed an overwhelming vitality emanating from the elixirs, indicating that they were not crafted using ordinary flames or earthly fire, suggesting that the individual before him was no ordinary person. I have made the decision. My esteemed fellow cultivators, our Wanbao Pavilion shall procure these elixirs at a price exceeding the market rate by 10%. Master Guan Yu, displaying a generous spirit, remarked. In that case, I extend my gratitude to you, dear friend, Wang Chongqing replied, harboring a favorable impression of Master Guan Yu. After departing from Wanbao Pavilion, Wang Chongqing took the opportunity to acquire materials necessary for concocting second-tier elixirs, returning to his cave abode to resume his alchemical endeavors. Months passed in this manner, and he became adept at refining second-tier elixirs, albeit primarily those of a basic nature aimed at enhancing cultivation. During these days, Wang Chongqing busied himself with the preparation of elixirs, subsequently vending them at Wanbao Pavilion. Although he could have set up a stall in the marketplace, such an approach would prove inefficient, potentially taking months to sell out his stock. Upon selling his final batch of elixirs to Wanbao Pavilion, Wang Chongqing resolved to leave the Langya marketplace and return to his family for a brief visit. As he exited the bustling marketplace, Wang Chongqing summoned his flying sword, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his lips. He deliberately slowed his pace, and after traversing several dozen miles, two figures finally caught up with him. Recognizing one of them as the elderly man who had contested him for the second-tier alchemy furnace, he noted that the other was a middle-aged cultivator. Both displayed initial-stage foundation establishment prowess. Observing Wang Chongqing's deliberate halt, the elderly man, known as Haifeng, sneered coldly. It seems this brash young lad truly underestimates the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Haifeng, cease the idle chatter. Let us strike immediately, the middle-aged cultivator responded, his surprise evident as Wang Chongqing lingered. However, upon scrutinizing the surroundings, he discerned no allies accompanying Wang Chongqing. With that, the middle-aged cultivator summoned a hammer-shaped artifact from his storage bag, chanting incantations as it expanded exponentially, hurtling towards Wang Chongqing. Yet, Wang Chongqing remained unperturbed, conjuring a shield of true flame essence. A thunderous crash resounded as the colossal hammer was effectively repelled. Witnessing this, Haifeng hastily summoned a banner-shaped artifact, which unleashed several wind blades toward Wang Chongqing, an exceedingly rare wind-based artifact. The wind blade struck the true flame essence shield, only to be wholly absorbed. Wang Chongqing then summoned the Xianyang golden sword, channeling incantations as flames enveloped the sword, launching an assault against the middle-aged cultivator. The latter quickly retrieved a shield-shaped artifact for defense, yet it could only withstand attacks from a singular direction, leaving him in a precarious position. Meanwhile, Wang Chongqing unleashed the Nirvana flame towards the elder, known as Haifeng. The elder, remarkably composed, wielded the banner-shaped artifact to create a whirlwind for defense. However, upon contact with the Nirvana flame, the whirlwind dissipated entirely. The flames engulfed the elder, who let out a piercing scream before being reduced to ashes. Observing the fate of his companion, the middle-aged cultivator's expression shifted dramatically, and he was overtaken by the instinct to flee, producing a talisman that transformed him into a streak of golden light, retreating into the distance. Wang Chongqing, contemplating for a moment, ultimately decided to spare him. Though he possessed a second-tier talisman for pursuit, it seemed an unworthy expenditure of effort against the middle-aged cultivator. After collecting the elder's artifacts and storage bag, he resumed his journey. A day later, Wang Chongqing finally returned to the Lingwu Valley. Upon arriving at his family estate, he first made his way to the Purple Bamboo Peak. The clan leader, elated at Wang Chongqing's return from his travels, inquired, "Did you encounter any misfortunes during your expedition?" Wang Chongqing recounted his experiences, and the clan leader's face registered astonishment upon hearing. "What? A cave of golden elixirs? A heavenly spirit fruit tree? Indeed. I have already planted the heavenly spirit fruit tree within the beast-controlling space," Wang Chongqing affirmed. The clan leader nodded approvingly. "Well done. While this heavenly spirit fruit tree is of utmost importance to our clan, it may also pose a grave threat to our lineage. Thus, it is wise to cultivate it within the beast-controlling space for safety. Upon my return, I aim to gather materials to concoct a batch of foundation establishment elixirs myself," Wang Chongqing continued, expressing his concern for drawing attention, which had deterred him from acquiring the remaining materials in Langya Marketplace. The clan leader, momentarily taken aback, exclaimed, "Oh, you are now a second-tier alchemist?" He recalled that Wang Chongqing had never engaged in alchemy prior to establishing his foundation. "Indeed, I have been refining elixirs for several months in the Langya Marketplace," Wang Chongqing replied, a sense of pride swelling within him. In less than a few months, he had transformed from a novice into a second-tier alchemist, a feat sufficient to instill a sense of accomplishment, albeit largely due to the prowess of the Nirvana flame. The clan leader rejoiced. "In that case, I shall immediately arrange for the preparation of the materials needed for the foundation establishment elixirs." He then produced a piece of jade, infusing it with his spiritual energy. Wang Chongqing, puzzled, inquired, "What is this?" The clan leader elucidated. "This is a communication jade that our clan acquired at auction some time ago." He then retrieved another piece from his storage bag and handed it to Wang Chongqing. "Now every core member of our clan possesses one. This is yours." The communication jade, pure white and smooth as mutton fat, felt warm and comforting in his hand. Noting Wang Chongqing's uncertainty regarding its use, the clan leader hastily explained, This item requires a drop of blood to recognize its master, followed by the infusion of spiritual energy to establish contact with other clan members who possess communication jades. Wang Changqing pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon it, and infused a trickle of his spiritual energy. Instantly, he sensed the presence of others who shared the jade. How remarkable! He mused, marveling at the item's capabilities. As he toyed with the communication jade, the second elder entered the room, exclaiming, Changqing, when did you return? Wang Changqing promptly bowed. Changqing has just returned to the clan. The second elder then turned his attention to the clan leader. Clan leader, what brings you to summon me? The clan leader recounted Wang Changqing's adventures, and upon hearing the tale, the second elder's eyes widened in disbelief. The heavenly spirit fruit tree? His voice quivered with excitement. This is truly a boon from the heavens for our Wang family. In that case, I shall prepare the remaining materials for the foundation establishment elixirs immediately. With that, he hastily departed. Days later, within the Wang family's alchemy chamber, Wang Changqing retrieved the alchemy furnace and summoned the Nirvana flame, meticulously placing the requisite materials for the foundation establishment elixirs in precise proportions into the furnace. Boom! As the flames within the furnace extinguished, Wang Changqing opened the cauldron, revealing 7 foundation establishment elixirs in his hands. He carefully stored the elixirs in a vial and exited the alchemy chamber, where the clan leader and the elders awaited outside. Upon Wang Changqing's emergence, the clan leader stepped forward, inquiring, what was the outcome? Were you successful? Wang Changqing presented the vial. I have not disgraced myself. The clan leader accepted the vial, uncapping it, and the room was instantly filled with a rich aroma of medicinal fragrance. Indeed, these foundation establishment elixirs surpassed those auctioned by the Qianyang sect, exuding a profound vitality, the elder remarked, visibly thrilled. I never imagined that one day our Wang family would be capable of refining foundation establishment elixirs, the second elder exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. Their exhilaration was understandable. Countless clan members had been halted at the pinnacle of Qi refinement due to the lack of foundation establishment elixirs, helplessly watching their time of reckoning approach. Now, let us put an end to discussions regarding the foundation establishment elixirs. We must ensure utmost confidentiality. Should the Qianyang sect learn of this, the consequences would be dire, the elder declared with a serious expression. Well, since Changqing has now become a second-tier alchemist, why not let him take charge of the Dan in Chakifeng City? The clan leader suddenly proposed. After a moment of contemplation, the grand elder turned to Changqing and inquired, what do you think? Changqing is willing to comply with the arrangements. He responded with a respectful bow. The grand elder nodded in satisfaction and said, then it is settled. You shall oversee the Dan in Chakifeng City. After spending a few days with his family and leaving some cultivation resources for his younger sister, Wang Chongling, he set off for Chakifeng City. Upon arriving, Wang Changqing first visited the Datai Tower, which was still under the management of his uncle Wang Zabin. Seeing Wang Changqing's arrival, his uncle was overjoyed, and the two inevitably indulged in some nostalgic conversation. Haha, Changqing, it has been ages since we last met. We must share a drink. Seated in a private room, a lavish spread of dishes soon adorned the table. Is this the 5-colored spirit fish? Wang Changqing inquired curiously about one of the dishes. Haha, indeed. I heard from the clan leader that your efforts were pivotal in capturing this exquisite fish. Uncle Zabin responded with great enthusiasm. Indeed. It was thanks to Uncle 19's keen observation that we managed to procure the 5-colored spirit fish, Wang Changqing humbly remarked. The 5-colored spirit fish, having been cultivated by the 4th elder, had now become a signature dish of Datai Tower, attracting cultivators from other counties. Uncle Zabin was particularly excited as he recounted how the sale of the spirit fish had dramatically increased their profits, leading to a limited supply of just 1 fish per day. Each 5-colored spirit fish is priced at 500 spirit stones, nearly equivalent to a first-tier magical artifact. Wang Changqing was taken aback. Such a price point generated such fervor, indicating a significant new source of revenue for the family. He eagerly sampled the dish, and indeed, the 5-colored spirit fish lived up to its reputation, as he felt a noticeable enhancement in his internal spiritual energy. After a satisfying meal, Wang Changqing bid farewell to his uncle and made his way to the Wang family's Dan. In stark contrast to the Tai Tower, the Wang family's Dan appeared desolate, as Chakifeng City was replete with stores selling medicinal pills. Whether it was the Wanbao Pavilion or the Qianyang sect, or even some independent cultivators, numerous establishments had opened their own Dan. In comparison, the quality of the Wang family's medicinal pills lacked competitive edge. Inside only one attendant was present, dozing with his head propped on the counter. Wang Changqing approached and rapped on the table, startling the attendant awake. Customer, what would you like to buy? Changqing. Oh, it's you, Elder 7. Upon seeing the attendant's face, Wang Chongqing recognized his fellow townsman, Wang Chongwei. Chongwei, just call me Chongqing. No need for such formality, Wang Chongqing replied, having automatically been elevated to Elder 7 after breaking through to the Foundation establishment stage. Chongqing, what brings you here? Wang Chongwei asked, a hint of awkwardness in his demeanor. The clan leader has assigned me to oversee this, Wang Chongqing said with a smile. Feeling quite fondly towards this old acquaintance, despite their limited interactions within the family. Is that so? That's wonderful, Wang Chongwei exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. However, a sudden realization clouded his expression. Alas, though this is in a prime location, we hardly see any business throughout the day. Oh, show me the account book, Wang Chongqing said, intrigued. Logically, even if the Wang family's medicinal pills could not compete with the likes of the Wanbao Pavilion and Xinyang sect, they should still fare reasonably well against other families and independent cultivators. After reviewing the account book, Wang Chongqing's expression soured. The recent profits of the Wang family were nothing short of catastrophic. What on earth happened? Wang Chongwei then began to explain, revealing that after the Wang family had a falling out with the Wu family, despite the Grand Elder ascending to the Purple Mansion stage, the rivalry between the two families persisted fiercely. The Wu family had long been entrenched in the arts of weapon forging and alchemy, boasting 2 second-tier alchemists. And with their patriarch's recent breakthrough to become a third-tier alchemist, they held a significant advantage over the Wang family, which had only 1 second-tier alchemist. Although the flames of conflict had somewhat cooled after the Grand Elder's ascension, the Wu family began to undermine the Wang family's business. If it weren't for the booming business of the Datai Tower due to the 5-colored spirit fish, the Wang family would likely find their situation even more dire in Chakifeng City. The Wu family's tactics against the Wang family were rather straightforward. They offered discounts on their medicinal pills and established a points system for purchases at there, which could be redeemed for discounts on future purchases. However, the situation grew dire when the Wu family publicly declared that cultivators holding points could not purchase pills from the Wang family without losing their points. This underhanded maneuver severely crippled the Wang family's sales, as their medicinal pills, already inferior in potency, became even less appealing. I see. Wang Chongqing began to contemplate countermeasures. Subsequently, he instructed Wang Chongwei to procure some materials needed for alchemy. Entering the Wang Chongqing ignited the earth fire and began to refine pills. He chose not to employ the Nirvana flame, although it produced exceptional pills imbued with a rich life force. Using it in Chakifeng City could lead to unnecessary complications, as he was still not well known there. Before long, he completed a batch of medicinal pills, but upon opening the furnace lid, he found only 4 pills. The low success rate left him feeling somewhat defeated, though he was relieved that the furnace had not exploded. Wang Chongqing spent the next half-month in the continuously refining pills and gradually improving his success rate to 70%. While it still paled in comparison to using the Nirvana flame, it was a significant improvement. He first lowered the prices at the aiming to regain lost business. Otherwise, time would render any efforts to recover futile. Months passed swiftly. After the Wang family reduced its prices, business began to slowly rebound, and Wang Chongqing learned practical alchemical techniques from the Xinyao sect's alchemy overview. As a result, his alchemical skills advanced remarkably. Although the pills refined with ordinary earth fire lacked the rich life force, their potency surpassed that of the average pills sold elsewhere. After using the Wang family's medicinal pills, an independent cultivator was astonished to discover that the effects were milder and more effective than those purchased from other stores. Gradually, the reputation of the Wang family's pills spread among independent cultivators, and after several months of development, word reached all cultivators in Chakifeng City. Largely thanks to Wang Chongqing's efforts behind the scenes, the performance of the Wang family skyrocketed, garnering praise even from the clan leader, who resided far away in the Lingwu Valley. Meanwhile, in the Wu family's council hall, the patriarch was seething with rage. Who can tell me what is happening? Why, despite our relentless targeting, is the Wang family able to stage a comeback? The other members of the Wu family dared not utter a word. At this moment, the head of the Wu family, Wu Guangxing, spoke with trepidation. I report to you, Ancestor. I cannot fathom why the medicinal pills sold by the Wang family's apothecary have recently become so drastically different from those of the past. The Wu family's ancestor, filled with rage, commanded, investigate this matter thoroughly. Ascertain who concocted this batch of pills. That old fool, Wang Shuxing, certainly lacks the capability to achieve such feats. Chapter 37, Spirit Rain, Mist Tea. Meanwhile, within the Wang family's apothecary, Wang Chongqing was engrossed in perusing the alchemical notes of the esteemed Master Xuanqin, which contained the sage's insights into the art of pill refining. Upon reaching the final page, Wang Chongqing was captivated by a particular entry. According to the notes, the master had cultivated a tea tree in the spirit herb garden, known as the Spirit Rain Tea tree, which he had fortuitously acquired from a secret realm. This tree was unique. It was the only one of its kind in the entire Xianyang immortal domain. The tea produced from this tree, named Spirit Rain Mist Tea, was described by Master Xuanxin as a divine elixir, with a fragrance that lingered and deepened, enchanting those who savored it and leaving an indelible aftertaste. Moreover, consuming this tea was said to enhance one's spiritual essence, exhibiting remarkable properties. Intrigued by the introduction to Spirit Rain Mist Tea, Wang Changqing quickly transported himself to the Beastmaster space, heading to the area where he had planted fruit trees. Following the Master's description, he soon located the tea tree. The tree exuded a gentle, refreshing aroma that uplifted one's spirit. At the time of transplantation, he had thought it merely an unknown spirit fruit tree, not realizing its extraordinary nature. Wang Changqing plucked some tea leaves and, adhering to the steps outlined in the notes, dried them before tasting a sample. Instantly, he felt as though his soul were soaring beyond the confines of reality, as if it had been cleansed. Upon careful reflection, he indeed sensed a subtle strengthening of his spiritual essence, albeit minimal. Regrettably, there was only this solitary tea tree and its yield was exceedingly low. Were the production greater, selling it in the Datai Tower would likely yield profits rivaling those of the colorful spirit fish. Subsequently, Wang Changqing glanced at his pet beast. Noting that Xiao Zi was now on the verge of reaching the second tier, a sudden thought struck him. He could concoct some pills for nurturing his pet. With this idea illuminating his mind, he eagerly sifted through Master Xuanxin's recipes and soon unearthed a formula. It was a first-tier superior pill, the Spirit Nurturing Pill. The recipe indicated that this pill held tremendous benefits for first-tier beasts, accelerating their growth without any side effects. A smile of delight spread across Wang Changqing's face as he contemplated the suitability of the Spirit Nurturing Pill for his first-tier beast. The required materials were not overly precious, comprising largely of common ingredients, with the only notable one being the Spirit Essence Grass, of which he had ample supply in his Beastmaster space. After a brief preparation, he commenced the alchemical process, opting to utilize the Nirvana flame for this endeavor, as it was intended for Xiao Zi. After several hours of meticulous crafting, a delightful fragrance wafted from the alchemical furnace. He opened the lid to find 7 glossy pills nestled at the bottom, radiating an enticing luster. As he held the pills in his hand, he immediately sensed the potent medicinal energy emanating from the spirit nurturing pills. Wang Changqing then entered the Beastmaster space, presenting one of the pills to Zixiao. Upon sensing the pill's energy, Zixiao's eyes sparkled with excitement, and it promptly swallowed the pill whole. Feeling the overwhelming medicinal power coursing through its body, Xiao Zi let out a contented moan, lying motionless as it devoted itself to fully assimilating the energy of the spirit nurturing pill. Observing this, Wang Changqing's smile deepened. This spirit-nurturing pill was indeed extraordinary, and it would not be long before Zixiao would break through to the second tier. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed, and Xiao Zi successfully ascended to the second tier. Upon breaking through, Zixiao had grown to an impressive 2 meters in length, appearing remarkably majestic. Its violet fur had thickened, and the tempestuous power of thunder emanating from its tail exuded an aura of destruction. "Master, I have broken through." A youthful voice, reminiscent of a child's, suddenly echoed in Wang Changqing's mind. "Zixiao, is that you?" Wang Changqing exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. Zixiao could now communicate with him. "Indeed, master. It is thanks to your pill that I have attained the second tier." Zixiao affectionately nuzzled against Wang Changqing's cheek, now standing at the same height as him. Following its advancement, Zixiao was no longer limited to merely harnessing the power of thunder. It had comprehended 4 distinct spells: Thunder Fury, Thunder Binding, Thunder Escape, and Thunder Armor. Thunder Fury concentrated all its thunderous might in its tail, delivering merciless retribution upon foes. Thunder Binding wove an immense electric net with thunder energy, ensnaring adversaries within and inflicting continuous lightning damage. Thunder Armor enveloped Zixiao in a protective layer of lightning, bestowing it with astonishing defensive capabilities. Thunder Escape, as the name suggests, allowed for instantaneous movement across vast distances utilizing the power of thunder. At this juncture, even Wang Changqing himself might find it challenging to contend with the second-tier Zixiao. After indulging in some playful antics with Zixiao, Wang Changqing focused his thoughts and exited the Beastmaster space. During this period, the business of the Wang family's apothecary had not only returned to normalcy, but had also significantly improved, while the Wu family had remained temporarily silent. Wang Changqing resumed his alchemical pursuits. One day, within the Datai Tower, Wang Zabin, the 4th uncle, exclaimed, "Changqing, I had no idea that your Spirit Rain Mist Tea was so extraordinary. It's truly unprecedented. If it were to be sold in Datai Tower, the profits would undoubtedly surpass those from the colorful spirit fish." Wang Chongqing felt a pang of regret. Indeed, the yield of Spirit Rain Mist tea was exceedingly low, barely sufficient for gifting to the elders of the clan, let alone for sale in Detai Tower. The following day, as Wang Chongqing was engrossed in pill refinement, the barriers of the alchemical chamber were triggered. He opened the wards to find Wang Chonggui bursting in with an anxious demeanor. "Chongqing, you must come quickly. There's a commotion outside." Upon hearing this, Wang Chongqing hurried to the main hall. "My brother purchased pills from your Wang family apothecary, and now there's a problem with them. You must provide an explanation." A plain-faced, square-jawed man was causing a ruckus in the hall. Wang Chongqing approached him. "Esteemed friend, I am the steward of this Wang family apothecary. What seems to be the issue?" The square-faced man, dismissive of Wang Chongqing's youth, retorted, "Humph. My brother bought a bottle of essence increasing pills from your apothecary a few days ago. While cultivating, he suffered from pill poison, causing his cultivation to regress. And now he lies incapacitated at home. You must provide an explanation for this matter." Wang Chongqing furrowed his brow. It appeared to be a deliberate provocation, though he could not ascertain if the Wu family was behind it. Chapter 38. Encountering an ambush. Many cultivators present in the shop, who had come to purchase pills, gathered around, curious about the unfolding drama. After contemplating for a moment, Wang Chongqing addressed the man. "Esteemed friend, may I inquire your brother's name, and when he purchased the pills from our Wang family apothecary?" "My brother's name is Zhao Wang, and he bought a bottle of essence increasing pills from your establishment 3 days prior," the square-faced man replied, unfazed, as if he had been well prepared. Wang Chongqing retrieved the account ledger and indeed found a record of the sale 3 days ago for a bottle of essence increasing pills, confirming the man's diligence in preparation. "Might you have brought the bottle of pills with you?" Wang Chongqing inquired. Upon hearing Wang Chongqing's words, the square-faced man retrieved a vial of Peiyuan Dan from his storage bag. Wang Chongqing accepted the medicine bottle, discerning a flicker of guilt on the man's countenance. After opening the vial, he scrutinized its contents with utmost diligence. Moments later, he stowed the elixir away, casting a cold, piercing gaze at his interlocutor. "You claim your brother's cultivation regressed after consuming this pill, do you?" The square-faced man, under the weight of Wang Chongqing's stare, averted his eyes in trepidation. "Why, yes. Is there a problem?" Wang Chongqing's expression grew increasingly frigid. "This pill is clearly not one sold by our apothecary. Who sent you?" The square-faced man, now visibly intimidated, glanced around at the other cultivators present, attempting to bolster his courage. What do you mean? Is your Wang family trying to bully me?" Wang Chongqing brandished the vial. "This is not the Xingyuan Dan from my family's establishment. Though it shares the same name, our formula has been meticulously refined. You did not acquire this vial from us. Speak. Who dispatched you to tarnish my family's name?" As he spoke, an imposing aura emanated from Wang Chongqing, pressing down on the square-faced man, whose cultivation level was merely at the 8th stage of qi refinement. His face paled instantly, dread and despair flooding his heart. "I don't understand what you're saying. This Chaoga Fengshi isn't solely controlled by your Wang family. Just you wait. I'll report you to the market's overseer." In his panic, the square-faced man fled the apothecary. Half an hour later, within a cave dwelling in Chaoga Fengshi, a middle-aged cultivator clad in dark brocade seethed with anger. The man confronting him was none other than the square-faced assailant from Wang's apothecary. "You fool! How could you botch such a simple task?" The square-faced man, trembling, replied. "I had no idea. That young lad seemed so inexperienced. I never expected him to discern the pill's flaws at a glance. Humph. The Wang family must undoubtedly be suspicious of you by now. You'd best leave Chaoga Fengshi and find refuge elsewhere," the middle-aged cultivator advised. But what about the rewards you promised me? When will I receive them?" The square-faced man stammered. A glint of coldness flickered in the elder's eyes before dissipating. "Rest assured, your promised compensation shall not be lacking." With that, the middle-aged cultivator handed the square-faced man a storage bag. Upon inspecting its contents, the square-faced man quickly closed it, a fawning smile gracing his face. "Thank you, esteemed elder. I shall depart from Xixia County at once." Just as he reached the door, a sound of air being sliced echoed, and his head was severed in an instant. The middle-aged cultivator stepped forward, reclaiming the storage bag. "With your paltry strength, you dared to covet the assets of my Wu family? Truly audacious." Wang Chongqing arrived at Detai Tower and recounted the events, prompting his fourth uncle to dispatch individuals to investigate. However, they soon discovered that the square-faced man had vanished without a trace. The Wu family. Wang Chongqing sat within his cave dwelling, his gaze icy. Who else in Chaoga Fengshi possessed the audacity and capability to target the Wang family? Before his foundation establishment, Wang Chongqing had already been pursued by a Wu family cultivator. Had it not been for the second-tier Earth Escape talisman bestowed by the clan leader, he might have perished long ago. Subsequently, Wang Chongqing dedicated his days to alchemy and training, the months slipping by swiftly. One day, After completing a batch of pills, he received a message through his communication jade. Upon reading it, his expression darkened. The clan leader conveyed that the family's Qijing iron mine had been attacked. Overseen by Wang Changqing's uncle, the assailants had dispatched 4 Foundation establishment cultivators. Although his uncle's pet had reached the second tier, 2 against 4 remained insufficient. Fortunately, under the protection of his pet, he managed to return to the family, sustaining only minor injuries. This must be the work of the Wu family. In the aftermath, the Wang family's elder was infuriated and resolved to retaliate against the Wu family. They promptly dispatched 3 Foundation establishment cultivators to assault a Wu family spirit stone mine. Tensions escalated between the two clans, resulting in a series of violent confrontations. At last, one day, while Wang Changqing was refining pills, the clan leader summoned him urgently, instructing him to return immediately. With disciples of the Qianyang sect safeguarding Chaogafengshi, the Wu family would likely refrain from acting recklessly. After tidying up, Wang Changqing left the marketplace, unaware that the moment he stepped outside, a message had already spread through the area. After half an hour of soaring through the skies on his sword, Wang Changqing found his path obstructed by 2 cultivators, with another figure swiftly closing in from behind. Observing this, a cold smile crept onto his lips. 3 Foundation establishment cultivators? They certainly overestimated him. Among them, an elder at the mid-foundation stage and 2 middle-aged men at the early stage, one of whom had previously hunted him down, wasted no time in summoning their magical artifacts upon his halt. The elder summoned a long-bladed artifact, engulfing it in flames as it sliced toward Wang Changqing. The other 2 cultivators, one brandishing a flying sword and the other a spinning wheel artifact, joined the fray. In response, Wang Changqing conjured a protective barrier of Li Hua true essence from his storage bag, the sounds of clashing resonating in the air. After several exchanges, the protective barrier's luminescence began to dim. Desperately, Wang Changqing summoned the Xianyang golden sword to parry one of the incoming attacks. He then unleashed another artifact, the banner he had acquired after vanquishing the elder in Langya Fengshi, known as the Wind Demon Banner. As the banner fluttered, 3 razor-sharp wind blades shot toward his adversaries with astonishing speed. The 3 Foundation establishment cultivators were taken aback, hastily activating their defensive artifacts to counter the onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Changqing unleashed a flame, Nirvana fire, augmented by the gale from the Wind Demon Banner, igniting the middle-aged cultivator who had once pursued him. Despite his frantic attempts to extinguish the flames, it proved futile. With a pained scream, he was reduced to ashes. Chapter 39. The inner core of a third-tier demonic beast. The remaining 2 cultivators were struck with horror. Guangyan, 4th brother. Their fury surged. 3 Foundation establishment cultivators had encircled one at the Foundation establishment level, only to have one of their own slain. After dispatching the pursuer, Wang Changqing showed no mercy, summoning Xiao. In perfect harmony with its master, Xiao emerged, unleashing a bolt of gathered thunderous energy toward the other early Foundation stage cultivator. The man had no time to react before being struck down instantly. The last mid-Foundation stage cultivator roared in anguish, Guangting. In under a quarter of an hour, the Wu family had lost 2 Foundation establishment cultivators, including his 2 nephews. No one could fathom that the 3 of them, including a mid-Foundation stage cultivator, could lay in ambush against an early Foundation stage, only to be outmatched. However, there was no time for contemplation. Wang Changqing directed his flying sword toward the elder. The Wu elder hastily regained his composure, producing a second-tier defensive spirit talisman. In response, Wang Changqing commanded Xiao to unleash a thunder web, ensnaring the elder, and then released the Nirvana fire. The shield formed by the talisman was pierced effortlessly, and the flames consumed the Wu elder, reducing him to ashes in mere moments. Afterward, Wang Changqing scoured the battlefield, collecting the storage bags of the 3 Wu cultivators before making his way back toward the family. Upon returning to the family estate, within the family council hall, all the foundational level cultivators of the Wang clan had gathered in full attendance. At this moment, Wang Zixin, the second uncle, had also successfully established his foundation. Excluding the Grand Elder, a cultivator of the Purple Mansion, the Wang family now boasted 8 foundational cultivators. Wang Changqing relayed his experiences, and upon hearing that he had been besieged by 3 foundational cultivators, the clan leader was filled with immense rage. However, when informed that Wang Changqing had slain the 3 cultivators, disbelief washed over the faces of the assembly. Bang! The Grand Elder slammed the table. The Wu family is utterly unforgivable. With Changqing having eliminated 3 foundational cultivators from the Wu family, they are now left with only 2. Should we not seize this opportunity to eradicate the Wu family once and for all? The second elder exclaimed in fury. The assembly fell into contemplation. After a moment, the clan leader spoke. I believe this plan is feasible. However, We must consider that the Wu family is protected by their own Grand Elder, a purple mansion cultivator. While we too have our Grand Elder, annihilating the Wu family will not be an easy task. The fourth Elder, who had remained silent until now, interjected. If only the Grand Elder's striped spirit tiger could advance to the third tier, we would possess 2 cultivators of purple mansion strength. The second Elder lamented. It dawned on the assembly that the Grand Elder's striped spirit tiger had remained at the peak of the second tier for quite some time. Nonetheless, as a creature of second-tier bloodline, its advancement to the third tier would be exceedingly difficult without rare heavenly materials. Wang Chongqing appeared to have an epiphany. With a flicker of his consciousness, he rummaged through his storage ring and indeed found a recipe among Master Xuanqing's collection, a second-tier pill capable of evolving a beast's bloodline, known as the blood refinement pill. However, as Wang Chongqing meticulously examined the recipe, his brow furrowed deeper. The blood refinement pill required a third-tier beast core as its primary ingredient to concoct. Acquiring a third-tier beast core is no simple feat. Yet Wang Chongqing articulated his thoughts aloud, suggesting that as a family with a long-standing tradition of beast taming, they might possess a third-tier beast core hidden within their lineage. With this thought in mind, Wang Chongqing spoke up, I may have a way to help great-grandfather's beast break through to the third tier. The assembly was immediately captivated by Wang Chongqing's words, turning their attention towards him. I possess a recipe called the blood refinement pill, which can facilitate the evolution of a second-tier beast's bloodline, Wang Chongqing declared. However, this pill requires a third-tier beast core as its main ingredient. Upon hearing this, the clan leader frowned deeply, saying, the clan once had a third-tier beast core in our possession, but unfortunately, it was sold to Wanbao Pavilion to auction off a foundation-building pill. Indeed, third-tier beast cores are quite rare. We should inquire at Wanbao Pavilion to see if they have any for sale, the second elder suggested. That sounds reasonable. I will send a message to Zabine, instructing him to inquire at Wanbao Pavilion in the market. The clan leader then took out a communication jade and sent a message to Wang Zixin. Half an hour later, they received a response that there were no third-tier beast cores available at Wanbao Pavilion in the Kanjia market. Wang Chongqing then proposed, since there are none in Kanjia, we might as well inquire at other markets, especially the Langia market, which is near the Taiyao mountain range and likely to have third-tier beast cores for sale. After a moment of contemplation, the clan leader agreed, that is a sound plan. In that case, Chongqing, you shall make the trip to the Langia market. Thus, Wang Chongqing set off once more towards the Langia market. He flew swiftly on his second-tier flying sword, reaching his destination within a day. Upon his arrival, he headed straight to Wanbao Pavilion. Having visited several times before, the attendant at the entrance recognized him and promptly ushered him inside. Wang Chongqing settled into a private room, and before long, Master Guan Yu entered with a hearty laugh. Ah, my friend, it has been quite a while. What brings you to Wanbao Pavilion this time? Wang Chongqing rose and replied, I had to return home recently due to clan matters. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wang Chongqing then got straight to the point, inquiring if there were any third-tier beast cores available for sale at Wanbao Pavilion. Indeed, we do have a third-tier beast core, Master Guan Yu replied. But the price is rather steep. Wang Chongqing's heart soared with joy, though he maintained a composed demeanor. I recently acquired a recipe and wish to experiment with it. May I inquire about the value of the third-tier beast core? After a moment of contemplation, Master Guan Yu responded, I feel a great affinity with you, so I can gift you the third-tier beast core. However, I would require your assistance with a small matter in return. Wang Chongqing was taken aback, unsure of what Master Guan Yu needed him to do. With a gentle smile, Master Guan Yu continued, this task is not difficult for you. 2 years from now, our Wanbao Pavilion headquarters in Qianzhou will host an alchemy competition, and I hope you can represent our Langia market branch in this event. Hearing this, Wang Chongqing fell deep into thought. Sensing his hesitation, Master Guan Yu added, you need only to participate. There is no requirement to achieve any ranking. Finally, Wang Chongqing replied, in that case, I shall honor your request. Seeing Wang Chongqing acquiesce, Master Guan Yu's face lit up with delight, and he turned to give a few instructions to the attendant standing by. Moments later, the attendant entered with a square wooden box in hand. Chapter 40, Blood Refinement Pill. After finalizing their agreement, Wang Chongqing departed from the Langia market, carrying the third-tier beast core with him. As he soared through the skies on his sword, he suddenly heard the sounds of a struggle. Upon noticing Wang Chongqing's presence, a voice called out desperately, friend, please stop. I beg you to save my life. Just as Wang Chongqing was about to leave and take a detour, he caught sight of a familiar figure. In the midst of the conflict stood a middle-aged female cultivator at the early foundational level, appearing quite beleaguered. Opposing her were 2 middle-aged men, one of whom was the very individual who had pursued Wang Chongqing alongside the elder named Haifeng. Wang Chongqing had managed to escape from him using a second-tier escape talisman, and now fate had brought them face to face again. The other cultivator had a sharp, monkey-like appearance but possessed mid-foundational cultivation. Upon recognizing Wang Chongqing, the middle-aged cultivator's expression shifted drastically. Kid, what are you staring at? Do you think you can be a hero and save the damsel? You should assess your own strength and scram if you don't want to die. Before the middle-aged cultivator could utter another word, his companion interjected. The middle-aged cultivator's face turned ashen as he urgently warned, Haisha, this kid is the one who killed Haifeng. There's something off about him. Upon hearing this, the cultivator named Haisha paused momentarily before quickly regaining his composure, dismissively retorting, Haiyan, why are you so cowardly? This kid could only kill Haifeng because you two were foolish. With that, he summoned a claw-like magical artifact and launched an attack towards Wang Chongqing. Unfazed, Wang Chongqing summoned the Xianyang golden sword from his storage bag, igniting it with flames and meeting the attack head-on. Wang Chongqing wielded his sword with lethal precision, forcing his opponents into a defensive stance. After several exchanges, Haisha stepped back, angrily berating his companion. Haiyan, you useless lump. What are you doing standing there? Hurry up and come help me. Hearing this, the cultivator named Haiyan hastily summoned a large hammer-like artifact and charged forward. Wang Chongqing showed no signs of fear after several rounds of combat. Neither of the two could gain the slightest advantage over him. Feeling he had toyed with them long enough, Wang Chongqing summoned the Zixiao, ensnaring both adversaries within a storm of lightning. They were instantly struck with panic, hastily attempting to cast defensive spells, but Zixiao was relentless, unleashing a torrent of thunderous power that consumed them before they could even scream, reducing them to ashes. Wang Chongqing approached Zixiao, exclaiming, You are truly remarkable. Upon hearing the praise from his master, Zixiao raised its proud head. However, before it could respond, it was drawn back into the Beastmaster space. Gazing at the familiar surroundings of the Beastmaster space, Zixiao expressed its sentiments. Wang Chongqing collected the storage bags and magical artifacts of the two individuals. But by this time, the middle-aged female cultivator had long since vanished. Wang Chongqing continued his journey on his flying sword, and upon returning to his family, he reported to the clan leader before heading to the alchemy chamber. After placing the materials for the blood refinement pill into the alchemical furnace and summoning the Nirvana flame, he commenced his refining process. Several hours later, as the flames within the furnace extinguished, Wang Chongqing bottled the blood refinement pills and proceeded to the mountain where the Grand Elder resided. Great-grandfather, I have successfully refined the blood refinement pill. The Grand Elder, seeing this, eagerly accepted the vial and summoned his beloved beast, the colorful spirit tiger. After consuming the pill, the tiger lay still on the ground, beginning to fully digest the potency of the blood refinement pill. According to the recipe, while this pill could enhance bloodlines, it was exceedingly volatile. A slight misstep could lead to the beast's demise. However, as it was refined by Wang Chongqing using the Nirvana flame, the life force contained within the pill could neutralize the ferocity of the energy. The colorful spirit tiger writhed in agony on the ground, and after several hours, it finally ceased its struggles. A surge of violent energy emanated from the tiger, marking its successful advancement to a Tier 3 beast. The now ascended tiger grew several times in size, its black and white stripes covering its body, exuding an aura of might and majesty. Ha ha ha, splendid. Chongqing, I owe you a great debt this time. The Grand Elder laughed heartily. Great-grandfather, this is merely what Chongqing ought to do, Wang Chongqing replied with a respectful gesture. Half a month later, as the Grand Elder's beast stabilized its newfound realm, within the ancestral hall of the Wang family, clan leader Wang Shaoji occupied the main seat. With the Grand Elder's beast having broken through to Tier 3, he summoned everyone together to resolve matters with the Wu family once and for all. Fight! 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 The Wang cultivators were all stirred with fervor. The four elders, the uncle, and the second uncle, all foundational cultivators, were left to guard the clan while the Grand Elder, along with 5 other foundational cultivators, soared towards the Wu family's territory in Huili County. 2 hours later, before the gates of the Wu family, a resonant voice echoed across the expanse. Wu Lingchun, come out. Inside the Wu family's council hall, the atmosphere was heavy. Ever since dispatching 3 foundational cultivators to ambush Wang Chongqing, their absence had raised alarms for Wu Guangzhou. Who would have thought that a mere youth who had just broken through to foundational level could turn the tables on 3 foundational cultivators? One of whom was a mid-foundational stage? Humph. Those shameless rogues of the Wang family. I have already reported to Qinyang sect. You must activate the mountain protecting formation with all your might. I shall stall them for a while. Qinyang sect will not stand idly by watching our Wu family perish. The Wu family ancestor gritted his teeth, transforming into a streak of light and flying out. Just as the Wang family prepared to forcefully dismantle the formation, a streak of light emerged from the Wu family, revealing Wu Lingchun, the ancestor. Humph. Wu Lingchun, you old curmudgeon, I thought you could hide indefinitely, the Grand Elder taunted. Wang Shua, do you truly wish to pursue a vendetta against my Wu family? The Wu family ancestor retorted angrily. Do you even have the audacity to ask? When you attacked my Wang family, did you foresee this day? The Grand Elder then summoned his magical artifact, a flying sword, and attacked the Wu family ancestor. The ancestor quickly summoned his own magical artifact to defend, and the two Purple Mansion cultivators clashed, their strikes capable of shattering mountains and rivers. After several exchanges, the Grand Elder, seeing no progress, opened his beast pouch and summoned the colorful spirit tiger. In an instant, the tiger manifested as a streak of light on the battlefield. The Wu family ancestor's eyes narrowed in shock, exclaiming, a Tier 3 beast. The colorful spirit tiger immediately lunged with its sharp claws toward the Wu family ancestor. While the Grand Elder pressed the attack as well, the Wu family ancestor summoned a defensive magical artifact. But the claws of the Tier 3 colorful spirit tiger proved exceptionally sharp, and after countless exchanges, the defensive artifact of the Wu family ancestor began to show signs of shattering. The battle was a dazzling spectacle, as various spells and talismans filled the air, ultimately leading to the rupture of the Wu family ancestor's defensive artifact. Seizing the moment, the colorful spirit tiger once again struck. In Chapter 41, the Alchemy Conference unfolds. After several rounds, the Wu family ancestor, fighting against two opponents, quickly found himself overwhelmed. Just as the battle seemed to reach its conclusion, a voice interjected, "Spare them." A cultivator clad in a purple robe suddenly appeared before the assembly, a sun emblem emblazoned on his chest. He was indeed a cultivator from Qianyang sect. The Qianyang sect cultivator hovered before them, saying, "Fellow Taoists, you have cultivated for many years to reach the Purple Mansion. Why must you clash with each other?" The Grand Elder responded, "It is not that my Wang family seeks conflict, but rather that the Wu family has repeatedly provoked us, sending assassins after our kin and attacking our mining resources. I implore you to discern the truth." Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, the Wu family ancestor gritted his teeth and retorted, "Umph. You old scoundrel, how dare you speak? My Wu family is down to only 2 foundational cultivators. Fellow Taoists, please, remain calm. The sect has dispatched me to mediate the discord between your families. How about resolving this through reconciliation, allowing me to return to the sect with satisfactory news?" The Qianyang sect cultivator smiled and adopted a conciliatory stance. Observing the Qianyang sect cultivator's demeanor, the Grand Elder conceded for the day. However, the Wang family could not leave empty-handed. Under the mediation of the Qianyang sect cultivator, the Wu family ancestor compensated the Wang family with 200,000 spirit stones, thus quelling the flames of conflict between the Wang and Wu families once more. Wang Chongqing returned to the bustling market of Chagao, dedicating his days to either cultivation or alchemy. Time passed swiftly, and in half a month, he would fulfill his promise. After successfully refining the final batch of pills, Wang Chongqing finally exhaled a breath of relief. By this point, his alchemical skills had reached a remarkable level, even without the use of spiritual fire. His success rate soared to 90%, and on occasion, he would even produce pills adorned with intricate patterns. These patterns indicated the quality of the pills, and many ordinary alchemists might spend their entire lives without crafting even a single patterned pill. However, Wang Chongqing had only managed to create a pill with a single pattern. Legend spoke of pills bearing 1, 3, 6, or even 9 patterns. Stepping outside, he found Wang Chonggui selling pills to a cultivator in the apothecary. His cultivation had now reached the 6th layer of Qi refinement. A cultivator with 5 spiritual roots advancing this swiftly was undoubtedly aided by the numerous pills Wang Chongqing had provided. Upon seeing Wang Chongqing exit the alchemy chamber, Wang Chonggui hastily approached. "Chongqing, have you finished refining the pills?" "Yes, I've completed this batch. I must return to the clan for a while. Over the next few days, please manage the shop, as my second uncle will come to take over for me," Wang Chongqing replied casually. His second uncle had recently advanced in foundation and had become a Tier 2 alchemist. Although Wang Chonggui had also been dabbling in alchemy these past 2 years, he could only manage to refine low-grade first-tier pills. Returning to the clan, Wang Chongqing first visited his sister's cave dwelling. 2 years had passed, and thanks to the endless supply of pills, his sister, Wang Chongling, had also reached the 6th layer of Qi refinement. "Brother, why are you back?" Upon seeing her brother, Wang Chongling's previously cool demeanor transformed into one of joy. After more than a year apart, she had grown into a graceful young woman. "I must embark on a journey soon, so I returned to check on you." With a tender smile, Wang Chongqing affectionately looked at his sister and presented her with some elixirs extracted from his storage ring. Some of these elixirs were meant for Wang Chongling, while others were intended for her beast companions. Wang Chongling squinted her eyes, resembling a little treasure seeker as she accepted the elixirs eagerly. "All right, You focus on your cultivation. I shall pay a visit to the clan leader. Upon arriving at Zizhu Peak, Wang Chongqing entered to find the clan leader setting aside a jade slip. Chongqing, you've returned. The leader greeted. Wang Chongqing respectfully inclined his body, replying, I have seen the clan leader, having attended the alchemy competition at Wanbao Pavilion. Remember not to reveal your possession of spiritual fire, the clan leader advised earnestly. Wang Chongqing nodded slightly, understanding the gravity of the matter. After spending a few days within the clan, with only 2 days remaining until his rendezvous with Master Guan Yu, Wang Chongqing embarked on his journey to Langya Square. Upon his arrival at Langya Square, Master Guan Yu rushed to greet him. Chongqing, you have finally arrived. He promptly led Wang Chongqing to a private room where fine wines and delicacies awaited. Master Guan Yu, please enlighten me about the details of the alchemy competition. Wang Chongqing inquired as he savored his drink. Master Guan Yu began to elaborate, explaining that the alchemy competition at Wanbao Pavilion is held once every 50 years, categorized by the ranks of the alchemists, with levels 1 to 3 participating in the contests. As Wanbao Pavilion is a Yuan-ing level force, the rewards for the competition are exceedingly generous. Furthermore, those who secure a top 3 position in the competition held in Qianzhou would be invited to the Wanbao Pavilion headquarters for further contests. I see, Wang Chongqing remarked, a look of understanding illuminating his face. The Wanbao Pavilion headquarters is located in Shuofang County, Qianzhou, a staggering distance of hundreds of millions of miles from Zixia County. Even foundation-building cultivators would require half a month to fly there at full speed. However, they would not be traveling by sword. Master Guan Yu produced a ship-shaped magical artifact from his storage bag. The vessel floated gracefully in the air, and as Master Guan Yu performed a series of hand seals to infuse it with spiritual energy, the ship expanded dramatically. This grand ship emanated a gentle spiritual glow, its hull intricately adorned with complex runes and patterns, from which Wang Chongqing sensed a formidable magical power. Never before had Wang Chongqing witnessed such an extraordinary sight. Invited aboard the ship by Master Guan Yu, he discovered an interior that was a veritable paradise, spacious and lavishly decorated. Master Guan Yu manipulated the ship's formations with another series of hand seals, and in an instant, the vessel transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards Shuofang County. The ship traveled at an incredible speed, nearly several times that of a foundation-building cultivator. A journey that would typically take 4 or 5 days was completed in less than a day. However, such rapid travel came with significant consumption, as Master Guan Yu needed to infuse a mid-grade spirit stone approximately every 2 hours. Shuofang County lies in the eastern part of Qianzhou, where the Wanbao Pavilion's headquarters occupies an expansive plain, far grander than any marketplace Wang Chongqing had previously encountered. As the ship descended at the entrance of Wanbao Pavilion, Master Guan Yu executed a final hand seal, causing the vessel to dissolve into a streak of light and return to his storage bag. At that moment, a line of nearly 1,000 cultivators awaited at the entrance of Wanbao Pavilion. Master Guan Yu led Wang Chongqing to the front of the line, and, after presenting a token, they entered directly. He explained to Wang Chongqing, the alchemy competition not only includes alchemists from within Wanbao Pavilion, but also cultivators from other factions. Once inside Wanbao Pavilion, with several days remaining until the competition, Master Guan Yu first settled Wang Chongqing into a guest room. Chapter 42, Securing First Place. Days later, the Wanbao Pavilion alchemy competition commenced in earnest. Due to the overwhelming number of alchemists, all participants were divided into groups, with Wang Chongqing assigned to the 13th group of second-tier alchemists. The rules were straightforward. 10 alchemists per group would enter the alchemy chamber, where Wanbao Pavilion would provide the recipes and materials. The elixirs produced would be evaluated by Wanbao Pavilion, with the top performers advancing to the next round. After 2 rounds, 10 alchemists would be selected for the final competition, where rewards were exceptionally generous. Each of the top 10 would receive a second-tier upper-grade magical artifact and a vial of second-tier enhancement elixirs. Moreover, the first-place winner would have the privilege of selecting a treasure from the Wanbao Pavilion treasury. Upon hearing the rewards, Wang Chongqing couldn't help but exclaim, truly, Wanbao Pavilion is a place of wealth and grandeur. Soon, it was Wang Chongqing's turn to take the stage. He entered the alchemy chamber provided by Wanbao Pavilion, where the assigned recipe was for a mid-grade second-tier elixir known as the Restoration Pill, an elixir for healing. Wang Chongqing prepared his alchemy furnace, performed the necessary hand seals to summon the earth fire, and cautiously added the prepared materials into the furnace, meticulously controlling the flames. After half an hour, as the light from the furnace dimmed, a rich aroma wafted through the air. Wang Chongqing opened the lid and retrieved the elixirs he had produced, totaling 8 restoration pills. Not bad. With the materials provided by Wanbao Pavilion, the most I could have produced was 9, he thought. He carefully placed the elixirs into a vial and exited the alchemy chamber, handing them over to the Wanbao Pavilion staff. He then approached Master Guan Yu, who had been anxiously waiting. "How did it go?" Master Guan Yu asked eagerly. Wang Chongqing replied with a confident smile. Advancing to the next round should not be an issue. Upon hearing this, Master Guan Yu felt a wave of relief. He had faith in Wang Chongqing's alchemical skills. Representing the Langya branch in the competition, a high ranking would yield substantial rewards for their marketplace. As predicted, the results for their group were announced, and Wang Chongqing advanced seamlessly to the next round. He returned to his cave dwelling, and 3 days later, he and Master Guan Yu arrived once more at the competition venue. After a round of eliminations, only a handful of alchemists remained. Wang Chongqing was assigned to the 6th group. After a brief wait, it was finally their turn to compete. All alchemists entering the second round had demonstrated a certain level of proficiency, and this time, Wang Chongqing was determined to give it his all. He took out his alchemy furnace and focused intently on controlling the earth fire, fully immersing himself in the task, without allowing any distractions. Half an hour later, Wang Chongqing gazed at the elixirs in his hand with immense satisfaction. Each one was plump and exuded a delightful fragrance. "This should secure my place," he exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, he advanced once more to the subsequent round. With 3 days remaining until the finals, he wandered idly within Wanbao Pavilion, contemplating the purchase of a magical artifact. Although he possessed several second-tier artifacts, many were unsuitable for him. After 2 years of alchemy, his wealth had grown significantly. Entering a shop within Wanbao Pavilion dedicated to selling magical artifacts, Wang Chongqing approached the counter and returned the artifacts from the 3 foundation cultivators, as well as those belonging to Haiyan and Haisha. In total, he received 120,000 low-grade spirit stones. These artifacts did not suit him, and their quality was not considered excellent among second-tier artifacts. Wang Chongqing began selecting the artifacts he needed. At this point, he owned 3 second-tier upper-grade artifacts: the Xianyang Golden Sword, the Lihua True Essence Shield, and the Fengma Banner. True to its reputation as a Yuan Ing level force, Wanbao Pavilion offered a diverse array of artifacts. Ultimately, he chose a seal-type magical artifact called the Binding Spirit Seal, which could control the speed at which an opponent could mobilize their spiritual energy. Extremely practical. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the day of the alchemy competition finals finally arrived. Master Guan Yu led Wang Chongqing to the competition arena, where they approached an elderly man with snowy hair. "Master, this is Wang Chongqing, the individual I mentioned to you." He then introduced Wang Chongqing. "Chongqing, this esteemed individual is the ancient moon master from our Wanbao Pavilion headquarters in Qianzhou." Though the venerable Gu Yu appeared with hair and beard grayed by time, his eyes sparkled with an incisive brilliance, as if capable of penetrating the very souls of men. He served as the esteemed head of the Qianzhou branch of the Wanbao Pavilion, possessing formidable cultivation at the Golden Core stage. Wang Chongqing promptly bowed in respect, introducing himself. "I am Wang Chongqing, honored to meet you, Master Gu Yu." With a warm smile, Master Gu Yu replied, "I have long heard from Master Guan Yu of your exceptional talent in alchemy. Today, witnessing your prowess firsthand, it is indeed remarkable." Wang Chongqing humbly responded, "Your words are too kind, esteemed elder. I am unworthy of such praise." The conversation flowed effortlessly among them, beginning with the competition for third-tier alchemists before transitioning to the contest for second-tier practitioners. At long last, after the passage of an hour, the contest for third-tier alchemists concluded, paving the way for the second-tier competition. The 10 second-tier alchemists each entered their respective elixir chambers, with the final contest centered on the foundational elixir, the Foundation Establishment Pill. The Wanbao Pavilion, it seemed, was indeed affluent, daring to refine such a significant elixir during the competition. Having crafted the Foundation Establishment Pill before, Wang Chongqing was well acquainted with the process. He retrieved his alchemical furnace and placed the necessary materials within. With bated breath and focused intent, he summoned the earthly fire. After half an hour, the flames within the furnace extinguished. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he extracted the elixirs, revealing several Foundation Establishment Pills, each adorned with a distinctive alchemical pattern. This particular pattern significantly enhanced the probability of success in Foundation establishment, surpassing ordinary pills by a remarkable 40%. According to the notes of Master Xuanqin, alchemists capable of producing such patterns were exceedingly rare, with only a handful even within the ranks of the Xianyao sect. Indeed, upon presenting his elixirs, the master responsible for evaluating them at the Wanbao Pavilion was taken aback. "Is this an alchemical pattern?" Throughout history, those who could craft elixirs with patterns were invariably of extraordinary talent. Even Master Gu Yu could not contain his admiration for Wang Chongqing, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, young friend, your aptitude in alchemy is truly exceptional. To produce an elixir with a pattern at such a tender age is nothing short of extraordinary." Ultimately, Wang Chongqing rightfully claimed the title of first place among the second-tier alchemists. The top 3 alchemists at the Elixir Conference, under Master Qiu Niu's guidance, ventured into the treasury of the Wanbao Pavilion. Upon entering, they were greeted by a dazzling array of treasures, with Foundation Establishment pills and Xiang pills displayed prominently. While he lacked for neither elixirs nor magical artifacts, Wang Chongqing's attention was drawn to an egg. Its surface was adorned with a mottled pattern of gold and black, resembling a finely crafted piece of art. Beneath the egg was inscribed a small inscription, Crimson Gold Qian Eagle. The Crimson Gold Qian Eagle was a creature of the third-tier bloodline, possessing a trace of the bloodline of the Golden Winged Roc. After perusing the offerings, Wang Chongqing ultimately chose the Crimson Gold Qian Eagle egg, knowing that, as a cultivator at the Foundation Establishment stage, he could contract a spirit beast using the spirit contracting pattern. Upon exiting the treasury, Master Qiu Niu beamed at Wang Chongqing, who cradled the Crimson Gold Qian Eagle egg. "Ah, young friend, your discerning eye is remarkable." Master Guan Yu chimed in. "You certainly know how to choose. The Crimson Gold Qian Eagle is exceedingly rare, possessing exceptional physical strength among its peers, remarkable speed, and a proficiency in gold-based spells." Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Wang Chongqing immediately drew forth a drop of blood to establish a contract with the egg. As the spirit contracting pattern manifested, he successfully bonded with the egg. Following the contract, the egg began to tremble gently, as though it harbored a faint flicker of life within. This tremor intensified until a fine crack appeared on the shell. Gradually, the fissure widened, and a small yet exquisite head emerged. The hatchling of the Crimson Gold Qian Eagle kept its eyes tightly shut, yet it could sense the light and warmth of the world beyond. Struggling mightily, it exerted all its strength to break free from the confines of its shell, finally emerging in its entirety. The young Crimson Gold Qian Eagle boasted a unique appearance, its feathers adorned with golden and black patterns that resembled a splendid cloak, shimmering under the sunlight. Its head was strikingly delicate, with sharp eyes like twinkling stars, radiating intelligence and curiosity. Its beak appeared hardened and powerful, as it pecked at its own shell, devouring it with fervor. Although still small, its muscular form was already evident, brimming with vigor and strength. While its wings had yet to fully unfurl, their impressive size and power hinted at its ability to soar through the skies. After a brief moment, the young Crimson Gold Qian Eagle finished consuming its shell and lay upon the ground, beginning to digest. Wang Chongqing gently stroked the hatchling's metallic-like wings, declaring, "I shall name you Qiu Niu." With a responsive cry, the attuned Crimson Gold Qian Eagle seemed to understand Wang Chongqing's words. After a moment, he returned the creature to the Spirit Beast space. Inside the Spirit Beast space, Xixiao was startled by the sudden appearance of the Crimson Gold Qian Eagle. However, after Wang Chongqing communicated with it mentally, Xixiao relaxed, approaching the young eagle with curiosity. Having spent several days at the Wanbao Pavilion, Wang Chongqing did not accompany Master Guan Yu back to the Langya market. Due to his first-place victory among second-tier alchemists, he was to represent the Qianzhou branch of the Wanbao Pavilion at the headquarters for the Alchemy Conference in a year's time. Rather than return with Master Guan Yu, he set out alone toward the neighboring Jinlu County. Since reaching the Foundation Establishment stage, he had sensed another hidden realm of the Taigang Sword sect through the Taigang Sword token, located within Jinlu County. As he soared through the skies on his sword, stopping intermittently, he finally arrived in Jinlu County after 7 days. The Sihua River, a renowned river within Jinlu County, spans approximately 15 miles. At this moment, Wang Chongqing stood aloft on his sword above the river. "This is the place," he murmured to himself. Summoning the Taigang Sword token, he infused it with spiritual energy, creating a spatial vortex that manifested a portal above the Sihua River. With a swift motion, he entered the hidden realm, and with a ripple of spatial energy, the portal vanished from sight. However, nearby cultivators sensed the surge of spiritual energy and hastened toward the source. Yet, this mattered little to Wang Chongqing, who had already entered the hidden realm. He swiftly arrived in the treasure vault within. Inside the vault, he found an assortment of spiritual stones, magical artifacts, and elixirs scattered throughout the hall. Wang Chongqing made his way to the innermost part of the vault, where a finely crafted square treasure box rested. Upon opening the box, he discovered a stone. As he beheld the stone, the 10,000 fires burning heaven technique activated autonomously. "What is this?" A look of surprise spread across Wang Chongqing's face. The last time he encountered an ancient phoenix egg, it was under similar circumstances, indicating that he could refine and absorb this stone to awaken spiritual fire. This stone, unlike the ancient phoenix egg, was evidently extraordinary. Its appearance was a profound blue, shimmering as if it contained the essence of the stars and the sea. Wang Chongqing grasped the stone, prepared to refine it within this hidden realm. After retrieving auxiliary elixirs such as the pulse-guarding pill from his storage pouch, he sat cross-legged and commenced the awakening of his spiritual fire. Having gained experience, Wang Changqing activated the 10,000 fires burning heaven technique, channeling spiritual energy into the stone and continuously refining it. Although bolstered by the assurance of the Nirvana flame, he remained exceedingly cautious. As he gradually refined the stone, a flicker of flame emerged within his dantian. After 2 hours, the entire stone was finally refined, and a strand of spiritual fire had formed within Wang Changqing. This flame appeared transparent, as if the very fabric of space was being ignited by its presence. Wang Changqing guided this flame, systematically incinerating the spiritual meridians within his body, along with his flesh and soul. Even though he had undergone this process once before, pain still manifested upon his face. Several hours later, he finally completed the last step. The awakening of the spiritual fire was a resounding success. With a mere thought, a flame appeared before him, presenting a profound blue hue. At its center, a miniature vortex of space that incessantly devoured surrounding energy and light. The edges of the flame flickered with a silvery luminescence, reminiscent of the brilliance emitted from a rift in the fabric of space. As it burned, the surrounding area exhibited slight distortions and ripples, as if another realm were intertwining with it. The name of this spiritual fire emerged in Wang Changqing's mind: Ruin's Fire. This was a rare spiritual fire endowed with spatial abilities, and at that moment, Wang Changqing comprehended the origin of the stone he had refined, known as Ruin's Celestial Stone. The Ruin's Celestial Stone was an exceptionally rare celestial stone found within the Xianyang celestial domain, rumored to be a treasure of the immortals. The Taigang Sword sect had serendipitously obtained it, originally intending to use it to forge a life-bound spiritual treasure for a Yuan Ing true monarch of their sect. But plans had gone awry. The Ruin's Fire possessed remarkably formidable abilities, capable of instantaneously igniting an enemy and tearing open a spatial rift to devour them whole. Upon awakening this spiritual fire, Wang Changqing also gained the capability of spatial traversal, enabling him to instantly relocate to any position touched by the flame. This ability endowed him with extraordinary mobility and tactical advantage in combat, although with his current foundation-building strength, he could only perform short-range spatial movements. After conducting tests within the secret realm, he discovered that the maximum range of spatial movement was within 500 meters. Truly astonishing. Wang Changqing couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 44, Ruin's Fire. After awakening this spiritual fire, Wang Changqing's spiritual energy, physique, and soul experienced further enhancement. At this juncture, his spiritual energy and soul surpassed that of his peers in the foundation-building stage, and his physical strength had reached the caliber of a high-grade second-tier magical artifact. It could be said that in future confrontations with cultivators of the same tier, even without defensive artifacts, his opponents would find themselves at a complete loss against him. Subsequently, Wang Changqing selected a magical artifact for himself from the treasure trove within the secret realm. The artifact, named Returning Essence Purple Gold Gourd, was extraordinarily mystical, capable of absorbing all spells released by enemies. After refining the artifact, he spent several more days within the secret realm, collecting all the treasures into his beast-controlling space before departing. In a surge of spatial fluctuation, Wang Changqing reappeared above the Sisui River. Upon emerging, he was momentarily taken aback as he noticed two cultivators witnessing his sudden appearance. Both possessed mid-foundation building strength, and upon seeing Wang Changqing, they were momentarily stunned. One of the cultivators, with an unfriendly tone, addressed Wang Changqing. "Fellow Taoist, have you discovered some treasure?" Sensing their hostile gazes, Wang Changqing remained silent and took action, summoning the Ruin's Fire. Two flames manifested out of thin air, instantly igniting the two individuals, reducing them to ashes in mere moments. Following this, Wang Changqing summoned his flying sword and departed the area. The Ani Bazaar was a small marketplace located within the Jinlu County. This bazaar was comparable in size to the Kanjia Bazaar. Wang Changqing arrived at the marketplace and rented a cave dwelling to reside in. His days were spent either cultivating or refining elixirs, and thus months passed. During this time, his pet, the Crimson Gold Mystic Hawk, had reached mid-tier strength due to the daily elixirs provided by Wang Changqing. Wang Changqing's alchemical skills progressed rapidly, enabling him to reliably produce pills inscribed with a single elixir pattern. One day, within the alchemical chamber, Wang Changqing held his breath and focused intently, guiding the earth fire as he placed the alchemical materials into the furnace. After half an hour, the flames within the furnace dimmed, and Wang Changqing let out a long sigh of relief. Upon retrieving the elixir, he was astonished to find 3 elixir patterns engraved upon it. This was the first time he had successfully created a 3-pattern elixir. After several more months, his success rate for crafting 3-pattern elixirs had risen to 30%. At last, he prepared to depart from Ani Bazaar, flying towards the direction of the Qianzhou branch of Wanbao Pavilion. Days later, Wang Chongqing arrived at the Qianzhou branch of Wanbao Pavilion, where he first settled into a guest room. After half a month, it was finally time to set off for the headquarters of Wanbao Pavilion. A purple mansion elder accompanied Wang Chongqing and two other alchemists, the latter being the first-ranked first-tier and third-tier alchemists, representing the Qianzhou branch to participate in the finals at the headquarters. The headquarters of Wanbao Pavilion was located within the Xianzhou region of the Xianyang Celestial Domain, accessible only via a teleportation array. Under the guidance of Elder Gyue, the three arrived before a teleportation array. The distance from Qianzhou to Xianzhou spanned hundreds of millions of miles. Even with a spirit ship, it would take over half a year, making the teleportation array the most convenient option. It was Wang Chongqing's first experience utilizing a teleportation array, which was exceedingly costly, consuming nearly 10 medium-grade spirit stones for a single use. As they stood upon the teleportation array, a spatial vortex formed, and in an instant, the world before them darkened, only to reappear on another teleportation altar. Upon surveying their surroundings, Wang Chongqing and the others found themselves on a different altar, surrounded by a vast plaza. The plaza was bustling with activity, housing at least several thousand cultivators, some even setting up stalls within the square. Prior to their arrival, Wang Chongqing had heard that the headquarters of Wanbao Pavilion was situated within a marketplace known as Wanbao Bazaar, constructed by the pavilion itself. This bazaar surpassed any Wang Chongqing had ever seen, resembling a colossal city that stretched endlessly. As they walked through the plaza, a myriad of cultivators showcased their wares amidst the lively atmosphere. Wang Chongqing even spotted a purple mansion cultivator vocally advertising at one of the stalls. Guided by Elder Gyue, they made their way into the inner city of Wanbao Bazaar. After registering their presence for the alchemical competition, accommodations were arranged for the group. With several days remaining until the competition, Wang Chongqing decided to explore the Wanbao Pavilion first. The Wanbao Bazaar was immensely vast, seemingly boundless. Wang Chongqing returned to the plaza from which he had just teleported. The square boasted thousands of stalls, far exceeding the number of shops in the Kanjia Bazaar. As he roamed about, though the stalls were numerous, he failed to find anything that piqued his interest. The treasures within his beast-controlling space and storage ring likely surpassed those of some smaller sections. Just as Wang Chongqing was casually wandering, he was suddenly captivated by an item at a loose cultivator's stall, a seed from a spiritual tree. He sensed a unique spiritual energy emanating from this seed. The stall's proprietor was a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement, and the items displayed were primarily spiritual plants, seeds, and a few low-tier elixirs. The constant flow of people in the plaza meant that this inconspicuous stall went largely unnoticed. Approaching the stall, Wang Chongqing picked up a packet of spiritual herb seeds and inquired, "Fellow Taoist, how much for this packet of seeds?" The cultivator, who had been meditating at the stall, immediately opened his eyes upon hearing the question and warmly replied, "You have a keen eye, esteemed guest. These are 7-star grass seeds, and if you wish to purchase them, they are 70 spirit stones." The price is indeed reasonable, yet Wang Chongqing remarked, "A single 7-star grass seed is worth at most 7 spirit stones. You have merely 9 seeds in this package. Thus, a lower price of 55 spirit stones shall suffice." Upon hearing Wang Chongqing's sincere intent to purchase, the cultivator hesitated for a moment before agreeing, "Very well. 55 spirit stones it is, a deal has been struck." Wang Chongqing continued to select several spirit tree and spirit grass seeds from the stall, among which was that peculiar spiritual plant. With a calm demeanor, he addressed the cultivator, "Please calculate the total for these." The cultivator, seeing a significant client before him, was filled with delight. He promptly began tallying the price, and regarding the unremarkable spiritual plant that had caught Wang Chongqing's eye, the cultivator paid it little mind, as it had seldom attracted inquiries from other cultivators. Naturally, he was thrilled to make a sale. Ultimately, Wang Chongqing spent over 300 spirit stones to acquire several spiritual plants and grasses, which he tucked away in his storage pouch. Returning to his cave dwelling with a composed demeanor, he retrieved the spiritual plant and scrutinized it carefully, yet found nothing particularly remarkable. Consequently, he ventured into the Beastmaster space and planted all the spiritual plants and grasses he had purchased therein. Chapter 45. The Celestial Fairy Qianya. 3 days swiftly passed, and at last, the day of the alchemy conference arrived. Wang Chongqing made his way to the square of the market, which was starkly different from its previous lively atmosphere. The square was now sparsely populated, with cultivators trudging wearily into the market. The headquarters of Wanbao Pavilion was hosting the alchemy conference, attracting alchemists from across the Xianyang immortal domain, with some cultivators from distant states having set out months in advance. This was a grand gathering of alchemy practitioners throughout the Xianyang immortal domain. Upon arriving at the entrance of Wanbao Pavilion, Wang Changqing noticed that several hundred cultivators were already queued. After 2 hours, it was finally his turn. Upon entering, he registered his identity and received a token assigned to him. The interior of Wanbao Pavilion was vast enough to accommodate tens of thousands of cultivators. And the rules of this alchemy conference were markedly different from those in Qianzhou. Alchemists of all ranks would concoct potions together. With no regard for the rank of the pills produced, only their quality would be evaluated, ultimately selecting 10 alchemists. The rules were rather straightforward. Yet the rewards for making it into the top 10 were exceptionally generous. The opportunity to choose one treasure from the Wanbao Pavilion's treasury. Upon learning of the rewards, Wang Changqing found himself speechless. It seemed that Wanbao Pavilion held great confidence in the treasures within its vault. Greetings, fellow cultivator. I am an alchemist from Qianzhou. May I ask where you hail from? A youthful cultivator beside Wang Changqing initiated conversation. This cultivator appeared to be only slightly older than Wang Changqing and was also at the initial stage of foundation building. I come from Qianzhou, Wang Changqing replied coolly, maintaining a respectful distance from the other's enthusiasm. Ah, Qianzhou, it seems you have journeyed quite a distance, my friend. If time permits, I could show you around Qianzhou, the young cultivator responded warmly. By the way, my name is Lu Feng. And you? I am Wang Changqing, he replied, surprised to encounter such a loquacious individual among the cultivators. As they conversed, a sudden commotion erupted from the crowd. Look, it's the celestial fairy Qianya. This was indeed the renowned Qianya fairy of Qianzhou, who appeared as if she had descended from the heavens. Lu Feng, standing nearby, was enraptured and exclaimed, alas! To see the illustrious Qianya fairy up close is a blessing I shall cherish for a lifetime. Wang Changqing followed the gaze of the crowd and beheld a female cultivator entering from outside. Her beauty radiated like the first rays of dawn, and merely standing there, she emanated an aura of tranquility and gentleness. With a faint smile, she exuded an air of serenity, as if she were untouched by worldly strife. Wang Changqing glanced at her before averting his gaze, while Lu Feng continued to extol her virtues. Wangqing, you may not know this, but the celestial fairy Qianya is not only breathtakingly beautiful, but has already attained the purple mansion stage at the tender age of 70. Her talent in alchemy is exceptional, and she is already a third-tier alchemist, Lu Feng continued. If that weren't enough, her lineage is equally remarkable, being a direct descendant of a true monarch in the nascent soul stage. Were it not for the knowledge that Qianya fairy would be present, I would have no interest in this trivial alchemy conference. Her talents and noble birth were the envy of many. Lu Feng sighed, alas. I wonder which fortunate individual will win her favor. Just as Lu Feng was waxing eloquent, a middle-aged cultivator appeared in midair. This individual appeared remarkably ordinary, resembling a humble farmer from the mortal realm. Welcome, esteemed guests, to Wanbao Pavilion for this alchemy conference. I am the host, True Monarch Tianbao, and I hereby declare the alchemy conference officially commenced. His voice resonated like the vast ocean, revealing that this seemingly ordinary man was, in fact, a nascent soul true monarch. This was Wang Changqing's first encounter with a nascent soul cultivator. Wang Changqing was assigned to Group D, number 20. This alchemy conference allowed only one opportunity to concoct a pill, with the final products being evaluated for quality by 5 golden core true masters, from which the top 10 alchemists would be selected. After several hours, it was finally Wang Changqing's turn to step forward. He entered the alchemy room and retrieved the alchemy furnace. Wanbao Pavilion required the alchemical creation of a foundational pill, the Peiyuan pill, which was the most basic medicinal concoction for cultivators. Nearly every practitioner would consume Peiyuan pills to enhance their cultivation. Moreover, as Peiyuan pills ranged from first to third tier, although the materials varied, they were all considered Peiyuan pills. Wang Changqing focused intently, gradually guiding the earthly fire into the alchemy furnace, then adding the materials one by one. For an alchemist, the most crucial element was the power of spirit and soul. Wang Changqing's spirit had been refined through 2 types of spiritual fire and regular consumption of spirit rain mist tea, allowing him to rival even purple mansion stage cultivators. After several hours, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Wang Changqing retrieved the pills from the furnace, producing a total of 10, each plump and adorned with 3 distinct pill patterns. Observing this, Wang Changqing felt immense satisfaction. The probability of him successfully creating pills with 3 patterns was typically low, yet he had achieved it at this critical juncture. Exiting the alchemy room, he handed the pills to a staff member for registration before returning to his original spot. To his surprise, the chatty Lu Feng was still waiting. Upon seeing Wang Changqing emerge, he eagerly inquired, "How did your alchemical process go, Longqing?" "Fairly well," Wang Changqing replied tersely. Sensing Wang Changqing's disinterest, Lu Feng surprisingly fell silent, patiently awaiting the results. After 4 or 5 hours, all alchemists had completed their concoctions. The true monarch Tianbao reappeared. I now announce the numbers of the top 10 cultivators. Those in the top 10, please come forward to the stage. If you do not appear within 3 breaths, your rewards shall be forfeited. He began to announce the numbers of the top 10 cultivators, each assigned a specific number. Wang Changqing's number was Group D, number 20. 10th place, Group C, number 52, True Monarch Tianbao stated in a calm tone. As a cultivator from the crowd stepped onto the stage. 9th place, Group B, number 31. 8th place, Group Gui, number 12. 3rd place, Group Jia, number 4. To Wang Changqing's astonishment, it was the Qiu fairy. Lu Feng had not exaggerated her prowess. 2nd place, Group G, number 7. The 2nd place was claimed by an elderly cultivator with white hair, who was also a 3rd-tier alchemist. 1st place, Ding Group, number 20. As Wang Changqing approached the stage, a subtle smile graced his face, reflecting his profound confidence in his alchemical prowess. Upon hearing his number, he felt a surge of anticipation. Observing Wang Changqing's departure, Lu Feng hastily called out, "Hey, Changqing, where are you going?" When he saw Wang Changqing standing on the stage, he was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 46, The Purple Sky Six-Tailed Fox. Upon reaching the stage, Wang Changqing respectfully saluted the true monarch Tianbao. Junior Wang Changqing pays respects to the true monarch. The true monarch merely nodded in satisfaction without uttering a word. Among the 10 alchemists, 7 were 3rd-tier alchemists, while only 3 were 2nd-tier, with none at the 1st tier. Notably, Wang Changqing was the sole 2nd-tier alchemist to secure a spot in the top 5, claiming 1st place, which piqued the curiosity of the other alchemists. Subsequently, true monarch Tianbao led Wang Changqing and the others to the treasure vault of the Wanbao Pavilion, which was evidently more imposing than that of the Qianzhou Wanbao Pavilion. Upon entering the vault, Wang Changqing was instantly captivated by the dazzling array of treasures before him. Various elixirs, magical artifacts, and spiritual tools were abundant. However, he found himself lacking nothing of the sort. After wandering for a while without encountering any treasures that stirred his interest, he was drawn to a spiritual fruit, the dragon's blood fruit. This rare fruit is known to assist beasts and humans in evolving their bloodlines, and is said to only grow in places bathed in the blood of true dragons. It harbors immense energy capable of awakening latent bloodline powers and enhancing their quality. Ultimately, he chose the dragon's blood fruit. After leaving the vault, Wang Changqing, under the guidance of Master Qiu, utilized a teleportation array to return to Qianzhou. Within the Beastmaster space, Wang Changqing presented the dragon's blood fruit to Zixiao, uncertain whether it would catalyze an evolution in Zixiao's bloodline. After Zixiao consumed the fruit, it lay down to refine its potent essence. Wang Changqing spent several days at the Qianzhou headquarters before taking his leave to head towards Zixia County. The journey to Zixia County would take approximately half a month. Initially, he had traveled on Master Guan Yu's spiritual boat, but with Master Guan Yu having returned, he had to make the trip back on his own. Calling upon the purple gold mystic eagle, Wang Changqing noted that although it was still a 1st-tier superior beast, its flying speed surpassed that of his sword flight. As he gazed at the eagle, whose wingspan had now reached 5 meters, Wang Changqing leapt onto its back, transforming into a streak of golden light as they sped towards Zixia County. Along the way, they made several stops, but within less than half a month, Wang Changqing found himself back in Zixia County, his heart swelling with emotion at the sight of familiar scenery. Returning home after achieving success, he felt a bittersweet sense of nostalgia. Upon reaching the Lingwu Valley, just as he was about to enter, a figure appeared before him. "Changqing, you've returned?" Wang Changqing recognized it was his 5th uncle, Wang Ziyu, now at the 9th level of Qi refinement. He quickly bowed. Changqing pays respects to uncle. His 5th uncle waved his hand dismissively. "Ah, Changqing, you are now an elder of the family. There is no need for such formalities." "Uncle, you flatter me." "You will always be my elder," Wang Changqing replied sincerely. "And now that you've reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, I trust you will soon achieve foundation establishment." "Ha ha. Then let me borrow your good fortune. Once I break through to foundation establishment, I shall host a grand feast for us, where we will drink to our heart's content." His uncle laughed heartily, clearly pleased. "By the way, during my absence, how has the family fared?" Wang Changqing inquired, shifting the conversation. His uncle responded leisurely. "Hi, my boy, care for the family more than even the clan leader does. Come, let us return home, and I shall recount everything to you on the way." As they walked back to the clan, Wang Ziyu recounted all that had transpired during Wang Changqing's absence. Thanks to the mediation of the Qianyang sect, the Wu family had been notably subdued and no longer dared to provoke the Wang family. Within the Wang family, his 3rd aunt, Wang Ziyao, and his 4th uncle, Wang Zabin, had both broken through to the foundation establishment stage, bringing the total number of foundation establishment cultivators in the family to 10. Furthermore, With the expansion of the breeding scale of the 5-colored Jinling fish, the reputation of Datai building soared, leading to the opening of a shop in the Langya market. It could be said that the Wang family's development was flourishing. The only regret remained that currently, only 3 cultivators in the family had awakened the spirit pattern. Before long, the 2 returned to the family estate, and Wang Chongqing, as per tradition, first visited the purple bamboo peak. Upon seeing Wang Chongqing's return, the clan leader felt a weight lift from his heart, his face breaking into a joyful expression. Although the chances of encountering danger were now minimal given Wang Chongqing's current foundation establishment strength, they exchanged pleasantries before Wang Chongqing took his leave. Arriving at his sister's cave dwelling, he had just inquired with the clan leader and learned that Wang Chongling had also broken through to the 7th level of Qi refinement. Activating the protective formation at the entrance, Wang Chongling emerged shortly thereafter. Upon seeing Wang Chongqing, her face lit up with joy. Brother, observing his sister, who had matured into a graceful young woman over the 2 years, he felt a swell of pride. How have you been during my absence? Wang Chongqing asked with concern. Wang Chongling, her eyes glistening, appeared more composed than before. Had it been earlier, she would likely have rushed into his embrace. I have been well in the family. Brother, you didn't encounter any danger while outside, did you? After assessing her brother's well-being, she felt a wave of relief. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Wang Chongqing gifted his sister some cultivation resources before returning to his own cave dwelling. His residence had remained untouched for quite some time, yet still appeared neat and tidy, likely due to his sister's frequent cleaning visits. Sitting cross-legged on the mat, Wang Chongqing directed his consciousness into the Beast Master space, where he found Xixiao had completed its evolution. Now, Xixiao was entirely purple, surrounded by crackling purple lightning, with its most striking feature being its 6 flowing tails emanating a fearsome, thunderous power. Through the spirit patterns, he communicated with Xixiao, which had evolved to a 4th-tier bloodline and would attain golden core cultivation upon maturity. Though still at the 2nd tier, Xixiao's power had multiplied significantly after the evolution, now capable of holding its ground even against perfected foundation establishment cultivators. Wang Chongqing approached Xixiao, now towering at 2 zhong, as it affectionately nuzzled against him, the evolved creature radiating immense power. Next, Wang Chongqing swiftly moved to the area designated for planting spiritual herbs. The spiritual plants and herbs he had previously purchased had grown considerably, yet a particular special spiritual plant remained unchanged. After perusing numerous texts from the Xian medicine sect and the Tai Gang sword sect, he found no information regarding this plant, leaving him with no choice but to abandon the inquiry. For a period thereafter, Wang Chongqing devoted himself to cultivation within the family, as the clan's development had stabilized. Under the watchful eye of his second uncle, a 2nd-tier alchemist, overseeing the pill shop. Chapter 47. The village town under attack. After returning to his cave dwelling, Wang Chongqing swiftly entered the spirit beast space, intending to seek out several spells to learn. Despite possessing 2 types of spiritual fire, he still found his combat methods lacking. At that moment, he had in his possession numerous spell tomes, including those from the Tai Gang sword sect's lineage and the techniques preserved by Master Xuanxin of the Xian medicine sect. Ultimately, Wang Chongqing, after perusing various texts, selected a tome entitled Tai Gang Sword Art. This was a 2nd-tier high-grade spell, which, when mastered, could conjure thousands of flying swords through the manipulation of spiritual energy. Furthermore, this spell served as a precursor to the Tai Gang sword sect's formidable divine ability, Tai Gang God-slaying sword. Thereafter, Wang Chongqing commenced his practice of this arcane art. And time passed swiftly. One day, while engrossed in his training, he received a message through a communication jade, summoning him to the clan leader. Wang Chongqing promptly rose and made his way towards Zizhu Peak. Upon entering the Taxing Hall, he was met with the clan leader's furious countenance, with his uncle, Wang Zurin, standing nearby. Clan leader, what has transpired? Wang Chongqing inquired, bowing slightly in respect. Chongqing, you have arrived. The clan leader's expression softened slightly upon Wang Chongqing's entrance, and he turned to his uncle, Wang Zurin, instructing, Zurin, please elucidate the matter to Chongqing. Uncle Wang Zurin then recounted the grim tale. A mortal town belonging to their clan had been attacked, resulting in the tragic demise of nearly 10,000 clansmen, with even a nearby cultivator stationed there having vanished without a trace. What? Not a single survivor among tens of thousands? This is utterly outrageous. Wang Chongqing's fury surged upon hearing this news. Who possesses such audacity to assault our Wang family's mortal town? At this moment, Uncle Zurin interjected. Could it be the Wu family? After a moment of contemplation, the clan leader shook his head slightly. It is unlikely. The Wu family has been quite restrained of late, and they would not dare to engage in such an attack on a mortal town. If we retaliate, they would be unable to bear the consequences. He then commanded the dispatch of several high-tier cultivators to other mortal towns to prevent a recurrence of such a tragedy. Zurin, arrange for some late-stage Qi refining cultivators to secure each mortal town, he instructed. Yes, I will make the necessary arrangements immediately, Uncle Zurin replied hastily. The clan leader then turned to Wang Chongqing, saying, Chongqing, you are to investigate Qingshui town and see if you can uncover any clues. However, exercise utmost caution. If you encounter anything beyond your capability, return at once. Understood, Wang Chongqing acknowledged. After a brief discussion, he departed the Taxing Hall, heading towards the direction of the mortal town. Qingshui town, situated in the northeastern part of Ningyi County, was a humble settlement predominantly inhabited by mortals of the Wang lineage. Upon arriving at Qingshui town, Wang Chongqing was engulfed in fury at the hellish scene before him. Flames engulfed the town, with numerous structures reduced to ashes. He descended slowly on his sword, witnessing the fallen bodies of clansmen strewn across the blood-soaked ground. Clenching his fists tightly, he vowed, do not let me discover your identity. Otherwise, you shall suffer the torment of 1,000 fires. As he walked, Wang Chongqing observed the agonized expressions on the faces of the deceased, each contorted in suffering, as if their very souls had been wrenched from them. Suddenly, he sensed an anomaly in the surrounding spiritual energy, a thread of sinister essence that would have gone unnoticed had he not been vigilant. What is this spiritual energy? He pondered, recalling the accounts of demonic cultivators from his texts. It was documented that several centuries prior, a demonic sect known as the Ghost Spirit Sect had emerged within Xianzhou, notorious for extracting souls for their cultivation, regarded as exceedingly malevolent. They not only transformed human souls into spectral entities, but also commanded them in battle. However, the Ghost Spirit Sect had perished within a century due to their nefarious practices, utterly reviled by all cultivators, culminating in their destruction by 2 Golden Core Masters from the Qinyang sect. As he meticulously analyzed the spiritual energy, he discerned its unsettling resemblance to the descriptions of the Ghost Spirit Sect. Wang Chongqing summoned his crimson gold hawk, instructing it to trace the source of this energy. The hawk, with its keen senses, circled above before darting off in a specific direction. After several hours of flight, they landed before a small mountain range. Indeed, this is the place, Wang Chongqing murmured, noting the intensifying malevolent energy. This was a modest mountain range, and as Wang Chongqing extended his consciousness, he eventually discovered a few rudimentary structures nestled within a valley. Concealing his presence, he crept closer, overhearing a conversation between 2 individuals. Guiyan, I care not how you accomplish it, but you must procure another 100,000 souls for me. The 10,000 ghost banner is nearly complete, and there can be no margin for error, a chilling voice commanded. Lord Guiyan, I have exerted every effort, but this is the domain of the Beastmaster Wang family, and that elder possesses cultivation at the Purple Mansion stage. If he discovers us, we shall face dire consequences, a quivering voice replied. Humph, I am indifferent to your methods. You are to secure those 100,000 souls within half a month, or you shall join them in my 10,000 ghost banner, the cold voice retorted dismissively. The other cultivator seemed poised to protest further, but was cut short. What are you dawdling for, Guiyan? Get moving. The figure named Guiyan barked impatiently. Just as Guiyan opened the door to depart, he was met with a daunting presence. Wang Chongqing stood at the threshold, exuding an aura of terror. Guiyan faltered, evidently taken aback by the unexpected presence. Within, Guiyan, noticing Guiyan's stupor, lost patience and snapped, What are you waiting for? Get moving. But before he could finish, a flash of sword light severed Guiyan's head from his body. Guiyan reacted swiftly, retrieving a blade-shaped magical artifact from his storage pouch. Who goes there? He exclaimed as Wang Chongqing stepped into the room. At that moment, Wang Chongqing beheld Guiyan's visage, which indeed matched his ominous name. The man, pale as a ghost and grotesquely disfigured, resembled a malevolent spirit and possessed mid-stage foundation establishment strength. Upon sensing Wang Chongqing's presence, Guiyan scrutinized him closely and, seeing only early-stage foundation establishment power, relaxed his demeanor. Seeking death, are you? You dare to slay one of Guiyan's kin? He sneered, summoning flying daggers to strike at Wang Chongqing. Yet, Wang Chongqing merely raised his right hand, effortlessly catching the blade. Guiyan, aghast, attempted to reclaim control over the flying knife, only to find it beyond his command. You, are you man or ghost? Guiyan stammered, his eyes wide with terror. Humph, that question should be directed at you. Wang Chongqing replied coldly. Who are you, and why have you targeted the innocent mortals of my Wang family? Ah, so you are a cultivator of the Wang family. I did not anticipate you would trace us here so swiftly, Guiyan hissed, revealing a banner-shaped magical artifact adorned with various depictions of malevolent spirits and evil deities. Each image eerily lifelike, as though they might leap from the banner and cast a shadow of dread. As the banner waved, the surrounding air turned frigid and oppressive, as if an unseen force was surging forth. The spirits depicted on the banner seemed poised to rush towards Wang Chongqing. Without hesitation, he summoned a purifying celestial fire to engulf the banner, obliterating it in an instant. Qiu Niu stood frozen, utterly aghast as his trump card was effortlessly dismantled. The opponent was simply too uncanny. The terrifying resilience of his physical form could withstand a second-tier, high-grade magical artifact, compounded by such an esoteric flame. You, what manner of being are you? Qiu Niu stammered, his eyes wide with disbelief. Speak quickly. Who are you, and why do you assail the innocent mortals of the Wang family? At this moment, Wang Chongqing had also lost his patience. I cannot speak, the ghostly figure, seemingly recalling some terrifying matter, said to Wang Chongqing in evident fear. If that is the case, then you shall perish, Wang Chongqing retorted, summoning the ruin's fire, which ignited upon the ghostly figure, instantly reducing it to ashes. However, as the specter met its demise, an exceedingly malevolent energy surged forth from its form. You dare to kill my kin? You are doomed. I shall ensure you are transformed into a ghostly vessel, no matter where you flee. The voice gradually diminished, fading into the ether. Humph, I await your arrival. Wang Chongqing responded defiantly. It appeared that the specter's master was no ordinary foe. He must hasten to report back to the clan. With that, Wang Chongqing collected the storage bags of the two cultivators. Upon inspection, they contained merely some spirit stones and pills, lacking any items of substantial value. What is this? Wang Chongqing discovered a tome within the ghostly figure's storage bag. The text was titled True Method of Ghost Refinement. As he opened it and perused its contents, his brow furrowed in concern. It was indeed a manual for ghostly cultivation, detailing the process of refining spirits for servitude. With a grim expression, he stored the manual within his storage ring, exclaiming, "What an abomination! How could that wretch conceive such a heinous art?" Subsequently, Wang Chongqing hastily mounted his sword and sped toward his clan's residence. 2 hours later, he returned and reported the incident to the clan leader. After hearing the account, the leader was equally infuriated. Unbelievable. To utilize members of the Wang clan for ghostly refinement is utterly unforgivable. Soon, a bell tolled resonantly within the spirit mist valley, ringing thrice. In the family shrine, all clan members gathered, except those engaged in tasks. Among the foundational cultivators, aside from his uncle Wang Zabin stationed at Chaoyi Market and his second uncle Wang Zixin at Langya Market, the remaining 8 foundational cultivators were present. Chongqing, please recount the events to everyone, the clan leader instructed once all were assembled. Wang Chongqing recounted his experiences, and upon concluding, expressions of fury spread across the faces of the clan members. Bang! The second elder slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, "This is outrageous. The ghostly spirit sect was eradicated by the Qianyang sect a millennium ago, yet it has resurfaced." The eldest elder's countenance darkened as he spoke. In that case, we must promptly inform the Qianyang sect. I wonder how far they have progressed now. The clan leader's expression turned grave. According to Chongqing, the individual behind the ghostly figure possesses at least the cultivation of the Purple Mansion, the eldest elder stated solemnly. Moreover, the clan must deploy some high-ranking cultivators to oversee the various mortal towns to prevent further tragedies. The clan leader proposed his suggestion. Currently, there were 8 foundational cultivators in the clan. The eldest elder would remain at the clan's headquarters, while the remaining 8 would guard the various mortal towns. The assembly nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the foundational cultivators of the Wang clan were assigned to their respective towns. Naturally, Wang Chongqing chose Qingfeng Town. After making necessary preparations, the foundational cultivators departed from the clan, heading in different directions. Upon returning to Qingfeng Town, Wang Chongqing swiftly made his way to the courtyard, where several servants were tidying up. Upon his sudden appearance, they exclaimed joyfully, "Young master, you've returned. Young master is back. Master, madam, young master has returned." In no time, Wang Chongqing's parents emerged from within the house. Upon seeing them, Wang Chongqing hurriedly bowed. "Father, mother, how did you come back?" His parents exclaimed in surprise. Afterwards, they all returned indoors. Wang Chongqing refrained from mentioning the ghostly cultivator to avoid worrying his parents and settled down at home. For several months, he encountered no sign of the so-called ghostly cultivator, just as he thought that the specter would not reappear. An evening arrived when he was idly seated in his room and suddenly sensed a wave of ghostly energy approaching Qingfeng Town. So it begins? Sensing this energy, Wang Chongqing swiftly communicated with the other clan members. He then vanished from his location, appearing in midair, racing toward the direction from which the ghostly energy emanated. Before long, he confronted the source, a sinister-looking elderly cultivator floating in the air. The figure was gaunt and frail, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. Yet he exuded a terrifyingly potent aura, a purple mansion cultivator. Sensing the elder's formidable presence, Wang Chongqing's expression turned somber. Although his own cultivation was unrivaled among peers, he had never faced a purple mansion cultivator before. He hoped to endure until the eldest elder arrived. Wang Chongqing summoned all his magical artifacts, resolute in his determination to fight, for behind him lay his loved ones and homeland. However, he had several trump cards in hand, and he felt confident he could withstand the ghostly cultivator for a while. The ghostly figure, witnessing Wang Chongqing's refusal to flee and his summoning of artifacts, revealed a chilling smile. Ha! Truly, the audacity of youth. I, the ghostly demon, have always relished in tormenting prodigies. Young lad, seeing your youth and foundational strength, why not spare yourself the suffering and willingly become a ghostly spirit in my Wan Gui banner? Humph! You withered old man dare to call yourself a ghostly cultivator? Aren't you afraid a mere breeze will sweep you away? Wang Chongqing retorted defiantly. You seek death. The ghostly demon, enraged by Wang Chongqing's provocation, summoned the Wan Gui banner to attack. Wang Chongqing hurriedly conjured the Li Hua True Essence shield to defend himself, yet the Wan Gui banner, being a spiritual artifact, broke through the shield after enduring only a few strikes. Seeing this, Wang Chongqing immediately summoned Xiao, and in an instant, an exquisitely elegant six-tailed fox appeared on the scene. The ghostly demon was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled ominously. I didn't expect you to possess such a pet. But do you truly believe this will suffice to withstand me? As the ghostly energy from the Wan Gui banner surged forth, Wang Chongqing remained unfazed. Xiao, activate the thunder armor. With a thought, a suit of thunderous armor enveloped Wang Chongqing, shielding him from the ghostly energy, and soon after, a bolt of thunderous power surged toward the ghostly demon. The ghostly demon, taken aback, had not anticipated that his Wan Gui banner would be so easily countered by a mere foundational cultivator. He swiftly employed a spiritual talisman, transforming into a wisp of ghostly energy and vanishing from sight, only to reappear behind Wang Chongqing, wielding a ghostly blade aimed at him. Sensing a sudden danger, Wang Chongqing attempted to evade, but it was too late. The blade struck his shoulder. With a resounding clang of metal, the ghostly blade penetrated less than half an inch. The ghostly demon, momentarily stunned, had not expected Wang Chongqing's physique to be so resilient. Now, seizing the opportunity while his opponent was distracted, Wang Chongqing summoned a flame of rebirth, igniting it upon the demon. The rebirth flame possessed a potent restraining effect against such foul and malevolent entities. However, the ghostly demon reacted quickly, skillfully avoiding the critical areas, resulting in the flames scorching his arm. He hurriedly attempted to extinguish the flames with spells, only to find it futile, as the fire only grew more intense. In a moment of desperation, he gritted his teeth and severed his own arm to escape the flames. Witnessing this, Wang Chongqing was momentarily taken aback. This old wretch was indeed a ghostly cultivator, merciless to foes, and even more so to himself. The ghostly demon, teeth clenched, glared at his severed arm, consumed by an overwhelming fury. Unbeknownst to him, a mere cultivator at the foundation establishment stage had forced a purple mansion practitioner into such a dire predicament, a most profound humiliation. You are doomed, brat. Not even a celestial being descending from the heavens could save you today, the malevolent Gui Sha declared with venomous intensity. Upon uttering these words, he immediately recited an incantation, causing the myriad of ghostly banners to whirl wildly. A torrent of spirits surged forth from the artifact, lunging towards Wang Chongqing. Each of these apparitions possessed the strength of the Qi refinement stage, with several among them boasting the formidable power of the foundation establishment stage. Yet, Wang Chongqing was safeguarded by a protective armor of thunder. As soon as the spirits made contact, they were instantly dispersed by the crackling energy. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Chongqing summoned a flame of ruins fire, igniting it upon Gui Sha, who let out a wail of agony. Nonetheless, as a purple mansion cultivator, the ruins fire's restraining effect on ghostly entities was not as potent as that of the Nirvana flame, and Gui Sha extinguished the flames using the power of the spirits from his myriad banners. After several exchanges, Gui Sha realized that he had not gained even the slightest advantage against Wang Chongqing and soon entertained thoughts of retreat. After all, this was the territory of the Wang family, and should he be pursued by their purple mansion practitioners, the consequences would be dire. With that in mind, he hesitated no longer, producing a black talisman. As it ignited, it transformed into a wisp of ghostly energy and fled. Before departing, he left behind a chilling proclamation. You better be prepared, for I shall eventually refine you into a ghostly fetus. Seeing Gui Sha escape, Wang Chongqing made no attempt to pursue. Although he possessed various means to withstand Gui Sha's onslaught, capturing him was an impossibility. After lingering for a moment, an azure light shot forth from the distance, revealing the arrival of the Grand Elder. Wang Changqing quickly paid his respects. Great-grandfather. The Grand Elder paused, relieved to find Wang Changqing safe and sound. Are you unharmed? What of that ghostly practitioner? Reporting to great-grandfather. He has fled. Wang Changqing replied with a calm demeanor. What? You mean that Purple Mansion practitioner escaped? The Grand Elder exclaimed in disbelief, for this was contrary to his expectations. Was it not Wang Changqing who should have been the one to flee? He had rushed here upon receiving the message, fearing for Wang Changqing's safety, only to discover that it was Gui Sha who had made a hasty retreat. However, Wang Changqing did not elaborate further and instead stated, Great-grandfather, I have a method to trace this ghostly practitioner. Oh, you possess a means to track these ghostly entities? The Grand Elder's spirits lifted immediately. Ultimately, after a discussion, it was decided that Wang Changqing would follow the trail of ghostly energy to locate Gui Sha's lair, while the Grand Elder would return to summon other Foundation establishment cultivators. Be cautious. Do not engage until we arrive, the Grand Elder advised. Rest assured, Great-grandfather, I understand. Wang Changqing responded with a bow before summoning the crimson gold mystic eagle to soar in the direction of the ghostly energy. Meanwhile, after transforming into ghostly energy, Gui Sha dared not pause, flying for several hours before finally stopping deep within a canyon. He performed a series of hand seals, causing a concealment array to dissipate as he entered. In this valley shrouded in black mist, Gui Sha approached a cave entrance. Inside, a Foundation establishment practitioner, with a grim expression and a blood-soaked arm, greeted him. Master Gui Sha, you have returned, the practitioner said, bowing his head, too fearful to meet Gui Sha's gaze. Gui Sha paid him no mind, striding into the expansive cavern filled with ghostly energy. Along the way, he encountered several Foundation establishment practitioners who greeted him with trepidation upon his return. Arriving at a chamber within the cave, Gui Sha hastily entered, activating a restriction to commence his recovery. At this moment, Wang Changqing had also reached the valley, though he was aware that there must be protective arrays in place, and thus refrained from making any rash moves. Upon receiving Wang Changqing's message, the Grand Elder swiftly gathered the Wang family's Foundation establishment practitioners and hastened towards the mountain. 2 hours later, the Wang contingent assembled at the valley entrance. Changqing, have you discovered anything? The Grand Elder inquired urgently. I tracked the ghostly energy here and halted, as there seems to be a concealment array protecting this area, which I did not dare disturb, Wang Changqing explained. At this point, aside from the family head guarding their domain and 2 Foundation establishment practitioners stationed at the market, all the other Foundation establishment cultivators were present. Xiao, it falls to you now. How long will it take to dismantle this array? The Grand Elder addressed his third aunt, Wang Xiao, the family's sole second-tier array master. Great-grandfather, this is merely a standard second-tier concealment array. With my current abilities, I can dismantle it in under an hour, she replied earnestly. With that, she produced an array disc from her storage pouch, and after a series of hand seals, she finally halted an hour later, wiping the sweat from her brow. Great-grandfather, the array has been dismantled. Subsequently, they entered the valley and approached the cave entrance, summoning their artifacts and spirit beasts to encircle it. Instantly, all the practitioners within the cave sensed the surge of spiritual energy from outside and rushed out. Who goes there? A Foundation establishment practitioner emerged from the cave. But before he could utter another word, he was pierced through by the Grand Elder's flying sword. The remaining practitioners were struck with terror and scrambled back into the cave, shouting, Master Gui Sha, we are under attack. At the same time, Gui Sha, who was recuperating within the cave, heard the commotion outside. Damn it! How could they find this place? Yet, he summoned his artifact and charged out of the cave, confronting the assemblage of Wang family practitioners outside. His expression darkened considerably. You Wang family possess remarkable skills to have found this place. The Grand Elder scoffed. Humph. Spare us the idle chatter. Prepare to meet your end. With that, he transformed into a streak of light and surged forward. The other Foundation establishment practitioners also began seeking out their opponents. Although the Wang family was outnumbered, each of their cultivators commanded a spirit beast. A fierce battle was about to erupt. Chapter 50, The Summons of Qiu Niu. Wang Changqing summoned the Zixiao, and with a flick of its tail, 6 bolts of lightning shot forth, instantly claiming the lives of 6 Foundation establishment practitioners. The Wang family cultivators were left utterly dumbfounded. In less than a moment, the remaining ghostly cultivators were besieged and annihilated. Meanwhile, in the sky, Gui Sha was not faring any better in his battle against the Grand Elder. Having already lost an arm due to Wang Changqing, he now faced 2 opponents, the Grand Elder and a third-tier striped spirit tiger. Particularly, the striped spirit tiger was relentless. Within moments, Gui Sha was compelled to utilize 3 ghostly spirit talismans. This cannot continue, Guisha thought to himself. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved a pill from his storage pouch, hesitating briefly before swallowing it resolutely. If you force me into a corner, then let us all perish together. With a fierce declaration, Guisha's aura surged dramatically. Moments later, his appearance transformed entirely. He appeared as a fearsome Azura risen from the depths of hell. Seeing Guisha's determination to fight to the death, the Grand Elder's expression grew grave as he coordinated his attacks with the striped spirit tiger. However, Guisha's newfound power leveled the playing field, allowing him to hold his own against both opponents. Yet, Guisha seemed increasingly anxious, evidently not content with merely matching them. The effects of the Azura pill were time-limited, and he soon contemplated retreat. Wang Chongqing, perceiving Guisha's intentions, silently communicated with the Zixiao. Amidst the tense battle above, a net of lightning shot towards Guisha. To the astonishment of the Ghost Slayer, he had not anticipated an ambush from the shadows, and his expression turned to one of sheer terror. Before he could ponder the situation, a blazing flame of Nirvana surged towards him with astonishing speed. In an instant, it ignited upon his form. And to prevent the Ghost Slayer from fleeing, Wang Chongqing summoned the Wind Demon banner, causing the flames on the Ghost Slayer to intensify dramatically. "Ah, the Lord of Ghosts shall avenge me," he shrieked in a heart-wrenching wail, as the flames of Nirvana blazed ever brighter, leaving behind only a trace of ashes, scattered by the wind. Subsequently, the onlookers began to clear the battlefield, deeply impressed by Wang Chongqing's formidable prowess demonstrated that day. "Chongqing, has your fox bloodline undergone an evolution?" inquired the Grand Elder with curiosity. "Indeed, I acquired a dragon blood fruit at the Wanbao Pavilion," Wang Chongqing replied candidly. "Ha ha ha, you truly are fortunate, young man," remarked the second elder, his tone tinged with envy. At this juncture, the Grand Elder's expression grew grave as he stated. The Ghost Slayer mentioned the Lord of Ghosts just before his demise, indicating that there are still forces at play behind him. This matter is far from over. Indeed, the Qianyang sect has already reported in, yet it remains to be seen how they will address this situation, sighed the second elder. After returning to the clan, several months passed without any notable disturbances, and all appeared tranquil. Just as everyone believed the matter had settled, a mortal town within the jurisdiction of a purple mansion power in Qianzhou was again besieged. This was followed by a series of attacks, with dozens of incidents occurring in swift succession, stirring chaos throughout Qianzhou. The Qianyang sect was incensed, yet these ghostly cultivators were elusive and unpredictable, vanishing after each assault. The Qianyang sect found itself at a loss, prompting them to issue a bounty for the whereabouts of these ghostly cultivators. However, ordinary loose cultivators who encountered these ghostly entities were often too fearful to engage, seeking only to evade them. Upon learning that the Wang clan had eradicated a ghostly stronghold, the Qianyang sect dispatched personnel to inquire further, taking with them the storage bags of those ghostly cultivators in hopes of uncovering some clues. Alas, this endeavor proved futile, as the Wang clan had thoroughly examined the contents of the bags, discovering nothing of value beyond some techniques and elixirs. Thus, the Wang clan, in a manner consistent with previous strategies, stationed high-ranking cultivators above the foundation establishment stage in mortal towns to preempt any resurgence of ghostly incursions. So, several months elapsed without any progress, and the Qianyang sect gradually lost its patience, issuing a directive to draft 2 foundation establishment cultivators from each clan, forming patrol teams to scour Qianzhou for traces of the ghostly cultivators. The Wang clan deliberated over the candidates to respond to the Qianyang sect's summons, ultimately deciding that Wang Chongqing and his uncle, Wang Zeshi, would undertake the journey. Both uncle and nephew had awakened the spirit pattern and possessed 2 companion beasts, significantly reducing their chances of encountering danger compared to others. After finalizing their selections, Wang Chongqing and his uncle promptly set out towards the Qianyang sect. Upon reaching the Qianyang Mountains, representatives from all foundation establishment families in Qianzhou arrived. After declaring their identities, Wang Chongqing and his uncle were escorted into the Qianyang sect by an outer sect disciple. At this time, the main peak of the Qianyang sect was crowded with cultivators gathered in the plaza before the main hall. Suddenly, a figure clad in a golden Taoist robe appeared in midair, none other than the esteemed Hingyang Zhenren, who had once battled the Thunder Flame Bear in the Tai Ao Mountains. Recently, there have been malevolent individuals brazenly defying the heavenly Tao, wreaking havoc upon the mortal realm, leading to untold suffering in Qianzhou. My Qianyang sect, with a heart for justice, vows to eradicate such malevolence, restore the heavenly Tao, and bring peace to the hearts of the people. Upon concluding his speech, the assembly of cultivators erupted in fervent outrage, declaring, "Eradicate the ghostly cultivators and restore peace to Qianzhou." Many families had already suffered assaults from the ghostly entities, and even those who had not been directly attacked were filled with trepidation. Ultimately, All cultivators were organized into smaller groups, each led by a purple mansion cultivator accompanied by 5 foundation establishment cultivators. Wang Changqing found himself assigned to one such group, with the purple mansion cultivator being an elder of the Qinyang sect. Esteemed Elder Qingyang, please introduce yourselves so that we may become acquainted. The elder said with an air of indifference. I am Lu Boitao from the Lu clan of Qingshui County. Honored to meet you, Elder Qingyang, and esteemed fellow cultivators, stated a handsome young cultivator. Upon hearing the name of the Lu clan, Wang Changqing felt a sense of familiarity. He suddenly recalled that the 2 individuals he had let slip away with his third aunt in the Taigang's secret realm belonged to the Lu clan. I am Zhao Jitian from the Zhao clan of Yunling County. Honored to meet you, Elder Qingyang, and esteemed fellow cultivators, announced a middle-aged cultivator with a square face. I am Yang Yinjia from the Yang clan of Hongjiang County. Honored to meet you, Elder Qingyang, and esteemed fellow cultivators, said an elderly cultivator with graying hair and late-stage foundation establishment cultivation. I am Fang Jinghao from the Fang clan of Liui County. Honored to meet you, Elder Qingyang, and esteemed fellow cultivators, introduced a youthful cultivator. When it was Wang Changqing's turn, he stated, I am Wang Changqing from the Wang clan of Zixia County. Honored to meet you, Elder Qingyang, and esteemed fellow cultivators. After everyone had introduced themselves, Elder Qingyang nodded in approval. Very well. The sect has assigned us a patrol area encompassing 5 counties under the jurisdiction of Panchir County. If there are no further matters, we shall depart. As per your command, Elder. No one dared to voice any dissent, and they summoned their magical artifacts, soaring towards Panchir County. Chapter 51, A Glimmer of Hope. Panchir County, located in the southernmost part of Qianzhou, is renowned for its rugged peaks and bizarre rock formations. Wang Changqing, soaring on his sword, gazed down and beheld that the mountains of Panchir County indeed matched the legends, barren of vegetation, dominated by peculiar stones. Upon arriving in Panchir County, Elder Qingyang assigned each member a specific area to search independently, instructing them to communicate via sound transmission should they encounter any ghostly cultivators. Wang Changqing was allocated a region in the southwest of Panchir County, named Qiu County, where he summoned Qiu Niu to roam the area. Qiu Niu had already attained the 2nd stage of cultivation, moving with remarkable speed and possessing a keen sense of smell, making it significantly more efficient at locating ghostly cultivators than Wang Changqing himself. Wang Changqing, in the meantime, settled into an inn in a mortal town within Qiu County, taking on the role of a leisurely innkeeper. Thus, Wang Changqing enjoyed a life of ease, venturing out daily to experience the customs of the mortal realm. After several days, Qiu Niu returned to Wang Changqing, reporting that it had not detected any traces of ghostly cultivators in Qiu County. However, it seemed the heavens disapproved of Wang Changqing's leisurely existence. One day, while he was out idly wandering, he suddenly received a transmission from Fang Jinghao, informing him that he had encountered ghostly cultivators and urging Wang Changqing to hurry to his aid. Fang Jinghao was indeed the youthful cultivator who was 6 or 7 years Wang Changqing's senior at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Hailing from the Fang clan of Liui County, a purple mansion power in that region. Upon receiving the transmission, Wang Changqing quickly summoned the Qi Jin Xianing and soared towards Fang Jinghao's location. Meanwhile, the townsfolk of the mortal settlement, upon witnessing Wang Changqing ascend into the sky, fell to their knees in reverence. A celestial being. It is truly a celestial being, they exclaimed in awe, never expecting to witness such a sight in their lifetimes. Unbeknownst to Wang Changqing, his sudden ascent had caused quite a stir. The Qi Jin Xianing, having broken through to the 2nd stage, flew with astonishing speed, nearly several times faster than Wang Changqing on his sword. In a matter of moments, he arrived at Fang Jinghao's vicinity, only to find Fang Jinghao besieged by 3 ghostly cultivators, one at the mid-stage of foundation establishment and the other 2 at the initial stage. Fang Jinghao was struggling valiantly, appearing quite beleaguered, and upon spotting Wang Changqing's arrival, his face lit up with joy. Changqing, my friend, come to my aid. Without hesitation, Wang Changqing summoned his magical artifact and joined the fray. Qiu Niu faced off against a foundation establishment ghost cultivator alone, while Wang Changqing engaged the mid-foundation establishment ghost cultivator. Consequently, Fang Jinghao felt a significant alleviation of pressure. Wang Changqing deftly maneuvered his flying sword, relentlessly thrusting it towards the ghost cultivator, who wielded the 10,000 ghost banner to release ghostly energy in defense. Suddenly, Wang Changqing unleashed a spell, causing a torrent of spiritual energy to coalesce into thousands of flying swords, which suspended in midair before hurtling toward the adversary. The mid-foundation ghost cultivator was instantly taken aback and hastily summoned a spiritual talisman, transforming into ghostly energy to flee. However, Wang Changqing would not allow him to escape so easily. the thousands of flying swords remained firmly locked onto their target. Ultimately, as the duration of the Ghost Cultivator's talisman expired, his true form was revealed, and he was mercilessly pierced through by the barrage of spiritual swords, meeting his demise. Meanwhile, Qiu Niu had already concluded his battle with remarkable swiftness. Thus, Wang Chongqing and Qiu Niu assisted Fang Zhenghao in vanquishing the last Ghost Cultivator. After the skirmish, Fang Zhenghao tidied his disheveled attire and saluted Wang Chongqing with clasped hands, expressing gratitude for his timely rescue. "There is no need for such formality, my friend," Wang Chongqing replied nonchalantly. At that moment, however, Wang Chongqing suddenly turned hostile, directing his flying sword towards Fang Zhenghao. Caught off guard, Fang Zhenghao managed a last-minute evasion. "What is the meaning of this, my friend?" His expression was filled with fury and confusion. "Ah, how well you disguise yourself. You must know why I have lured you here," Wang Chongqing replied coldly, a hint of menace in his tone. Faced with exposure, Fang Zhenghao ceased his pretense, chuckling darkly. "No wonder the King of Ghosts has marked you for death. You truly are extraordinary. Who are you really?" Wang Chongqing's voice dripped with impatience. In truth, he had only just realized that Fang Zhenghao was a ghost cultivator. Upon arriving here, he had sensed something amiss. Despite battling 3 Foundation establishment cultivators, Fang Zhenghao bore no injuries. Curiously, however, he emitted no trace of ghostly energy, unlike other ghost cultivators, from whom Qiu Niu could readily sense such energy. Haha, who else could I possibly be but Fang Zhenghao? Fang Zhenghao boasted arrogantly, seeing that he could glean no useful information from his opponent. Wang Chongqing surged forward on his sword. Unfazed, Fang Zhenghao waved dismissively, conjuring a ghostly energy shield that effortlessly absorbed the impact of the flying sword. "Haha, save your efforts. You cannot harm me," he taunted. Wang Chongqing, intrigued by this claim, responded with a peculiar smile. "Oh, is that so?" No sooner had he spoken than flames ignited around Fang Zhenghao. Witnessing the flames suddenly envelop him, Fang Zhenghao's expression shifted dramatically. In an instant, a surge of ghostly energy rushed to extinguish the fire, but the charred area remained grotesquely disfigured. Wang Chongqing was astonished to discover that Fang Zhenghao's blood was green, truly peculiar. However, at that moment, Fang Zhenghao was consumed by fury, enveloped in a swirling mass of black energy. Moments later, as the ghostly energy dissipated, he transformed into a fearsome apparition. His stature grew imposing, muscles rippling, skin turning a deep green and covered in scales. Sharp fangs protruded from his mouth, and his nails were as sharp as blades. His eyes burned a fierce crimson, radiating an aura of terror and malevolence. "What is this?" Wang Chongqing was equally astounded. Having perused countless tomes, yet never encountering such an uncanny entity. "You have provoked my wrath, and today, I shall offer you as a sacrifice to the ghost god." Fang Zhenghao snarled, his visage twisted in rage as he lunged at Wang Chongqing, who met him unflinchingly, barehanded. With a thunderous clash, their fists collided, both combatants staggering back from the impact. "Damn, what manner of creature are you, to possess such immense strength?" Wang Chongqing mused, shaking his slightly numb fist. Fang Zhenghao's astonishment mirrored Wang Chongqing's. His kin were renowned for their formidable physical prowess, yet this young human was an equal match in physicality. "Who are you truly?" Curiosity flickered across Fang Zhenghao's grotesque features. "Humph, bow down and knock your head 3 times, and I shall reveal my origins," Wang Chongqing retorted coldly. Seeking death, Fang Zhenghao transformed into a streak of light, charging at Wang Chongqing once more. The two engaged in fierce combat for dozens of exchanges, neither gaining the upper hand. Chapter 52, The Hengshui Fang Clan. Just as their battle raged, a streak of light zoomed in from the distance. The newcomer was Qingyang Shangren, who, sensing the disturbance, had been promptly notified by Wang Chongqing. Upon witnessing the fierce clash between Wang Chongqing and Fang Zhenghao, Qingyang Shangren summoned his flying sword and directed it at Fang Zhenghao. With a resounding crash, the flying sword struck with remarkable speed. Fang Zhenghao had no time to evade and took the blow directly. He was sent hurtling backward, collapsing to the ground and spitting blood. Cough, cough, damn it. Fang Zhenghao had not anticipated Qingyang Shangren's swift arrival. In a fit of rage, he produced a ghost talisman, casting a venomous glare at Wang Chongqing and Qingyang Shangren before vanishing into ghostly energy and fleeing the scene. Without hesitation, Qingyang Shangren pursued him on his sword, leaving Wang Chongqing with a directive: "You should regroup with the others." Moments later, Wang Chongqing and several other Foundation establishment cultivators convened. An elderly cultivator named Yang Yinjia inquired curiously, "Where is Zhenghao, my young friend?" Wang Chongqing recounted the recent events, leaving the others in shock. "What? Fang Zhenghao is actually a ghost cultivator spy?" El Buitao exclaimed in disbelief. I never imagined Fang Zhenghao could conceal his true nature so profoundly, Yang Yinjie lamented. Yet, it remains unclear whether the issue lies solely with Fang Zhenghao or the entirety of the Fang clan. Zhao Jitian, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. We should wait for Qingyang Shangren to return before making any decisions, Wang Changqing suggested. The group lingered for a while until Qingyang Shangren finally returned on his sword. His expression notably grim. Realizing the implication, they understood that Fang Zhenghao had escaped. After Qingyang Shangren's return, as Zhao Jitian had predicted, he wasted no time and led the group toward the Fang clan in Liyiju. The Fang clan resided in Hengshui County of Liyiju. After several hours of flight, they finally reached Hengshui County. At the entrance of the Fang clan, Qingyang Shangren called out, "Where are the members of the Fang clan?" Within moments, a figure emerged from the clan, a cultivator of Foundation establishment rank, who initially appeared taken aback at the sight of them. "Who are you, esteemed friends?" he asked. "I am Qingyang Shangren of the Qianyang sect. Is your ancestor present?" Qingyang Shangren replied directly. Upon hearing the name, the cultivator quickly bowed. "I am Fang Hongyun, a descendant of the Fang clan. Our ancestor is currently within the clan. I shall escort you there." Thus, the group entered the Fang clan and arrived at the mountain peak where the clan's ancestor resided. The ancestor, an elderly man with a white beard clad in a white Taoist robe, exuded an aura of wisdom. Upon seeing Qingyang Shangren enter, he rose and exclaimed, "Haha, your arrival brings great honor to our humble Fang clan. Please, my friend Fang, do not be modest. I have come for an urgent matter. Where is Fang Zhenghao now?" Qingyang Shangren inquired straightforwardly. "Oh, Zhenghao was summoned to the Qianyang sect. Has something happened to him?" The expression of the Fang clan's ancestor shifted, turning grave. "Are you aware that Fang Zhenghao is a ghost cultivator spy?" Qingyang Shangren scrutinized the ancestor, seeking any signs of deceit on his countenance. However, to his dismay, the elder of the Fang family was taken aback upon hearing the news. "What? This is impossible. Zhenghao is a child I have watched grow since his infancy. How could he possibly be a ghost cultivator? There must be some deception at play here. I now suspect that your Fang family are all spies for the ghost cultivators." The esteemed Qingyang master, filled with fury, exclaimed, "Dear friend, please calm your anger. This must be a misunderstanding. How could our Fang family possibly be spies for the ghost cultivators?" The elder of the Fang family hurriedly attempted to placate him. "You had better not be. If that is the case, we shall take our leave. Should you discover any trace of ghost cultivators, be sure to report it immediately." With that, Qingyang master led his entourage away from the Fang family estate. After flying several hundred kilometers, Qingyang master suddenly turned to Wang Changqing and instructed, "You must return immediately and lie in wait around the Fang family, keeping a close watch. If you notice anything unusual, report back at once." He then addressed the others. "The rest of you, find a nearby location to prepare for swift support. I will return to the sect to request assistance. The Fang family is exceedingly peculiar, so exercise utmost caution." "Yes," the group responded in unison. Subsequently, Qingyang master transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the horizon, while Wang Changqing concealed his presence and hastened towards the Fang family. At this moment, within the depths of the Fang elder's cave dwelling, he mused, "They left so easily. That old scoundrel Qingyang must have uncovered something. What? Elder, what shall we do now? If Qingyang brings reinforcements from the Qianyang sect, we are finished." Fang Hongyun's face paled in shock. "Do not panic. We have yet to complete the task assigned to us by Lord Ghost King. Furthermore, those two Golden Core elders from the Qianyang sect will undoubtedly refrain from intervening. At most, they will send a few Purple Mansion cultivators, which we can easily handle." The Fang elder reassured nonchalantly. Fang Hongyun then spoke. "Elder, Zhenghao has also sent word. He has sustained severe injuries." "Very well, instruct him to focus on healing. And he need not concern himself with matters here," the Fang elder said, savoring a sip of tea. "Understood, elder." With that, Fang Hongyun withdrew, but suddenly recalled that Zhenghao had mentioned Wang Changqing in his message, cautioning that the lad was quite peculiar and should be treated with care. However, after a moment's hesitation, he chose not to inform the elder, considering Wang Changqing merely a fledgling in the early stages of foundation building. Meanwhile, Wang Changqing had found a concealed spot around the entrance of the Fang family estate to hide. Subsequently, he remained vigilantly observing the vicinity for 3 days. Yet no activity transpired. The gates of the Fang estate remained firmly shut, and he did not witness a single cultivator entering or exiting. At last, Wang Changqing received a message. Qingyang master was returning with a group, accompanied by 3 Purple Mansion cultivators and over 20 Foundation establishment cultivators from the Qianyang sect. Upon Qingyang master's return, he immediately unleashed a violent assault, shattering the Fang family's protective formation. Streaks of light erupted from the Fang estate, revealing the Fang Elder leading several dozen Foundation establishment cultivators. Xingyang Daoist, what is the meaning of this? The Fang Elder demanded, his expression darkened. What do you think it means? You know very well, Fang Daoist, Xingyang Master retorted coldly, summoning his magical artifact and directing it towards the Fang Elder. In response, the Fang Elder also summoned his artifact, while Wang Changqing and the other Foundation establishment cultivators readied their weapons, the atmosphere becoming increasingly tense. Xingyang Master, I have respected you as a cultivator of the Qinyang sect, yet today you dare to humiliate my Fang family. I shall not rest until one of us is dead. The Fang Elder shouted, brimming with rage. Today, even if I must shed every last drop of blood, I vow to protect the Fang family. He declared to the Fang disciples behind him. Vow to protect the Fang family. Echoed the group of Fang cultivators, a wave of tragic resolve sweeping through them. As the two sides clashed, an array of spells and talismans filled the air. Wang Changqing soon found himself engaged with a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator from the Fang family. And after several exchanges, he swiftly dispatched his opponent. Given the disparity in strength, it was not long before several Fang cultivators fell lifeless to the ground. The Fang Elder, battling against 4 Purple Mansion cultivators, initially managed to hold his ground, but as his kin continued to perish, he ceased to conceal his true form. Well, I did not anticipate that you from the Qinyang sect would be so relentless. Then let all of you remain here. With that, the Fang Elder became enveloped in a dark mist, and moments later, the ghostly aura dissipated, revealing a fearsome specter resembling the previous Fang Zhenghao. Upon witnessing this transformation, the 4 Purple Mansion cultivators from the Qinyang sect exchanged glances, and Xingyang Master scoffed. Humph. It appears the Fang family indeed harbors significant issues. The tension between the two factions escalated once more, yet at that moment, the other Foundation establishment cultivators from the Fang family exchanged puzzled looks, uncertain of what had transpired. What has happened to the Elder? Simultaneously, several figures shot forth from within the Fang estate, revealing 2 additional Purple Mansion cultivators and nearly 10 Foundation establishment cultivators, creating a situation where both sides appeared evenly matched. Humph. It seems your Fang family has been hiding quite a bit, Xingyang Master remarked, his expression darkening as he realized the presence of such a force beneath the very nose of the Qinyang sect. Next, the Fang Elder faced off against 2 Purple Mansion cultivators from the Qinyang sect, while the 2 newly emerged Purple Mansion cultivators from the Fang family engaged with individual opponents from the Qinyang sect. Meanwhile, some unaware Fang family members began to withdraw from the fray, opting to observe from a distance. Wang Changqing summoned the Crimson Gold Mystic Eagle, each facing a mid-stage Foundation establishment ghost cultivator. These ghost cultivators were not particularly strong, unlike the Fang Elder and Fang Zhenghao, who could transform into fearsome specters. Wang Changqing's opponent, a mid-stage Foundation establishment ghost cultivator, underestimated him, launching a barrage of spells and attack. Wang Changqing, unfazed, executed his techniques, conjuring a flurry of flying swords that pierced his enemy, resulting in the ghost cultivator's swift demise. The Crimson Gold Mystic Eagle, having awakened several innate spells after breaking through to the 2nd tier, unleashed a storm of golden feathers, swiftly eliminating several ghost cultivators. In a short span, numerous ghost cultivators fell to the combined might of Wang Changqing and the Crimson Gold Mystic Eagle, their prowess drawing the attention of other cultivators nearby. The scales of victory began to tilt in favor of the Qinyang sect. However, the true turning point would still depend on the clash involving Xingyang Master. At that moment, Xingyang Master and another Purple Mansion cultivator were engaged in a fierce battle against the Fang Elder, who, despite transforming, was holding his own against the 2. In contrast, the 2 other Purple Mansion ghost cultivators were struggling. They seemed unable to transform as the Fang Elder had, and the Qinyang sect's techniques, being extremely young in nature, severely countered the ghost cultivators. Within 2 hours, the 2 Purple Mansion ghost cultivators fell beneath the blades of the Qinyang sect's cultivators. Witnessing the dire situation, the Fang Elder's expression grew grim. He was now the only ghost cultivator remaining. Despite managing to fend off 2 opponents, he would not withstand an assault from 4 Purple Mansion cultivators for long. As anticipated by the Fang Elder, half an hour later, he found himself overwhelmed. Recognizing his precarious position, he seized an opportunity and transformed into a wisp of ghostly energy, fleeing into the distance, while the 4 Purple Mansion cultivators from the Qinyang sect pursued relentlessly. At this moment, the remaining cultivators of the Fang family found themselves in utter confusion, unable to comprehend the bizarre turn of events. Their venerable ancestor had inexplicably transformed into a monstrous entity. Even more astonishing was the revelation that numerous ghostly cultivators had been concealed within their ranks, including their very own patriarch, Fang Hongyun. Several hours later, The esteemed Qingyang master and his companions returned to the Fong residence, having failed to catch up with the ancestral figure. The remaining members of the Fong family hastily gathered around, greeting the master with respect. Your Excellency, our ancestor and patriarch are traitorous ghost cultivators. What on earth transpired? Qingyang master, seething with anger, retorted. Please, calm your wrath. We, the younger generation, are equally bewildered by these events, spoke a leading member of the Fong family. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he continued, however, it is possible that these two individuals are not our true ancestor and patriarch. He then recounted the events of 2 years prior, when their ancestor and patriarch had embarked on a journey ostensibly to auction the Xiang pill in another state. However, to their dismay, the two returned months later, with the patriarch failing to achieve a breakthrough into the Purple Mansion stage, and their behavior since then had been rather peculiar. Anger welled up on the face of this Fong family member as he concluded, it must have been then that our ancestor and patriarch met their demise. Esteemed masters, we assure you that our Fong family is not in collusion with the ghost cultivators. We beseech you to discern the truth, he implored sincerely. Fearing that the Qingyang master might remain skeptical, he added, we, the remaining members of the Fong family, are willing to swear an oath against our inner demons. After a moment of contemplation, Qingyang master exchanged glances with the other esteemed ones before responding, no need for that. Given the calamity that has befallen your family, I shall report this matter to the sect leader upon my return. We are deeply grateful, Your Excellency. The remaining members of the Fong family bowed in unison. Subsequently, Qingyang master led his companions away from the Fong residence, while Wang Chongqing and others resumed their patrols, initially believing they could capture a significant target within the Fong family, only to find the trail once more severed. Meanwhile, upon hearing of the Fong family's predicament, other factions within the Qianzhou region were engulfed in a wave of panic. In no time, the artifacts used to test bloodlines flew off the shelves, as everyone feared that their own kin, whom they interacted with daily, might be impersonating ghost cultivators. Yet, for several consecutive months, tranquility reigned. It was as if all ghost cultivators had vanished without a trace, and no further attacks occurred. Witnessing this stagnation, the Qianyang sect grew impatient and began summoning its outer disciples back. However, the sect understood that the matter was far from resolved, so they did not disperse the summoned cultivators, but instead instructed them to remain on standby. Wang Chongqing finally returned to his family. Chapter 54. The Attack on Kanjia Square. Wang Zexing and his sixth uncle journeyed back to their clan. At this juncture, although the ghost cultivators within Qianzhou had temporarily settled down, no faction dared to lower their guard. Almost all forces sealed their gates and activated their protective arrays with full vigor. After half a year passed in this manner, the calm led everyone to believe the ghost cultivator crisis had subsided. One day, while cultivating in his cave, Wang Chongqing suddenly received a message from the patriarch, prompting him to hasten to Zizhu Peak. Upon arriving at Zizhu Peak, his gaze sharpened as he beheld his fourth uncle, Wang Zabin, grievously injured and in a disheveled state. Fourth uncle, what transpired? Wang Chongqing urgently inquired. Alas, Kanjia Square was suddenly besieged by a large contingent of ghost cultivators. These foes are immensely powerful. Even the Purple Mansion cultivators stationed at Kanjia Square perished on the spot, his fourth uncle lamented, his voice laced with fury. Fortunately, I retreated in time, so our family did not suffer catastrophic losses. What? Kanjia Square is protected by a defensive formation. How could it possibly be breached by ghost cultivators? Wang Chongqing exclaimed in disbelief. After a moment of thought, his fourth uncle replied, I am not entirely certain of the specifics, but these ghost cultivators acted with startling swiftness. The third-tier formation at Kanjia Square was compromised without any warning. I suspect there may be an insider. An insider? Wang Chongqing murmured. The patriarch interjected. These ghost cultivators are audacious indeed. Kanjia Square is under the watch of the Wanbao Pavilion's cultivators, and they dare to strike. He added, we, the Wang family, must remain vigilant, for we previously dismantled one of their strongholds, and it is only natural that they would seek revenge upon us. Indeed, his fourth uncle nodded in agreement. Given the ruthlessness of these ghost cultivators, it is likely that the Qianyang sect will not let this matter rest easily. Sure enough, within 2 days, news of the assault on Kanjia Square spread like wildfire throughout Qianzhou. Upon receiving the report, the sect leader, Qianyang Zhenren, was filled with fury and immediately dispatched personnel to investigate. Following the breach, Kanjia Square resembled a hellscape. The ghost cultivators even spared no mercy for the Wanbao Pavilion. The Wanbao Pavilion reacted swiftly, aligning with the Qianyang sect to dispatch cultivators across Qianzhou in search of the ghost cultivators. Meanwhile, Wang Chongqing departed from the Lingwu Valley, hastening toward Kanjia Square. After listening to his fourth uncle's account, he sensed that the situation was far from simple. Why would the ghost cultivators launch an attack on Kanjia Square? And how could the third-tier formation be breached without warning? The protective array of Kanjia Square was not merely an ordinary formation crafted by foundational families. Even several Purple Mansion cultivators would require hours to dismantle it. Wang Chongqing commanded his red-golden mystical hawk and arrived at Kanjia Square in less than an hour. The scene before him was saturated with ghostly energy, reminiscent of a purgatory, deeply unsettling his spirit. The ghost cultivators had vanished without a trace, prompting Wang Chongqing to communicate with Xiao Jin, directing it to trace the lingering ghostly energy. After several hours of flight, the red-golden mystical hawk led him to a place he had never anticipated, the Wu family in Huili County. Wang Chongqing was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the Wu family had allied with the ghost cultivators? Upon further contemplation, the likelihood of this was significant, for the Wu family was one of the forces overseeing Kanjia Square. Should they betray their kin, the square would undoubtedly fall. With this in mind, Wang Chongqing promptly transmitted a message to the patriarch. To his astonishment, the Wu family had audaciously conspired with the ghost cultivators. The Wu family was now courting their own demise. However, the Wu family's gates were tightly sealed, preventing Wang Chongqing from gaining entry. Therefore, he sought refuge in a nearby location to observe. Shortly thereafter, he received a response from the patriarch, instructing him to continue monitoring the Wu family for useful information while he dispatched others to report to the Qinyang sect. Wang Chongqing remained outside the Wu family gates for several days, yet saw no cultivators enter or exit. One day, while in meditation, he noticed several figures emerging from the Wu family gates, prompting him to quickly conceal his presence. Once the figures had flown a distance away, he stealthily followed them. After several hours of flight, the group of cultivators halted in a secluded valley. They approached a mountainside, carefully sensing their surroundings. After confirming that there were no other individuals nearby, they gestured with their fingers, and a cave materialized before them. The group entered the cave, and all of this was captured on the recording stone in Wang Chongqing's possession. It was evident that these individuals were indeed ghost cultivators, confirming that the Wu family had indeed colluded with them. Wang Chongqing refrained from taking rash action, although the recent ghost cultivators were all foundational stage. He could not be certain whether other higher-tier cultivators lurked within the cave. He relayed the location of this site to the patriarch, and several hours later, the eldest elder, the patriarch, and a number of foundational cultivators from the family arrived at the valley. Chongqing, what have you discovered? The patriarch inquired eagerly upon arrival. The group remains ensconced within the cavern, and I have vigilantly stationed myself here, witnessing no one depart. Wang Chongqing hastily remarked, those 4 individuals possess foundational cultivation strength. It is certain they are not members of the Wu family. In that case, let us directly breach this formation, the clan leader replied with an air of detachment. Subsequently, the assembly encircled the cave, unleashing a barrage of spells upon it. Instantly, the mountains trembled, and the cultivators within the cave sensed the commotion, swiftly dismantling the cave's protective array before soaring out. 9 figures emerged in total, one a ghostly cultivator of the Purple Mansion level, while the rest were of foundational strength. Upon their emergence and sighting of the Wang clan, their expressions shifted to one of astonishment. Who are you? The leading ghostly cultivator hissed menacingly. Humph. You specters dare inquire about our identities while hiding in my Zixia County? The second elder intoned gravely. Enough with the idle chatter. Prepare to meet your demise. Today, we shall uphold the righteous path. With that, the Wang clan surged towards the ghostly cultivators. 5 foundational cultivators from the Wang clan had arrived, and with their beasts in tow, they maintained a numerical advantage. Wang Chongqing summoned his 2 beasts, Zixiao and Jinyu, while he himself engaged a foundational ghostly cultivator. The latter could not withstand the onslaught for even a moment, succumbing to the ruin's fire and turning to ash. Wang Chongqing then directed his assault towards the other ghostly figures, and within half an hour, all the specters lay defeated. The battle against the Purple Mansion cultivator also reached its climax, as the elder and the striped spirit tiger pressed their attack, gradually overwhelming the ghostly adversary. Witnessing his subordinates fall, desperation set in, and in a fleeting moment, the striped spirit tiger seized an opportunity, delivering a fatal blow. Chapter 55, Collusion with Ghostly Cultivators. After vanquishing the ghostly cultivators, the elder led the group to the entrance of the Wu family's mountain gate, which remained firmly shut. Prior to their arrival, the clan leader had informed the Qiu Niu sect of the Wu family's collusion with ghostly cultivators. After a brief wait, the cultivators dispatched by the Qiu Niu sect finally arrived. Although the Wang and Wu families were bitter rivals, the Qiu Niu sect took the notification seriously, dispatching 3 Purple Mansion cultivators and 10 foundational cultivators to the Wu family in light of the ghostly threat. The elder addressed the leading Purple Mansion cultivator, saying, I am Wang Shuhe from the Wang family. It is an honor to meet you, fellow cultivators. The leading Purple Mansion cultivator responded, I am Han Yang from the Qiu sect. Greetings to you, fellow cultivators. I am Jin Yang from the Qiu sect. I am Jin Yang from the Qiu sect. After the introductions, Han Yang stated, let us first address the matters concerning the Wu family. He then instructed a foundational cultivator to approach and activate the Wu family's protective formation. Moments later, a Qi refining cultivator emerged from within the Wu family, momentarily taken aback upon seeing the gathered assembly. However, upon noticing the insignias on their robes, he quickly inquired, esteemed seniors, what brings you to the Wu family? Han Yang replied directly, I have come to discuss important matters with the Wu family's ancestor. Upon hearing this, the Wu cultivator promptly responded, please wait a moment, I shall inform the ancestor. He then transformed into a streak of light, racing back towards the interior of the Wu family. At that moment, within the Wu family's council chamber, the ancestor and the last two remaining foundational cultivators were present. The Wu family leader, Wu Guangxing, wore a complex expression. Ancestor, they have already delivered the Xiang pill to us. I have examined it, and there are no issues. The Wu family ancestor, in a meditative state, slightly opened his eyes upon hearing Wu Guangxing's words. If there are no issues, then proceed with the breakthrough. In these tumultuous times, having another Purple Mansion cultivator would grant us an additional chance. However, he added with concern, but can we truly trust those ghostly cultivators? What if they eliminate us after we have served their purpose? Wu Guangxing replied anxiously. The Wu family ancestor sighed deeply, trust matters not. Does the Wu family have a choice? Just months prior, these ghostly cultivators had approached, offering Xiang pills in exchange for the Wu family's assistance. After their confrontation with the Wang family, the Wu family's strength had significantly diminished. While Wu Guangxing hesitated, the ancestor decisively agreed to the collaboration upon learning of the proposition. As they deliberated, a cultivator abruptly entered, reporting, Ancestor, a group of cultivators from the Qiu sect has arrived at the mountain gate, claiming urgent matters to discuss. Accompanied by a contingent of Wang family cultivators. The faces of the Wu family members paled instantly. What? The Wu family ancestor exclaimed. How many have they sent? The Qiu sect has dispatched over 10, and the Wang family is similar in number. Upon observation, they all possess foundational strength or above, with the three leading them appearing to be of the Purple Mansion level, the Wu family member noted, sensing the unease on the faces of the clan leader and elder. Only the three remaining foundational cultivators of the Wu family were privy to the collusion with the ghostly cultivators. It seems our time has come. I never anticipated the Qiu sect would be so well informed, the Wu family ancestor mused, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Guangxing, you must hastily depart from the back mountain, taking all our family's legacies with you. Avoid Dry State, and find a place to rebuild our Wu family. I will go out and buy you some time. The Wu family ancestor spoke calmly. Ancestor, Wu Guangxing exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Hurry, we must ensure the legacy of our Wu bloodline endures. The ancestor bellowed suddenly. Yes, ancestor, Wu Guangxing replied, rising immediately and transforming into a streak of light, fleeing from the back mountain. Once Wu Guangxing had departed, the Wu family ancestor took to the skies, heading towards the mountain gate, albeit at a slow pace to delay for Wu Guangxing. Moments later, the tightly shut protective array of the Wu family reopened, and the ancestor emerged. Esteemed friends, what brings you here? The Wu family ancestor inquired, a hint of surprise on his face. Wu family ancestor, we of the Qiu sect have received word that your family is colluding with ghostly cultivators. Do you have anything to say? Han Yang stated bluntly. Hearing this, the Wu family ancestor erupted in fury. Nonsense. The Wu family has always acted with integrity. How could we engage in such deeds? Who spreads such slander to tarnish our reputation? Their intentions are clearly nefarious. Wulingchun, calamity looms. And you still choose to feign innocence, the elder retorted angrily. Wang Shuha, you old curmudgeon, our families resolved their grievances under the mediation of the Qiu sect long ago. Yet now you seek to take revenge by framing the Wu family. The Wu family ancestor shot back unapologetically. He continued addressing Han Yang, esteemed friends, with ghostly cultivators present. I did not expect the Wang family to seek vengeance through this matter, attempting to ensnare the Wu family. I implore you to see the truth. Upon hearing this, even Han Yang regarded the Wang family with a look of skepticism. Wulingchun, do you truly believe we lack evidence? The elder from the Wang family scoffed. Changqing, present the evidence. At this, Wang Changqing produced a stone. The Wu family ancestor's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing it. A reflection stone. This remarkable artifact was exceedingly rare and could only be used once. Wang family. The Wu family ancestor glared at the Wang clan with gritted teeth, yearning to perish alongside the Wang cultivators present. After Wang Chongqing infused the reflection stone with spiritual energy, an image materialized in the air, showcasing the ghostly cultivators emerging from the Wu family's mountain gate, followed by Wang family cultivators arriving and dispatching them. Once the display concluded, the elder from the Wang family coldly remarked, "Wulingchun, do you have anything further to say?" At this moment, the expression on Master Hongyang's face was exceedingly grim. "Wulingchun, do you understand your transgressions?" The elder of the Wu family, after perusing the situation, appeared ashen and despondent. Moments later, he suddenly burst into a raucous laughter. "Ha! Wang family, how I loathe you. I never anticipated that my Wu family would ultimately be destroyed by your hands." At this juncture, the elder of the Wu family resembled a madman, his gaze fixated intently on the members of the Wang family. "Had I known, I would have done everything in my power to eradicate your Wang family," he lamented. "Ha, I regret it." Having uttered this, he unexpectedly charged towards the Wang family, intent on dragging a few down with him in his final moments. However, with so many cultivators present, his desires were quickly thwarted as several members of the Qinyang sect and the Wang family's grand elders swiftly intervened. Chapter 56, Bloodline Reversion. Under the siege of 4 Purple Mansion cultivators, the elder of the Wu family could hardly hold out for long, ultimately succumbing to despair. Following the execution of the Wu family elder, Master Hongyang issued a direct order to obliterate the Wu clan entirely, ensuring that their name would henceforth exist solely in the annals of history. Moreover, even the mundane descendants affiliated with the Wu family were reduced to wandering refugees, bereft of the protection of cultivators. It would not be long before they faced extermination as well. Once the affairs of the Wu family were resolved, the cultivators of the Qinyang sect returned to their sect, and the matter of the ghostly cultivators was temporarily set aside. However, following these events, the ghostly cultivators seemed to have been thoroughly provoked. One day, while Wang Chongqing was cultivating, the Wang family's protective mountain formation was suddenly under attack. Sensing the commotion, Wang Chongqing hastily rose and rushed towards the mountain gate, as all the cultivators of the Wang family hastened to emerge from their seclusion. The assailants at the Wang family's mountain gate included 3 Purple Mansion ghostly cultivators and over 20 Foundation establishment cultivators, outnumbering the Wang family. These attackers came with fervor, relentlessly assaulting the protective formation. Upon seeing the Wang family emerge, they momentarily ceased their onslaught. To dare attack the Wang family's mountain gate is to court death. The Grand Elder glared furiously at the ghostly cultivators, subsequently releasing a multicolored spirit tiger from his beast pouch. Other members of the Wang family also summoned their spirit beasts, and a fierce battle was imminent. Although the attackers had numerical superiority, the combined might of the Wang family and their spirit beasts managed to establish a precarious equilibrium. However, the disadvantage lay in the predominance of Purple Mansion cultivators on the opposing side. Even with the Grand Elder and his spirit beast, they remained at a disadvantage. Without delving into the battles among the Purple Mansion cultivators, on the Foundation establishment side, Wang Chongqing summoned 2 spirit beasts. With a flick of its tail, the purple fox struck down a Foundation establishment cultivator before he could react, his body obliterated by a bolt of lightning. Meanwhile, Qiu Niu engaged a mid-stage ghostly cultivator, showcasing remarkable prowess, as it rapidly darted towards the opponent with a powerful flap of its wings. In an instant, before the cultivator could deploy any defensive measures, a crimson gash appeared on his neck, causing him to plummet from the sky, eyes wide open in shock, unable to close them even in death. The patriarch and second uncle, each accompanied by 2 spirit beasts, relentlessly besieged the enemy, resulting in the demise of numerous Foundation establishment cultivators. The battles among the Purple Mansion cultivators were equally intense, with the Grand Elder facing off against 1 ghostly cultivator while the multicolored spirit tiger held its ground against 2 foes. At that moment, a Purple Mansion cultivator, witnessing the continuous slaughter of his Foundation establishment companions, could no longer bear the sight. "Damn it, you useless lot. Go hold on for a moment. I'll go assist them." He then flew towards Wang Chongqing. In response, Wang Chongqing quickly summoned the purple fox to intercept. Although the purple fox had evolved into a 6-tailed creature and remained a second-tier demon beast, it could still hold its own against a Purple Mansion cultivator for a time. The purple fox, cognizant of the disparity in their realms, swiftly conjured a protective thunder armor around itself and relentlessly unleashed lightning spells upon the opponent. Nevertheless, the opponent, being a Purple Mansion cultivator, effortlessly countered the onslaught. The ghostly cultivator then wielded his spirit weapon, launching a piercing attack towards the purple fox. The fox swiftly utilized its lightning escape to evade the assault, leaving the cultivator astonished. He had not expected this fox to evade his lethal strike. Realizing the fox possessed some peculiar abilities, he decided to forego restraint and unleashed a spell, summoning a torrent of flames that painted the sky red. The flames ensnared the purple fox, rendering it unable to utilize its escape techniques. Instantaneously, the flames engulfed the purple fox, and despite the protective thunder armor, it suffered grievous injuries. Witnessing this, Wang Chongqing was filled with fury. "Purple fox!" he shouted in alarm, while the Grand Elder, alerted by the commotion, turned pale and urgently commanded the multicolored spirit tiger to finish its battle swiftly. In response, the tiger intensified its onslaught, gradually overwhelming its opponent, who had already struggled to contend with the beast alone. "Guaya, hurry up! I can't hold on much longer," the ghostly cultivator cried out in desperation. Meanwhile, the purple fox, besieged by flames, was gravely wounded despite its thunder armor. Seeing this, Guaya prepared to deliver a final blow with his spirit weapon. Wang Chongqing's eyes widened in horror as he bellowed, "Purple fox! Bloodline reversion!" In an instant, a terrifying energy emanated from the purple fox, and a nine-tailed fox materialized in its place, radiating an overwhelming thunderous power. As Guaya's spirit spear surged towards it, the purple fox vanished in a flash. With a swift flick of its 9 tails, it unleashed 9 bolts of lightning towards Guaya, completely sealing off his escape routes. With no options left, Guaya could only brace himself to withstand one of the lightning strikes. The moment the bolt of lightning struck Guaya, it erupted violently, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spewing forth. Pooh! Guaya was engulfed by rage, incredulous that a mere second-tier demon beast had forced him, a purple mansion cultivator, to such a state. In his fury, he consumed a pill, his aura surging dramatically. The purple fox, undeterred, continued to unleash bolts of lightning towards Guaya, but the latter's newfound strength rendered the lightning ineffective. "Purple fox, release the thunder net," Wang Chongqing commanded loudly. Obeying the order, the purple fox released a lightning net that ensnared Guaya, allowing Wang Chongqing to unleash the Nirvana flame towards him. Upon contact, the flames ignited rapidly. Simultaneously, Wang Chongqing wielded the wind demon banner, unleashing a ferocious gale. As the flames blazed ever brighter, Guaya's complexion turned pale, sensing the looming specter of death. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically as he hastily attempted to extinguish the flames with spells, but none of his attempts bore any fruit against the Nirvana flame. This flame possessed an exceptionally potent restraining effect against ghostly cultivators, and Guaya's agonized cries gradually diminished until, moments later, not even a trace of ash remained. After exterminating Guaya, Wang Chongqing dispelled the purple fox's bloodline reversion, hastily feeding it several replenishing pills before summoning it back into the spirit beast space. Meanwhile, the ghostly cultivator engaged in battle with the multicolored spirit tiger was left aghast upon witnessing Guaya's tragic fate. Chapter 57. The Prelude to Battle. Seizing the moment, the multicolored spirit tiger surged forward, its speed dramatically increasing as it aimed for the throat of the ghostly cultivator. In an instant, the Purple Mansion ghostly cultivator met his demise at the tiger's jaws, while the battle among the Foundation establishment cultivators came to a close. Only the Purple Mansion cultivator, engaged in battle with the Grand Elder, remained, and the ghostly cultivator was struck with terror, instantly contemplating retreat. However, the Grand Elder would not grant him such an opportunity, swiftly joining forces with the vibrant spirit tiger to besiege the individual. In less than a moment, the man could no longer withstand the onslaught and met his demise. After disposing of the bodies of these ghostly cultivators, the group returned to their clan. Upon their return, they learned that the ghostly cultivators had not only attacked the Wang family, but had also assaulted numerous families throughout the Qianzhou region. In the clan's meeting hall, aside from the second uncle stationed at the Langya market, all cultivators above the Foundation establishment stage had gathered. They had presumed that the ghostly cultivators would behave as they had in the past, yet this time they launched such a large-scale attack, suggesting their intentions were far from trivial. The clan leader, Wang Xiaoji, furrowed his brow in concern. The actions of the Qianyang sect are too sluggish. It is unclear what those true immortals are thinking, the second elder remarked angrily. The clan leader then spoke. "Just now, someone from the Sun family requested our support. What does everyone think? We must provide assistance. The Sun family has always been a loyal ally of the Wang family. It is only reasonable and just to send aid." The Grand Elder interjected. "In that case, allow me to go," Wang Chongqing volunteered. The clan leader was well aware of Wang Chongqing's strength at the Foundation establishment stage. Few could harm him. Very well, let Chongqing proceed. The ghostly cultivators attacking the Sun family are also of Foundation establishment strength. The clan leader pondered for a moment and nodded. He then cautioned, "However, you must exercise caution." After this, Wang Chongqing departed from the purple bamboo peak, hastening towards the Sun family. Following his departure, the Wang family members did not disperse. Alas, in such tumultuous times, we must hasten to strengthen our power. The clan leader sighed. You have already reached the later stage of foundation establishment. It won't be long before you achieve completion. You should strive to break through to full foundation establishment and request a Ziyang pill from the Qianyang sect, the Grand Elder advised. The clan leader nodded in agreement. Indeed. I am but a step away from full foundation establishment. I shall enter seclusion immediately. Meanwhile, after leaving the Spirit Mist Valley, Wang Chongqing summoned the Golden Feather to soar towards the Sun family. Several hours later, in Fufeng County, the protective formation of the Sun family was under siege by dozens of foundation establishment cultivators. As the formation was on the brink of collapse, Wang Chongqing suddenly appeared, directing the Golden Feather towards one of the foundation establishment cultivators. In a flash of golden light, a line of blood appeared on the neck of that cultivator, who then plummeted from the sky. The remaining ghostly cultivators were instantly struck with fear, yet Wang Chongqing did not relent, leaping from the back of the Golden Feather and summoning his flying sword to strike another cultivator. In an instant, a foundation establishment cultivator met their end. At this moment, the members of the Sun family felt the external battle and 5 figures soared out, being several of their foundation establishment cultivators. Upon seeing Wang Chongqing, they were momentarily taken aback, wondering why only one had come to their aid, yet they did not hesitate in their efforts, summoning their magical artifacts. Wang Chongqing and the Golden Feather relentlessly hunted these foundation establishment cultivators, even though they were of the same cultivation level. The gap between them and Wang Chongqing was as vast as the heavens. The sharpness of the Golden Feather's feathers rivaled that of second-tier, high-grade magical artifacts, and its speed was astonishing, quickly leading to the demise of several ghostly cultivators. Wang Chongqing unleashed 2 strands of spiritual fire, the Nirvana flame constantly assaulting the enemies. While the ruins breaking celestial fire was particularly terrifying, unlike the Nirvana flame, its spatial abilities were almost ghostly, igniting the enemies without any means of defense. Ultimately, upon witnessing the terrifying prowess of Wang Chongqing and his beast, the remaining ghostly cultivators harbored thoughts of fleeing, ceasing their attacks, and hastily retreating. Yet, Wang Chongqing was not one to let them escape so easily. He swiftly executed a hand seal, instantly conjuring thousands of spiritual swords in midair that shot forth towards the fleeing ghostly cultivators, catching up to them in no time. The ghostly cultivators, already eager to escape and caught off guard, were all pierced through by the flying swords, meeting their demise. In an instant, the Sun family cultivators were left in a state of shock. With so many young friends coming to our aid, my Sun family is eternally grateful. The elder of the Sun family finally spoke, breaking the silence. There is no need for excessive courtesy. Wang Chongqing quickly waved his hand, stating, "Now that this matter is concluded, I shall return to report to my clan." As he prepared to depart, he was suddenly called back by the elder of the Sun family. "Young friend, please wait. Since you have come to assist my Sun family, we must not let you leave empty-handed. Although my Sun family possesses no treasures of great value, I present you with this fire-melting crystal." Upon seeing the fire-melting crystal, Wang Chongqing's eyes lit up. It was an excellent material for crafting top-tier fire attribute spiritual artifacts. "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Wang Chongqing accepted the fire-melting crystal without hesitation. After leaving the Sun family, Wang Chongqing made his way back to his clan. Soon after, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the Qianzhou region. This group of ghostly cultivators had seized control of a county in northern Qianzhou, named Wuchang County. In Wuchang County, all of the Qianyang sect's affiliated forces had been overrun by the ghostly cultivators, with the remaining few either siding with them or barely surviving. Upon receiving this news, the Qianyang sect was filled with fury, announcing an alliance with the Wanbao Pavilion and beginning a large-scale recruitment of cultivators to eradicate the ghostly cultivators in Wuchang County. However, these ghostly cultivators had evidently made thorough preparations for their emergence. It was rumored that among them were 3 golden core cultivators, even more formidable than those of the Qianyang sect. Nevertheless, the Qianyang sect was not to be outdone. After consulting with the Wanbao Pavilion, they agreed to dispatch 2 golden core real immortals for support. In an instant, a storm swept across the entire Qianzhou, affecting nearly everyone. And as an affiliated force of the Qianyang sect, the Wang family could not escape the turmoil. A monumental battle was imminent. It had been thousands of years since a conflict between golden core real immortals had occurred in Qianzhou, and the ghostly cultivators had hidden themselves so deeply that their ambitions could not be underestimated. Within the Wang family, clan leader Wang Shaoji successfully broke through to full foundation establishment, and the Qianyang sect honored their promise by bestowing upon him a Ziyang pill. Upon receiving the Ziyang pill, the clan leader immediately entered seclusion to prepare for his breakthrough to the Purple Mansion. Meanwhile, Wang Chongqing took this opportunity to venture to the Tai Ao mountain range. After using his bloodline to revert to ancestry, Zixiao had fallen into weakness. Wang Chongqing planned to hunt some demonic beasts in the Tai Ao mountain range to replenish Xiao's depleted blood essence. Chapter 58. The Clan Leader's Purple Mansion Completion. Tai Ao mountain range. At this moment, on the outskirts of the Tai Ao mountain range, the demonic beasts had gradually increased in number after years of growth. Wang Chongqing's gaze was intensely fixed on a demonic beast, a second-tier mammoth, which he refrained from using spiritual fire on as he intended to reserve its meat for Xiao. Instead, he continuously attacked with magical artifacts. However, the mammoth's tough skin and muscles provided formidable defense. The damage from second-tier high-grade flying swords was negligible. Infuriated by Wang Chongqing's provocations, the mammoth charged forward, causing the very ground to tremble. Its massive form surged towards him. And with a powerful flap of the golden feather's wings, it soared to meet the charge, its sharp wings slicing through the mammoth's flesh. The mammoth let out a thunderous roar, a bloodline appearing on its body as blood seeped forth. Seeing the effectiveness of the golden feather's assault, Wang Chongqing was overjoyed and urged it to continue attacking the mammoth. Moments later, numerous bloodlines appeared across the mammoth's body before it collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Wang Chongqing directly approached and removed the tusks of the second-tier mammoth elephant, which served as excellent materials for crafting weapons. Subsequently, he utilized his flying sword to disassemble the mammoth elephant, casting its remains into the beast master space. At that moment, Xiao lay weakly on the ground within the space, gradually consuming the flesh and blood until he had fully devoured the entire mammoth elephant, which allowed him to regain a semblance of vigor. After spending several dozen days in the Tai Ao mountain range, during which he consistently hunted second-tier demon beasts, Xiao finally recovered his drained essence and reached his peak state. Thus, Wang Chongqing departed from the Tai Ao mountain range, heading towards his family's abode. Upon returning to his clan, Wang Chongqing learned that the clan leader had emerged from seclusion, successfully breaking through to the Purple Mansion stage, thus becoming the second Purple Mansion cultivator of the family. Concurrently, the Qianyang sect had issued a call to arms, summoning 1 Purple Mansion cultivator and 5 Foundation establishment cultivators from the Wang family. It was clear to all that the Qianyang sect had been thoroughly provoked by these ghost cultivators, and this could very well be the final showdown. Should they fail to eradicate these ghost cultivators once and for all, the Qianyang sect's prestige, established over several millennia in Qianzhou, would be utterly shattered. Wuchang County, situated at the northernmost part of Qianzhou, bordered the endless icy plains, a forbidden zone for the human race. At this juncture, Wuchang County had been completely dominated by these ghost cultivators, who had even reinstated the ghost spirit sect within its confines. They compelled all cultivators in Wuchang County to adopt ghost cultivation techniques, transforming the region into a veritable ghost domain. The Qianyang sect regarded these ghost cultivators with even greater urgency than the beast tide, mandating that all factions within Qianzhou dispatch cultivators. Moreover, the Qianyang sect extended invitations to allied sects, while various cultivators from neighboring states also arrived to provide support. Although the origins of these ghost cultivators remained a mystery, it was certain that they were not native cultivators of the Xianyang immortal domain. Despite its vastness, all sects within the Xianyang immortal domain adhered to righteous paths, and the emergence of ghost cultivators in any region would elicit a united front against them from the entirety of the domain. Taixing County, the region bordering Wuchang County most extensively, lay to the south of Wuchang County. At this time, cultivators from across Qianzhou had congregated here. The Qianyang sect had organized the summoned cultivators into smaller teams, with Purple Mansion cultivators serving as leaders and Foundation establishment cultivators as members. Each small team comprised 6 individuals, 1 leader and 5 Foundation establishment members. In Wang Chongqing's team, the leader was also a clan cultivator, with 2 members hailing from the Qianyang sect and the remaining 3 from various locales within Qianzhou. After spending several days in Taixing County, Wang Chongqing and his fellow team members had grown somewhat familiar with one another. By this time, the Qianyang sect had completed the summoning of cultivators and prepared thoroughly for the impending conflict. Each small team was provided with a second-tier spirit ship, and once Wang Chongqing and his companions boarded, the ship set sail towards Wuchang County with great fanfare. Gazing upward, the sky was filled with countless spirit ships, densely packed and seemingly boundless. This sight was perhaps the most breathtaking spectacle Wang Chongqing had ever witnessed. As tens of thousands of spirit ships surged into Wuchang County, they dispersed in all directions, each racing towards various locales within the county. According to the Qianyang sect strategy, they would first reclaim the remaining territories of Wuchang County before engaging in the final confrontation with the ghost spirit sect. Wang Chongqing's spirit ship arrived at a place called Anchang County, which had originally belonged to a Foundation establishment family. After the fall of Wuchang County, that family had been annihilated by the ghost spirit sect, and their ancestral gate had been seized by a cohort of ghost cultivators. The Lupin Mountain had become the stronghold of these ghost cultivators. The flying ship descended slowly at the entrance, and Wang Chongqing and the others transformed into streaks of light, soaring from the spirit ship. Subsequently, the leading Purple Mansion cultivator waved his hand, causing the spirit ship to shrink rapidly and be stored within a storage pouch. The group arrived at the mountain gate, where the Purple Mansion cultivator summoned a spirit artifact and unleashed a powerful assault on the protective mountain array. With a resounding crash, the second-tier protective array responded immediately. Hearing the commotion, several figures emerged from within the protective array, led by another Purple Mansion cultivator accompanied by 5 Foundation establishment cultivators. Prior intelligence gathered by the Qianyang sect indicated that after occupying a faction, these ghost cultivators typically only stationed a single Purple Mansion cultivator unless there were significant resources at stake. Upon encountering one another, the atmosphere became palpably tense as both sides summoned their magical artifacts in preparation for battle. Wang Chongqing, too, propelled his sword towards one of the Foundation establishment ghost cultivators. This particular ghost cultivator, in the mid-Foundation establishment stage, regarded Wang Chongqing's youthful visage and initial stage of cultivation with disdain. "You dare to come out and seek death with such feeble power, boy?" Wang Chongqing, however, paid no heed to the taunt. In his eyes, the opponent was already a dead man. Yet, rather than swiftly eliminating the ghost cultivator, he toyed with him like a cat with a mouse. After several exchanges, the ghost cultivator found himself unable to gain any advantage, and his anxiety began to mount. He had not anticipated that a mere Foundation establishment novice could evade him for such an extended period. As Wang Chongqing observed that the skirmishes among others were evenly matched, his patience waned. He soared into the air on his sword, brandishing the wind demon flag and unleashing a flurry of wind blades towards his adversary. Upon witnessing this, the mid-Foundation ghost cultivator's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily produced a spirit talisman to defend himself. However, the wind blades traveled at incredible speed, and one of them sliced through his arm, severing it entirely. In an instant, the ghost cultivator screamed in agony, but Wang Chongqing exhibited no hesitation, directing his sword towards the opponent's heart. With a swift motion, the flying sword pierced through the ghost cultivator's heart, leaving him wide-eyed in shock as he plummeted from the sky. Chapter 59, The Ghost God Altar. Observing Wang Chongqing conclude his battle, the expressions of the remaining ghost cultivators changed drastically. Without a moment's pause, Wang Chongqing charged towards the next Foundation establishment cultivator. And under the assault of the two of them, this ghost cultivator could barely hold out for a moment before Wang Chongqing seized the opportunity to deliver a fatal strike. The remaining 3 Foundation establishment ghost cultivators immediately contemplated fleeing. However, by that point, they were already encircled. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, they all met their demise. Meanwhile, the clash between the Purple Mansion cultivators was beyond the reach of these Foundation establishment cultivators. Although Wang Chongqing could assist to some extent, he had no desire to reveal his trump cards. The 2 Purple Mansion cultivators summoned the energy of heaven and earth with a mere gesture, exchanging various spells and spirit talismans in a back-and-forth manner. After several dozen exchanges, both sides found their spiritual energy dwindling, while the urgency of the Purple Mansion ghost cultivator escalated. At that critical moment, the Purple Mansion cultivator from Wang Chongqing's side seized an opportunity. Utilizing a third-tier wood attribute spirit talisman to immobilize the opponent, then commanding his artifact to strike decisively. In an instant, the Purple Mansion ghost cultivator fell lifeless. Following the conclusion of the battle, according to the regulations of the Qianyang sect, all spoils of war were to be claimed by the victors. After deliberation, it was decided that Wang Chongqing would receive 2 portions of the spoils. Once the battlefield was cleared, the Purple Mansion cultivator summoned the spirit ship once more, setting course for the next location. Months later, the conflict in Wuchang County remained stalemated, with both sides continuously dispatching cultivators to engage in combat. However, the exalted Golden Core cultivators had yet to make their appearance. After Wang Chongqing's small team successfully captured several ghost cultivator strongholds, they began to draw the attention of the enemy. After conquering one such stronghold, Wang Chongqing and his team took a few days to rest, preparing to set off for their next target when 3 spirit ships appeared in the distance. Before they could react, the ships encircled them, and figures surged forth from the vessels. Upon seeing the newcomers, Wang Chongqing's expression hardened. 3 Purple Mansion cultivators and 15 Foundation establishment cultivators. The adversaries approached with fierce intent, launching their assault without uttering a word. However, the disparity in power was glaringly evident. The Purple Mansion cultivators on Wang Chongqing's side swiftly sent out a call for reinforcements. 3 Foundation establishment practitioners advanced towards him, prompting Wang Chongqing to summon his purple cloud, shrouding himself in a protective layer of lightning armor. The trio of Foundation establishment cultivators unleashed their respective magical artifacts at him, all of which were repelled by the lightning armor. In this critical moment, Wang Changqing did not hold back, directing bolts of thunder from the purple cloud towards them. The assailants hastily activated their defensive artifacts, yet as the thunderous energy surged forth, their defenses shattered, and the power struck their bodies, swiftly siphoning away their vitality. Although Wang Changqing dealt with his foes effortlessly, the situation for the others was dire. The Purple Mansion cultivator was besieged by 3 practitioners of the same rank, on the brink of demise. As Wang Changqing had predicted, within moments, he was overwhelmed and perished under their assault. Realizing that the battle was nearing its conclusion, Wang Changqing decided against lingering. The 3 Purple Mansion ghost cultivators were beyond his capacity to confront. He promptly retracted the purple cloud into the beast control space, summoned the golden feather, and in a flash, mounted its back, transforming into a streak of golden light and soaring into the distance. The Purple Mansion ghost cultivators, witnessing this, promptly pursued him. However, the speed of the golden feather left even the Purple Mansion cultivators in the dust. Wang Changqing navigated through the skies for an indeterminate time, finally shaking off his pursuers. He found himself in an unfamiliar territory, devoid of any mortal towns or settlements. Uncertain whether they had been eradicated by ghost cultivators or if no mortals had ever inhabited the land. After several hours of flight, the golden feather suddenly sensed the approach of other cultivators. Wang Changqing quickly commanded it to descend and conceal their presence. Moments later, a group of ghost cultivators swept through the sky, and to Wang Changqing's astonishment, 2 familiar faces emerged among them, the ancestral figure of the Fong family and Fong Zhenghao. This cohort consisted of over 20 ghost cultivators, 3 of whom were from the Purple Mansion, while the rest were Foundation establishment practitioners. Wang Changqing sensed something amiss. With so many cultivators, what grand scheme were they conspiring to execute? Subsequently, he concealed his presence and followed them, ensuring the golden feather trailed them from a safe distance of 10 miles. Eventually, they halted in a secluded valley, at the center of which stood a mysterious altar adorned with bizarre carvings. 2 Purple Mansion cultivators guarded this altar, and as the group assembled, the leader, a Purple Mansion cultivator, spoke first. Esteemed colleagues, the Qianyang sect approaches with great fervor. The ghostly god altar will be completed in 3 days. Once the powerful beings from the demon realm descend, the Qianyang immortal domain will be firmly within our grasp. A diminutive world, only capable of producing nascent soul true monarchs. Were it not for the protection of the realm spirit, the rascal clan would have breached it long ago. The Fong family elder coldly retorted. The demon realm and the rascal clan, what entities were these? Wang Changqing gleaned some significant information from their discourse. Indeed, we must safeguard the ghostly god altar at all costs. Once the powerful beings from the demon realm arrive, even if our strength is suppressed to the pinnacle of the Qianyang immortal domain, we will establish our foothold here, the leading Purple Mansion cultivator solemnly declared. Then we will plot our next moves. After a brief discussion, the group dispersed, though they remained within 100 meters of the altar. Wang Changqing, having overheard their conversation, comprehended several crucial details, although he was unaware of the location of the demon realm. It was evident that these ghost cultivators did not belong to the Qianyang immortal domain. I must find a way to destroy this accursed altar, Wang Changqing mused, understanding that if they succeeded in completing it, the devastation would not only befall Qianzhou, but likely the entirety of the Qianyang immortal domain. Subsequently, Wang Changqing continued to conceal his presence, attempting to approach the altar, yet the vigilance of these cultivators thwarted his efforts to find an opportunity. As the day of the altar's completion drew nearer, Wang Changqing's anxiety escalated. After a period of time, he finally discerned a sliver of opportunity. The group convened once more, and the leading Purple Mansion cultivator spoke first. Damn it. The Qianyang sect's old geezers have gone mad. The front line is faltering. Lord Ghost King has ordered the extraction of some cultivators for support. Our altar is situated far behind the lines, so we need not worry about incursions from Qianyang sect cultivators. Just the 3 of us Purple Mansion cultivators will suffice to guard it, the Fong family elder remarked. Following deliberation, the Fong family elder, accompanied by another Purple Mansion cultivator, departed, taking with them 10 Foundation establishment practitioners. Upon hearing their deliberations, a look of elation spread across Wang Changqing's face. Truly, fortune favored him. A day later, Wang Changqing remained hidden, steadfastly in place. Once he confirmed that the cultivators had completely vacated the area, he sensed that an opportunity had arisen. Seizing the moment when their attention was diverted, he cautiously approached the altar, observing a blood pool in its center, bubbling ominously as if it were nurturing a fearsome demon. When he was within 50 meters of the altar, Wang Changqing unleashed a wave of ruins devouring celestial fire upon it. In an instant, he traversed to the altar's periphery, summoning two of his familiar beasts and releasing a torrent of Nirvana flame. To ensure the altar's destruction, he employed every last resort at his disposal, even conjuring the wind demon banner to intensify the blaze. At that moment, the ghost cultivators stationed around the altar reacted with alarm. "You dare, thief!" A furious roar erupted. The Fong family elder glared at Wang Changqing, his eyes ablaze with rage. He promptly summoned a spiritual weapon, hurling it toward Wang Changqing. In response, Wang Changqing produced a third-tier defensive talisman from his storage ring. As the talisman ignited, it transformed into a golden light shield that enveloped him. Simultaneously, the Nirvana flame blazed fiercely, while the purple cloud continuously unleashed thunderbolts. The altar itself was constructed from an array of precious treasures. As the Nirvana flame engulfed the blood pool, the blood within evaporated instantaneously, creating an eerie spectacle. The surrounding ghost cultivators glared at Wang Changqing with seething fury. Their eyes filled with a desire to devour him. They were increasingly desperate to eliminate him. Protected by the third-tier defensive talisman, Wang Changqing was impervious to their various attacks. While the Fong family elder, consumed by urgency, transformed into a ghastly apparition. Wang Changqing had witnessed this transformation multiple times. And as the Nirvana flame continued to grow more ferocious, the blood in the pool steadily evaporated. Suddenly, a chilling scream emanated from the blood pool. "Ah, you human brat! Daring to harm me, you seek death. Quickly annihilate him." Upon hearing this, the ghost cultivators surrounding him were struck with alarm, hastily unleashing a barrage of attacks toward Wang Changqing. Half an hour later, the effect of Wang Changqing's third-tier talisman expired, and by this time, the blood pool had long since run dry. Within the blood pool, a grotesque mass remained, causing Wang Changqing to pause in surprise. Yet he quickly regained his composure, directing a wave of Nirvana flame toward the mass. A piercing scream erupted from within. "Ah, little ghost, just you wait. I will tear you to pieces. You useless fools. Hurry and save me." However, in less than a moment, the grotesque mass was reduced to ash by the Nirvana flame. At this moment, fear manifested on the faces of the other ghost cultivators present, as if they could already foresee the dire consequences of their blunder. Such a significant task had been utterly mishandled by them. Not to mention, the methods of the Ghost King alone were sufficient to send tremors through their very souls. Soon regaining their composure, they cast furious glances at Wang Changqing, blaming this young specter for their impending doom, vowing that he would accompany them to the grave before they met their end. After destroying the altar, Wang Changqing soared onto the back of Qiu Niu, and with a flash of golden light, he fled into the distance. The other cultivators, witnessing this, hurried to pursue him. However, they could hardly match the swiftness of Qiu Niu, quickly falling behind. Following the destruction of the altar, Wang Changqing headed towards Taixing County. In a grand hall of the ghost spirit sect, disbelief echoed as a middle-aged cultivator clad in black robes exclaimed, "What? You say the altar has been destroyed?" The group of cultivators tasked with guarding the altar stood trembling below, too fearful to speak. The patriarch of the Fong family was the first to break the silence, saying, "It was that foundational cultivator named Wang Changqing, who, for reasons unknown, suddenly appeared around the altar, fearing the wrath of the Ghost King." The patriarch's face turned pale as he explained, "O great Ghost King, though that lad is merely a fledgling foundational cultivator, his methods of attack are exceedingly peculiar. You worthless fools, you cannot even handle this trivial matter. What use are you to me?" The Ghost King's expression was exceedingly grim, yet, contemplating the background of his opponents, he restrained the urge to end their lives. "Surely you understand how crucial this altar is to our plans, do you not?" "Luoji," the Ghost King bellowed in fury. The cultivators below felt overwhelmed by his presence, collapsing to the ground in submission. "Now those arrogant Taoists of the Qianyang sect are lurking outside, and you dare tell me the altar has been destroyed?" The Ghost King's mood was as bleak as ashes. At this moment, a gaunt elderly cultivator on the left interjected, "Enough, O Ghost King. Since the altar has been compromised, we must now devise a strategy to confront the Qianyang sect with all our might." However, Luoji, having committed such a grave error, was spared for now due to his identity as a member of the Luocha clan. "You shall redeem yourself through merit. When we return to the demon domain, report to the Lord of Ghosts, and we shall decide your fate then." The patriarch of the Fong family, or rather, Luoji, displayed a flicker of relief on his face. "Yes, I shall certainly redeem myself." The Ghost King, suppressing his inner rage, spoke in a low voice, "Since the altar has been destroyed, we have lost our retreat. Luoyi, you are to abstain from participating in the final battle against the Qianyang sect. Leave Wuchang County immediately and continue to disguise yourself as a human. Should we face defeat, It is wise to preserve the opportunity for a resurgence. Below, Fang Jinghao raised his head and responded, "Yes, O Ghost King. Furthermore, search with all your might for that human lad named Wang Chongqing. Capture him alive. I want him to beg for death." The Ghost King howled, his face contorted with rage. "Yes." Meanwhile, after destroying the altar, Wang Chongqing hurried towards Taixing County, intent on reuniting with the other cultivators of the Qianyang sect. However, the Ghost Spirit sect acted swiftly, and along his path, Wang Chongqing encountered wave after wave of ghost cultivators searching for him. This forced him to move cautiously, hiding and evading, and until now, he had yet to encounter any cultivators from the Qianyang sect. "Have you heard?" a voice said, belonging to a mid-foundational ghost cultivator. Accompanying him was another foundational cultivator. It was quite unusual for a foundational cultivator to attract such a large-scale pursuit. "I heard that this lad destroyed the painstakingly constructed ghost god altar," the first ghost cultivator remarked. The Ghost King must be furious beyond measure at this moment. "What? The ghost god altar has been destroyed?" another ghost cultivator exclaimed. "Ah, Luo Ji is truly incompetent, even as an undercover agent in the Fang family. He managed to expose himself, and now he has failed to protect the ghost god altar," one ghost cultivator said with malicious glee. Indeed, if it were not for his identity as a member of the Luocha clan, he would have long been refined into a ghost fetus for his numerous blunders. Chapter 61, The Final Battle. As the conversation unfolded, flames erupted around them, igniting instantly. "Ah, who?" they cried out in terror, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames engulfing them. But to no avail. In mere moments, they were reduced to ashes. Wang Chongqing emerged, realizing that the ruinous immortal fire was indeed a superb weapon against the living. Arriving without a hint of warning, he then continued his flight towards Taixing County, and finally, near the vicinity of Taixing County, he encountered fellow cultivators from his side. After presenting his name and undergoing verification, Wang Chongqing temporarily joined this small team, which had dwindled to only one Purple Mansion cultivator and 3 foundational cultivators after several battles. Upon regrouping, they hastened towards their next destination, as the conflict between both sides had reached a stalemate. Indeed, the ghost cultivators lacked the depth that the Qianyang sect had amassed over thousands of years in Qianzhou. The number of ghost cultivators was limited, while the Qianyang sect possessed ample reserves. After months of fierce combat, both sides exchanged blows. The number of cultivators on the side of the ghost spirit sect drastically diminished, and their ghost king, not being a fool, quickly withdrew forces, summoning all cultivators back to the ghost spirit sect in preparation for the final confrontation against the Qianyang sect. Beichuan County was originally the northernmost county of Wuchang County, and it served as the headquarters of the ghost spirit sect. At this time, the remaining counties of Wuchang County had been seized by the Qianyang sect. However, the Qianyang sect was not in haste for a final assault. Instead, they continuously gathered cultivators, preparing to secure absolute superiority for the impending decisive battle. Months later, countless cultivators arrived from various locations, surrounding Beichuan County completely. After ensuring every detail was foolproof, the Qianyang sect commenced preparations for the ultimate battle. An overwhelming number of cultivators surged towards the mountain gate of the ghost spirit sect, filling the skies in a breathtaking spectacle. At this moment, the ghost spirit sect was enveloped by a 4th-tier protective formation, and not a single ghost cultivator could be seen outside. It seemed they had all retreated like turtles into their shells. Tens of thousands of cultivators gathered before the mountain gate of the ghost spirit sect. Suddenly, the protective formation began to operate, and waves of ghostly mist surged forth, shrouding the area for dozens of miles in a dark hue, resembling a scene from a hellish domain. From within the black mist came a chorus of anguished cries, and upon witnessing this, all cultivators turned pale and hastily retreated. Wang Chongqing's expression also shifted dramatically as he summoned Qiu Niu, who carried him away from the suffocating ghostly mist. The ghost spirit sect was indeed treacherous, having concealed a 4th-tier offensive formation, seeing their initial assault thwarted and morale plummeting. The golden core true person of the Qianyang sect could no longer remain idle. Suddenly, a middle-aged cultivator in a golden Taoist robe appeared, a massive golden cauldron hovering above his head. This was the same Hingyang true person who had battled Lei Yindo Xiong at Taiyao Mountain. Upon his arrival, Hingyang true person raised his finger, and the golden cauldron expanded, beginning to absorb the black mist. Moments later, the black mist was almost entirely consumed. Hingyang true person then directed the golden cauldron towards the protective formation of the ghost spirit sect, bringing it crashing down. With a thunderous roar, the protective formation trembled violently. Yet it did not yield a single crack, absorbing the impact of the attack with unwavering strength. Witnessing this, Hingyang true person's expression changed slightly. This seemingly simple strike had consumed 70% of his power, augmented by the absorbed black mist, yet it failed to inflict any damage on the protective formation. Soon after, a venerable elder with white hair appeared in midair, holding a whisk. With a gentle wave, a seemingly light and ethereal surge of spiritual power rushed towards the formation. With a crack, an imperceptible fissure appeared on the otherwise impenetrable fourth-tier formation. Subsequently, the esteemed figure from Hengyang continued to wield the golden cauldron against the formation. And after a brief moment, the formation shattered. Suddenly, 3 silhouettes materialized in midair. Among them was a middle-aged cultivator clad in black robes, the Ghost King of the Ghost Spirit Sect. The second figure was an emaciated elder ghost cultivator, devoid of any color in his face. And the last was a rugged middle-aged cultivator. These 3 represented the formidable golden core practitioners of the Ghost Spirit Sect. At the same time, 2 figures emerged from the Qiu sect, external reinforcements summoned by them. One was the revered Qiu Niu, whom Wang Chongqing had encountered previously, and the other was a middle-aged female cultivator. In an instant, the highest combat powers of both sides were assembled. The rugged middle-aged ghost cultivator from the Ghost Spirit Sect let out a cold snort. "Do you think you have allies?" After speaking, he directly executed a spell, summoning another figure, also a middle-aged cultivator, but peculiarly, this apparition bore a deathly pallor, reminiscent of a zombie. Once both sides were fully present, they ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters, aware that a clash between golden core cultivators could effortlessly annihilate countless foundation establishment practitioners. Thus, they tacitly agreed to engage in battle high above. Meanwhile, the conflict below had already commenced, with thousands of ghost cultivators soaring out from the Ghost Spirit Sect. A chaotic melee involving tens of thousands of cultivators was imminent. Wang Chongqing summoned 2 of his pet beasts, facing an enemy who was a late-stage foundation establishment ghost cultivator. Wang Chongqing swiftly enacted a spell, converging a barrage of spiritual swords aimed directly at the enemy. Unfazed, the adversary unleashed a defensive spiritual talisman to counter the assault, each side exchanging blows. Just as the talisman's efficacy waned, Wang Chongqing maneuvered several spiritual swords to seal off the opponent's escape route. One sword shot forth, and the late-stage foundation establishment cultivator met his demise in an instant. Meanwhile, Xixiao effortlessly harnessed the power of thunder, relentlessly striking at enemies, resulting in the swift downfall of several foundation establishment ghost cultivators beneath the terrifying might of his lightning. After half an hour of fierce combat, Xixiao's continuous slayings drew the attention of the opposing Zifu cultivator, Luo Ji, who had been searching for Wang Chongqing since the beginning, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards him. Having faced defeat at Wang Chongqing's hands twice, Luo Ji knew that if not for his special status, he would have perished countless times by now. Failing to protect the ghost god altar would surely incur severe punishment upon his return, causing him to shudder at the thought of that individual's methods, even as a descendant of that lineage. Thus, he was determined to devise a way to redeem himself and at least capture the mastermind behind this chaos to atone for his mistakes. Upon spotting Xixiao, Luo Ji's eyes lit up as he summoned a spiritual weapon to charge at him. As Xixiao hunted down a foundation establishment ghost cultivator, he sensed an overwhelming aura of malice approaching, promptly conjuring a thunder armor for protection. Luo Ji's weapon was thwarted by the power of the thunder. "You wretched creature," Luo Ji cursed, then without hesitation transformed into his Rakshasa form and charged at Xixiao. Chapter 62. The Golden Core Battle. Wang Chongqing also noticed the danger Xixiao faced, and hurriedly summoned Qiu Niu to rush to his aid. Upon spotting Wang Chongqing, Luo Ji's expression shifted to one of delight. "You little beast, you've finally shown yourself." He lunged at Wang Chongqing, who quickly deployed a third-tier defensive talisman, successfully blocking Luo Ji's attack. Luo Ji furiously shouted at Wang Chongqing, "Humph, I wonder how long you can evade me." Amid their struggle, a Zifu practitioner from the Qiu sect observed the scene, appalled at the blatant bullying of the weaker by the stronger. With that, the Zifu cultivator soared over to confront Luo Ji. Irritated, Luo Ji shot a resentful glance at Wang Chongqing before bracing himself against the onslaught of the Zifu practitioner. Meanwhile, high above, the battle among several golden core practitioners raged fiercely. The opponent of the Qiu sect's leader, Qiu Niu, was none other than the Ghost King, who was also the sect master of the Ghost Spirit sect. The clash between them was a back-and-forth exchange of powerful strikes. The Ghost King's spiritual treasure was a formidable 10,000 ghost banner, far superior to the inferior versions wielded by the Foundation establishment cultivators. This banner was unique and mysterious, adorned with intricate patterns of spirits and emanating a deep, mottled hue, as if it bore the scars of time. It shimmered with a haunting green glow, and thousands of ghosts writhed and howled upon it, instilling terror in the hearts of onlookers. With a wave of his hand, the Ghost King commanded the multitude of spirits to surge toward Qiu Niu. who remained unperturbed, deftly dispersing them with a flick of his dust whisk. The two sides continued to probe each other's capabilities. Meanwhile, Hingyang Jinren faced off against the emaciated elder known as the King of the Underworld. The cultivators Qiu Niu and Jing Shui from Wanbao Pavilion confronted the remaining two Golden Core practitioners of the Ghost Spirit sect. It soon became apparent that the pallid Golden Core cultivator was indeed a zombie, controlled by the burly middle-aged practitioner known as Tian Shijinren. He wielded a coffin as his spiritual artifact, inscribed with bizarre runes emanating a malevolent aura, as if it harbored an unparalleled demon within. Qiu Niu skillfully manipulated his moon wheel's spiritual treasure, unleashing a torrent of icy mist towards Tian Shijinren, revealing his exceptionally rare ice attribute spiritual root. Sensing the bone-chilling energy, Tian Shijinren hastily maneuvered his coffin to defend against the assault. Both were ancient beings who had lived for centuries, and their hidden trump cards were staggering. After hundreds of exchanges, neither side had sustained any casualties. Just as the battle reached a critical point, a sly smile crept across Tian Shijinren's face. Instantly, dark energy surged from the coffin, and another zombie materialized seemingly out of thin air, drastically altering the battlefield's dynamics. Qiu Niu's gaze sharpened, and he quickly attempted to summon his moonwell treasure for defense. However, the newly summoned zombie, moving with incredible speed, charged at Qiu Niu. As he was not a physical cultivator, Qiu Niu was struck by the zombie, sending him hurtling through the air. He managed to stabilize himself mid-flight, but could not suppress a mouthful of fresh blood that erupted forth. Meanwhile, the other Golden Core practitioners were drawn to the unfolding situation. "Senior brother Qiu Niu," Jing Shui exclaimed anxiously, sending forth a stream of spiritual water from his jade bottle towards Qiu Niu. He hastily caught the spiritual water and consumed it, feeling his injuries begin to mend. Damn it! Qiu Niu glared furiously at Tian Shijinren, for he had not tasted the bitterness of defeat in many years. He then executed a spell, causing the moon wheel artifact to expand dramatically, resembling a radiant full moon illuminating the ground below. A chilling aura enveloped everyone present, causing the flora and fauna below to wither. Even Tian Shijinren and his zombie were encrusted with frost. Upon witnessing this, Tian Shijinren was alarmed and quickly began to cast a spell, channeling demonic energy to counteract the frigid onslaught. Subsequently, he commanded his coffin artifact, which grew in size and sped towards Qiu Niu with surprising velocity despite its seemingly cumbersome appearance. Upon arriving before the venerable Qiu Niu, a vortex unexpectedly emerged at the center of the coffin. As the vortex manifested, an overwhelmingly powerful suction sought to draw Qiu Niu into the coffin. Instantly, his countenance shifted dramatically, and the moon wheel suspended in midair began to spin with ferocious velocity in an attempt to counteract this force. However, the coffin was exceedingly peculiar. No matter how Qiu Niu resisted, it proved futile. Moments later, he was ultimately ensnared within the coffin. The celestial corpse master erupted into raucous laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Having entered you shall never escape. Submit and become my third celestial corpse." The other Golden Core masters from the Qianyang sect were immediately struck with alarm. Master Hingyang, no longer inclined to linger, commanded his golden giant cauldron to smash down upon the coffin, intending to shatter it. Yet, upon impact, the cauldron left the coffin utterly unscathed. At that moment, Master Jing Shui, consumed by anxiety, called out urgently, "We beseech you, true monarch, to intervene." Just then, a piercing sound of air being rent apart was heard, as a colossal golden seal suddenly appeared, hurtling toward the coffin. Boom! The once indomitable golden seal exploded violently. Simultaneously, a figure materialized in midair. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the illustrious Tianbao, true monarch. The Golden Core masters from the Ghost Spirit sect were taken aback. "The nascent soul, true monarch," they exclaimed, immediately reacting by scattering in all directions, devoid of hesitation. The members of the Qianyang sect sought to pursue, but were halted by Tianbao, true monarch, who stood firm with a cold snort, causing the fleeing ghostly figures to spontaneously explode in a shower of destruction. At that moment, the lower-tier cultivators engaged in battle below were left utterly dumbfounded. Was this the awe-inspiring might of a nascent soul, true monarch? Even Wang Chongqing felt a shiver of trepidation as he witnessed the effortless annihilation of several Golden Core masters. The Ghost Spirit sect's cultivators were paralyzed with fear, their will to fight extinguished as they sought to flee. However, their wishes were thwarted. The Qianyang sect's cultivators pursued relentlessly, with Wang Chongqing and his two beasts resembling merciless machines, hunting down the remnants of the Ghost Spirit sect. Witnessing this scene, Luo Ji's eyes blazed with fury as he glared vehemently at Wang Chongqing, wishing nothing more than to devour him whole. Yet, he was constrained by a purple mansion cultivator, leaving him no time to attend to Wang Chongqing. Chapter 63. The selection of the clan leader. Following a protracted battle, the ghost spirit sect's forces were decimated, and those attempting to escape found themselves thwarted, as the presence of Golden Core masters rendered their flight impossible. Ultimately, Luo Ji met his demise under the assault of several Purple Mansion cultivators. In the aftermath, the remaining members began to clear the battlefield. The Qianyang sect decreed that all spoils, except for the ghostly cultivators' techniques and artifacts, could be claimed by the victors. Under the scrutiny of the Golden Core masters' divine senses, they meticulously sifted through the belongings of the fallen ghost cultivators, with no one daring to entertain any nefarious thoughts. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Several hours later, all cultivators began to withdraw from Wuchang County, a formidable tide akin to a surging wave. As for Wuchang County, after enduring such calamity, it would likely take a considerable time to recover. After reuniting with the clan leader and others, Wang Chongqing set out for home. Although the gains were modest during this period, they had nonetheless honed Wang Chongqing's combat experience. At this juncture, Wang Chongqing found himself but a step away from reaching the mid-stage of foundation establishment, prompting him to prepare for seclusion in order to break through. Days later, his cave dwelling began to absorb spiritual energy at an alarming rate, a terrifying aura suddenly surging forth, only to dissipate in an instant. Ultimately, Wang Chongqing succeeded in breaking through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. However, this advancement bore little significance to his combat prowess, as he had already become invincible among peers, rendering the distinction between the early and late stages of foundation establishment negligible. Due to collusion with ghostly cultivators, the Wu family was expelled from the Qianyang sect, leading to the division of their territory between the Wang and Sun families. The spiritual minds that once belonged to the Wu family were likewise appropriated by the Wang family. Notably, the ancestor of the Sun family had recently achieved a breakthrough to the Purple Mansion stage, successfully elevating the Sun family to the status of a Purple Mansion clan. The Wang family's development gradually found its footing. Shortly after returning from Wuchang County, all cultivators of the Wang family convened at the ancestral hall to implement numerous reforms. The Grand Elder was promoted to the status of Supreme Elder, and the clan leader, citing a desire to focus on cultivation, resigned in favor of ascending to the position of Supreme Second Elder. Following a vote, Wang Chongqing was ultimately appointed to the position of clan leader. With the former elder positions advancing accordingly, the second elder elevated to Grand Elder. In order to facilitate Wang Chongqing's grasp of the clan's affairs, the clan leader initially guided him in learning the intricacies of clan management. Subsequently, Wang Chongqing took residence at the Zizhu Peak, where he continued his studies under the clan leader regarding governance, while also delving into the specifics of the clan's situation. Presently, the Wang family's assets were broadly categorized into three sectors. One was the Datai building situated in the Langia commercial district, while the reconstruction of the Taiyao commercial district was a joint effort between the Wang and Sun families. There was a Qi Jing iron mine, alongside a spiritual stone vein formerly belonging to the Wu family. The Gungjing mine remained under the auspices of the Qianyang sect, with the Wang family claiming only a 10% share of the profits. Additionally, the family currently raised various beasts, including a third-tier scarlet flame three-tailed fox, second-tier beasts such as the striped spiritual tiger and the 8 desolate cloud-treading rhinoceros, as well as first-tier beasts like the colorful jinxing fish, the striped hair-black pig, the Xianshui turtle, and the fire cloud monkey. The colorful jinxing fish and striped hair spiritual pig were exclusively supplied to the Datai building. The Wang family's mortal towns numbered 9, namely Qingfeng Town, Mingyue Town, Baiyun Town, Yuya Town, Yongmen Town, Tinshui Town, Weishui Town, Taohua Town, and Taiping Town. After 3 months of learning alongside the clan leader, Wang Chongqing gradually familiarized himself with the entirety of the Wang family's enterprises and became adept in handling clan matters independently. For the Wang family, the foremost task at present was the reconstruction of the Chiayi commercial district. Following discussions with the Sun family, it was determined that the Qianyang sect would retain 40% of the profits, while the remaining 2 families would each claim 30%. 2 months later, the reconstruction of Chiayi commercial district was in full swing, with the Qianyang sect dispatching personnel to re-establish protective formations. With the reopening of 3 shops, the Chiayi commercial district began to return to normalcy. Everything progressed smoothly, and upon witnessing Wang Chongqing's capacity for independent management, the clan leader set out for the Taiyao mountain range, intent on hunting 2 third-tier beasts to refine blood-cleansing pills for his beasts, facilitating their breakthrough to third-tier bloodlines. Upon examining the family's financial situation, Wang Chongqing discovered that while the Wang family's income was decent, their expenditures were alarmingly high. Not to mention, the monthly salaries of all cultivators within the family constituted a significant sum, with 9 foundation establishment cultivators alone, alongside several clan uncles at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. likely to soon advance to foundation establishment as well. Furthermore, the costs associated with raising beasts were staggering, with those of second-tier bloodlines consuming more resources daily than a foundation establishment cultivator. Gazing at the family's ledger, Wang Chongqing furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Although he possessed an astonishing quantity of spiritual stones, he refrained from spending them. His spiritual stones were primarily of medium quality or higher. While using one or two might be acceptable, large-scale expenditure would risk exposure and potentially invite catastrophic repercussions for the Wang family. Alas, being wealthy yet unable to spend is truly disheartening. Wang Chongqing found himself at a loss for viable solutions. Currently, the family's main sources of income remain the Datai building and the 10% profit from the Gongjing mine. In the alchemist's shop, ever since Wang Chongqing ceased to oversee operations, business has reverted to its former state. Although both the second uncle and the grand elder are second-tier alchemists, their skills are merely average, rendering it impossible to leverage elixirs to turn the tide for the time being. Alas, the scarcity of talent is a lamentable reality. Wang Chongqing mused. Presently, the Wang family boasts a plethora of high-level cultivators, yet those proficient in the myriad arts of cultivation are exceedingly rare. In the realm of alchemy, the situation is somewhat better, but in terms of formations, only the third ant, a second-tier formation master, is available, and there is a complete absence of second-tier weapon craftsmen. Contemplating this, Wang Chongqing began to ponder how to cultivate more talents. Currently, the younger generation of the Wang family can only encounter the rudiments of cultivation in the family-established academy during their formative years, with no systematic approach to talent development in place. With this thought illuminating his mind, Wang Chongqing resolved to take action. He proceeded to the cave dwelling of the Grand Elder, seeking a discussion on the matter. Chongqing, what brings you to my abode? Upon seeing Wang Chongqing, the Grand Elder's face broke into a slight smile. Great-grandfather, I have a matter I wish to consult with you, Wang Chongqing stated directly. A flicker of curiosity appeared on the Grand Elder's face. Oh, pray tell, what is it? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Chongqing spoke earnestly. Great-grandfather, I believe our clan is currently deficient in talents well-versed in the various arts of cultivation. When our Wang family was a foundational force, this was manageable. But now that we have ascended to the status of a purple mansion power, the current number of talents is insufficient to sustain the clan's normal operations. Chapter 64, Initial Reforms. Upon hearing Wang Chongqing's words, the Grand Elder fell into deep thought. After a brief pause, he responded, You make a valid point. How do you propose we address this issue? Wang Chongqing articulated his belief that the clan's talent cultivation system required reform. At present, the family academy merely imparts fundamental knowledge of cultivation, while the rest must be self-discovered. I have an idea, to expand the family academy and offer foundational courses in the myriad arts of cultivation, allowing children of appropriate age to learn a specific art according to their interests. After Wang Chongqing's proposal, a lengthy silence enveloped the room. Finally, the Grand Elder broke the stillness. Your idea is indeed feasible, but it requires the approval of others. Let us do this. You shall now communicate with the others to gather at the family council hall and inquire about their opinions on this matter. 2 hours later, at the family council hall, all cultivators above the foundational level were present. Clan leader, you summoned us. What is on your mind? The Grand Elder Wang Shuxing was the first to speak. Subsequently, Wang Chongqing relayed the discussion he had with the Grand Elder. For a moment, the council hall fell into silence, with those present exchanging glances. The clan leader does raise some valid points. I believe this matter is indeed feasible. The Grand Elder broke the silence of the council hall. Thus, the assembly began to express their opinions, all in agreement, and ultimately, the proposal was formally established. Upon returning to Zizhu Peak, Wang Chongqing commenced preparations for this initiative. After several days of contemplation, he began to undertake the renovation of the family academy. He first introduced 5 new subjects: alchemy, weapon crafting, beast taming, formations, and spiritual botany, with instructors currently being drawn from the clan's familiar Qi-refining cultivators. There is no use in rushing. This must be approached gradually. Wang Chongqing meticulously copied the cultivation manuals from the Xianyao sect and the Tai Gang Sword sect, placing them in the clan's library, alongside various basic knowledge of the myriad arts of cultivation and numerous secret techniques. Concurrently, he sought out several spells for himself. As his offensive capabilities were somewhat lacking, predominantly relying on 2 types of spiritual fire for attacks, which felt overly monotonous. His defensive measure, the Li Hua True Essence Shield, was already shattered, leaving him reliant on defensive spiritual talismans or the protective thunder armor of Zixiao. After several hours, Wang Chongqing finally selected a few suitable spells. Among them was a second-tier defensive spell, Flame Barrier, which forms a protective shield using fire attribute spiritual energy to deflect enemy attacks. The second-tier spell, Fire Goddess Step, is a fire-based evasion technique from the Tai Gang Sword sect, offering slightly greater speed than ordinary fire evasion techniques. Additionally, the second-tier spell, Divine Fire Strength, manifests a fiery avatar on the surface of the body, significantly enhancing one's power. Wang Chongqing also learned a sword formation named the Tai Gang Demon Slaying Sword Formation, which synergizes with the Tai Gang sword technique to wield spiritual swords and create a formidable sword array. Following this, he sought a second-tier defensive magical artifact, known as the Purple Gold Mysterious Gourd, which can absorb all magical attacks directed at it and subsequently reflect them back upon the enemy. Remarkably ingenious. Ultimately, Wang Chongqing also added all first-tier magical artifacts obtained from the Tai Gang Sword Sect's secret realm into the family treasury, which he now oversees as the clan leader. Months passed in the blink of an eye, and the clan's affairs progressed methodically. At this juncture, the former clan leader, Wang Xiaoji, now the Grand Elder, returned to the family. After handing over 2 third-tier demon beast cores to Wang Chongqing, he began the process of refining blood-quenching pills. 2 hours later, Wang Chongqing presented the elixirs to the Grand Elder. It is worth noting that after breaking through to the Purple Mansion level, the Grand Elder could once again contract a pet beast using the Spirit Contract technique. Meanwhile, the clan's Crimson Flame Three-Tailed Fox had successfully bred 2 offspring, and naturally, one was given to the Grand Elder, while the other was bestowed upon the 6th uncle, Wang Zishur. At this moment, Wang Chongqing suddenly realized that he too could use the ordinary contract method to bond with a pet beast. With this thought, he rose and made his way to the clan's Spirit Beast Garden, where the third elder was diligently teaching several younger clan members about the care of spirit beasts. A few young clan members were attentively listening, and upon noticing Wang Chongqing's entrance, they hurriedly performed their greetings. Greetings, clan leader. There's no need for such formalities. Wang Chongqing waved his hand, noting that he was of the same generation as them. At this juncture, the third elder spoke. Chongqing, now that you are the clan leader, your duties are manifold. What brings you here? Great aunt, I have come to see if there are any surplus spirit beasts available for contract. The third elder instantly grasped Wang Chongqing's intent and replied, for surplus spirit beasts, would you prefer the 8 Desolation Cloud-Horned Rhinoceros or the colorful spirit tiger? Currently, there are no newly born colorful spirit tigers in the clan, but we do have a few 8 Desolation Cloud-Horned Rhinoceroses. Ultimately, after a moment of contemplation, Wang Chongqing opted not to choose the 8 Desolation Cloud-Horned Rhinoceros. Both of his current pets were of the offensive type, and this time, he desired to contract a support-type beast. Alas, the current number of pet beasts in the clan is still somewhat sparse. It seems we need to cultivate other types of spirit beasts, Wang Chongqing lamented. Subsequently, he glanced at several other first-tier spirit beasts and suddenly conceived the idea of using bloodline-enhancing elixirs to cultivate several first-tier bloodline demon beasts into second-tier bloodlines. Wang Chongqing promptly shared this idea with the third elder, who concurred that the notion was indeed viable. However, raising the bloodline of an entire population presented significant challenges. Enhancing a single spirit beast's bloodline merely requires the administration of an elixir, while elevating the bloodline of an entire species is far more complex. Subsequently, Wang Chongqing returned to Zizhu Peak, embarking on a quest for knowledge. Numerous elixirs capable of enhancing the bloodlines of low-tier demon beasts lay before him, and after perusing several ancient tomes, he discovered a method that could gently elevate the bloodline potential of these creatures. The texts detailed a rare herb known as Dragon's Blood Grass, which could augment the bloodline potential of low-tier demon beasts without inflicting any adverse effects. Despite its illustrious name, similar to the Dragon's Blood Fruit, the two entities were worlds apart. The Dragon's Blood Fruit could only be born from the essence of a true dragon, while the Dragon's Blood Grass was merely a first-tier spiritual herb, capable of being cultivated in abundance using the essence of demon beasts infused with dragon lineage. Thus, although this grass was rare, it was not extinct. Wang Chongqing had cultivated a considerable amount within his Beastmaster space. Chapter 65. The Earthrock Dragon Turtle. Thus, Wang Chongqing entered his Beastmaster space, locating the area where Dragon's Blood Grass was grown, and gathered a quantity to present to the third elder, intending to conduct an initial experiment to observe its effects. Ever since assuming the role of clan leader, he had been engrossed in various duties. Fortunately, after establishing his foundation, he only needed to meditate for 2 hours daily. Days later, the expansion of the family academy was completed, with courses such as alchemy temporarily instructed by late-stage Qi refinement cultivators from the clan, slowly returning to a state of normalcy. Concurrently, the third elder relayed encouraging news. Through careful nurturing, a Xianshui turtle had successfully upgraded its bloodline to the second tier. Wang Chongqing also inspected the Spirit Beast Garden, where the first-tier Xianshui turtle, upon evolving to the second-tier bloodline, became a He Shui Xian turtle. However, the journey to evolve the entire Xian Shui turtle population into He Shui Xian turtles would be a lengthy one. Meanwhile, Wang Chongqing had issued a bounty within the clan, seeking suitable demon beast populations for cultivation. The variety of spirit beasts raised by the clan was still too limited, failing to align with the status of the Wang family in the Zifu power structure. Wang Chongqing aspired to diversify the types of demon beasts within the family, not only to provide clan cultivators with more options, but also to sell any surplus spirit beasts at the Spirit Beast Pavilion established in the marketplace. Currently, the pavilion's revenue stemmed solely from the sale of the fire pattern monkey and the Xian Shui turtle, both considered ordinary among first-tier spirit beasts, resulting in minimal purchases. Ordinary rogue cultivators could neither afford nor find necessity in acquiring such beasts, as their own cultivation resources were scant, and they had no surplus spirit stones to buy pets. Conversely, clan cultivators looked down upon these mundane first-tier spirit beasts. In truth, if the clan could sell the Ba Huang cloud-treading rhinoceros and the colorful spirit tiger in the Spirit Beast Pavilion, it would likely yield substantial profits. Regrettably, there were not enough clan members to form contracts with these two beasts. Half a month later, the clan leader's two spirit beasts also broke through to the third tier, thus solidifying the Wang family's dominance within the Zifu powers. Although outwardly possessing only two Zifu cultivators, with the addition of the two elders' spirit beasts, the Wang family's Zifu combat strength reached 5. One day, while Wang Chongqing was attending to clan affairs, a weary clan member rushed in. "Leader, I have significant news to report." Wang Chongqing looked up and replied, "Oh, what urgent matter do you wish to convey?" The newcomer, named Wang Chongxiu, a member of the elder generation with mid-stage Qi refinement cultivation, excitedly stated, "Leader, while traversing a small island in the Endless Sea, I discovered traces of an Earth Roc dragon turtle." "What?" Wang Chongqing exclaimed with delight. The Earth Roc dragon turtle was a third-tier bloodline demon beast, proficient in earth-based spells with formidable defensive capabilities, and possessed a trace of dragon lineage within its being, albeit faint, which rendered it a standout among third-tier demon beasts. However, at that moment, a look of concern crossed Wang Chongxiu's face. Noticing this, Wang Chongqing inquired curiously, "What troubles you? Is there a complication?" "The island is located near the Seven-Star Archipelago," Wang Chongxiu replied, his expression troubled. Upon hearing this, Wang Chongqing instantly grasped the implication. The Seven-Star Archipelago, comprised of 7 large islands surrounded by smaller isles, lay in a maritime expanse northwest of Zixia County, nearly 10,000 miles from the land of Qianzhou. Nonetheless, this distance was not insurmountable. Crucially, the Seven-Star Archipelago was occupied by a rogue cultivator faction known as the Seven-Star Pavilion. To label them as merely a rogue faction is somewhat generous, as they were essentially a band of pirates, surviving through plunder and occasionally harassing Zixia County, seizing cultivation resources. Wang Chongqing began to ponder the rumors surrounding the Seven-Star Archipelago. It was said that 3 Zifu cultivators were stationed there, along with over a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators. Now, with the Wang family having risen significantly in power, they were no longer fearful. However, Wang Chongqing deemed it prudent to consult the 2 elder sages before proceeding. He subsequently relayed the matter to them via sound transmission. After deliberation, the Grand Elder decisively resolved to capture the Earth Roc dragon turtle. Yet before that, Wang Chongqing decided to send someone to gather intelligence on the Seven-Star Archipelago. Ultimately, it was revealed that 3 Zifu cultivators and over a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators resided on the Seven-Star Archipelago. Following discussions, it was agreed that Wang Chongqing would lead the second Grand Elder, his uncle, his third aunt, and his 6th uncle, forming a party of 5 to venture forth. The second Grand Elder possessed 2 spirit beasts, precisely matching the 3 Zifu combatants, while the remaining members, along with their respective beasts, would be sufficient to contend with the Foundation establishment cultivators on the Seven-Star Archipelago. This was the habitat of the Earth Roc dragon turtle. On the island, several Wang family cultivators hovered in midair. Although referred to as a small island, its area spanned several thousand square kilometers. The island was densely populated with towering trees, and once they landed, the third ant initiated the deployment of a concealment formation, a precaution agreed upon in advance to avoid attracting the attention of the rogue cultivators from the Seven-Star Archipelago. Though the Wang family's strength was formidable enough to confront them, it was unnecessary to court trouble. After all, their primary objective was to capture the Earth Roc dragon turtle. Several hours later, the third ant completed the concealment formation, allowing the group to begin their search for the Earth Roc dragon turtles. Shortly after dispersing, Wang Chongqing heard a furious roar from the opposite side of the island and hurried towards the sound. There, he witnessed his 6th uncle, Wang Zeshi, being pursued by a third-tier Earth Roc dragon turtle. struggling to fend off the earth-based spells it unleashed. This particular Earth Roc dragon turtle was massive, its body a deep brown hue, covered in a shell resembling hardened rock, exuding an aura of invulnerability, akin to a towering mountain. Its shell was adorned with intricate patterns and protruding designs, while its limbs appeared robust and powerful. The Earth Roc dragon turtle seemed exceedingly enraged, unleashing a barrage of earth spells as Wang Zeshi deftly maneuvered his sword to evade the creature's onslaught. Meanwhile, the other clan members quickly arrived at the scene, and the second Grand Elder summoned his two third-tier demon beasts to rescue Wang Zeshi. Upon seeing the Wang family members, the Earth Roc dragon turtle let out a deafening bellow, and from within a rocky cave on the mountain, another third-tier Earth Roc dragon turtle emerged. The second Grand Elder summoned his spirit beasts, engaging one of the Earth Roc dragon turtles alongside the fiery lion, while the Ba Huang cloud-treading rhinoceros faced the other alone. Both sides commenced their battle with full force, and the second Grand Elder summoned his spiritual weapon, a flying sword, and thrust it towards the Earth Roc dragon turtle's head. Observing this, the Earth Roc dragon turtle immediately conjured a wall of stone to defend itself, deflecting the flying sword with a resounding thud. Chapter 66. The Seven-Star Archipelago. This Earth Roc dragon turtle was indeed renowned for its defensive prowess. The second Grand Elder commanded the golden-winged lion to charge at the Earth Roc dragon turtle while simultaneously summoning all of his spiritual weapons. After several rounds of combat, the defense of the Earth Roc dragon turtle remained unbroken. Observing this, the clan leader directly gestured with his hand, and a beam of golden light attached itself to the flying sword, piercing towards the rocky wall. However, it proved futile, as the sword, imbued with golden light, penetrated only half an inch. At that moment, the Earth Roc dragon turtle trembled, unleashing a spike of earth that materialized beneath the feet of the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder swiftly employed a technique of evasion to dodge the attack. Thus, after nearly 10 rounds of fierce struggle, it became apparent that neither side could gain the upper hand. The Earth Roc dragon turtle was simply terrifying, and none had ever witnessed a beast with such formidable defenses. While the Grand Elder conjured spells to attack, he pondered a solution to break the deadlock. Meanwhile, Wang Chongqing and the others stood aside, unable to offer any assistance. For even a purple mansion cultivator like the Grand Elder could not breach the defenses of the Earth Roc dragon turtle, let alone Wang Chongqing and his companions. The standoff continued until the Earth Roc dragon turtle suddenly emitted a deafening roar. Wang Chongqing emerged from the rocky cave, and the Earth Roc dragon turtle, sensing the complete disappearance of its offspring, became enraged, casting spells towards him in a fit of irrational fury. Wang Chongqing quickly activated the Fire Goddess step to evade the attacks, shouting loudly to the Grand Elder, "Retreat. We must withdraw." Instantly, the Grand Elder understood, and the Wang family members hurriedly took to the skies on their swords to escape. Wang Chongqing summoned his golden feather and soared into the distance. Half an hour later, the group stood upon the surface of the sea, 10 miles from the small island, still hearing the resounding roars echoing from the island. The members of the Wang family exchanged glances, and the Grand Elder inquired, "Chongqing, what is the outcome?" A smile appeared on Wang Chongqing's face. "We managed to capture 6 Earth Roc dragon turtles, all first-stage juveniles." Upon hearing this, smiles blossomed on the faces of the others. Although they had not defeated the Earth Roc dragon turtle, the final result was indeed quite satisfactory. Considering the terrifying defensive capabilities of the Earth Roc dragon turtle, a chill still ran through their hearts. Subsequently, the group began their journey back to the clan. Upon returning, Wang Chongqing released the Earth Roc dragon turtle from the beast control space, handing it over to the third elder. However, he retained one for himself, as the Earth Roc dragon turtle's extraordinary defenses perfectly suited his needs. On the spot, Wang Chongqing employed a standard contract method to bond with the Earth Roc dragon turtle. Days passed monotonously. After assuming the role of clan leader, Wang Chongqing's life became exceedingly dull, filled with either cultivation or the handling of clan affairs. Meanwhile, the clan acquired another type of beast known as the Azure Water Spirit Deer, a first-stage water attribute beast, which had been captured following intelligence received by a clan cultivator at Wang Chongqing's behest. This Azure Water Spirit Deer excelled in water-based spells and could also serve as a mount, proving to be exceedingly practical. Wang Chongqing planned to sell these Azure Water Spirit Deer in the clan's Spirit Beast Pavilion once their breeding numbers increased. One day, within the beast control space, Wang Chongqing was captivated by a spiritual plant. A peculiar seed had finally sprouted, resembling a vine. However, despite searching through countless texts, he could not find any information related to this vine. Ultimately, he had to abandon the inquiry. After exiting the beast control space, just as Wang Chongqing was about to continue addressing clan matters, he received a message via a communication talisman. Upon reading the message, His expression darkened instantly. According to the message, the wandering cultivators from the Seven Star Islands had somehow learned of the Wang family's acquisition of the Earth Roc dragon turtle and sent representatives to demand its surrender. These visitors were exceedingly arrogant, proclaiming that the island belonged to the Seven Star Islands and that everything on it was theirs by right. How outrageous! Wang Chongqing slammed his hand on the table in fury. He then made his way towards the clan's mountain gate, where a member of the Wang family stood on a sword, facing a Foundation establishment cultivator. Upon Wang Chongqing's arrival, the Wang family member hurriedly saluted. "Greetings, clan leader." No need for such formalities. Wang Chongqing waved his hand dismissively. The opposing cultivator, seeing the youthful Wang Chongqing emerge, displayed a hint of disdain. "So, you are the clan leader of the Wang family? I never imagined that such a young lad would lead your clan." Wang Chongqing's lips curled into a cold smile at his words. "Oh, is that so? Pray tell, what brings you to my Wang family?" The Foundation establishment cultivator arrogantly replied. "I am a direct disciple of the Celestial Wolf Master from the Seven Star Pavilion. Here to inform you that you must surrender the Earth Roc dragon turtle obtained from our Seven Star Islands." At this, Wang Chongqing's anger turned to mockery. "And what if my Wang family refuses to comply?" The cultivator was momentarily taken aback by Wang Chongqing's words, his expression darkening. "Umph. Don't think that just because your Wang family has the protection of the Qianyang sect and a purple mansion cultivator, you can disregard the Seven Star Pavilion. If our masters take issue with this, your Wang family will not escape unscathed." Upon hearing this, Wang Chongqing regarded the cultivator with the gaze one might reserve for the dead. "In that case, I shall be most curious to see how your Seven Star Pavilion intends to make my family bear the consequences." As he spoke, flames ignited spontaneously upon the cultivator, who was instantly struck with terror and attempted to extinguish the flames. Yet, the ruined fire was beyond his capacity to quench, and in mere moments, he was reduced to ashes. After dealing with the cultivator, Wang Chongqing expressionlessly addressed the stunned Wang family cultivator. "Let us go." With that, he transformed into a streak of light, returning to the clan. Upon his return, Wang Chongqing informed the other clan members of the incident, and they convened to discuss how to respond. With the death of the cultivator, the Wang family had irrevocably made an enemy of the Seven Star Pavilion. In the clan's council hall, the Grand Elder spoke in a fury. "Well done. How dare those rogue cultivators from the Seven Star Islands act so brazenly?" Wang Chongqing then stated. "Now we must deliberate on how to address this matter." The Grand Elder suggested, "Given that we have now completely antagonized the Seven Star Pavilion, why not directly assault the Seven Star Islands?" I concur with the Grand Elder's view, rather than waiting for the Seven Star Pavilion to come to us. "Let us catch them off guard," added Sixth Uncle Wang Xiaoing. After a moment of contemplation, the Grand Elder nodded in agreement. "I also find this plan feasible." "Then it is decided. Prepare yourselves. We shall depart tomorrow to avoid any unforeseen circumstances," affirmed the Grand Elder. Chapter 67. The Fall of the Seven Star Pavilion. That day, the Wang family cultivators readied themselves and set off for the Seven Star Islands, with nearly all of the clan's high-ranking cultivators mobilized to ensure their success. Meanwhile, within the Grand Hall of the Seven Star Pavilion on the Seven Star Islands, 3 purple mansion cultivators sat upon their cushions. A middle-aged cultivator clad in black robes, looking troubled, spoke up. "Greedy Wolf, I have a nagging feeling of unease. The Wang family is unlikely to surrender the Earth Roc dragon turtle easily." The elder seated at the head of the table, with hair as white as snow, revealed a sinister expression upon hearing the black-robed cultivator's words. "Humph. They wouldn't dare. If they think they can oppose the Seven Star Pavilion right after ascending to purple mansion status, we shall simply extinguish them." Seated on the left was a robust and rugged monk, who paid little heed to the words of the monk clad in black robes. "Ha ha ha, 7 kills. You are becoming increasingly timid. The sect master is at the mid-stage of the purple mansion, and with the 2 of us combined, what can that newly ascended elder of the Wang family do against us, especially considering he has only just broken through? I fear that brat of the Earth Dragon Turtle has already hastened back." Hearing the remarks of the other 2, the 7 kills master felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Indeed, it was my overthinking. That elder of the Wang family, as a solitary purple mansion cultivator, poses no real threat. In truth, they had long coveted the Earth Dragon Turtle on that small island, but had consistently failed to overcome the 2 third-tier Earth Dragon Turtles that guarded it. Nonetheless, they had kept a watchful eye on the island, and upon learning that the Wang family had acquired the offspring of those third-tier Earth Dragon Turtles, they were stirred into action. They surmised that the Wang family possessed only one newly promoted purple mansion elder. While the group was engaged in jovial conversation, a sudden resounding boom reverberated through the air, causing the entire island to tremble, and the laughter of the men ceased abruptly. "What is happening?" The expression of the 7 kills master shifted dramatically. "Let us go outside and see." I wish to know who dares stir the earth beneath the sovereign, spoke the greedy wolf master. The group transformed into streaks of light and sped toward the exterior. Greedy Wolf Island, the largest island of the seven-star archipelago, was now a scene of chaos, where numerous cultivators from the Wang family hovered in midair upon their swords. 3 streaks of light shot forth from Dan Island, rapidly approaching the gathered crowd. Upon recognizing the figures adorned with the Wang family's emblem, the pupils of the 3 Purple Mansion cultivators constricted. The countenances of the 3 Purple Mansion cultivators from the 7-star pavilion darkened, and the atmosphere became palpably tense. After a brief moment of mental preparation, the greedy wolf master spoke. May I inquire what brings you esteemed friends to our 7-star archipelago? Greedy wolf master, do you still feign ignorance at this juncture? The supreme elder retorted coldly. The greedy wolf master's expression flickered between uncertainty and anger. I do not comprehend your meaning, my friend. Humph. Your 7-star pavilion has sent individuals to our Wang family to demand the earth dragon turtle, and now that we have arrived, what explanation do you have? The elder seethed with indignation. A hint of embarrassment crossed the greedy wolf master's face. He was indeed aware of the matter. But upon seeing the 2 Purple Mansion cultivators from the Wang family, he realized the gravity of the situation. Cursed be it. How does the Wang family possess 2 Purple Mansion cultivators? He inwardly cursed. Although the 2 newly promoted Purple Mansion cultivators did not intimidate him, their audacity to confront him indicated they held some hidden trump cards. The Wang family was indeed a clan of beast tamers. As this thought crossed his mind, the greedy wolf master hastily adjusted his demeanor, adopting an expression of contrition. I truly had no prior knowledge of this matter. Perhaps someone has misused the name of our 7-star archipelago, having clawed his way up from the bottom to attain the status of a Purple Mansion cultivator. The greedy wolf master quickly grasped the implications. Rest assured, esteemed friends, I shall thoroughly investigate this matter and provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Humph. There is no need for that. Our Wang family has already uncovered the truth, the supreme elder replied with a calm demeanor. With the Wang family mobilizing to such an extent, they could not simply retreat without consequence. Subsequently, the assembled Wang cultivators summoned their magical artifacts and beasts. Upon witnessing this, the greedy wolf master's expression darkened instantly. At that moment, the 7 Kills master could no longer suppress his fury. Humph. Your Wang family is exceedingly arrogant. In that case, let us settle this matter with our true strength. With that, the cultivators from the 7-star archipelago also summoned their artifacts. The Supreme Elder engaged the greedy wolf master with his vibrant spirit tiger, while the second Supreme Elder confronted the 7 Kills master, with his 2 beasts battling against the remaining Purple Mansion cultivator from the 7-star pavilion. Wang Chongqing charged towards a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator with his 2 beasts. In the blink of an eye, that cultivator was reduced to ashes by the ruin's fire, while 6 tails from the purple sky danced like ribbons, tearing apart 2 Foundation establishment cultivators and sending them plummeting into the sea. The disparity in strength was evident, and within the span of less than half an incense stick's worth of time, the Foundation establishment cultivators from the 7-star archipelago fell one after another. The Wang family cultivators then soared toward the other islands, intent on exterminating the 7-star pavilion entirely. Witnessing this, the greedy wolf master, locked in battle with the Supreme Elder, felt a surge of rage. Wang family. I shall not rest until we settle this score. He began to weave intricate hand seals, channeling his blood essence into his spiritual weapon, a long knife, and swung it toward the Supreme Elder with fierce intent. The blood-red blade radiated a formidable aura, prompting the vibrant spirit tiger to roar and charge at the oncoming attack. The blood-red blade struck fiercely against the tiger's massive claw, resulting in a thunderous noise, yet the tiger's claw remained unscathed. The greedy wolf master was momentarily taken aback. He had believed the greedy wolf blade technique to be his strongest trump card, yet it had been so effortlessly countered. He had long heard of the fearsome reputation of the Wang family's vibrant spirit tiger and was now astonished to find it evolved into a 3rd-tier beast. Cursed be it. Regret flooded his heart as he realized he should not have provoked the Wang family. However, he had no time to ponder, as the vibrant spirit tiger was already lunging at him with its razor-sharp claws. The greedy wolf master hastily activated his defensive spiritual talismans, yet found them alarmingly depleted. Should the battle continue for a few more rounds, he would likely meet his demise at the tiger's jaws. The other 2 Purple Mansion cultivators were also in dire straits, particularly the Breaking Army master, whose composure was rapidly fracturing under the assault from the 2 beasts, desperately wielding his magical artifact in a futile defense against imminent death. I am willing to submit to the Wang family. I beg for your mercy. The Breaking Army master was gripped by profound fear. As a 1st-tier loose cultivator who had painstakingly reached the Purple Mansion stage, he had no desire to perish. Breaking Army, you. The greedy wolf master bellowed in fury, astonished that the most vociferous among them in the great hall was the first to capitulate. Yet, the Wang family paid no heed to the breaking army master's pleas for mercy. Instead, the fiery lion seized the opportunity to unleash a torrent of flames upon him, engulfing him in an instant. Wang family, I shall haunt you as a vengeful spirit. Moments later, the cries of the breaking army master were silenced. The remaining two cultivators exchanged alarmed glances. With the demise of breaking army, their own peril had escalated dramatically. Wait, you cannot kill me. I am a registered disciple of the Star Sea Alliance's Star Sea Master. If you slay me, my master will surely seek vengeance. The greedy wolf master hastily protested. Hearing this, the two supreme elders exchanged glances, and ultimately, the supreme elder nodded slightly, resuming their lethal advance. At this point, having reached such a critical juncture, they could not afford to show mercy. Regardless of whether he was a registered disciple or a direct disciple, he would meet his end today. Subsequently, the Seven Kills Master, overwhelmed by the assault of the second supreme elder and the two beasts, also perished on the spot. At this moment, only the greedy wolf master remained, fully aware that the Wang family would not spare him. Thus, he resolved to fight desperately, hoping to drag someone down with him. He produced a pill, consuming it, and felt an immediate surge in power as he charged at the supreme elder. Blood explosion pill. The supreme elder would not grant him such an opportunity. Upon seeing him consume the pill, he swiftly retreated, avoiding a direct confrontation. Instead, he sent the vibrant spirit tiger to engage. However, even after consuming the blood explosion pill, the greedy wolf master could only manage to hold his ground against the vibrant spirit tiger. As the second supreme elder's beast joined the fray, the greedy wolf master found himself unable to withstand the onslaught, helplessly watching as the effects of his blood explosion pill waned, ultimately succumbing to the jaws of the tiger. Subsequently, the Grand Elder collected the storage bags and magical artifacts of the three individuals, while Wang Chongqing and the others returned, having successfully exterminated the remaining remnants of the Seven-Star Pavilion. Grand Elder, Patriarch, all remnants of the Seven-Star Pavilion have been eradicated, the Elder Uncle reported first. Indeed, now that the Seven-Star Pavilion has been annihilated, from this day forth, the Seven-Star Archipelago shall serve as a stronghold for our Wang family, the Grand Elder declared. Grand Elder, before his demise, the greedy wolf master mentioned the name of the Star Sea True Person. What is your opinion on the veracity of this matter? The second elder inquired at that moment. Let them come, we shall confront them. If the greedy wolf master is indeed a registered disciple of the ZY True Person, we must report this to the Qianyang sect, for they would certainly not desire the Star Sea Alliance to extend its reach so far. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment before responding. The Star Sea Alliance is a loose coalition of cultivators in the Endless Sea region. Yet its stronghold is quite distant from Qianzhou, located in the southwestern waters. If this matter proves true, the Qianyang sect will undoubtedly react vehemently. Of course, it is also possible that the greedy wolf master invoked the name of the Star Sea True Person to save his own life. Thereafter, the group began their return to the family, with the second elder and the sixth uncle remaining behind to guard the stronghold. Since it had been decided to claim the Seven-Star Archipelago as their own, meticulous planning was in order. Upon their return, they would dispatch additional family cultivators to establish a permanent presence there. Upon arriving back at the family estate, the Grand Elder entrusted the storage bags of the greedy wolf master and others to Wang Chongqing. After a brief inventory, Wang Chongqing was astonished to discover that the Seven-Star Pavilion was exceptionally affluent. Within the storage bags, there were over 500,000 spirit stones, along with various pills, talismans, and martial arts manuals. However, the quality of the manuals was rather low, and Wang Chongqing found them unworthy of his attention, yet he accepted them nonetheless, placing them into the family's scripture repository. With the acquisition of these 500,000 spirit stones, the family's financial situation saw some alleviation. Moreover, within the storage bag of the greedy wolf master, there was a treasure that thrilled Wang Chongqing immensely, a spirit measuring artifact. Though not particularly rare, akin to a foundation establishment pill, its value far exceeded its rank due to various factors. The Wang family previously possessed a spirit-attracting artifact, but it had been confiscated by the Qianyang sect. The Qianyang sect's keen interest in spirit-attracting artifacts is due to their significance in determining the rise and fall of a faction. The most crucial element for any power is the presence of talent. Without talent, even a nascent soul-level force is bound to decline eventually. After securing the spirit stones and the spirit-measuring artifact, Wang Chongqing busied himself by dispatching a contingent of family cultivators to the Seven-Star Archipelago. The archipelago harbored a third-tier spirit vein, which, if developed properly, could yield substantial benefits for the family. Months later, construction commenced on the Seven-Star Archipelago. Due to the current insufficient number of cultivators in the Wang family, only a small group was stationed there. Meanwhile, Wang Chongqing began preparations for another matter, the auction event at Wanbao Pavilion in Langya Market. He had received a message from Master Guan Yu, indicating that this auction would feature numerous valuable items and inviting him to attend. Thus, as the auction day approached, Wang Chongqing set forth for Langya Market. His first stop was the Detai building, which he had visited previously when it first opened. The Detai building in Langya Market, situated on the main street, had a decent location, although its size was not as grand as that of the Detai building in Qiu Niu Market. Upon arriving, he noticed a steady stream of cultivators entering and exiting. Following the flow, Wang Chongqing entered, where a waiter promptly approached him. "Greetings, Patriarch." The waiter, a member of the Wang family's long generation named Wang Chongyun, greeted him warmly. "Where is my second uncle?" Wang Chongqing inquired. "Wu Elder is currently in meditation." Wang Chongyun promptly replied. "In that case, please prepare a room for me," Wang Chongqing instructed directly. "Yes." With that, Wang Chongyun led Wang Chongqing to a private room on the third floor. Wang Chongqing settled in, with 2 days remaining before the auction event. One day, while meditating, there was a knock at the door. Wang Chongqing quickly rose to open it, revealing his second uncle, Wang Zixin, standing outside. "Greetings, Patriarch." Wang Chongqing waved his hand, saying, "Second uncle, you flatter me. Please continue to call me Chongqing." He welcomed his uncle into the room, brewing a pot of spirit rain mist tea. "Chongqing, the family affairs are quite busy. What brings you here?" His second uncle asked after savoring a sip of the tea. "I heard that Wanbao Pavilion in Langya Market is hosting an auction soon, so I came to take a look," Wang Chongqing explained. His second uncle nodded in understanding and remarked, "I see. You seem to be well informed." Wang Chongqing added, "I have a good rapport with Master Guan Yu from Wanbao Pavilion. He mentioned that this auction will feature many valuable items. Do you have any information, second uncle?" After pondering for a moment, his second uncle sheepishly replied, "Alas, I have been engrossed in my cultivation lately, so I haven't paid much attention to such matters." 3 days later, the day of the auction arrived. Wang Chongqing was quite familiar with Wanbao Pavilion, having visited several times before. Upon his arrival, the attendant recognized him and promptly greeted him. Since his achievement at the last alchemy competition, he had been deemed a VIP by Wanbao Pavilion, as per Master Guan Yu's instructions. "Young Master Wang, Master Guan Yu is inside. I shall take you to meet him," the attendant said, leading Wang Chongqing inside. Master Guan Yu was engaged in conversation with other guests when he noticed Wang Chongqing enter, a smile instantly brightening his face. "Chongqing, it has been a while. You have finally arrived." Wang Chongqing reciprocated the joy, stating, "I suppose I should now address you as Master Guan Yu." Upon sensing the Master's cultivation level, which had evidently reached the Purple Mansion stage, Wang Chongqing felt a surge of admiration. "Ha ha ha, there is no need for such formalities between us," Master Guan Yu chuckled heartily. "By the way, my breakthrough to the Purple Mansion was largely thanks to you. If you hadn't won first place at the alchemy competition, I wouldn't have obtained the Xiang pill." Master Guan Yu is too humble. "Even without me, the Xiang pill would not have been a challenge for you," Wang Chongqing modestly replied. Though he understood the truth in his words, it would have merely taken Master Guan Yu a bit more time. After reminiscing for a while, Wang Chongqing finally broached the topic. "Master Guan Yu, may I inquire if there are any noteworthy items at this auction that warranted your personal communication?" "Oh dear, how could I have almost forgotten the main event? There is indeed a particular item at this auction that should be of great interest to you," Master Guan Yu said. Feigning mystery, Wang Chongqing's curiosity piqued. "Oh, what treasure do you refer to?" "The Soul Stone," Master Guan Yu stated matter-of-factly. Upon hearing the term Soul Stone, Wang Chongqing's expression transformed, reflecting profound interest. The Soul Stone is a fundamental material for crafting soul tokens, which are crucial for any faction. When family members venture out and encounter danger, the family can be alerted immediately. Even within the Qianyang sect, only inner disciples are qualified to use them. "How about that? I did not exaggerate, did I?" Master Guan Yu remarked with a subtle smile, fully aware of the significance of the Soul Stone for a newly ascended Purple Mansion force. "The Soul Stone holds significant importance for my Wang family, and I, Wang Chongqing, express my gratitude to the Master for this." With that, Wang Chongqing bowed respectfully to Master Guan Yu. "Ah, you are being overly formal," Master Guan Yu quickly said, gently grasping Wang Chongqing's arm. "Come, allow me to escort you to the private room." Thus, Master Guan Yu led Wang Chongqing to a private chamber, and the two engaged in casual conversation. Before long, the time for the auction to commence arrived, and a young woman clad in white appeared on stage. The enchanting hostess, Yin Yu, addressed the audience. "Thank you, esteemed friends, for attending this auction. We shall now begin with our first item, a mid-grade spirit artifact of the third tier, the 1,000 Moon Dual Rings. This artifact was personally crafted by a third-tier artifact master from my Wanbao Pavilion. The starting bid is 30,000 spirit stones, with each increment no less than 1,000 spirit stones. The first item presented was indeed a third-tier spirit artifact. Ultimately, this artifact was acquired by a cultivator from the private room to Wang Changqing's left. The second item for auction was a bottle of second-tier elixir, the rejuvenation pill, with a starting bid of 10,000 spirit stones and increments of no less than 500 spirit stones. The 15th item was an egg of the third-tier demon beast, the auspicious radiant crane, starting at 100,000 spirit stones, with increments of no less than 5,000 spirit stones. Upon seeing the auspicious radiant crane egg, Wang Changqing immediately sat up straight. Third-tier demon beast eggs were indeed quite rare. 105,000 spirit stones, came a voice from the opposite private room. 110,000 spirit stones. 120,000 spirit stones. In no time, the price of the auspicious radiant crane egg soared to 150,000 spirit stones. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Changqing chose to refrain from bidding. He lacked a contract beast position and could not nurture a crane, rendering the purchase futile. Moreover, he still needed spirit stones for the soul stone auction. Eventually, the egg was sold for the staggering price of 220,000 spirit stones, leaving Wang Changqing to ponder the necessity for the Wang family to pay more attention to the beast cultivation sector in the future. After auctioning a few more items, it finally came time for the soul stone, which had long occupied Wang Changqing's thoughts. Item 23, a soul stone. Its effects are well known, starting at 150,000 spirit stones, with increments of no less than 10,000. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the auction hall ignited with excitement, and discussions erupted. A soul stone. It has been years since anyone has brought one to auction. Indeed, yet this soul stone holds little value for us wandering cultivators. It will be the prominent families that bid for it. 16,000 spirit stones. In an instant, the bidding began. 17,000 spirit stones. 18,000 spirit stones. Before long, the price of the soul stone reached 200,000 spirit stones. In one private room, a middle-aged cultivator spoke to an elderly man with white hair. Ancestor, this soul stone is a rare find, and if we miss this opportunity, who knows when we shall see another. The old man sighed, alas. Do I not understand the importance of this soul stone? However, 200,000 spirit stones is equivalent to several years of our family's income. Just think of how many cultivation resources that could procure. While the soul stone could alert our clan members in times of danger, without strength, knowing who the enemy is serves little purpose. After hearing the words of his ancestor, the middle-aged cultivator fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, outside the private room, the bidding had entered a fevered stage. 250,000 spirit stones. Even the auctioneer, Qiu Niu, displayed excitement on her face. A bid of 250,000. Is there any further bidding? 250,000 for the first time. 250,000 for the second time. 270,000 spirit stones. Wang Changqing finally raised his voice. Instantly, Qiu Niu's expression brightened even further. A bid of 270,000 spirit stones. 280,000. A voice from another private room countered. 300,000 spirit stones. Wang Changqing declared boldly. Upon hearing Wang Changqing's bid, the other cultivator ceased to raise his offer, and ultimately, the soul stone fell into Wang Changqing's possession. Ha! Congratulations, Changqing. I knew you would not let this soul stone slip away, Master Guan Yu exclaimed, stroking his beard in delight. Shouldn't I be congratulating you, Master Guan Yu? Wanbao Pavilion has certainly profited handsomely from this auction, Wang Changqing replied, his spirits high as he jested with Master Guan Yu. Ha ha, cheers to us both. Moments later, a maid entered with a tray. Chapter 70, Dragon's Essence Elixir. Wang Changqing handed over 300,000 spirit stones directly to Master Guan Yu. Holding the soul stone in his palm, he noted its substantial size. If refined into soul tokens, it should yield a considerable number. Master Guan Yu, I wish to refine soul tokens. Might you have connections for this? Wang Changqing inquired directly. Unfortunately, our Wang family lacks expertise in artifact crafting. We do not even have a second-tier artifact master, Wang Changqing mused internally, realizing he would need to learn about artifact crafting in the future. This is not a problem. However, the costs are something to consider. Naturally, Master Guan Yu would not refuse a business opportunity. Just the market price will suffice. Given our relationship, that is unnecessary. I merely mean to say that you need only provide the artifact master with a token of appreciation for their efforts, Master Guan Yu explained. Not genuinely wishing to charge for the crafting, but acknowledging the need to compensate the artifact master from Wanbao Pavilion. That is acceptable, Wang Changqing readily agreed. Subsequently, he handed the soul stone to Master Guan Yu, along with 5,000 spirit stones. Though the soul tokens were not of high grade, The crafting expenses would equate to that of a third-tier artifact. After exiting Wanbao Pavilion, Wang Chongqing returned to the Datai building, where the crafting of the artifacts would take approximately half a month. Half a month later, while meditating and cultivating in his cave dwelling, Wang Chongqing received a message from Master Guan Yu, notifying him that the soul tokens had been successfully crafted. Wang Chongqing promptly set out for Wanbao Pavilion. Ha ha ha, Chongqing. Here are the crafted soul tokens, 175 in total. Please check them, Master Guan Yu said, handing over a storage bag. Wang Chongqing accepted the bag and, with a sweep of his spiritual sense, turned to Master Guan Yu and said, "Thank you, Master Guan Yu. There is no need for such formality between us," Master Guan Yu replied cheerfully. "Since my work here is done, I shall return to the family now," Wang Chongqing said, taking his leave. Upon departing from the Langya market, Wang Chongqing distributed several soul tokens among the family members at the Tai building. The usage of the soul tokens was quite straightforward. One simply needed to drip their essence blood onto the token, binding it to the owner. Wang Chongqing then brought the tokens back to his family. In the future, if any family member encountered danger, the soul tokens would react. And if a family member were to meet an untimely end, the tokens would shatter. Upon returning home, Wang Chongqing distributed the tokens to each of the family members, who numbered over 100. The soul tokens were more than sufficient. Time flew by. 3 months later, while Wang Chongqing was attending to family affairs, the communication jade suddenly became exceedingly hot. He quickly took it out, and upon reading the message inscribed, his expression shifted dramatically, fluctuating between joy and worry. Half an hour later, at the cave dwelling of the Grand Elder, Wang Chongqing rushed in, urgency etched upon his face. "Chongqing, what brings you here in such haste?" the Grand Elder inquired, curiosity evident in his demeanor. "The second Grand Elder has discovered a pool of dragon's essence elixir on the Seven-Star Islands," Wang Chongqing stated, his expression grave. The moment those words left his lips, the Grand Elder's face became rigid with shock. "What?" A tremor tinged his voice. "I too just received a message from the second Grand Elder," Wang Chongqing admitted, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the revelation. "Dragon's essence elixir. This is indeed a rare treasure." To assert that the dragon blood fruit previously obtained by Wang Chongqing holds value, yet lacks a market. One must recognize that the dragon essence elixir is truly priceless and beyond comparison. It is a treasure coveted even by the revered Yuanning true monarchs. After a full incense stick's time, the Grand Elder finally regained his senses. Who else should know of this matter? According to the second Elder, the dragon essence elixir resides at the depths of the Seven Stars Islands. Based on the traces observed at the scene, it appears that the likes of Master Tanlang have not yet discovered this pool of dragon essence elixir. At present, only he and his sixth uncle are privy to this knowledge. Wang Chongqing spoke truthfully. "Ha ha, splendid, splendid, splendid. It seems destined for my Wang family to rise." Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder exhaled a sigh of relief and repeated the word splendid thrice. He then addressed Wang Chongqing, saying, "You shall proceed to the Seven Stars Islands and confer with the second Elder. I shall guard the family here." "Yes, I shall go at once." With that, Wang Chongqing departed from the cave abode, hastening towards the Seven Stars Islands. It was no wonder the Grand Elder was so exhilarated. The dragon essence elixir was indeed extraordinary. This elixir contains the essence of true dragons, and after undergoing the ritual of bone cleansing and marrow washing with it, not only can one's lifespan be extended, but one's physical strength can also rival that of a true dragon. This is merely the most fundamental effect. Even more astonishing is that there exists a probability of awakening a unique innate divine ability of the true dragon clan after undergoing the ritual. The innate abilities of the dragon race. Which of them is not a transcendent method of defying the heavens and slaying immortals? Wang Chongqing summoned his golden wings and, after several hours of flight, arrived at the Seven Stars Islands. As he soared into the vicinity, he was greeted by 2 late-stage Qi refinement cultivators from the Wang family, who promptly bowed and said, "We pay our respects to the clan leader. There is no need for such formalities." "Where is the Grand Elder?" Wang Chongqing inquired directly. "The Grand Elder is within the island," one of the clan members replied respectfully. "Very well, you may continue your watch here. I will enter alone." With that, Wang Chongqing transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the depths of the island. After months of development, the Seven Stars Islands had been meticulously organized, presenting a serene and ethereal sight. Wang Chongqing flew to a grand hall on the island and entered directly. The second Elder and his sixth uncle were seated within. Upon seeing Wang Chongqing arrive, they promptly stood. "Chongqing, you have come." The second Elder, still visibly shaken by the revelation of the dragon essence elixir, exhibited an expression of palpable excitement. "Indeed, the news of the dragon essence elixir is simply astounding, which is why I have come to witness it for myself." Wang Chongqing articulated his intention. Yes, who would have thought that such a divine object would exist on this island? Even my usually composed sixth uncle cannot contain his inner excitement, the second elder remarked. Come, I shall show you, the second elder said as he rose. Under the guidance of the two elders, Wang Chongqing arrived at a lake within the island. The lake spanned several thousand kilometers and was dotted with numerous small islands. The group flew to a small island within the lake and then cast a water avoidance spell to submerge beneath the surface. The lake's bottom was rugged, filled with strange stones and various low-tier spirit fish and crabs. What type of spirit beast is that? Wang Chongqing exclaimed in astonishment upon spotting a six-horned strange fish. Dragonhorn spirit fish. The second elder explained. This is an exceedingly rare spirit fish that only dwells in the seas inhabited by true dragons. Few are those who can recognize it, and our Wang family has only a handful of mentions in the miscellaneous records of our ancestors. I happen to have perused those ancestral texts, which is why I personally came to investigate upon discovering the dragon-horn spirit fish at the bottom of this lake, leading to the discovery of the dragon essence elixir. Chapter 71. Protection of the True Dragon. The group dove deeper into the lake, swimming through a stone forest under the second elder's guidance, eventually halting before a small cave entrance. The cave was modest in size, concealed by a natural formation. As they ventured further inside, the space within expanded dramatically, revealing a large pool before Wang Chongqing. The liquid within the pool shimmered like amber, translucent and radiant, exuding a faint golden light. One could clearly observe strands of luminous energy flowing within, resembling the veins of a dragon, emanating a mysterious and formidable power. The aura of the dragon essence elixir was remarkably unique, carrying a subtle fragrance that seemed to fuse the essence of heaven and earth, imparting a sense of tranquility and elation to those who inhaled it. This is the dragon essence elixir? Wang Chongqing gazed in awe at the pool before him. According to the records, the ritual of bone cleansing and marrow washing with the dragon essence elixir is said to yield numerous miraculous effects. I wonder if it holds true? The second elder marveled. One can ascertain its authenticity through experimentation, Wang Chongqing replied directly. In that case, you shall be the first to descend, the second elder stated. Very well, I kindly request the two elders to act as my guardians, Wang Chongqing replied, and then leaped into the pool. Upon entering, Wang Chongqing felt an overwhelming energy surge towards his body, a sensation akin to tearing at his skin. Fortunately, his physique had been tempered through two spiritual fires, rendering him exceptionally robust, thus he did not endure excessive pain. The energy of the dragon essence elixir continuously washed over his skin, permeating through his cells and coursing through his meridians. Suddenly, Wang Chongqing sensed an unfamiliar entity manifesting within his dantian, prompting him to quickly examine it internally. What is this? He saw a seed materializing in his dantian. As his consciousness delved into it, a stream of information flooded his mind, and upon absorbing it, a jubilant expression emerged on Wang Chongqing's face. This was, in fact, a path seed of the dragon clan's innate divine ability, named True Dragon's Protection, which allows one to summon the dragon spirit for a brief duration to engage in battle. However, due to Wang Chongqing's insufficient strength, he could only utilize this innate divine ability for a limited time, and afterward, he would endure a prolonged period of weakness. Isn't this akin to a blood explosion pill? Wang Chongqing murmured to himself. After assessing his physical condition, he noted a substantial enhancement in his physical strength. Though it had not yet reached the level of a third-tier spiritual artifact, it was likely situated between the second-tier upper-grade artifact and the third-tier spiritual artifact. With this level of physical strength, even a purple mansion cultivator would find it challenging to overcome him in a short time. Simultaneously, his dantian meridians had expanded more than twice their previous capacity, allowing him to harbor greater amounts of spiritual energy. Even more astonishingly, his cultivation had ascended to the late foundation establishment stage. As for the legendary lifespan extension, he felt no noticeable change, perhaps due to his relative youth. After taking stock of his situation, Wang Chongqing leaped from the pool. The second elder and his sixth uncle hurried forward to inquire, how was it? The legends are indeed true. The dragon essence elixir is truly extraordinary, Wang Chongqing stated unequivocally. However, the process of bone cleansing and marrow washing is exceedingly painful. Even with my physical strength, I could distinctly feel the pain. Were one not a body cultivator, it would likely be quite difficult to endure. The second elder pondered for a moment, then remarked, what if one were to consume a meridian protection pill? That should be feasible, but this matter must remain confidential. The fewer who know, the better, Wang Chongqing contemplated briefly before replying. Next, it shall be your turn, Zushur. The second elder turned to his sixth uncle and instructed. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, the sixth uncle leaped into the pool. Wang Chongqing and the second elder waited patiently at the side, and after half an hour, a figure emerged from the pool. How is it? The second elder eagerly inquired. Indeed, as Changqing stated, my physical strength has now reached the level of a mid-grade second-tier artifact. Uncle Lu's face radiated joy. He had long been cultivating the body forging technique, the Earth Fire Body Refinement Sutra. Now, after undergoing the transformative process of the Dragon Essence Elixir, his physical strength was formidable. Moreover, he had awakened a primal divine ability of the Dragon Kin, the Dragon Scale Armor. As he spoke, his skin abruptly morphed into the texture of dragon scales, piece by piece, presenting an extraordinarily surreal sight. Oh, such a phenomenon exists? Exclaimed the second elder of the Supreme Council, his excitement palpable. It seems the rumors hold true. I never anticipated your fortune to be so exceptional. With that, he decided, in that case, I shall also descend to try it out. However, as I do not practice body refinement techniques, I fear I may need the support of the vitality preservation pill to endure. Upon hearing this, Wang Changqing hastily produced a vial of vitality preservation pills and handed it over. The second elder accepted the pill, swallowed one, and leaped into the pool. Wang Changqing could not help but worry about whether the second elder's physical resilience could withstand the agony of the bone forging and marrow washing process. Half an hour later, the second elder emerged from the water, unlike Wang Changqing and Uncle Lu. After undergoing the transformation with the Dragon Essence Elixir, the graying hair that had resulted from the burdens of leadership had returned to a lustrous black, and many wrinkles had vanished from his visage, as if he had been rejuvenated to his youth. Ha! He bellowed with unrestrained joy, feeling as though he had shed countless years. Congratulations, Elder. Wang Changqing and Uncle Lu promptly bowed in reverence. The pain from the bone forging and marrow washing was indeed excruciating. Had it not been for the vitality preservation pill provided by Changqing, he might not have endured it. Reflecting on the earlier torment still sent a shiver down the second elder's spine, and he lamented, Alas, I did not awaken the primal divine ability of the Dragon Kin. Wang Changqing and Uncle Lu were at a loss for words, left in an awkward silence. The second elder paused momentarily to collect his thoughts before continuing. Now that we have confirmed the efficacy of the Dragon Essence Elixir, let us arrange for the other clan members to undergo the bone forging and marrow washing. Indeed, I believe we should allow the clan uncles who have reached the peak of Qi refinement but have surpassed their lifespan to undergo the process first. Should they experience an extension of life, it would enable them to consume Foundation Establishment pills and add more Foundation Establishment cultivators to our family, suggested Uncle Lu. The second elder pondered for a moment before responding, You are quite thoughtful. Indeed, it is appropriate for them to undergo the bone forging and marrow washing first. Very well. Let Changqing handle the arrangements. Upon hearing this, Wang Changqing swiftly agreed to take charge. Currently, the Wang family had 3 peak Qi refinement cultivators, all from the Xiao generation, who were advanced in age and had significantly diminished physical capabilities. If they attempted to forcefully consume Foundation Establishment pills, their chances of success would be negligible. Without the Dragon Essence Elixir, they would likely never have the opportunity to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage. Chapter 72. The Starsea Alliance. Upon returning to the clan, Wang Changqing promptly sent word to the clan members above the Foundation Establishment stage and the 3 uncles from the Xiao generation. Half an hour later, in the Wang family's council hall, the Grand Elder spoke first. Changqing, what urgent matter calls us here? Wang Changqing gradually shared the details regarding the Dragon Essence Elixir. The room fell into a profound silence. Even the softest sound could have been heard. The expressions of the attendees froze, as if they could scarcely believe their ears. What? The Grand Elder exclaimed first. This truly is a divine blessing for our Wang family. Uncle Wang Xiaoheng was so moved that tears welled in his eyes. Everyone, silence. The Grand Elder commanded. I trust you all understand the significance of this matter for our Wang family. Hence, everyone present must swear an oath to keep this confidential. Of course, came the unanimous agreement. The Grand Elder raised his hand to quiet the room, then said, Now that it is confirmed, Changqing, please share your plans. Following Uncle Lu's suggestion, Wang Changqing proposed that they first allow the elder cultivators who had achieved peak Qi refinement to undergo the bone forging and marrow washing process, thereby increasing the number of Foundation Establishment cultivators in the family. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder nodded. Indeed, your uncle's reasoning is sound. Let us proceed accordingly. However, the operation must remain discreet to avoid drawing the attention of those with ill intent. Understood, Grand Elder. Wang Changqing replied promptly. Subsequently, Wang Changqing led several elders towards the 7 Stars archipelago. Upon arriving, he directly brought them to the pool of the Dragon Essence Elixir. The elders took turns undergoing the bone forging and marrow washing process, and given their age, Wang Changqing prepared vitality preservation pills and blood qi pills for each of them. After several hours, the elders emerged from the pool, their appearances drastically transformed, resembling their middle-aged selves. They exchanged glances and erupted into joyous laughter, having thought they would never have the opportunity for foundation establishment. Who could have foreseen such fortune for the Wang family? Wang Chongqing then brought the elders to the main hall and presented them with foundation establishment pills. Since acquiring the heavenly spirit fruit tree, foundation establishment pills had become a relatively manageable matter for the Wang family. Regrettably, they too had not awakened the primal divine ability of the dragon kin. Months later, the elders successfully broke through to the foundation establishment stage. Wang Chongqing continued to lead clan members through the bone forging and marrow washing process. However, due to the overwhelming potency of the dragon essence elixir, it was decided, after discussions with the two supreme elders, that only those at the late stage of Qi refinement would be permitted to undergo the procedure. Months later, all cultivators above the late stage of Qi refinement in the Wang family had completed the bone forging and marrow washing process. Unsurprisingly, only two awakened the primal divine ability of the dragon kin, though such outcomes could not be forced. The Wang family also resolved to fully develop the Seven Stars Archipelago, elevating its importance to that of the Misty Valley, leaving half of their foundation establishment cultivators stationed there. Simultaneously, Wang Chongqing began experimenting with whether the dragon essence elixir could also benefit demonic beasts through the bone forging and marrow washing process. He first tested it on his own pet beasts, and indeed, all three underwent noticeable changes after the process. However, perhaps due to the inherently high bloodline quality of Wang Chongqing's beasts, none evolved to the 4th-tier bloodline. Consequently, he tested it on other clan members' beasts, yielding remarkably favorable results. 2nd-tier demonic beasts could evolve to 3rd-tier bloodlines after the bone forging and marrow washing. Upon learning this news, the clan members were ecstatic, even more so than for their own transformations, as mastering beasts was fundamental to the Wang family's foundation. The Wang family then busied themselves with providing their beasts the bone forging and marrow washing treatment. After several months, the family's colorful spirit tigers and 8 desolation cloud-stamping rhinoceros both evolved to 3rd-tier bloodlines. As for 1st-tier demonic beasts, there was no need for them to undergo the process with the dragon essence elixir, as dragon blood grass could achieve the same effect. However, fortune is often fleeting. Just as the Wang family was filled with enthusiasm, in the boundless ocean, a secluded island lay tranquil. This island was massive. One might more accurately describe it as a continent, capable of sustaining billions of mortals. At the center of this island stood a mountain range, atop which rose a grand hall inscribed with the words Hall of 10,000 Stars. Within the hall, an elderly cultivator with snow-white hair sat in the main seat, murmuring, "That greedy wolf has not delivered the offerings for months." He then called out to someone outside the hall, "Disha, go to the 7 Stars Archipelago and see if anything has happened with that greedy wolf." A middle-aged foundation establishment cultivator outside the hall promptly responded, "As you command, master." Upon receiving the order, the middle-aged cultivator hurriedly set off towards the 7 Stars Archipelago. Fortunately, this island was located far from the 7 Stars Archipelago. Even a foundation establishment cultivator would require a month or so to reach it. At the Wang family's estate, a flurry of activity ensued as grand constructions unfolded across the 7 Stars Islands. Aside from the family ancestral hall, the Lingwu Valley was replete with every necessary facility. To ensure absolute security, Wang Chongqing summoned his 3rd ant to weave an intricate concealment formation for the dragon's essence elixir, augmenting it with the natural stealth array already in place. Subsequently, he selected a secret technique from the legacy of the Taigang sword sect, which, once mastered, would prevent soul searching, an essential precaution to safeguard the secret of the dragon's essence elixir from being divulged by other clan members. In summary, Wang Chongqing devised an array of strategies to eliminate potential risks. Once matters concerning the 7 Stars Islands were adequately addressed, he returned to Lingwu Valley. However, shortly after Wang Chongqing's return, an unsettling scene unfolded on the 7 Stars Islands. The Earth Fiend, soaring through the air, gazed upon the unfamiliar yet oddly recognizable landscape. Noting its stark deviation from his memories, sensing something amiss, he hastily prepared to depart, his inherently cautious nature dissuading him from seeking out the Greed Wolf Master. Instead, he resolved to report the situation to the Star Sea Master. Yet, having lingered on the 7 Stars Islands for too long, he was soon detected by the Wang clan's cultivators. Just as the Earth Fiend was about to leave, a streak of light shot forth, intercepting him. Halt! It was none other than 6th Uncle Wang Zeshi. The Earth Fiend, startled at being caught, quickly forced a smile, inquiring, "What brings you here, fellow Taoist?" "That question should be directed at you. What business do you have here on the 7 Stars Islands, lurking about?" 6th Uncle replied flatly. Alarm bells rang in the Earth Fiend's mind, yet he maintained his facade of cordiality. "Esteemed Taoist, I am merely a 1st-tier loose cultivator. having long admired the illustrious name of the Seven Stars Islands. I came for a visit. Oh, then allow me to show you around the island, Sixth Uncle said, a friendly smile gracing his features. However, this smile sent a shiver down the Earth Fiend's spine. With great effort, the Earth Fiend mustered a strained smile. No need. I just remembered pressing matters to attend to. I shall return another time for a more thorough discussion. As he turned to leave, a sudden flash of crimson flame materialized, its tail whipping around to unleash 3 fireballs aimed directly at the Earth Fiend. Recognizing the imminent threat, he swiftly summoned a defensive artifact. Bang! The 3 fireballs were thwarted by the artifact. What is the meaning of this? The Earth Fiend's expression darkened. Ignoring his query, Sixth Uncle summoned his long knife artifact and continued his assault. After several exchanges, the Earth Fiend found his magical energy nearly depleted. Panic seizing him as he paled and pleaded, "Why are you intent on annihilating me?" "Humph. Who sent you?" Sixth Uncle retorted coldly. "How about you let me go?" The Earth Fiend's sole desire became survival. "Speak first." Sixth Uncle's demeanor remained impassive. Upon hearing a glimmer of hope, the Earth Fiend quickly proposed, "If you swear by your inner demons to let me leave, I will divulge what I know." However, Sixth Uncle cut him off. "If you're unwilling to speak, then perish." With that, he channeled his power into the long knife, which suddenly swelled before cleaving downward toward the Earth Fiend. The Earth Fiend's defensive artifact shattered to pieces. And in a frantic moment, he hastily activated a defensive spirit talisman, barely managing to block the strike. Even so, the blow sent him reeling, blood spilling from his mouth as he collapsed. "Wait, I will tell you. I am a disciple of the Starsea Alliance's Starsea Master. I beg you spare me." He gasped weakly from the ground. Upon hearing this, Sixth Uncle furrowed his brow, contemplating. "Starsea Master? What is your connection to the Greed Wolf Master?" "The Greed Wolf Master is a registered disciple of my master," the Earth Fiend promptly replied. "Is the reach of your Starsea Alliance truly so extensive? Do you not fear offending the Qiu sect?" The Earth Fiend, now deeply concerned about being silenced, could only hope that the name of the Starsea Master would intimidate his adversary. "My master fears offending the Qiu sect, which is why the connection between the Seven Stars Islands and the Starsea Alliance remains unknown." Sixth Uncle pondered privately, reflecting on the Greed Wolf Master's earlier words. Realizing the truth behind the Seven Stars Islands' hidden affiliations, the Earth Fiend, sensing Sixth Uncle deep in thought, dared not interrupt. Moments later, Sixth Uncle gathered his thoughts and addressed the Earth Fiend. "Very well, you may leave. But remember, do not set foot on the Seven Stars Islands again." Gratefully, the Earth Fiend rose and bowed, expressing, "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your mercy. I swear never to return to the Seven Stars Islands." He then hastily departed. But barely 10 meters away, a blade of light sliced through the air. The Earth Fiend was cleaved in half, his expression one of shock and disbelief as he faced his untimely end. "What?" The second elder's face turned grave as he turned to Sixth Uncle. "We must promptly inform Chongqing." Meanwhile, Wang Chongqing, occupied with family affairs, suddenly received a transmission. After reading the message, his countenance darkened. In the Wang family council hall, all members bore grim visages, the atmosphere thick with tension. "I believe the situation is not as dire as it seems. Although the Starsea Alliance comprises loose cultivators, with the presence of the Golden Core Master, the Qiu sect will not idly allow them to extend their influence into Qianzhou territory." The Grand Elder reassured the despondent clan members. "I concur. We should swiftly report this to the Qiu sect, allowing them to handle negotiations." Wang Chongqing, as the clan leader, began to pacify the assembly. After deliberation, a solution emerged. Reporting the matter to the Qiu sect was the only course of action. The family continued its operations. But upon learning of the situation, the Qiu sect exhibited no immediate response, merely advising the Wang family not to panic. Months passed with no sign of activity from the Starsea Alliance. Wang Chongqing set aside the matter to focus on development. And with the cleansing effects of the Dragon's Essence Elixir, the Wang family flourished. Most notably, the population of the Azure Water Spirit Deer increased through cultivation, prompting the Wang family to market them at the Spirit Beast Pavilion in the Kanjia Commercial District. To everyone's surprise, the sale of Azure Water Spirit Deer became an overwhelming success, with 10 young spirit deer selling out almost instantly. Renowned for their mastery of water-based spells, Azure Water Spirit Deer make excellent auxiliary spirit beasts and can also serve as mounts, attracting cultivators from various other counties. Naturally, the price of Azure Water Spirit Deer was steep, affordable only for affluent clan cultivators. When setting the price, Wang Chongqing referenced the market rate for second-tier demon beasts, pricing each at 20,000 spirit stones, yielding a substantial revenue of 200,000 spirit stones for the family. Regrettably, the yield of Azure Water Spirit Deer was limited, producing only one batch every 6 months, typically around 15, with 5 reserved for clan contracts. Nevertheless, This still promised an annual income of 400,000 spirit stones for the family, making it the second largest economic pillar after the Datai Towers. Currently, the Wang family's primary sources of income stemmed from the two Datai Towers, with the one located in the Langia commercial district generating the highest revenue, 500,000 spirit stones annually, while the Kanjia commercial district contributed around 350,000. Additionally, the family received 10% of the profits from the Gung Essence mine, which, although seemingly modest, still provided an annual income of 200,000 spirit stones. In contrast, the income from the Wang clan's apothecary had plummeted since Wang Chongqing could no longer devote time to alchemy, now yielding a mere 50,000 spirit stones each year. Despite the seemingly exorbitant income of the Wang family, their annual expenditures are equally astounding. The remuneration for the foundation-building cultivators alone amounts to 500,000 spirit stones each year. And when one accounts for the upkeep of numerous spirit beasts and the salaries of other family cultivators, the family's finances can only be described as somewhat comfortable at best. Subsequently, Wang Chongqing continued to post bounties within the family for suitable pet beasts, as the terrifying profits from the Bai Shui Ling Lu made him cognizant of a lucrative opportunity. Previously, there had been a dearth of cultivators willing to purchase spirit beasts, causing the Wang family to underestimate the significance of the Spirit Beast Pavilion, which was a grave oversight. This is because the prices of pet beasts are exceedingly high. Even a first-tier demon beast requires a substantial sum, rendering them less cost-effective for ordinary loose cultivators. Furthermore, the cultivation value of low-tier demon beasts is limited. In truth, high bloodline demon beasts have always sold well, to the point where they are often in demand but scarce in supply. For instance, the Rui Guangxian he that Wang Chongqing encountered at the Wanbao Pavilion in Langyafang City was ultimately auctioned off at a price far exceeding market value. Several months later, through Wang Chongqing's relentless efforts, the Wang family managed to acquire two additional second-tier demon beasts, the Qing Yanmang and the He Lin Song Lang, both of which rank among the top in combat prowess within their tier. Additionally, the third elder successfully cultivated the originally first-tier Xian Shui Gui into the second-tier He Shui Xian Gui. Days passed in this manner, with Wang Chongqing either training or attending to family affairs. Wang Chongling, too, began to learn the art of alchemy, often seeking Wang Chongqing's guidance. Initially, he patiently taught her, but as his schedule became increasingly demanding, he eventually handed her a summary of alchemical knowledge from the Xianyao sect for her independent study. At this moment, within the Wanqing Hall of the Star Sea Alliance, a resounding crash echoed. How dare a mere Purple Mansion force act so brazenly? The Star Sea Master was infuriated. Below in the hall stood numerous cultivators, most of whom were Purple Mansion cultivators. Sensing the Master's wrath, they bowed their heads in trepidation, fearful of incurring his ire. At this juncture, an elderly cultivator with white hair raised his head and surveyed the assembly, speaking first. Master, could this be the doing of the Qianyang sect behind the scenes? Upon hearing this, the Star Sea Master's anger intensified. Regardless of who is instigating from the shadows, I shall ensure the Wang family pays the price. Tiankue, have you ascertained the number of Purple Mansion cultivators within the Wang family? The elderly cultivator responded promptly, Master, I have discovered that the Wang family possesses one Purple Mansion cultivator, but I have also heard that the Qianyang sect has recently bestowed a Xiang pill, so they should have two Purple Mansion cultivators. However, it is said that the Wang family is renowned for their beast taming, hence they likely possess 4 Purple Mansion level combatants. Otherwise, it would not explain the breach of the 7 Stars Pavilion. The Star Sea Master fell into contemplation upon hearing this. It is indeed the Qianyang sect. But so what? Those who dare to harm my ancestor shall face my wrath, even if they are from the Qianyang sect. Though the Star Sea Master's words were somewhat exaggerated, if he truly were not afraid of the Qianyang sect, he would not have covertly sent a registered disciple to expand his influence within the 7 Stars Archipelago. Nonetheless, while he may not dare to confront the Qianyang sect directly, venting his frustrations on an affiliated Purple Mansion force posed no problem. The Qianyang sect would not trouble themselves over a single Purple Mansion force. As long as he refrained from intervening personally and allowed his Purple Mansion disciples to annihilate the Wang family, what could the Qianyang sect do? With this thought, the Star Sea Master instructed, Tian Kue, I shall assign you 5 Purple Mansion cultivators and 20 foundation-building cultivators to eradicate the Wang family. Should you fail, do not return. Tian Kue promptly acquiesced. I shall obey the Master's command. Meanwhile, the Wang family continued to fervently develop their strength. Although they were aware that the Star Sea Master would not easily let matters rest, the absence of any movement over the past few months allowed them to relax somewhat. Half a month later, at the 7 Stars Archipelago, the protective array suddenly erupted with a tremendous noise, startling the Wang family members. The second elder, who was in the midst of cultivation, immediately changed countenance and soared outward, simultaneously conveying a warning to the family. Upon receiving the message, Wang Chongqing's expression drastically altered as he hastily rose to inform the other family members. At the Seven Stars Archipelago, the second elder hovered in the air, gazing at the opposing group of cultivators with a grave expression. There were no fewer than 6 Purple Mansion cultivators and 20 foundation-building cultivators among them. What brings you esteemed friends here? The second elder inquired first. The leader, Tian Kuei, revealed a sinister expression on his aged face. There is no need for pretense. Your Wang family has truly overstepped, daring to harm my disciple, the greedy wolf. He then summoned his magical artifact and launched an assault on the second elder. In response, the second elder quickly summoned 2 pet beasts to counter the attack. Tian Kuei, taken aback, seemed surprised that the opponent possessed 2 third-tier pets. As the Lian Quanxia appeared, flames engulfed the surroundings, cascading toward Tian Kuei. Witnessing this, the other Purple Mansion cultivators from the Star Sea Alliance rushed to assist Tian Kuei, while the second elder faced 2 Purple Mansion cultivators, and his pets engaged with 2 others. For a time, various magical artifacts and spiritual symbols surged through the sky. Fortunately, the second elder had undergone rigorous training, and his physical constitution far surpassed that of his peers, allowing him to hold his ground against the 2 adversaries. Meanwhile, the Lian Quanxia and the Bahuang Tenyangxi displayed overwhelming prowess, effortlessly gaining the upper hand against their opponents. After several rounds of combat, the outcome remained inconclusive, causing Tian Kuei to grow anxious. The Wang family stationed 3 foundation-building cultivators at the Seven Stars Archipelago, namely the 6th uncle and a few newly promoted cultivators. They engaged with the foundation-building cultivators from the Star Sea Alliance. Just as the fierce battle ensued, streaks of light approached from the distance, led by the Grand Elder, accompanied by a host of Wang family cultivators. Upon their arrival, they immediately joined the fray. With a flick of his finger, Wang Chongqing unleashed a sword light, causing one foundation-building cultivator to plunge into the sea. Seeing reinforcements from the Wang family arrive, Tian Kuei's expression changed drastically, and in mere moments, several foundation-building cultivators from their side fell. The battle between the Purple Mansion cultivators also began to tilt. Initially, they maintained a slight advantage in their 2-on-1 engagement. But after the Grand Elder and his pet, the Banfeng Ling Hu, joined the fray, they found themselves at a disadvantage. After several exchanges, an opportunity arose for the Banfeng Ling Hu, which struck a Purple Mansion cultivator in the throat with a claw, resulting in immediate death. The remaining Purple Mansion cultivators were taken aback, and the thought of fleeing began to creep into their minds. Tian Kuei promptly produced a spiritual talisman, activating it to transform into a streak of light, fleeing towards the horizon. The other Purple Mansion cultivators from the Star Sea Alliance cursed silently, hastily employing their means to escape. However, even so, only 3 of the 6 Purple Mansion cultivators managed to flee, while the remaining 3 were forever lost to this sea. As for the 3 who escaped, the Wang family did not pursue further, collecting the storage bags of the fallen cultivators before returning to the island. Within a grand hall on the island, the Wang family cultivators convened. Wang Chongqing's expression was solemn. I did not anticipate the Star Sea Alliance's response to be so swift. With the deaths of their 3 Purple Mansion cultivators, they should refrain from returning in the short term. The second elder spoke up. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow tightly. Indeed, but one must be wary of the Star Sea Master coming in person. How shall we defend against that? At that moment, Wang Chongqing suddenly spoke up, saying, It is unlikely that Xinghai Jinren would dare to take direct action. After all, the waters surrounding the 7 Star Islands belong to the Qianyang sect. Should Xinghai Jinren personally come here, the Qianyang sect would undoubtedly intervene. The Grand Elder nodded in agreement, remarking, Indeed, what Chongqing said holds merit. However, we must not let our guard down. Having failed this time, they will surely return with renewed vigor. Chapter 75, The Strange Beast. In the Star Sea Alliance. At the Hall of 10,000 Stars, Xinghai Jinren gazed ominously at the 3 figures of Tian Kuei, and Shangren kneeling below him, their expressions filled with dread. The 3 trembled on the ground, acutely aware of an overwhelming sense of fear. Tian Kuei Shangren, kneeling, felt that if he did not speak soon, he might never leave this grand hall. He quickly implored, Master, please spare us. No one anticipated that the Wang family would conceal such secrets. In addition to the 2 Purple Mansion cultivators, they also possess 3 third-tier demon beasts. Even so, you 6 Purple Mansion cultivators cannot contend with them? Xinghai Jinren scoffed. The strength of those 3 pets of the Wang family is exceedingly formidable. They can even face 2 adversaries without faltering. Tian Kuei Shangren dared to glance up at Xinghai Jinren, only to lower his head even further. Xinghai Jinren narrowed his eyes in contemplation and, after a moment, declared, I shall grant you one more chance. You may leave for now. Upon hearing this, Tian Kuei Shangren and the others were instantly elated, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master." They hastily scrambled out of the Grand Hall, leaving Xinghai Zhenren alone in deep thought. Meanwhile, the Wang family continued their operations as usual, aware of the looming threat. Yet none dared to relax. Wang Chongqing persisted in his daily cultivation, aware that Xinghai Zhenren loomed like a mountain. And though he suspected that Xinghai Zhenren would not act directly, he remained vigilant. Thus, several months passed without any movements from the Starcy Alliance, allowing the Wang family to gradually refocus on their development. The tranquility was abruptly shattered when a communication from the second Grand Elder reached them. This message had no connection to the Starcy Alliance. Rather, it was. Without hesitation, Wang Chongqing rose and summoned his golden feather, hastening towards the Seven-Star Islands. At that moment, the once calm sea surrounding the Seven-Star Islands was stirred by surging tides, waves crashing against the surface, creating a tremendous commotion. The Wang family cultivators swiftly took to the air on their swords, perplexed by the unfolding events. Suddenly, a mysterious and ethereal figure emerged from the depths of the ocean, causing the Wang family to widen their eyes in astonishment, unable to believe their own sight. "Is this real?" One clan member gasped in shock. Before them was an enormous creature, resembling a whale but vastly larger, its size capable of engulfing the entire Seven-Star Islands. In comparison, the people stood before this whale like mere ants. The creature's body was adorned with enigmatic patterns, and its eyes shone as brilliantly as two full moons. The second Grand Elder stood atop the water, sensing that the whale's aura surpassed even that of a golden Korjinren. "Is this a fifth-tier beast?" Fortunately, the whale bore no malice towards the Wang family, swimming gracefully in the sea like a playful child. Each breath it took seemed to ripple across the ocean, and when it inhaled deeply, the surface shimmered with waves. Occasionally, it emitted a clear and melodious call, a deep and resonant sound reminiscent of an ancient, mystical symphony, evoking awe in those who heard it. Just then, Wang Chongqing flew in from the distance, exclaiming, "What is happening here?" He too was taken aback by the sight before him. The second Grand Elder, noticing Wang Chongqing's arrival, quickly reassured him, "Do not panic. This whale appears to harbor no ill intent." As Wang Chongqing conversed with the second Grand Elder, the whale unexpectedly swam toward them, sending waves crashing around. "Quickly retreat. The whale is coming." The sudden movement startled everyone, causing them to scatter in alarm. Wang Chongqing also fled in another direction, but the whale seemed to sense their fear and grew slightly irate, letting out a sharp call. Then, it swam towards Wang Chongqing again, leaving him momentarily bewildered. He had never encountered this whale before, nor had he offended it. What could this mean? Without delay, Wang Chongqing took flight again. But the whale seemed determined not to let him escape easily, pursuing him in an unusual chase. What is going on? Does the whale recognize Chongqing? The second Grand Elder mused, equally perplexed. After half an hour, the whale appeared frustrated by Wang Chongqing's persistent evasion. With a single cry, it seemed to strike the minds of those present like a hammer, leaving them dazed. Wang Chongqing, too, covered his ears, but when the whale swam closer once more, he no longer fled, sensing that it bore no malice. The whale circled around Wang Chongqing before emerging from the water. Wang Chongqing felt as if this whale were akin to a human child, eager to play with him. Yet, its immense size created a disconcerting sense of disparity. His form seemed minuscule compared to its enormous eyes. The whale blinked, and upon noticing Wang Chongqing's attention, it appeared exceedingly delighted, bringing its massive head closer to him. Wang Chongqing, emboldened by the creature's apparent friendliness, gradually landed atop the whale's head. The whale emitted a clear and melodious sound, expressing its joy before plunging beneath the water, playfully swimming with Wang Chongqing, leaving the rest of the Wang family in stunned silence. "Grand Elder, do you think the patriarch will be all right?" Uncle Six asked anxiously. The second Grand Elder remained frozen, still grappling with the extraordinary events that had unfolded. Based on his perception, the whale's oppressive presence surpassed that of a golden Korjinren, indicating it was at least a fifth-tier beast. A fifth-tier beast, equivalent to a human nascent soul, true monarch, represented the pinnacle of combat power in this realm. Yet this whale displayed remarkable friendliness towards humans, devoid of any ferocity typically associated with demon beasts. Even more astonishing was the fact that the waters surrounding the Seven-Star Islands were located on the fringes of the Endless Sea, where even third-tier demon beasts were rarely seen, yet a fifth-tier beast had appeared. Despite the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, the second Grand Elder reassured, "Do not worry. This whale seems to harbor no ill will." Meanwhile, Wang Chongqing, guided by the whale, reveled in the scenic beauty of the ocean. The whale swam with remarkable speed, and after a brief respite, it brought Wang Chongqing to an unknown small island. Wang Chongqing gazed at the unfamiliar scene before him, realizing that this area was far removed from the Seven-Star Islands. After resting for a moment, the whale flicked its broad tail in the water, sending up a spray, and once again set off with Wang Changqing. Chapter 76. Breaking through to the Purple Mansion. Seeing that the whale was taking him further, Wang Changqing quickly asked, "Can you take me back?" The whale seemed to comprehend Wang Changqing's words, appearing somewhat disheartened as it surfaced from the sea, its moon-like eyes drooping. Nevertheless, it obeyed Wang Changqing's request and began swimming toward the Seven-Star Islands. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Wang Changqing felt an immediate sense of relief. After an additional half-hour, the whale returned him to the Seven-Star Archipelago. As he descended from the whale's head, he waved goodbye. The whale seemed to comprehend his gesture, dejectedly flicking its tail in response, before unexpectedly opening its mouth wide, causing Wang Changqing's heart to race with trepidation, fearing it might be angered and swallow him whole. However, the whale had no such intent. It merely expelled an object from its mouth, which floated before Wang Changqing. What was this? Upon seeing the object, a wave of familiarity washed over him, for it was capable of invoking the automatic activation of the 10,000 Flames Devouring Heaven technique. This item could indeed be refined into spiritual fire. The object took the shape of a triangle, resembling a scale from some mythical beast, and occasionally crackled with streaks of lightning. "Is this a gift from you?" Wang Changqing inquired of the whale. The whale blinked its eyes, expressing anticipation as it gazed at him. Holding the scale in his hand, Wang Changqing confirmed it was indeed a treasure that could be refined into spiritual fire. "Thank you." He expressed his gratitude to the whale. Seeing that Wang Changqing accepted the treasure, the whale emitted a cheerful call, preparing to depart, glancing back occasionally as if reluctant to leave. After the whale had departed, Wang Changqing made his way toward the island. Although he was uncertain why the whale had shown him such kindness, he deemed it a fortunate circumstance and did not dwell on it further. "Changqing, you have returned?" The second elder of the Supreme Council sighed in relief upon seeing Wang Changqing return safely. Although he understood that the whale posed no malice, it was still a fifth-tier beast, and Wang Changqing's strength was far too meager in comparison. Should the creature choose to, a mere sneeze could obliterate the entire Seven-Star Archipelago. "Any news from the Starsea Alliance?" Wang Changqing nodded, transitioning to more serious matters. "None. It has been months since they last sent anyone." The second elder's expression grew grave at the mention of the Starsea Alliance. He continued, "Now that you have reached the late stage of foundation establishment, it would be prudent to expedite your cultivation to the Purple Mansion stage to alleviate some pressure on the family." Wang Changqing nodded in agreement. "Yes, I am but a step away from completing the foundation establishment. I shall enter seclusion now." After leaving the Grand Hall, he arranged for a cave dwelling and began his seclusion. Months later, a terrifying aura emanated from the cave, signaling his breakthrough to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. It was time to advance to the Purple Mansion stage. He resolved to seize the moment and directly break through. Clearing his mind of distractions, he focused and began absorbing the spiritual energy from the surroundings. The Purple Mansion stage represents the third level of cultivation. After reaching the peak of foundation establishment, one could use their divine consciousness to open the Purple Mansion. The spiritual energy from the heavens and earth continuously converged upon Wang Changqing's cave, and all cultivators on the island sensed it. The second elder promptly ordered all practicing clan members to exit their meditative states. However, Wang Changqing's capacity for spiritual energy was several times that of an average practitioner at the same stage. Thus, after absorbing all the spiritual energy on the island, he still felt it insufficient. He quickly retrieved a mid-grade spirit stone from his storage ring. After absorbing the entire stone, he finally felt the spiritual energy within him surging abundantly and began to mobilize it to open his Purple Mansion. Several hours later, with a resounding boom, a Purple Mansion finally formed within him. Wang Changqing opened his eyes, feeling a wave of pressure. He had successfully advanced to the Purple Mansion stage. Upon introspection, he discovered that his divine sense had expanded to over 5,000 zhong, and his beast taming space had also expanded several dozen times. Next, Wang Changqing took out the scale gifted by the whale, preparing to absorb and refine it to produce his third spiritual fire. Placing the scale before him, he activated the 10,000 Flames Devouring Heaven technique with full force. After half an hour, the entire scale was completely refined and absorbed. A spiritual fire formed within him, and upon completion of the refinement, Wang Changqing discovered the scale was actually a true dragon's reverse scale, due to its lightning attribute. The refined spiritual fire was named True Dragon Thunder Flame. This flame was extraordinarily powerful, capable not only of assaulting foes, but also of forming a true dragon thunder barrier for defense. Subsequently, Wang Changqing habitually underwent the 3 trials of flame body refinement. Having already endured this process twice and possessing the Nirvana flame, he experienced minimal discomfort. After the refinement, His physical body attained the strength of a top-tier third-grade spirit artifact, surpassing even that. Wang Chongqing raised a finger, conjuring a flame of purple-golden hue, within which a dragon shadow flickered. The dragon's reverse scale and the dragon's essence elixir from the seven-star archipelago. He pondered whether there was a connection between the two. Both items were exceedingly rare treasures in the Xianyang immortal domain, yet both had appeared near the seven-star archipelago, leading him to believe that the situation was not as simple as it seemed. However, he did not dwell on this matter for long, and, after a moment of contemplation, decided to exit his seclusion. Outside, the second elder and others had been waiting for quite some time. Upon Wang Chongqing's emergence, a smile appeared on the second elder's face. The other clan members chimed in, "Congratulations, clan leader, on achieving the Purple Mansion stage. Ha ha ha, Chongqing, you have finally broken through to the Purple Mansion." The second elder beamed with delight. Wang Chongqing, too, was immensely excited. A Purple Mansion cultivator was indeed a formidable figure in the Xianyang immortal domain. "I have arranged a feast to celebrate your accomplishment. Let us rejoice." With that, they made their way to the grand hall on the island. After spending a few days on the seven-star archipelago, Wang Chongqing returned to his family. Following his breakthrough to the Purple Mansion, there were numerous tasks awaiting his attention. The most pressing of which was to replace the second-grade artifact he had been using with a third-grade spirit artifact. Spirit artifacts possessed a degree of sentience. Once bound to a master, they could be wielded with precision even without the use of magical power. Upon returning to the family, Wang Chongqing headed directly to the Purple Bamboo Peak, where only 3 third-grade spirit artifacts remained in the family treasury. Among them were a mid-grade third-grade longsword, a mid-grade third-grade flag-type artifact called the Heavenly Fire Flag, and a top-grade third-grade defensive cauldron artifact. Ultimately, Wang Chongqing chose the Heavenly Fire Flag, as he preferred using flying swords over sword-type artifacts, and the defensive artifact held little utility for him, given his own strength surpassed that of a top-grade third-grade artifact, especially now with the true Dragon Thunder Flame. Chapter 77, Another Assault. After refining the Heavenly Fire Flag, Wang Chongqing erased his divine sense from the artifact he had previously used and placed it back into the treasury. As for the Spirit Sword, he would have to wait for another opportunity. Leaving the treasury, he next set about selecting several third-grade spells. Wang Chongqing rummaged through his storage ring for a moment, ultimately selecting a few upgraded versions of the spells he had previously employed. The next crucial task was to elevate Qiu Niu and Xiao to the third grade. Their original strength was already top-tier second grade, and they merely required some nurturing pills. As for Ao Gue, the Earth Dragon Tortoise, it had only just broken through to second grade and had a long way to go before reaching third grade. In the following period, Wang Chongqing focused on consolidating his cultivation while also refining some second-grade nurturing pills for his 2 pets. 2 months later, Qiu Niu and Xiao both successfully advanced to the third grade. One day, while Wang Chongqing was seated in meditation, a figure entered the room. "Uncle, what brings you here?" Wang Chongqing asked in surprise upon seeing the visitor. The patriarch spoke. "It is once again time for the family's quinquennial spirit testing conference, and thus the Grand Elder has sent me to inquire about this matter." Upon hearing these words, Wang Chongqing began to ponder. Since his arrival in the family, the Wang clan had conducted several spirit testing conferences, and logically, this event should follow the customary practice of inviting cultivators from the Qianyang sect to perform the spirit tests. However, now that he possessed a spirit testing artifact, he found himself torn between whether the Wang family should conduct the tests independently or summon the Qianyang sect. He was acutely aware that should the Wang family choose to test their own spirit roots, it might sow seeds of suspicion with the Qianyang sect. Although this may not be a significant issue for the sect, once the seeds of doubt were sown, they could potentially blossom into greater troubles at any moment. Ultimately, he resolved to continue the tradition of inviting the Qianyang sect for the spirit testing, as the existence of the Wang family's spirit testing artifact must remain concealed for the time being. After a moment of contemplation, he finally declared, "Let us proceed to invite the Qianyang sect to oversee the spirit testing." "Understood. I shall make the necessary arrangements." His uncle responded without hesitation and promptly set to work. Wang Chongqing then turned his attention away from this matter until several weeks later when his uncle returned, accompanied by 9 children. "Patriarch, these are the children who have been tested for spirit roots, a total of 9. Wang Chongqing rose to observe the 9 tender children, 6 boys and 3 girls, who stood obediently below. Witnessing their innocent confusion, a tender smile graced Wang Chongqing's face, reminiscent of himself arriving at the Lingwu Valley over 2 decades prior. His uncle introduced them one by one. Among them, there is 1 with 3 spirit roots, 2 with 4 spirit roots, and 6 with 5 spirit roots. Wang Chongqing nodded. The presence of a cultivator with 3 spirit roots was indeed a pleasing outcome. "Please arrange accommodations for them, and let them enter the ancestral hall tomorrow." "Certainly." I shall attend to it immediately. His uncle departed from Zizhu Peak with the 9 children. Days passed, and one day, Wang Chongqing received a transmission from the second Grand Elder. The Qinghai Alliance has finally made a move. While attending to official duties, Wang Chongqing swiftly rose to notify the Grand Elder and others who were in their cultivation, before hastening towards the direction of the 7-star islands. After Qiu Niu's breakthrough to the 3rd tier, his speed had significantly increased, allowing him to reach the 7-star islands in less than half an hour. At that moment, 15 cultivators from the Purple Mansion realm were attacking the island's protective formation. As the formation was on the verge of collapse, the second Grand Elder emerged from within the island. Last time we allowed you to escape, yet you still harbor such thieving intentions. The second Grand Elder's gaze turned icy. The leader of the group, Tian Kuei, immediately darkened in countenance. How brazen to be so defiant in the face of impending doom. He summoned a spiritual weapon and charged towards the second Grand Elder. Despite the advantage in numbers, the second Grand Elder, even with the assistance of 2 spirit beasts, found himself evenly matched. Fortunately, after just a few exchanges, Wang Chongqing arrived on the scene. Wang Chongqing summoned the heavenly fire banner, and flames surged, painting the entire sky crimson. Simultaneously, Xiao appeared, its tail flicking as it unleashed 6 bolts of thunderous power towards the enemy. The Purple Mansion cultivators of the Qinghai Alliance were taken aback, hastily employing defensive measures. Qiu Niu, leveraging his astonishing speed and formidable physical prowess, maneuvered through the skies. The tide of battle shifted in an instant. Without holding back, Wang Chongqing unleashed 3 streams of spirit fire that relentlessly assaulted the adversaries. Particularly, the Ruin's Fire, with its eerie spatial abilities, rendered their defenses futile. Within mere exchanges, 3 Purple Mansion cultivators fell victim to Wang Chongqing's spirit fire. Tian Kuei was left in shock, realizing the might of their opponent's attacks. Gritting his teeth, he clutched a spirit talisman in his hand. Perish. He envisioned Wang Chongqing being torn apart by this 4th-tier spirit talisman. Wang Chongqing's eyes narrowed upon seeing the talisman, and he quickly summoned the true dragon thunderstorm flame for protection, sensing an overwhelming spiritual power emanating from it. As the talisman ignited, a massive golden sword manifested and shot towards Wang Chongqing. With a resounding crash, the golden sword collided with the true dragon thunderstorm flame, creating a cataclysmic explosion. Though Wang Chongqing managed to fend off the golden sword, the residual force sent him reeling, blood spilling from his mouth. Seeking death, Wang Chongqing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a surge of fury boiling within him. He had long since forgotten the last time he had been injured by another. Tian Kuei was equally astonished. This talisman was a 4th-tier gift from his master, equivalent to a full-force strike from a golden core cultivator, yet it had only caused such minimal harm. Faced with this realization, Tian Kuei's desire to continue the confrontation waned, and he resolved to flee. Although his master had issued a death command, he figured escaping this place meant he could simply hide in a distant location within the boundless seas. However, Wang Chongqing would not allow him such an opportunity. A strand of ruins fire ignited around Tian Kuei, rapidly expanding and engulfing him in flames. Frantically, Tian Kuei attempted to extinguish the fire with spells, but to no avail. In an instant, he was reduced to ashes, dissipating into the air. At this moment, the Grand Elder finally arrived, and a one-sided slaughter commenced. An hour later, the remaining cultivators fell in this maritime battleground. After clearing the scene, a joyful expression adorned Wang Chongqing's face. For the spoils from the 15 Purple Mansion cultivators were exceedingly bountiful. Chapter 78, Return Home. Wang Chongqing counted, noting that the spirit artifacts alone from these 15 cultivators numbered over 20. The total spirit stones in the storage bags amounted to over 100,000. However, it was only natural for the Qinghai Alliance, being a loose cultivator alliance, to possess such wealth. Alas, it seems that the Qinghai master wishes to eradicate our Wang family with great urgency, lamented the Grand Elder within the hall. There is no need for concern. After this incident, the Qinghai Alliance will likely find its ranks significantly diminished, the second Grand Elder remarked optimistically. As for the Qinghai master, he certainly will not intervene personally. Wang Chongqing nodded in agreement. If the Qinghai master were to take matters into his own hands, the nature of the situation would change entirely, and the Qianyang sect would surely not stand idly by. Subsequently, Wang Chongqing selected a golden flying sword and a realm-type spirit artifact from the spoils. The realm-type artifact bore functions similar to the Tai stasis mirror he had previously utilized. With this, Wang Chongqing and the Grand Elder made their way back to the family. Thereafter, Wang Chongqing immersed himself once more in the family's development. During this period, the Wang family gained 3 additional foundation establishment cultivators, bringing their total to 13. The originally nurtured first-tier bloodline spirit beasts had all advanced to the second tier. Consequently, after discussions, the Wang family opened a spirit beast pavilion in the Langya market to sell spirit beasts. The Langya market, located near the Taiyao mountain range, served as a vital passage into the mountains, thus boasting a significantly larger scale than the Cangyi market. On the day of the Spirit Beast Pavilion's grand opening, Wang Chongqing personally attended the Langya market. At the entrance of the Spirit Beast Pavilion, he expressed his gratitude to Master Guan Yu, who had graciously come to support the event. Master Guan Yu, thank you for your esteemed presence. Wang Chongqing bowed in thanks. Master Guan Yu, with a cheerful demeanor, gazed at Wang Chongqing, and after a moment of contemplation, a look of surprise crossed his face. Ha! To my astonishment, you have achieved the esteemed status of Purple Mansion. Congratulations. Master Guan Yu, too, was taken aback by Wang Chongqing's rapid progress in cultivation. The first time he encountered Wang Chongqing, the latter had only recently advanced to the foundation establishment stage. At that moment, Master Guan Yu marveled at the youth's swift ascent to becoming a foundation establishment cultivator, assuming Wang Chongqing hailed from a powerful lineage. Now, in less than a decade and a half, Wang Chongqing has once again broken through to attain the Purple Mansion. Master Guan Yu pondered in disbelief. Could he possess a heavenly spiritual root? If not for such a rare endowment, how could one cultivate at such an astonishing pace? The thought struck him with alarm. Heavenly spiritual roots are exceedingly rare within the Xianyang immortal domain. Even within their own Yuaning power, the Wanbao Pavilion, it is said that there exists but one cultivator with a heavenly spiritual root. However, despite his internal speculations, his demeanor remained composed. For this matter pertains to Wang Chongqing's personal affairs. Should Wang Chongqing indeed possess a heavenly spiritual root, it would be of great significance. As for the Wang family's concealment from the Qianyang sect, it was of no concern to him. That was a matter for the Qianyang sect to handle. He certainly would not offend Wang Chongqing over something that did not involve him. Unbeknownst to Wang Chongqing, Master Guan Yu's thoughts were racing as he welcomed him into the shop, leading him on a tour. Upon reaching a particular beast egg, Wang Chongqing eagerly introduced it. This is a black-water mystic turtle egg. Master Guan Yu's face instantly lit up with surprise. I cannot believe you possess a black-water mystic turtle egg. The black-water mystic turtle is adept at water-based spells and is considered a rare breed among second-tier demonic beasts. It was a fortunate acquisition, Wang Chongqing replied nonchalantly, deliberately refraining from revealing that they had cultivated it themselves. Subsequently, Master Guan Yu conducted a cursory inspection of the entire shop. I never expected the Wang family to raise such splendid beasts, he remarked, impressed. The variety of demonic beasts he encountered here surpassed that of their Wanbao Pavilion's Langya branch. You flatter me, Wang Chongqing humbly replied, fully aware that the primary business of the Wanbao Pavilion is not the specialized breeding of pets, but rather the occasional purchase and sale of others' beasts. Nonetheless, the quality of their pets is commendable. His own crimson gold mystic eagle and the auspicious radiant crane he had seen previously are both exceedingly rare. After engaging in light conversation for a while, Wang Chongqing took his leave, as Master Guan Yu had pressing matters to attend to, being the head of the Wanbao Pavilion branch. Subsequently, Wang Chongqing tallied the day's earnings, a total of 50 first-tier beast eggs and 8 second-tier beast eggs. A second-tier beast egg typically sells for between 20,000 to 30,000 spirit stones, resulting in an impressive income of 500,000 spirit stones for just one day. However, Wang Chongqing understood that since this was merely the beginning of their enterprise, it would be quite ordinary to sell only one beast egg on a regular day. After wrapping up matters at the shop, Wang Chongqing returned to his family, leaving the Spirit Beast Pavilion in the capable hands of his fifth uncle, Wang Ziyu, who was accompanied by a family disciple of Qi refinement to assist. Upon returning, Wang Chongqing first visited his sister's cave dwelling. Wang Chongling had blossomed into a graceful young woman, her cultivation having reached the 8th level of Qi refinement. Upon seeing her brother, she quickly rose, exclaiming in delight, "Brother, well done, reaching the 8th level of Qi refinement. Strive for perfection so you may soon break through to foundation establishment." Wang Chongqing nodded approvingly. "Brother, you've been so busy lately that you haven't returned home. When I was last there, our parents were asking about you," Wang Chongling remarked. Hearing this, Wang Chongqing felt a pang of awkwardness. Since he had been elected as the clan leader, his free time had dwindled significantly. "All right then, let's return and pay them a visit," he said, summoning his golden feather and taking his sister with him toward Qingfeng town. With the speed of the golden feather, they arrived in no time. It was evening, and the residents of Qingfeng town were beginning to unwind. Suddenly, the appearance of a massive golden giant bird in the sky sent them into a state of panic. After landing, Wang Chongqing quickly recalled the golden feather. A figure, wielding a sword, appeared before Wang Chongqing. Upon recognizing him, they immediately bowed and announced, "Greetings, clan leader. No need for formalities. Please go and reassure the townsfolk. Wang Chongqing replied coolly. Understood. With that, the cultivator took to the skies on their sword. Wang Chongqing and his sister entered the courtyard, and hearing the commotion, their parents emerged, their faces lighting up with joy at the sight of their children. Father, mother. Wang Chongqing greeted them warmly. His mother's eyes were red-rimmed with emotion. Come in, Qing'er, let me have a good look at you. Wang Chongqing felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Ever since he became clan leader, he had been consumed with family affairs and had not returned home in a long time. Although his parents were enjoying a peaceful life in the mortal realm, their advanced age was evident in the faint wrinkles adorning their faces, especially his father, Wang Shan, whose temples had begun to show flecks of gray. Alas, the divide between the immortal and mortal realms meant that despite Wang Chongqing's frequent gifts of gentle longevity elixirs, the lifespan of mortals is limited to just over a century. After spending a few days at home, Wang Chongqing took his sister back to the clan. Upon returning to the purple bamboo peak, he was greeted by his sixth uncle waiting at the hall. Chongqing, you have finally returned. Wang Chongqing was somewhat taken aback. Sixth uncle, what has happened? The Grand Elder has asked me to summon you, his sixth uncle replied directly. Curiosity piqued, Wang Chongqing followed him to the Grand Elder's cave dwelling, where the Grand Elder was already seated in the hall. Greetings, great-grandfather. Wang Chongqing bowed respectfully. The Grand Elder nodded, gesturing for him to take a seat. What is the reason for your summons? Wang Chongqing inquired directly. A secret realm has appeared in the central continent, the Grand Elder stated in a measured tone. A secret realm? Wang Chongqing's interest was instantly piqued. Indeed, it is said to be a secret realm from ancient times, recently discovered due to a sudden leak of spiritual energy. It is rumored to be exceedingly mysterious, and it took the combined efforts of 4 Yuan-ing true monarchs from the central continent just to open a small entrance. Presently, nearly all cultivators from the Xianyang immortal domain are flocking to the central continent. After hearing this, Wang Chongqing felt a sense of yearning. What arrangements does great-grandfather have? It is said that this secret realm can only accommodate cultivators below the Purple Mansion stage. If you wish to go, you may do so, the Grand Elder replied. Wang Chongqing began to contemplate, and after a moment, he added, but what about the Starsea Alliance? He was still concerned about potential troubles from the Starsea Alliance. The Grand Elder shook his head. There is no need for concern. The Starsea real person will not take direct action, and he currently has no other Purple Mansion cultivators available. Ultimately, Wang Chongqing decided to make the journey. The central continent was quite distant from Qianzhou, requiring a traverse across Yuan and Xian provinces. Even with Golden Feather flying at full speed, it would take over half a year. Thus, utilizing the teleportation array was the only viable option. In all of Qianzhou, only the Qianyang sect and Wanbao Pavilion possessed teleportation arrays. Several weeks later, at the Wanbao Pavilion's headquarters in Qianzhou, having visited once before, Wang Chongqing opted to use their teleportation array. The fee for a single use of the teleportation array was 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Upon arriving at the teleportation array, Wang Chongqing was momentarily taken aback. What had previously been an unremarkable array was now bustling with a long queue, the majority of which consisted of Purple Mansion cultivators. It is worth noting that this was a fee of 10 mid-grade spirit stones, which equated to 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, a considerable sum for ordinary Purple Mansion forces. After approximately half an hour, it was finally Wang Chongqing's turn. He handed over a storage bag containing 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. The attendant counted the stones, and then gestured for Wang Chongqing to step onto the teleportation array. The teleportation array was capable of transporting a maximum of 10 individuals at once. Once all participants had gathered, the array commenced its activation, manifesting a portal of spatial transmission through which all stepped in unison. A wave of dizziness washed over Wang Chongqing as he opened his eyes to behold an entirely different scene, finding himself in yet another expansive plaza. The plaza was bustling with numerous cultivators, with disciples from the Purple Mansion sect visible in abundance, a testament to the allure of this ancient relic. The layout of the plaza bore a striking resemblance to the headquarters of the Wanbao Pavilion located in Xianzhou, situated within a marketplace known as Bailan Fangshi. Almost immediately upon exiting the teleportation array, a cultivator approached him. This individual possessed an unremarkable appearance, and it seemed likely that he had only recently achieved the foundation establishment stage. Wang Chongqing halted his steps, intending to gather information regarding the relic while exploring the marketplace. Oh, how much for the detailed information about the relic? He inquired. Upon noticing Wang Chongqing's expression of curiosity, the cultivator's face brightened, and he hastily replied. For a mere 100 low-grade spirit stones, I shall divulge all the information my cousin obtained through connections with the Taichu Xianzhou. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Chongqing produced 100 spirit stones and handed them to the cultivator, stating, Here are 100 spirit stones. Should you dare deceive me, The consequences shall be yours to bear. The cultivator eagerly accepted the stones, a look of delight on his face. Rest assured, esteemed senior. You have achieved the Purple Mansion at such a young age. How could I possibly deceive you? He then began to speak with great fervor. It turned out that after the spiritual energy from the relic leaked, it was sealed off by the Taichu Xianzong, a formidable force in Zhongzhou. This sect boasted over 20 golden core true persons and as many as 5 nascent soul true monarchs, earning it the title of the foremost immortal sect in Zhongzhou. Following the sealing of the relic, the 5 true monarchs worked together to open a fissure from which only cultivators below the Purple Mansion could enter. However, news of this development reached other nascent soul factions, prompting them to exert pressure on the Taichu Xianzong, which ultimately relented and allowed other factions to dispatch cultivators into the relic. In the end, an agreement was reached, allowing each faction to send 10 Purple Mansion cultivators into the relic. Nevertheless, the fissure, even with the combined might of 5 nascent soul true monarchs, could only remain open for a few months before it would seal once more. Ordinary loose cultivators were not entirely without opportunity. In 10 days, the Taichu Fengshe, under the auspices of the Taichu Xianzong, would auction off 10 qualifications to enter the relic. Upon hearing this, Wang Changqing furrowed his brow in contemplation, causing the cultivator to grow anxious. Esteemed senior, I have shared all I know, he exclaimed. Wang Changqing snapped back to reality and continued. How far is the Taichu Fengshe from here? Upon hearing this question, the cultivator sighed in relief. The Taichu Fengshe lies to the east of this Bailan Fengshe. Given your Purple Mansion cultivation, you could likely reach it in 2 days by flying on your sword. With this information, Wang Changqing felt no rush. As there remained a full 10 days until the auction, he decided to further explore the Bailan Fengshe. As he traversed the marketplace, which spanned a vast area and was home to hundreds of thousands of cultivators, he spent 3 days wandering, yet found nothing of particular value that captured his interest. Consequently, he set off towards the Taichu Fengshe. Riding atop his golden feathered beast, he took in the scenery of Zhongzhou, which was largely flat, devoid of significant mountains or lakes, presenting a unique charm of its own. Along the way, he occasionally encountered other cultivators, some soaring on their swords, while others rode spirit beasts like himself. The speed of his golden feathered beast was astonishing, compressing the originally 2-day journey into a mere day. At last, Wang Changqing beheld the Taichu Fengshe, grand and magnificent, its expanse exceeding that of the Bailan Fengshe, a true testament to the Taichu Xianzong's dominance in Zhongzhou. As he descended, he noted the long line at the entrance of the Taichu Fengshe. After half an hour, he successfully entered the marketplace, perhaps due to the impending auction of the relic. The throng of people in Taichu Fengshe was considerably greater than that in Bailan Fengshe, nearly a sea of humanity. Wang Changqing first secured a cave dwelling for his stay and then began to peruse the marketplace. However, much like in Bailan Fengshe, he failed to uncover any treasures that piqued his interest. While idly wandering, he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder and swiftly turned around. Changqing, my friend. Is that you? A voice exclaimed in delight. It was Lu Feng, whom he had met at the Wanbao Pavilion's alchemy competition. Indeed, it is you. Wang Changqing recognized him instantly. Despite their brief acquaintance, Lu Feng had made a lasting impression with his loquacious nature. After some time apart, Wang Changqing noted that Lu Feng had also ascended to the Purple Mansion stage. My brother Changqing, I never imagined you would also venture to Zhongzhou, Lu Feng exclaimed, his talkative nature resurfacing. We missed our chance last time. We must share a drink today. The two made their way to a nearby tavern. Brother Lu, are you here for the relic as well? Wang Changqing inquired directly. Lu Feng filled a cup for Wang Changqing and responded, Ha ha ha, of course. Such a grand event cannot exclude me. They clinked their cups and drank heartily. Wang Changqing then asked, Do you happen to know the specifics regarding this relic? Alas, according to the elders in my family, even the Taichu Xianzong may not fully comprehend the relic's origins. We'll only learn the details once we enter, Lu Feng sighed. Wang Changqing was taken aback. Lu Feng, only slightly older than himself, had reached the Purple Mansion stage, indicating a remarkable background. Brother Lu, are you also here for the auction? Lu Feng shook his head. Not at all. My family already possesses qualifications to enter the relic. Upon hearing this, Wang Changqing nodded internally, recognizing that Lu Feng indeed hailed from an extraordinary lineage. You came for the auction, then? Lu Feng queried, somewhat surprised. Given Wang Changqing's youth, remarkable prowess in alchemy, and Purple Mansion cultivation, he had assumed he was a direct descendant of some influential sect. Yes, however, I am uncertain how many spirit stones the qualification to enter the relic will cost, though Wang Changqing possessed a fair amount of low-grade spirit stones. If the entry price was exorbitant, he would have to seek alternatives. Noticing Wang Changqing's expression, Lu Feng began to understand. According to my sources, The base price for the qualification to enter the relic at the auction is set at 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Wang Changqing was momentarily stunned, deep in thought. 1 million spirit stones were indeed within reach. If necessary, he could resort to using medium-grade spirit stones. Given the great distance between Zhongzhou and Qianzhou, and the relatively higher overall strength in Zhongzhou, he need not worry about drawing attention for using medium-grade stones. After continuing their light-hearted conversation, the two parted ways, agreeing that should Wang Changqing secure a qualification to enter the relic, he would invite Lu Feng along for mutual support. Finally, the day of the auction arrived. Set to take place within the Wanbao Pavilion, reportedly with the venue lent by the Taichu Xianzhou. Wang Changqing arrived early at the entrance of Wanbage. And as he had anticipated, despite his early arrival, a long queue had already formed ahead of him. After approximately an hour, he finally gained entry into the auction hall. To avoid unwanted attention and potential trouble while seated in the main hall, he opted to spend 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones to secure a private room. Located on the second floor of the hall, this room afforded him a panoramic view of the entire auction venue, which was vast, boasting 4,000 to 5,000 seats. With half of them already occupied, after several hours of anticipation, the auction finally commenced. A middle-aged cultivator from the Purple Mansion stood on the stage, clad in a purple robe adorned with the characters Taichu on his chest. Welcome, fellow cultivators. I trust you all understand the purpose of this auction, so I shall not squander your time. The auction officially begins now. The cultivator spoke with brisk efficiency, revealing the red cloth covering a plate beside him, which unveiled 10 tokens. The first item, a relic token, starts at a base price of 1 million low-grade spiritual stones, with a minimum bid increment of 10,000 stones. As his words echoed, the auction hall erupted with excitement. 1,100,000, 1,200,000. In a matter of moments, the price surged to over 130 million. Having participated in numerous auctions before, Wang Changqing was seasoned enough to recognize that the bidding for this relic token would mirror the previous bidding for Foundation establishment pills. Typically, the final items would command significantly higher prices than their predecessors, yet one must refrain from bidding too early to avoid drawing undue attention. After half an hour, the first relic token was sold for 180 million, igniting an exhilarating atmosphere in the auction hall. The second token followed suit, fetching 190 million. The third token sold for 200 million spiritual stones, its price continually escalating, leaving Wang Changqing astounded. He resolved to bid on the fourth token, uncertain of how high the price might soar. The auction for the fourth relic token commenced, starting at 1 million low-grade spiritual stones, 1,500,000, 1,200,000. In no time, the price reached 190 million spiritual stones, 200 million spiritual stones. Wang Changqing exclaimed boldly. The auctioneer, visibly excited, announced, "This esteemed cultivator bids 200 million low-grade spiritual stones. Is there anyone else wishing to bid? 210 million spiritual stones." A cultivator from another private room interjected. 220 million spiritual stones. Wang Changqing responded without hesitation. The other bidder remained silent, and ultimately, the fourth token was secured in Wang Changqing's possession. Within half a stick of incense's time, a maid entered his private room, carrying a plate. "Young master, here is the relic token you won. Please take a look." Wang Changqing unveiled the red cloth, holding the token in his hand. It appeared neither entirely gold nor entirely jade. This token had been crafted personally by a master craftsman from the Taichu Immortal sect, and it was a third-tier spiritual artifact. It could be refined, and it contained a spell capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a Purple Mansion cultivator, as the maid explained. Wang Changqing handed her a storage bag, containing the 220 low-grade spiritual stones he had prepared in advance. The maid accepted the bag and, after inspecting it with her spiritual sense, was momentarily taken aback upon discovering it contained solely low-grade spiritual stones. However, being a cultivator from the Taichu Immortal sect, she quickly regained her composure, thanked Wang Changqing, and exited the private room. Chapter 81. Entering the Relic. Wang Changqing lingered in his room for a while, but before the auction concluded, he stealthily slipped away. The entrance to the relic was located within the borders of Fengxiang County in Zhongzhou. With 3 days remaining until the relic's opening, the area surrounding the entrance was firmly under the control of the Taichu Immortal sect. Although the number of entrants was limited, a crowd had gathered to witness the event. 3 days passed swiftly, and at last, the day of the relic's opening arrived, with a long queue forming at the entrance. As Wang Changqing awaited his turn, a flash of sword light darted through the air, and a figure hovered above, causing a stir among the crowd. Is that the prodigy from the Lingxiuli family? Indeed, he possesses an extraordinary demeanor. It was said that he had awakened a long-cherished bloodline divine ability of the Li family, and wielded an exceptionally formidable sword technique. Rumor had it that he was a metal elemental spiritual root, having ascended to the Purple Mansion at a remarkably young age, a truly fearsome feat. Wang Chongqing looked up to see a striking young cultivator standing atop a golden long sword, his countenance sharp and commanding. Akin to an unparalleled treasure, sword poised in the air. The young cultivator descended gracefully on his sword, seemingly indifferent to the murmurs from the crowd, as he calmly took his place at the back of the line. After a short while, dozens of radiant figures flew in from afar, drawing further commentary from the onlookers. Leading them was a golden core cultivator accompanied by 10 Purple Mansion cultivators, one of whom Wang Chongqing recognized, Qiu a celestial maiden with whom he had previously crossed paths, belonging to a nascent soul power. Subsequently, cultivators from various formidable factions arrived, including the Tai Immortal Sect, the Qiu Immortal Sect, the Dharma Avatar Temple, Wanbage, and the Xianyao Sect. These were all renowned nascent soul powers within the Xianyang Immortal Domain, several of which had significant ties to Wang Chongqing. Among these prominent factions, except for the sword cultivator from the Lingshu Li family, all were accompanied by their family elders. Moreover, Wang Chongqing spotted a familiar face, Lu Feng. Although he had long suspected Lu Feng's extraordinary background, he was astonished to learn that he too belonged to a nascent soul faction, the Lingmu Lu family. Wang Chongqing was taken aback and wondered whether Lu Feng had awakened his family's bloodline divine ability. Once all the major factions had gathered, the relic finally opened. The host, the Taichu Immortal Sect, was led into the relic by a young Purple Mansion cultivator. The scattered cultivators who had won tokens in the auction followed behind. As the line progressed, Wang Chongqing's gaze suddenly sharpened. He felt a familiar aura and turned his attention in that direction, discovering it emanated from an unremarkable young cultivator. This aura was unmistakable. It belonged to the Rakshasa clan. Wang Chongqing recalled that during the assault on the Guiling sect's headquarters, he had not encountered Fang Zhenghao, and it was likely that he had already departed from the Guiling sect by then. A wave of unease washed over Wang Chongqing as he realized that Fang Zhenghao had hidden himself and had now also ascended to the Purple Mansion stage, obtaining a relic token to infiltrate the relic. However, Wang Chongqing refrained from making a scene. The significance of the relic was paramount, and even if Fang Zhenghao had reached the Purple Mansion, it mattered little. Moments later, it was finally Wang Chongqing's turn to enter. Fang Zhenghao, at the back of the line, spotted him, as Wang Chongqing had not disguised himself. "Humph, I didn't expect you to be here, but this time, you'll remain here." Fang Zhenghao thought coldly as he glared at Wang Chongqing's back. Had it not been for Wang Chongqing's destruction of their Guiling sect's altar, perhaps the Xianyang Immortal Domain would have already fallen into their hands, and he would not have been reduced to such a state. The entrance to the relic fissure was quite small, had it not been for the combined efforts of several nascent soul true lords from the Taichu Immortal Sect. Even Purple Mansion cultivators would not have been able to enter. Wang Chongqing stepped into the relic fissure, and as his vision blurred, he found himself in an entirely different world. Surrounded by lush greenery, the environment mirrored that of the outside world. Once inside, the cultivators from other factions had gathered, leaving only the 10 cultivators who had won tokens from the auction to fend for themselves. The young cultivator from the Taichu Immortal Sect spoke up directly, stating, "We are entirely ignorant of the circumstances surrounding this relic. Given that we are all somewhat disadvantaged, it would be prudent for you to join forces with us and collaborate." This statement was, of course, directed at Wang Chongqing and his companions. The cultivators exchanged glances, momentarily immobilized and hesitant to take action. After a brief pause, an elderly cultivator stepped forward to confront the Taichu Immortal Sect's group, declaring, "If it weren't for the sect's token, we would have no opportunity to enter this place. I am willing to join." With a leader stepping forward, the scattered cultivators began to follow suit, aligning themselves with the Taichu Immortal Sect. Only Wang Chongqing and Fang Zhenghao remained stationary. Fang Zhenghao glanced at Wang Chongqing, noticing his lack of movement, and chose to remain where he was. Observing their inaction, the disciple leading the Taichu Immortal Sect inquired, "What is your stance, esteemed friends?" Just as Wang Chongqing was about to respond, a voice interjected, "I say, Yushu. My companion Chongqing and I have already made arrangements. He will accompany us." This voice belonged to Lu Feng. Taken aback, Master Yushu inclined his head in acknowledgement, replying, "Since you two have made prior arrangements, I shall not press further." He then turned to Fang Zhenghao and asked, "And what of you, esteemed friend?" Fang Zhenghao expressed a hint of regret, saying, "I apologize, I am accustomed to solitary wandering. I hope you will not take offense." Upon hearing this, Master Yushu ceased his invitations and returned to the Taichu Immortal Sect's ranks. Consequently, Wang Chongqing naturally joined Lu Feng's faction, leaving only Fang Zhenghao and the sword cultivator from the Lingshu Li family standing alone. The Li cultivator had remained silent throughout the encounter, as if everything occurring around him bore no relevance to his existence, and no one approached him with an invitation. Thus, the group commenced their expedition into the relic. Lu Feng introduced Wang Changqing to the other members of their clan, stating, "Brothers and sisters of the clan, this is my esteemed friend, Wang Changqing. Changqing, these are my esteemed kin. Do not feel overly constrained." One of the Lu family cultivators stepped forward, cupping his hands in salute. "Changqing, I am Lu Yun of the Lu family." Following this, the other Lu family members introduced themselves in turn, with Wang Changqing reciprocating their gestures. Once the introductions were concluded, Lu Feng spoke, "As we possess no information regarding this relic, we must navigate through it by our own means. Please feel free to voice any thoughts. We can discuss them collectively." Lu Yun interjected, "Since the elder has entrusted this expedition to you, everything shall be determined by your judgment." The other Lu family members echoed their agreement. "Since you all extend me this courtesy, I shall not be remiss," Lu Feng replied. First bowing to the other Lu family members, then turning to Wang Changqing, asking, "Do you have any suggestions, Changqing?" Wang Changqing promptly responded, "There is no need for formality. Lu Feng, I am equally uninformed about this relic. You should decide our next course of action." Chapter 82, The Mysterious Murals. Acknowledging Wang Changqing's words, Lu Feng no longer hesitated. "Since you all place your trust in me, let us first explore our surroundings." With that, Lu Feng led the group away from their initial location. After half an hour, once they could no longer see any other figures, they paused. Before anyone could speak, Lu Feng stood still, his eyes suddenly gleaming with golden light as a mysterious rune appeared within them. After scanning the area, he closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, the rune had vanished. However, Lu Feng seemed exceedingly weakened, as if he had just endured a severe illness. He quickly retrieved a pill to replenish his vitality, then pointed in a direction, instructing the others, "We shall proceed this way." The other Lu family cultivators appeared unfazed, following Lu Feng closely. Although Wang Changqing held some suspicions, he chose to remain silent. The group flew on their swords for 2 hours without discovering any signs of human habitation within the relic. The space felt akin to an uninhabited territory belonging to the demon race. Yet Lu Feng seemed to know their destination, advancing without hesitation in a singular direction. Eventually, after another half-hour of flight, they finally encountered traces of human habitation, a vast expanse of ruins that had clearly been abandoned for countless years, exuding an aura of antiquity and primitivism. "This is it," Lu Feng exclaimed with evident joy upon spotting the ruins. The area was extensive, and the group began to search through the remnants. Unfortunately, even after thoroughly scouring the ruins, they found little of value, discovering only a few jars and vessels adorned with strange patterns, devoid of any magical energy, none even qualifying as a first-tier magical artifact. "Everyone, come quickly and take a look." At that moment, a voice called out. The group reconvened within a grand hall, where the walls were adorned with numerous peculiar murals. They depicted humans with strange tattoos battling bizarre creatures that were half human and half beast. Interestingly, the tattooed humans did not employ spells but instead engaged in close combat with these hybrid beasts, showing remarkable tenacity. Wang Changqing was astonished to note that some of the half-human, half-beast creatures bore resemblances to the form his sixth uncle took after utilizing the dragon scale guardian technique. "What manner of creatures are these?" a Lu family cultivator exclaimed in astonishment. It was no wonder he was so taken aback, for even Wang Changqing, having perused countless texts, had never encountered such beings. The only ones he found somewhat familiar were the hybrid creatures. His sixth uncle's transformation was a result of the dragon essence elixir and the subsequent bone forging process, thus prompting Wang Changqing to ponder the significance of these murals. The group, unable to discern the meaning, continued their exploration, discovering more and more murals as they delved deeper. Upon encountering another mural, Wang Changqing's gaze sharpened. The mural depicted a creature with deep green skin, entirely covered in scales, sharp teeth glimmering at the corners of its mouth, and enveloped in flames. Undeniably a member of the Rakshasa clan, a race he had previously witnessed. What further astonished Wang Changqing was that the participants in the earlier murals, those adorned with strange tattoos, and the half-human, half-beast entities, were now united in attacking the Rakshasa clan. As he continued to examine the mural, he watched as the Rakshasa clan was ultimately vanquished by the combined forces of the two opposing sides. Witnessing this left Wang Changqing perplexed, for he knew firsthand that the Rakshasa clan had not been annihilated. After thoroughly observing the murals within the grand hall, Wang Changqing proceeded to explore another hall, yet still found no treasures of worth. However, his interest in the murals' narratives had been piqued. His intuition told him that these murals likely chronicled the history of the entire Xianyang immortal domain, though he remained uncertain of the era to which they belonged. As Wang Changqing continued to explore, He became increasingly numbed by astonishment, for he discovered a group of individuals prominently displaying the bloodline divine ability of the Wang family. The spirit commanding pattern. Standing within the grand hall, he felt a chill run through his limbs. Those bearing the spirit commanding pattern were commanding an array of spirit beasts, true dragons, divine birds, and various fantastical creatures, while battling against the very race he had just seen, adorned with strange tattoos. This race was evidently quite aggressive, as Wang Chongqing had already observed several murals depicting their conflicts with others. Suddenly, Wang Chongqing recalled the legends documented in the clan's ancient texts regarding the spirit talisman, a bloodline divine ability possessed solely by the descendants of primordial deities from ancient times. Could it be that the figures depicted in the murals are primordial deities? It is said that during ancient times, there existed various primordial deities endowed with extraordinary powers. After thoroughly examining all the grand halls adorned with murals, Wang Chongqing encountered numerous races, some sharing the same spiritual sight ability as Lu Feng, while others wielded divine swords capable of leveling a colossal mountain with a mere sword strike. Wang Chongqing speculated that this was the bloodline ability of the Li clan from the spirit ruins. Upon concluding his search, Wang Chongqing gathered with several cultivators from the Lu clan, and they exchanged glances, bewildered. This place had been turned upside down, yet not a single treasure was found. Were these ancient beings engaged in barehanded combat? Lu Feng exclaimed in frustration, then added, "Did you all see that mural? Our Lu clan's bloodline ability actually appeared in it." Indeed, had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would have thought someone was playing a prank, another Lu clan cultivator remarked. Unfortunately, I've already used my spiritual sight once. The next use won't be available for at least 3 days, Lu Feng lamented, disappointed that the direction indicated by his ability yielded nothing. At that moment, Wang Chongqing, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke, "Esteemed friends, I wish to explore alone." Wang Chongqing had his own considerations. After all, he was still unfamiliar with some of the Lu clan cultivators, and it would be awkward to distribute any treasures he might uncover, even with his rapport with Lu Feng. Furthermore, he had been preoccupied with thoughts of how to eliminate Fang Zhenghao, and staying with these Lu clan cultivators offered no opportunity for that. Upon hearing Wang Chongqing's words, Lu Feng pondered for a moment before relinquishing his insistence to keep him. "In that case, let us part ways here. If anything arises, simply send me a message." Wang Chongqing nodded in agreement and clasped his hands, saying, "Thank you, Brother Lu. When we meet again, let us drink heartily." After bidding farewell, Wang Chongqing summoned Qiu Niu and soared off towards other locations. Chapter 83, Exploring the Ruins. After Wang Chongqing's departure, a Lu clan cultivator remarked, "Brother, what makes Wang Chongqing so special that you treat him this way?" Lu Feng squinted in the direction Wang Chongqing had taken. "My intuition tells me this man possesses extraordinary fortune." "Fortune?" the Lu clan cultivator murmured. "Yes, everyone has their own fortune, but I cannot discern Wang Chongqing's," Lu Feng affirmed. "Moreover, did you see that mural? The humans riding spirit beasts had the same spiritual talismans on their foreheads as Wang Chongqing. What? Could it be that Wang Chongqing's family also possesses a bloodline ability?" the cultivator exclaimed. "However, I have not heard of any Wang clan in the Xianyang Immortal Domain. The Xianyang Immortal Domain is vast. How many places have you explored?" Lu Feng countered. Meanwhile, Wang Chongqing, having departed, aimlessly flew atop Qiu Niu. The expanse of the ruins was immense, and after 2 hours of flight, he finally discovered another site. This ruin bore some differences from the previous one, evident in its architectural style. Wang Chongqing began his search, yet most of the buildings remained devoid of treasures. Upon entering a grand hall, he discovered that one of the rooms was safeguarded by a restrictive formation. Lacking knowledge of formations, he resorted to brute force, unleashing a flame of Nirvana that swiftly engulfed the formation, shattering it completely. As he pushed open the door and stepped inside, he found shelves adorned with jade slips and various peculiar objects. Ecstatic, Wang Chongqing reached for a jade slip, but alas, as soon as his fingers touched it, it crumbled to dust. It seemed the passage of time had rendered them fragile. Reluctantly, he examined each jade slip, only to find them all in ruins. Such a pity. Wang Chongqing sighed. Approaching the peculiar items, he was relieved to find them all intact. He casually picked up a square object with a circular hole in the center. Suddenly startled, this artifact was forged from starfall iron. Regrettably, the craftsmanship was exceedingly crude, wasting the excellent material. It is well known that starfall iron is suitable for crafting spiritual treasures, yet it had only been fashioned into a spiritual tool. As he continued his examination, he recognized only a few of the cauldron-like artifacts among the items, while the rest were unfamiliar to him, like the starfall iron. These objects were also made from superior materials, including purple copper essence and various other materials that Wang Chongqing had never encountered before. He stored these items in his storage ring. Despite the rudimentary crafting methods, these materials could still be refined again. After scouring the entire ruin, Wang Chongqing's haul was remarkably bountiful, including white jade, celestial gold, and golden flame stones, materials utilized in crafting life treasures for Yuanying true monarchs. After completing his search, Wang Chongqing prepared to leave this ruin, only to find it strange that there were no murals like those encountered previously. However, as he summoned Qiu Niu and ready to depart, several beams of light approached from this direction. Wang Chongqing paid them no heed and instructed Qiu Niu to depart immediately. With a whoosh, Qiu Niu transformed into a streak of golden light, carrying Wang Chongqing several kilometers away. The newly arrived cultivators, witnessing this scene, hesitated not a moment before choosing to pursue. Unfortunately, they were no match for Qiu Niu, and within moments, they lost sight of the golden figure. Damn it! This person must have obtained some treasure. A young cultivator fumed, glaring in the direction Wang Chongqing had fled. Did anyone see what he looked like? The others exchanged glances. Remaining silent, Wang Chongqing had departed long before they had the chance to observe his appearance. Seeing no one speak, the young cultivator's expression darkened. Don't let me discover who you are. Meanwhile, having evaded his pursuers, Wang Chongqing resumed his search for the ruins, realizing that this space was not entirely devoid of rewards. As for the individuals he had just encountered, he bore no ill will. It was merely unnecessary to provoke trouble, for in the Purple Mansion stage, no one could harm him in the slightest. Several hours later, he finally stumbled upon another ruin. However, upon arrival, Wang Chongqing sensed something amiss. This ruin had evidently been previously accessed, yet he commenced his search nonetheless. With a loud bang, just as he prepared to open the first door, a sound of something cutting through the air reached his ears. Wang Chongqing sensed danger and swiftly employed his evasion technique to vacate the area, as the energy from the explosion obliterated the entire ruin. Nevertheless, Wang Chongqing emerged unscathed. The explosion had been triggered by a third-tier spiritual talisman, a force insufficient to harm him. However, the dust from the explosion left him somewhat disheveled. Flying into the air, Wang Chongqing sought to identify his assailant. I didn't expect you to be so resilient. 10 figures surged in from all directions. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were all cultivators from the Shenxiao sect. I bear no enmity with you all. Why do you attack me? Wang Chongqing stated coldly. Upon hearing his words, one of the cultivators sneered. Do we need a reason to strike at you? How audacious of you, a mere rogue, to trespass into the ruins and pilfer from us. You truly lack awareness of your own insignificance. Senior brother, there is no need for idle chatter with him. The other cultivator, devoid of any patience, summoned his spiritual artifact and launched an attack towards Wang Chongqing. Witnessing the brazen actions of the Shenxiao sect cultivators, Wang Chongqing was filled with profound fury. It was no wonder that Master Xuanqing chose to abandon the Shenxiao sect and retreat into seclusion. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Chongqing invoked the true dragon Thunderfire shield to deflect the incoming assault, and without a trace of hesitation, summoned 2 of his beast companions. His spiritual artifact, the flying sword, and the heavenly fire banner hovered around him. Seeing Wang Chongqing effortlessly neutralize their attack left the Shenxiao sect cultivators momentarily stunned. They had initially attributed Wang Chongqing's evasion of the explosive force from the talisman to mere fortune, but now it became evident that he was far from ordinary. Consequently, they hastily summoned their spiritual artifacts, no longer holding back. Wang Chongqing commanded the heavenly fire banner to unleash a barrage of fiery assaults upon them, while Qiu Niu and Xiao, witnessing their master being besieged, were consumed by rage. Xiao flicked his tail, sending forth bolts of purple lightning towards their adversaries, causing several Shenxiao sect cultivators to tremble in fear as they hurriedly enacted defensive measures. Meanwhile, Qiu Niu exhibited remarkable speed and physical prowess, soaring through the air with his razor-sharp wings, intermittently striking with his lethal claws. After a few exchanges, one of the Shenxiao sect cultivators was caught off guard and had his throat slashed by Qiu Niu's wing. The Shenxiao sect had never encountered such a formidable display. They had assumed Wang Chongqing was merely a rogue, yet within mere minutes, they had lost a comrade. The leading Shenxiao cultivator was momentarily taken aback, gritting his teeth as he retrieved a pill from his storage pouch. Prepare to die? No sooner had he spoken than a massive fire dragon surged towards Wang Chongqing. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Chongqing was a master of fire. The true dragon Thunderfire shield enveloped him entirely, absorbing the fire dragon's assault. Meanwhile, Xiao's lightning grew increasingly ferocious, and within mere breaths, their defensive shields shattered one after another. Before they could react, a myriad of attacks rained down upon them, resulting in the immediate demise of 3 cultivators. The leading Shenxiao cultivator was struck with terror, desperately attempting to flee, but alas, Qiu Niu would not grant him such an opportunity. With wings unfurled in midair, he unleashed a volley of golden blades. Half an hour later, all the Qiu sect cultivators lay dead. After collecting their storage pouches and spiritual artifacts, Wang Chongqing waved his arm, igniting the Nirvana flames upon their corpses, reducing them to ashes. Upon opening their storage pouches, Wang Chongqing found them brimming with treasures, a testament to the wealth of the nascent soul faction. After a brief period of organization, he sat down to recuperate before promptly rising and making his way to another location. Simultaneously, within the Qiu sect's mountain gate, in the Soul Guard Hall, 10 soul tokens shattered, causing a cultivator meditating in the hall to be taken aback. Upon looking up and seeing the broken tokens, he was filled with dread and hurriedly flew towards another peak. This cultivator stumbled into the hall, and the Qiu sect's leader's expression darkened. What is the meaning of this chaos? The cultivator hastily spoke. Sect leader, a grave situation has arisen. The soul tokens of the 10 senior brothers dispatched to the ruins have all shattered. Upon hearing this, the sect leader was momentarily stunned. What? He quickly regained his composure, disregarding the cultivator, and transformed into a streak of light, hastening towards the Soul Guard Hall. Upon arrival and witnessing the broken soul tokens from the Purple Mansion region, he was engulfed in fury. Who was it? Who did this? He immediately sent a message to the Golden Core cultivator leading the expedition to the ruins. The loss of 10 Purple Mansion cultivators, most of whom were elite members of the sect and future pillars of strength, including a descendant of a revered elder, would undoubtedly have far-reaching consequences. After sending the message, the sect leader personally approached the entrance of a cave dwelling on the sect's back mountain, where protective formations enveloped the entire abode. Elder, urgent matters require your attention. Moments later, the cave's restrictions were lifted, and a calm voice beckoned, enter. The Qiu sect leader anxiously stepped into the cave, bowing respectfully. Qiu pays respects to the elder. What pressing matter do you bring? Speak plainly. The elder, a venerable figure with graying hair, regarded him. The sect leader hesitated, trembling with apprehension, reluctant to speak of the demise of the elder's cherished descendant. Noticing the sect leader's reluctance to articulate his concerns, the elder's patience waned. Speak. What has transpired? If you cannot manage this, it seems we must consider appointing a new leader for the Qiu sect. Upon hearing this, the sect leader stammered. Yin how his soul token has shattered. The elder's expression froze instantly. What did you say? The sect leader bowed his head low, unable to meet the elder's gaze at that moment. The ruins in Central Continent were his own choice to explore. Before the sect leader could finish his sentence, a tremendous aura bore down upon him, causing him to collapse to the ground, paralyzed with fear. Find out who killed Hauer. I vow to annihilate his entire lineage. The elder's voice was icy, and the sect leader nodded hastily. Yes, I shall investigate personally. With that, the sect leader stumbled to his feet and rushed out of the cave. Upon leaving, he immediately activated the teleportation array, racing towards Central Continent, making haste to the ruins. However, Wang Chongqing remained oblivious to these developments, summoning Qiu Niu to continue the search for Feng Jinghao's whereabouts. After several hours of tracking Feng Jinghao's aura, Wang Chongqing arrived at another ruin, where the trail abruptly ceased. Wang Chongqing did not conceal his presence, and Feng Jinghao, currently searching within the ruins, sensed Wang Chongqing's aura immediately. With a cold smile, he exited the hall and soared into the air, locking eyes with Wang Chongqing. I knew you would recognize me. I wasn't prepared to confront you yet, but it seems you are eager to meet your demise. Feng Jinghao's tone dripped with disdain, as though Wang Chongqing were merely a fish on a chopping block. Is this your final words before death? Wang Chongqing retorted without hesitation, unyielding. Humph, just empty bravado. Feng Jinghao seized the moment, transforming into the true form of the Rakshasa clan and charging at Wang Chongqing unarmed. He understood Wang Chongqing's strength. Few at the same level could harm him, thus he opted for his most formidable technique. The Rakshasa clan was renowned for their physical might and exceptional close combat skills, only rivaled by the tattooed race depicted in murals, yet even that did not compare to Wang Chongqing's singular prowess. Wang Chongqing met him with bare fists. Bang! Their fists collided. Feng Jinghao winced in pain. Damn it! Is this the physical strength of a human cultivator? If every human were this powerful, what place would other races have? He mused, frustration welling within him. Yet before he could ponder further, Wang Chongqing's next punch was already descending towards his head, prompting Feng Jinghao to summon a defensive artifact. However, Wang Chongqing's strikes landed with unrelenting force against the artifact, causing Feng Jinghao to stagger backward in fright. At that moment, Feng Jinghao regretted provoking this madman, realizing after that first punch that he was not Wang Chongqing's match. In an instant, Feng Jinghao transformed into a wisp of spectral energy, fleeing into the distance. Wang Chongqing maintained an expression of calmness as he summoned Qiu Niu and pursued him. Although Fang Jinghao employed a technique to enhance his speed, he was no match for Qiu Niu. Within mere breaths, Wang Chongqing closed the distance. Upon glancing back, Fang Jinghao was met with the sight of a relentless golden light, which filled him with dread, prompting him to exert all his effort in utilizing the ghostly escape. Yet, Wang Chongqing seemed to toy with him, matching his speed effortlessly. In Chapter 85, the demise of Fang Jinghao unfolds. Fang Jinghao quickly discerned Wang Chongqing's intentions. Cursing silently, he came to a halt, recognizing that if he continued without pause, he would exhaust his spectral energy and be left powerless to flee. "Why have you ceased your flight?" Wang Chongqing inquired, a mocking expression gracing his features. Fang Jinghao, devoid of the mood to retort, summoned a long blade that shot towards Wang Chongqing. In turn, Wang Chongqing summoned Xiao, establishing a pinching formation. Under the combined assault from three sides, Fang Jinghao frantically defended himself, but within moments, he bore several wounds. Despite the relatively robust physique of the Rakshasa clan, he was no match for Qiu Niu and Wang Chongqing, while Xiao continuously unleashed thunderous nets to restrain him. After half an hour, Fang Jinghao appeared exceedingly beleaguered. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Chongqing unleashed the Nirvana flame towards Fang Jinghao. This formidable flame possessed immense purifying power, particularly lethal to cultivators of spectral energy. In an instant, Fang Jinghao was engulfed in flames, wailing, "Ah, Wang Chongqing, you shall surely meet a gruesome fate. The Lord of Ghosts will avenge me." After a fragrant stick of incense, his cries gradually subsided, leaving no trace but the acrid scent of charred remains when the Nirvana flame extinguished. Following the aftermath, Wang Chongqing rummaged through his storage bag, finding no communication devices, which relieved him greatly. Fang Jinghao was likely the last of the ghostly cultivators. After a brief respite, Wang Chongqing retracted Xiao and continued his search aboard Qiu Niu. Half an hour later, he encountered a vast lake. Suddenly, he sensed several fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from the center. He soared towards the lake's core, discovering a small island where two factions of cultivators were engaged in combat. As Wang Chongqing alighted on the island, one of the cultivators, clad in the robes of the Taichu Immortal Sect, barred his path. "This island has already been claimed by our Taichu Immortal Sect, and we are attending to private matters. I kindly ask you to vacate this area," the cultivator stated politely, though Wang Chongqing was not one to yield easily. "Oh, we all entered together, and the relics within this domain are unclaimed. Why should I leave?" Wang Chongqing replied icily. Seeing Wang Chongqing's reluctance to depart, the cultivator's demeanor turned cold. "Since you refuse to leave, then you shall remain here forever." The two parties clashed, prompting Wang Chongqing to summon his beast companion, causing the Taichu Immortal Sect cultivator to falter momentarily. The skirmishing factions also sensed the commotion and halted their confrontation. Wang Chongqing then discerned the two parties. One was indeed the Taichu Immortal Sect, while the other comprised cultivators from the Zheng clan, led by the elegant Qiu. Upon recognizing Wang Chongqing, Qiu was momentarily taken aback, having recalled his impressive performance at the alchemy conference, where he had secured first place. Leaving a lasting impression on all, the leader of the Taichu Immortal Sect, Su, darkened visibly. "Why do you oppose our Taichu Immortal Sect?" "I have no interest in opposing you. All items within this relic are unclaimed. Since your sect sold me the relic token, do you expect me to merely wander around?" Wang Chongqing replied nonchalantly. "Su, your sudden assault on the Zheng clan seeks to incite conflict between our two factions, does it not? I will certainly report this to the elders upon my return." Qiu's countenance was frigid. Su was momentarily at a loss for words. He dared not strike down the Zheng cultivators, but felt it permissible to make them suffer, should a conflict escalate to the point of mutual destruction. Even if they gained the upper hand, it would be of no use. Should Qiu encounter any misfortune, it was likely that their sect could not shield themselves. "Esteemed colleagues, let us refrain from internal strife. Since this island is a discovery we share, why not explore together?" Su suggested, adapting his strategy in light of Wang Chongqing's unexpected intervention. "Humph, joint discovery? We were the ones who found this island first," a furious Zheng cultivator retorted. Su and his cohorts from the Taichu Immortal Sect fell into a moment of awkward silence. Qiu furrowed her brows in contemplation. Both factions were at an impasse, and while Wang Chongqing's sudden involvement was unwelcome, she could not ascertain whether he would betray them. "I agree. Let us explore this small island together." Though she was reluctant, Qiu saw no other option. Thus, the combatants ceased hostilities, formed groups, and began their search on the island. Wang Chongqing, however, ventured forth alone, heading towards the island's center. "Hey you!" A Taichu Immortal Sect cultivator attempted to intervene, but was halted by Su. Upon reaching the island's center, Wang Chongqing discovered a set of ancient structures, distinct from other relics due to their construction of solid lapis lazuli, an extravagance indeed. Lapis lazuli is a precious stone capable of absorbing spiritual energy, often utilized in the formation of arrays. Wang Chongqing felt a surge of excitement and commenced his search. However, after traversing several outer buildings, it appeared as though the previous inhabitants had evacuated in an orderly fashion, leaving the premises immaculate and devoid of any belongings. The cultivators from both the Taichu immortal sect and the Zheng clan moved swiftly and soon caught up. As if by design, Wang Chongqing entered a chamber, only for a Taichu immortal sect cultivator to follow closely behind. Unbothered, Wang Chongqing continued to explore until he reached the grand hall at the center, pushing open the door to step inside. However, as the cultivator behind him attempted to enter as well, he was unexpectedly repelled, as if by an invisible barrier. The hall seemed to possess an intangible wall, yet the cultivator had no awareness of the formation's presence. Extraordinary. He hastily sent a message, summoning his companions. Moments later, all the Taichu immortal sect cultivators gathered outside the grand hall, and upon sensing the commotion, the Zheng clan cultivators hastened over as well. One of the Purple Mansion cultivators, disbelieving, prepared to enter the hall, only to be thwarted by the invisible barrier, which sent him flying back. Subsequently, the barrier vanished from sight, eluding the perception of all present. Qiu expressed his curiosity. Are you certain he entered this grand hall? The cultivator who had followed Wang Chongqing snapped back to reality after his initial shock. I saw him enter with my own eyes. How is this possible? Why can he enter while we cannot? Qiu then instructed the remaining members of the Taichu immortal sect to attempt entry, yet the outcome remained unchanged. They were all repelled by the invisible wall, himself included. Chapter 86, The Spirit-Wielding Clan. Qiu was filled with frustration. Yet even the combined efforts of all the cultivators from the Taichu immortal sect failed to breach the barrier. However, for Wang Chongqing, who found himself in the grand hall, the situation remained shrouded in mystery. The hall was extraordinarily vast, evidently the nucleus of this ancient ruin, yet apart from a few tables and chairs. It bore no remarkable features. Just as Wang Chongqing began to ponder the peculiarity of it all, the spirit seal on his forehead suddenly radiated a beam of golden light. With a resounding roar, a section of the wall at the rear of the hall abruptly opened. Wang Chongqing hurriedly approached. It was clearly a secret chamber. Yet, what connection could this chamber have with the spirit seal? Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside, discovering that the chamber was quite spacious. At the entrance stood a bamboo rack, which astonished him as it was crafted from sharp gold bamboo, a material capable of forging fourth-tier spiritual treasures, exceedingly rare. To his surprise, someone had fashioned it into a bookshelf. Upon the rack lay a jade slip, composed of the precious white jade celestial gold. Wang Chongqing picked up the jade slip and began to peruse its contents, and after a brief moment, he completed his reading. So that is how it is. Wang Chongqing muttered to himself. This ruin on the small island was indeed the dwelling place of his ancestors. His ability to access the secret chamber was due to his possession of the spirit seal. According to the jade slip, his ancestors referred to themselves as the Spirit Clan, a formidable lineage even amidst the chaotic times of the ancient 100 clans. However, there were no descriptions of other races within the ruin, nor any mention of what transpired during the ancient era. Wang Chongqing carefully stored the jade slip and continued deeper into the chamber, which appeared rather desolate, save for an open space in the center where a singular egg lay. The egg was golden and oval, its surface smooth, with colorful glimmers dancing upon its shell, exuding an air of mystery. Approaching the egg, Wang Chongqing reached out to touch it, feeling an exceptionally rich essence of life emanating from within the shell. Astonishingly, this egg was alive. Given the countless years that had elapsed since the ancient times, if it were a living egg, it should have hatched long ago. Was it possible that someone had placed it here later? Wang Chongqing pondered. The jade slip had provided no information regarding the egg, and he decided not to dwell on it any longer. Since it radiated a life force, it could indeed be bound by a contract. Having recently broken through to the Purple Mansion stage, he could contract another beast. Yet, should he really proceed with the contract? Wang Chongqing found himself in a quandary. After some contemplation, he resolved to proceed with the contract, believing that an egg placed in a secret chamber by his ancestors must belong to an extraordinary creature. With this thought, he squeezed out a drop of his essence blood and let it fall upon the eggshell, causing a complex pattern to emerge. Contract succeed. However, after completing the ritual, the eggshell remained utterly still, leaving Wang Chongqing momentarily bewildered. What could this mean? Half an hour passed, yet the shell showed not the slightest sign of movement. Wang Chongqing, no longer troubled, directly withdrew the egg into the beast space. After scanning his surroundings to ensure nothing was left behind, he exited the secret chamber. Outside, a group of cultivators awaited anxiously. Senior brother, why hasn't this kid come out yet? Is he dead inside? One impatient disciple from the Tai Chu immortal sect remarked. That is unlikely. Although it's puzzling why only he could enter. Just as the elder Yu Su was speaking, a ripple appeared at the entrance of the hall, and Wang Chongqing's figure materialized before them. Kid, what treasures did you find in there? Hand them over quickly. A disciple from the Tai Chu immortal sect rushed forward. Wang Chongqing, still somewhat dazed, was unaware of the commotion. What treasures? What are you talking about? Don't play dumb. You are the only one who could enter this grand hall. Hurry and surrender the treasures you obtained inside. At this point, the disciples of the Tai Chu immortal sect had encircled Wang Chongqing. It dawned on him that he alone had accessed the hall, yet his expression remained unfazed. Treasures rightfully belong to those destined for them. You, as the esteemed Tai Chu immortal sect, do you truly intend to resort to coercion? Elder Yu Su's countenance darkened at this response. As the dominant power of Central State, their reputation was of utmost importance. Stop. What are you attempting to do? We, the Tai Chu immortal sect, are the foremost immortal sect of Central State, and you disgrace us. Elder Yu Su interjected firmly. He then turned to Wang Chongqing with a congenial expression, saying, Friend, please do not take offense. They are merely curious as to how you managed to enter the Grand Hall. Rest assured, our Tai Chu immortal sect would never engage in such nefarious acts. Humph, how brazenly hypocritical. A disciple from the Zheng family interjected. Upon hearing this, Elder Yu Su's expression darkened instantly, and the other disciples of the Tai Chu immortal sect were equally incensed. What do you mean by that? Are you seeking to provoke conflict? Elder Yu Su demanded with ire. Silence. He bellowed. Friend, if you could share the method of entering the Grand Hall and the treasures obtained within, I shall report to the sect leader upon our return, ensuring your acceptance into the Tai Chu immortal sect. What say you? Elder Yu Su made this proposition. Leveraging the esteemed name of the Tai Chu immortal sect, which was the foremost immortal sect of Central State and a formidable power in the entire Xianyang immortal domain. Thus, many cultivators aspired to join their ranks. Indeed, upon hearing such a generous offer, the scattered cultivators who accompanied the Tai Chu immortal sect revealed expressions of envy. For them, it would have been a no-brainer to accept such an opportunity to join a top-tier force like the Tai Chu immortal sect, an aspiration held by countless individuals. Yet, Wang Chongqing was no ordinary person. He simply shook his head, saying, No need, I appreciate your kind offer, but I have no intention of joining any sect. Elder Yu Su's face stiffened at this unexpected refusal. He had not anticipated such a blunt rejection. Kid, our senior brother Yu Su is showing you kindness, and yet you fail to recognize it. Another disciple from the Tai Chu immortal sect exclaimed, visibly angered. Indeed, hand over your storage bag at once, or this island shall become your burial ground. In an instant, the disciples of the Tai Chu immortal sect began to clamor. As if Wang Chongqing were to utter even a half-hearted refusal, they would strike without hesitation. Wang Chongqing's expression turned icy. Oh? Then I shall seek to learn the prowess of the disciples of the esteemed first immortal sect of Central State. Tension hung thick in the air, swords drawn on both sides. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced through the commotion. Stop! How dare you bully the weak with your might, bringing disgrace upon your sect? The speaker was none other than Zheng Xuanya. Chapter 87. Investigation. Humph. Are you truly intent on making enemies of the Tai Chu immortal sect? The disciples of the Tai Chu immortal sect stood undaunted, their pride as the foremost sect of Central State evident. The atmosphere crackled with tension once more. Enough. A clear, decisive voice rang out, the speaker being Elder Yu Su. Since you are unwilling to join our Tai Chu immortal sect, I shall not press the matter further. Let us depart. Elder Yu Su cast a lingering glance at Wang Chongqing before leading the way out. The other disciples of the Tai Chu immortal sect exchanged glances, ultimately following Elder Yu Su's lead. Thank you, friend. Wang Chongqing bowed respectfully to Xuanya. Though he had not deemed the disciples of the Tai Chu immortal sect worthy of concern, he appreciated that Xuanya had spoken on his behalf. The ethereal fairy Xuanya smiled gracefully and remarked, No need for pleasantries. We have crossed paths at the alchemy conference of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, and I must say, your alchemical skills, Taoist Wang Chongqing, have left a profound impression on me. Thank you for your kind words, fairy, Wang Chongqing humbly replied. Taoist Chongqing, since you have already ventured into this grand hall, I presume you have acquired its treasures. Fairy Xuanya gazed intently at Wang Chongqing and stated. At this juncture, sensing that her words might lead him to overthink, she quickly added, There is no need for concern. The treasures within these ruins are meant for those fated to possess them. If you have indeed claimed the treasures from the hall, we shall not intrude any further. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Chongqing replied directly, Indeed, there is nothing of significance remaining within that hall. He refrained from explicitly stating that he had obtained the treasures himself. Upon hearing this, Fairy Xuanya understood immediately and then addressed Wang Chongqing. In that case, Let us depart from this place. I wonder if Taoist Chongqing would care to accompany us. Wang Chongqing furrowed his brow and, after a brief pause, responded, I appreciate your invitation, but I have other matters to attend to. Upon hearing this, Fairy Xuanya chose not to press further and promptly led the other Zheng clan cultivators away. Subsequently, Wang Chongqing summoned Qiu Niu and resumed his exploration of the relic space. Weeks passed, and although he encountered several remnants, there were no significant discoveries. However, Wang Chongqing did realize that the expanse of this relic space was remarkably vast. Despite flying for an extended period, he had yet to locate its boundaries. Sensing that enough time had elapsed, Wang Chongqing began to make his way back to the entrance through which he had entered. At the outset, the forces of the Taichu Immortal Sect had agreed to a 1-month time frame, and that time was nearly upon him. Qiu Niu, with remarkable speed, transformed into a golden streak across the sky and arrived at the entrance in a matter of hours. At the entrance, no other cultivators were present, leaving him uncertain if they had already exited. Meanwhile, outside the relic space, an elderly cultivator with silver hair yet a resolute demeanor spoke in a calm tone. Xianyao, remain composed. This is the realm of Zhongzhou, and we cannot allow you to act recklessly. Opposite him stood a furious elder, the real Xianyao of the Xianyao sect. Taishao, how can I remain calm when all 10 of my Zifu cultivators have perished within this relic space? They were the backbone of our sect's future. Xianyao's face was ablaze with fury. Hearing this, Taishao felt the situation growing increasingly complex. He turned to Yusu, transmitting a query. What transpired? Yusu, equally astonished, had just emerged from the relic space and had yet to report to Taishao when he was met with Xianyao's inquiries. He hastily conveyed, Uncle Master, I am also unclear about this matter. Our Taichu Immortal Sect has not had any conflict with the Xianyao sect from start to finish. Upon further investigation, it became evident that all the cultivators dispatched by the Xianyao sect had perished within the relic space. It was important to note that these were 10 Zifu cultivators. Not mere cabbages. How could they all have fallen? Could it be that they triggered some offensive formation within the relic? Having witnessed the marvelous protective formations of the Grand Hall on the island, he suspected that this was indeed a possibility. As for the notion that the Xianyao sect had engaged in a conflict with other cultivators that led to their demise, he found it unlikely and did not entertain that possibility. After receiving Yusu's transmission, Taishao felt a wave of relief wash over him, and his expression returned to normal. Dear Taoist Xianyao, I urge you to maintain your composure. I understand this incident is a significant blow to you. Yet this is our first exploration of the relic space, and we know little of its interior. Any unforeseen circumstance could arise. However, Xianyao was unyielding. How can I be certain that it was not your people who acted treacherously? I must uncover the truth today. Otherwise, how can I face the Grand Elder upon my return? Taishao continued to persuade him. This notion is misguided. We, the cultivators of the Xianyang Immortal Domain, have always upheld peace and unity. We would not resort to such nefarious actions. Enough of your empty words. All cultivators emerging from the relic must undergo my inspection, Xianyao declared, his patience wearing thin. If you refuse, I shall have reason to suspect that you are the ones responsible for the deaths of my Xianyao sect cultivators. Faced with Xianyao's obstinacy, Taishao felt a sense of helplessness. However, since it was already established that none of the Taichu Immortal Sect cultivators were at fault, he conceded to the search. Consequently, the cultivators from the Taichu Immortal Sect presented their storage rings for Xian Yao's examination. After a brief period, Xian Yao's countenance darkened as he concluded the inspection. It appeared that the Taichu Immortal Sect was not to blame, yet he remained undeterred, knowing that other factions had yet to emerge. As additional cultivators from various factions began to exit one after another, Xian Yao's mood gradually soured. Xian Yao, I told you, it must be your disciples who encountered misfortune by trespassing into some forbidden area. Yet, do not take it to heart. Had it been any other faction, they would have likely done the same. Taishao offered some consolation, though his tone carried a hint of schadenfreude. Just as Xian Yao was about to retort, a disturbance at the relic entrance announced the arrival of Wang Chongqing. Wang Chongqing appeared alone, and as soon as he emerged, he captured the attention of all present. Xian Yao's eyes brightened instantly as he swiftly approached Wang Chongqing, demanding, You there? Hand over your storage ring. Wang Chongqing was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the situation. Xian Yao, have you lost your senses? A mere early-stage Zifu cultivator could not possibly have slain all 10 of your Zifu members. Chortled, a golden core cultivator from the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Xian Yao's expression turned ashen as he realized he was losing face. At that moment, Wang Chongqing grasped the situation. However, his demeanor remained unruffled, revealing no hint of vulnerability. Casually, he handed over his storage ring to Xian Yao. As all his valuable possessions were securely placed within his beast space, rendering the action inconsequential. Indeed, upon receiving the ring, Xianyao scanned it with his divine sense. Finding nothing of interest, he could only return the ring to Wang Chongqing with a sullen expression. He scrutinized Wang Chongqing briefly. Aside from his youth, there was nothing particularly remarkable about him. Very well, Xianyao. I too lament the plight of your sect. However, since it has been established that none of our Xianyang immortal domain cultivators are responsible, shall we not put this matter to rest? Tai Xiao interjected. We, the Xianyao sect, will undoubtedly uncover the truth behind this incident. Yet, Xianyao offered no courtesy and left the scene with a cold snort. Once Xianyao departed, the other cultivators, having lost interest in the drama, began to disperse. Wang Chongqing also prepared to leave when a sudden voice halted him. Wait, you think you can escape after stealing treasures from our Taichu immortal sect? The accuser was a Zifu cultivator from the Taichu immortal sect. Those who had been eager to leave, having witnessed the commotion, paused, surprised that there was more to unfold. Oh, what treasure did I supposedly steal from you? Wang Chongqing was taken aback by the baseless accusation made in front of the crowd. You clearly stole treasures from our Taichu immortal sect, and yet dare to deny it. The Zifu cultivator stammered, realizing that his words lacked credibility, but once spoken, they could not be retracted. At this moment, Master Tai Xiao displayed an expression of peculiar intrigue and inquired through sound transmission, what on earth has transpired? Upon hearing the elder's direct inquiry, the frightened disciple trembled and recounted the events that occurred within the relic space. Preposterous. Master Tai Xiao erupted in anger. Not because he was incensed that this disciple was slandering others, but rather because he was infuriated by the possibility of being falsely accused in such a public setting without any evidence, which could easily tarnish his reputation. In a fleeting moment, Master Tai Xiao contemplated various methods to address the situation, then donned a benevolent smile and addressed Wang Chongqing. I see that this young friend possesses a remarkable demeanor, which does not align with that of a thief. I also believe that this young friend would not pilfer the possessions of my disciple. However, to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings, perhaps this young friend could relinquish his storage ring for a brief inspection. Upon hearing this, Wang Chongqing inwardly cursed, "You old scoundrel. How could I possibly surrender my storage ring for inspection? What if they arbitrarily claim ownership of something valuable? Given that your esteemed sect's disciple has adamantly accused me of theft, it would be prudent for him to specify the nature of the lost item. Could it be that he is entirely unaware of what he has lost?" Upon hearing this, Master Tai Xiao felt a surge of vexation. How could he have encountered such a troublesome matter today? Yuqing, since you are so certain that this young friend has stolen your belongings, why don't you enlighten us about what exactly has gone missing? The disciple named Yuqing's countenance stiffened as he had not anticipated that his own elder would turn the inquiry back upon him. Just as he was grappling with his thoughts, a sound transmission resonated in his mind, causing his eyes to brighten suddenly. Esteemed elder, that treasure was initially discovered by my fellow brothers and me. However, he suddenly appeared and seized it. Thus, I am unaware of the precise nature of the item. The indignant disciple proclaimed. The other cultivators present then understood the situation. It was merely a dispute. Master Tai Xiao's expression softened as he realized. Ah, I see. Since this young friend claims that the treasure was first discovered by our sect's disciples, yet you suddenly snatched it away, this indeed seems illogical. Wang Chongqing silently observed the unfolding drama, his heart remaining unperturbed. The opponent's strategy of retreating to advance was indeed astute. They first acknowledged their ignorance regarding the specific details of the treasure, appearing to be at a disadvantage, only to assert that the treasure was initially seen by them. Yet this claim could not be substantiated. However, these nuances held little significance for the onlookers, who were more interested in the ownership of the treasure than the intricacies of the argument, likely only expressing disdain for the Tai Chu Xian sect's bullying tactics. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Nonsense. You Tai Chu Xian sect claim that the treasure was first seen by you. Do you have any proof? The speaker was none other than Lu Feng. The expression of the Tai Chu Xian sect disciples darkened immediately. Lu Feng, you are no better than him. What right do you have to speak? Master Yushu interjected. Just then, a clear and melodious voice chimed in. What about me? The speaker was the enchanting Xianya, who gracefully emerged from the Zheng family's ranks, her green skirt billowing like a celestial maiden descending to earth. I can attest that Taoist Chongqing did not steal the treasures of the Tai Chu Xian sect. Rather, it was your sect that harbored covetous intentions after Taoist Chongqing acquired the treasure. Zheng Xianya's voice was like a gentle spring breeze, yet imbued with unmistakable conviction. Her declaration was startling, stirring a wave of reactions and clearly marking her stance. Even Master Tai Xiao was unable to maintain his long-held composure, his countenance darkening considerably. I can't believe the Tai Chu Xian sect would stoop to such behavior, murmured the crowd, Indeed, how could such a prestigious sect act in such a manner? Akin to bandits? Shoo! Do not speak too loudly. These individuals are petty and vengeful. Be wary of their retribution. The onlookers whispered among themselves. You scoundrels! Master Tai Xiao, a cunning fox of several centuries, quickly regained his composure and shouted at his disciples. Alas, it appears I have wronged this young friend. I had no idea that such unscrupulous individuals resided within our sect. I shall report this matter to the sect leader upon my return. Subsequently, he commanded his disciples. Hurry and apologize to Daoist Chongqing. The leading Master Yushu attempted to voice further objections, but was silenced by Master Tai Zhao's fearsome glare. Reluctantly, the Tai Chuxian sect disciples stepped forward to Wang Chongqing, bowing in apology. Master Tai Xiao, clearly unwilling to linger further, departed with his disciples. As the tumult subsided with their exit, Wang Chongqing felt a weight settle in his heart, having provoked a formidable entity like the Tai Chuxian sect. The days ahead promised to be far from tranquil. However, he chose not to dwell excessively on the matter, resolving to face whatever challenges arose with composure. Chapter 89, The Prisoner of Cao. Wang Chongqing offered a respectful bow to Lu Feng and Zheng Xianya. Thank you both for your assistance. Lu Feng waved dismissively. No need for pleasantries between us. I merely acted as was right. Zheng Xianya nodded gently. After a brief exchange, Lu Feng suddenly remarked, You must remain cautious of the Tai Chuxian sect from now on. At this, Wang Chongqing nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Feng then inquired, What are your plans moving forward? Wang Chongqing pondered for a moment. I shall remain in Zhongzhou for a while longer before returning. After a few more exchanges, the group parted ways. What is it? Xianya? A middle-aged cultivator dressed in the Zheng family's attire addressed Zheng Xianya. He was the leading golden core cultivator of their party. Zheng Xianya, still lost in thought as she gazed in the direction Wang Chongqing had departed, snapped back to reality. Nothing. Is it possible you have taken a liking to some young man? The middle-aged cultivator teased with a knowing smile. A faint blush crept onto Zheng Xianya's fair complexion, akin to dawn's rising glow. Absolutely not. Uncle, you're being ridiculous. She vehemently denied. The middle-aged cultivator persisted. If you like him, simply bring him to me as the Zheng family's son-in-law. Zheng Xianya's face turned crimson. If you keep this up, I will tell grandfather. When she invoked the name of their esteemed elder, the middle-aged cultivator promptly fell silent, ceasing his teasing. Meanwhile, Wang Chongqing returned to his domain in the Bailingfang city of the Wanbao Pavilion, wary of venturing into the Taichufang city. Upon his return, Wang Chongqing began to tally his gains from the expedition, aside from the refining materials acquired within the relic space. He had also obtained the possessions of Fang Zhenghao and the cultivators from the Xianyao sect. The haul was substantial. Yet he had also incurred the ire of the Tai Chuxian sect, a significant power, although he currently held the moral high ground. The Tai Chuxian sect had suffered a loss of face, and it was uncertain if they would retaliate. As for the Xianyao sect, they likely would not uncover the events that transpired in the relic space, as the remains of their cultivators had been incinerated by his Nirvana flame, leaving no trace behind. Subsequently, Wang Chongqing sought to select a spiritual artifact for himself in the Lingbaofang city. Refraining from using or selling the spiritual artifacts left behind by the Xianyao sect cultivators, should any clues be uncovered by the Xianyao sect, it would prove detrimental. Ultimately, he chose a fire attribute spiritual flying sword, exchanging it for the previously temporary metal attribute sword. After spending several days in the Spirit Treasure Workshop city, Wang Chongqing suddenly sensed a surge of energy emanating from the Beast Master's space, prompting him to delve in for a closer inspection. He discovered that the contracted beast egg was on the verge of hatching, with cracks beginning to form on its shell. A golden energy was continuously emanating from the egg, exuding an aura that was both noble and gentle. Half an hour later, the fissures in the shell widened, and suddenly, a small head broke through the shell, emerging into the world. To his astonishment, the head bore a pair of dragon horns. Wang Chongqing was taken aback. Could it be that the creature he had contracted was a true dragon? As the creature revealed its entire form, it indeed bore some resemblance to a true dragon. Yet it possessed a demeanor more akin to a graceful terrestrial beast. Its scales shimmered with a golden luster, imparting an air of nobility and mystery. Most striking were its dragon horns, small yet exuding elegance. Wang Chongqing stood transfixed before this creature, which seemed reminiscent of a true dragon, but with distinct differences. To his astonishment, he realized that this spiritual beast was born as a third-tier demon beast, an unprecedented occurrence. What level of bloodline must it possess to be born with such strength? Even a fifth-tier bloodline demon beast could not possibly emerge with third-tier power at birth, could it? Perhaps the prolonged period the egg spent in the relic space had endowed it with such formidable prowess from the outset. The newly hatched creature began to munch on its own eggshell. Moments later, a voice echoed in Wang Chongqing's mind. Master, A wave of joy washed over him as he quickly responded through the spirit contract echo. Who are you? This little golden beast? Master. I am not merely a little golden beast. My name is Qiu Niu, the firstborn of the dragon. The little golden beast seemed quite displeased with being referred to as a mere little golden beast and retorted within Wang Changqing's mind. Qiu Niu, firstborn of the dragon? Wang Changqing pondered, realizing why it resembled a true dragon so closely. Very well. From now on, I shall call you Qiu Niu. Although Wang Changqing had never heard of such a creature, he understood that being a direct descendant of a true dragon and possessing third-tier strength at birth was indeed remarkable. What abilities do you possess? Wang Changqing inquired curiously. Master, according to the memories within my bloodline, aside from the innate divine abilities of my dragon lineage, I also possess a special capability related to music. My voice can not only heal wounds, but can also attack the souls of enemies. Upon hearing Qiu Niu's explanation of its abilities, Wang Changqing was struck with astonishment. Was this not akin to a mutated true dragon? Not only did it possess the abilities inherent to the dragon race, but it also had its own unique divine powers. Subsequently, Wang Changqing asked, do you know what tier your bloodline is? Suddenly, Qiu Niu fell silent, and after a moment, responded, I am uncertain. My bloodline memories do not contain that information. Wang Changqing chose not to press further. It seemed that these answers would have to wait for another time. At this moment, he had a total of 4 contracted beasts, Xixiao, Jinyu, Ao Gui, and Qiu Niu. Among them, Ao Gui was contracted through ordinary methods, while the other 3 were bound via the bloodline divine ability, spirit contract rune. Jinyu and Ao Gui had already reached the peak of their bloodline levels, and any further breakthroughs would require an enhancement of their bloodline quality. Xixiao and Jinyu were faring better. The spirit contract rune also had the capacity to enhance bloodline potential, albeit at a very slow pace. Yet, over time, it would yield results. Perhaps once Wang Changqing broke through to the golden core stage, Xixiao and Jinyu's bloodlines could also ascend to the 4th tier. As for Ao Gui, its current strength was the lowest among Wang Changqing's contracted beasts, merely at the 2nd tier upper level. It would likely take some time to break through to the 3rd tier, and in the future, he would need to seek treasures that could help it overcome the constraints of its bloodline. However, there was no rush. Wang Changqing had just recently broken through to the Purple Mansion stage, and it would take him at least several decades to reach the Golden Core stage. Next, it was time to return to his family. As for when the nascent soul true monarch would emerge to reopen the relic, no one could say. Family matters were pressing, and Wang Changqing did not linger in the Spirit Treasure Workshop City, directly returning to Qianzhou via the teleportation array. Chapter 90. Undercurrents Rising. Upon returning to his family, Wang Changqing immediately sought to comprehend the recent developments within the clan. All was well, since the Starsea Alliance had suffered the loss of 15 Purple Mansion cultivators. They had remained silent since. Nevertheless, Wang Changqing cautioned his kin to exercise greater caution when venturing outside, as he could not afford to be lax after offending a Golden Core cultivator. During his absence of several months, there had been no significant changes within the family. The 7-Star Isles had been thoroughly developed into another territory of the Wang family. It was now time to relocate some of the mortal clan members there. Currently, the Wang family's mortal populace was scattered across 9 towns within Ningyi County, numbering approximately 700,000. However, relocating families to the 7-Star Isles was no simple task. The distance from the 7-Star Isles to Xixia County was over 10,000 miles, necessitating the use of large spiritual vessels. While ordinary ships used by mortals could suffice, their speed was far too slow for large-scale relocation. Only spiritual vessels could accommodate such needs. Wang Changqing entrusted the task of acquiring spiritual vessels to his second uncle, knowing that they would surely be available for purchase in Langya Workshop City. Simultaneously, the family's private school was gradually being perfected. Thanks to the inheritance of various cultivation techniques he had provided, a number of young talents within the clan had emerged as weapon forgers and alchemists. Even Wang Changqing would take time out of his schedule to offer guidance at the school. Days later, Wang Changqing received a message from his second uncle, confirming that the Wanbao Pavilion in Langya Workshop City indeed had spiritual vessels for sale. Each vessel cost 100,000 spirit stones and could accommodate 200 individuals. Wang Changqing fell into deep contemplation, debating whether to utilize spiritual vessels or large mortal ships. The mortal vessels could accommodate up to 1,000 people, albeit at a much slower pace. However, with the construction of several more, they could manage the task adequately. Mortal ships were not particularly precious to cultivators and were widely accessible, while spiritual vessels boasted speed. Their limited capacity, due to the precious materials required for their construction, posed a challenge. Ultimately, Wang Changqing resolved to use the mortal ships for transportation, planning to recruit 5,000 strong and capable mortals from each town. Half a month later, 50 massive mortal vessels departed from Qingfeng Town. setting sail for the Seven Star Isles. To prevent any mishaps, Wang Chongqing assigned a Qi refining cultivator to each ship, along with a foundation establishment cultivator to escort the entire fleet. Given the slow pace of these mortal vessels, it would take over a month to traverse the 10,000-mile journey. At this moment, unbeknownst to Wang Chongqing, a storm was quietly brewing against him. In the central continent, at the Taichu Immortal Sect, within a secluded cave, Master Yusu sat at the head of the table. Have you uncovered any information regarding that Wang Chongqing? Seated beside him, Master Yucheng replied. According to the information I have gathered, Wang Chongqing arrived in the central continent via the teleportation array from Qianzhou's Wanbao Pavilion. Qianzhou? Master Yusu pondered for a moment before asking. Qianzhou is quite distant from the central continent. It's a resource-poor small state with only the Qianyang sect as a golden core force. Could it be that Wang Chongqing is affiliated with the Qianyang sect? I am not entirely sure. I also discovered that Wang Chongqing secured first place in the alchemy competition held by Wanbao Pavilion, Master Yucheng responded. First place in the alchemy competition? The expression on Master Yushu's face revealed a hint of astonishment. A reclusive cultivator from Qianzhou possesses such remarkable talent. Having broken through to the Purple Mansion at such a tender age, and is also well-versed in the art of alchemy, it seems this individual must have encountered significant fortuitous encounters. Indeed, this lad is quite enigmatic. While our numerous companions were unable to enter the grand hall within the relic space, he seemed to regard it as inconsequential. There must be great fortune associated with him. Master Yucheng nodded in agreement. Master Yushu furrowed his brow in contemplation, and after a moment, he added, send someone to Qianzhou to investigate. We shall deliberate further. If this lad is a cultivator from the Qianyang sect, it could complicate matters. Understood, I shall attend to it at once. Master Yucheng affirmed with a nod before preparing to depart. Suddenly, Master Yushu, filled with concern, cautioned, remember to send a trusted confidant, ensuring not to draw the attention of other brothers within the sect. If this lad truly possesses great fortune, the fewer who are aware, the better. I comprehend. Master Yucheng replied, leaving the cave abode without a glance back. In the Lingwu Valley, Wang Chongqing was inspecting the Spirit Beast Garden. At this moment, the Wang family's third-tier bloodline beasts included the Rock Earth Dragon Tortoise and the Crimson Flame Three-Tailed Fox, along with the 8 Desolation Cloud Treading Rhinoceros and the Banded Spirit Tiger, which had ascended to the third tier through the Dragon Marrow Elixir. The second-tier beasts present were the Azure Water Spirit Deer, the Qingyan Python, and the Black-Scaled Song Wolf, as well as the Black Water Mysterious Tortoise and the Water Cloud Monkey, which had evolved to the second tier via the Dragon Marrow Elixir. There were also the special 5-colored Brocade Spirit Fish and the Brocade-haired Spirit Pig, both cultivated for sale at Datai Tower. Thus Wang Chongqing did not elevate their bloodline levels. The Dragon Marrow Elixir could only enhance a beast's bloodline once, and the maximum tier achievable was 3. Beyond that, it could only strengthen physical prowess. Currently, the family was selling only the Azure Water Spirit Deer, Black Water Mysterious Tortoise, and Water Cloud Monkey through the Spirit Beast Pavilion. These 3 held commendable strength among second-tier beasts, though they were certainly no match for the previously mentioned Banded Spirit Tiger and 8 Desolation Cloud Treading Rhinoceros, whose bloodlines had already reached Tier 3. Having exited the Spirit Beast Garden, Wang Chongqing suddenly remembered that his other 2 beasts had yet to undergo the Dragon Marrow Elixir's transformative process, although it would not elevate their bloodline tier. Enhancing their physical strength was better than nothing. Moreover, with the family's recent development stabilizing, it was time for him to visit the 7 Star Islands to assess the construction status there. Thus, Wang Chongqing summoned Qiu Niu and prepared to journey to the 7 Star Islands. Upon emerging from the beast space, Qiu Niu cast a glance at Wang Chongqing with its golden pupils, clearly unimpressed by being treated merely as a mode of transportation. Wang Chongqing felt somewhat awkward at Qiu Niu's expression. However, with its speed now several times that of his own sword flight post its third-tier breakthrough, it truly deserved its lineage of the Golden Winged Roc. Half an hour later, Wang Chongqing had already arrived at the 7 Star Islands. Having encountered the Wang family's grand fleet along the way, which had just recently set sail for a few dozen miles. Upon reaching the 7 Star Islands and meeting with the elder of the second seat, Wang Chongqing made his way directly to the Dragon Marrow Elixir Pool. This area was enveloped by several formations, and Wang Chongqing promptly released Ao Gue and Qiu Niu. After half an hour, Ao Gue emerged first, having undergone the transformative process. Its defensive capabilities had significantly strengthened, and it was merely a step away from breaking through to a third-tier beast, likely to succeed in no time. Subsequently, Qiu Niu also emerged from the Dragon Marrow Elixir. Master, I never anticipated you possessed such a treasure. Qiu Niu's excited voice resonated in Wang Chongqing's mind. Following the transformation, its strength had also seen some enhancement. Chapter 91. The auspicious light celestial crane. Over a month later, the Wang family's fleet finally arrived, establishing a town named Seven-Star Town on a nearby subsidiary island, where they arranged for all the mortals. After ensuring everything was in order, Wang Chongqing returned to the Lingwu Valley. At the Purple Bamboo Peak, within the Taxing Hall, Wang Chongqing had just finished handling family affairs and was preparing to rest with his eyes closed when a figure entered. "Uncle, what brings you here?" Wang Chongqing inquired upon recognizing the visitor. There has suddenly surfaced a rumor throughout Qianzhou that a group of third-tier auspicious light celestial cranes has been spotted in the Tai Ao mountain range, his uncle stated directly. A group of auspicious light celestial cranes? Wang Chongqing expressed mild surprise, recalling having seen an egg of an auspicious light celestial crane at an auction in Langya Square, fetching an astonishing price of 250,000 spirit stones. Yes, it is said there are approximately 5 or 6, his uncle nodded. The entire Qianzhou is abuzz with this news, and many cultivators have flocked to the Tai Ao mountain range, eager to capture one. The auspicious light celestial crane is indeed a distinguished third-tier beast, proficient in both wind and water-based spells. Encountering even a single one is considered a stroke of luck, let alone the prospect of seeing 5 or 6 at once. It is said that among this group, 2 possess third-tier strength, while the others are their offspring. His uncle added again. Understood, Wang Chongqing replied after a moment of contemplation. The auspicious light celestial crane certainly merits the journey. Coincidentally, our family currently lacks flying beasts. If we could capture a few and nurture them, it would undoubtedly benefit the family. After his uncle departed, Wang Chongqing set out alone towards the Tai Ao mountain range, confident in his ability to handle the group of auspicious light celestial cranes, provided no other cultivators intervened. Several hours later, Wang Chongqing arrived at the periphery of the Tai Ao mountain range, encountering many cultivators along the way, including numerous lower-tier scattered cultivators, family disciples, and even several robed practitioners from the Qianyang sect. "Hey, did you just see a golden flash of lightning dart past?" A middle-aged cultivator in late-stage Qi refinement remarked to his companion. "No, I didn't. Are you seeing things? Or have you been visiting the mortal realm's flower-picking houses too often? Get lost. I've been cultivating for the past 2 months. When would I have gone?" Wang Chongqing, perched on Qiu Niu's back, flew at an incredible speed. Many Qi refinement cultivators failed to notice him, with only a handful of Purple Mansion cultivators able to discern Wang Chongqing riding the crimson gold Xian Eagle. Who is that? Riding a third-tier beast as a mount. A Purple Mansion cultivator mused to himself. Moments later, Wang Chongqing finally reached the area between the outer and central regions of the Tai Ao mountain range. Here, higher-tier beasts began to appear more frequently, with most visible creatures being second-tier beasts. Wang Chongqing even spotted numerous human cultivators engaged in battles with beasts in several locations. However, he still could not find any trace of the auspicious light celestial cranes. Suddenly, he recalled that these cranes favored watery locales, prompting him to begin his search. The Tai Ao mountain range spans an extensive area, with just its outer region covering several dozen times the size of the Purple Xia Prefecture. Nevertheless, despite its vastness, there was only one fourth-tier beast within, and while it would occasionally erupt in violence, it posed little concern for the Qianyang sect, which boasted 2 golden core masters. After several hours of flying and traversing various lakes in the central Tai Ao mountain range, Wang Chongqing still had not spotted the auspicious light celestial cranes. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he beheld a magnificent waterfall cascading down from a peak towering 1,000 meters high. Wang Chongqing quickly directed Qiu Niu to soar towards the waterfall's summit, and indeed, among the waters at the mountain's top, several auspicious light celestial cranes were frolicking. Upon noticing Wang Chongqing, the group of cranes froze momentarily, halting their playful antics. In an instant, the leading auspicious light celestial crane opened its beak, sending forth a jet of water towards him. A true dragon's thunderous flame manifested, enveloping Wang Chongqing in a formidable protective barrier. The colossal column of water, upon contact with the dragon's thunderous fire, was instantaneously vaporized into steam. Wang Chongqing summoned Zixiao and Qiu Niu, and in an instant, 3 third-tier demonic beasts materialized on the battlefield, surrounding several radiant cranes. Among these cranes, only 2 had attained the 3rd tier, while the remaining 4 were mere first-tier creatures. Consequently, once encircled by the 4 formidable entities of the Purple Mansion, they were rendered utterly apprehensive. The first to engage Wang Chongqing, a 3rd-tier radiant crane, hesitated, its eyes reflecting a poignant blend of human-like sorrow and indignation. Wang Chongqing harbored no intentions of annihilation. He understood the precariousness of his situation, knowing he was the sole individual present and that he must act swiftly. The arrival of other cultivators could spell unnecessary complications, particularly those from the Qianyang sect. Observing the crane's humanized gaze, Wang Chongqing spoke. I harbor no desire to slay you. Merely submit to my will. The radiant cranes, having developed a semblance of intelligence, comprehended Wang Chongqing's words, and a flicker of internal conflict crossed their eyes. They exchanged a few calls, seemingly negotiating amongst themselves. After a few moments, the leading crane ceased its indecision and nodded toward Wang Chongqing. Realizing its acquiescence, he continued, excellent. Now, do not resist, but rather relax your minds, and I shall escort you to another location. The crane, intrigued yet uncertain, nodded in response, unable to fathom Wang Chongqing's intentions. Approaching them, he activated the beast control pattern upon his forehead, drawing the cranes into his beast taming space. Just as he was about to depart, a voice interrupted, my friend, have you discovered anything unusual here? The speakers were two cultivators, one stout and the other slender, both of whom possessed purple mansion cultivation. Upon hearing the voice, Wang Chongqing's heart sank, though he found solace in the fact that neither belonged to the Qianyang sect. The lanky cultivator bore an unfamiliar emblem on his chest, while the other appeared to be a rogue cultivator without any insignia. Esteemed friends, I have found nothing of note, and was preparing to leave. Wang Chongqing replied with a composed demeanor. The two scrutinized him for a moment, and the portly cultivator remarked, very well, then, we shall not impose further. Subsequently, the duo mounted their swords, preparing to depart. As they turned to leave, a cold smile crept upon Wang Chongqing's lips. He swiftly summoned Qiu Niu. With a powerful flap of its wings, Qiu Niu soared behind the two, unleashing a barrage of golden feathers that pierced through their backs, claiming their lives before they could comprehend the peril. Chapter 92, A Storm Brewing. It is likely that the two did not fathom the reason for Wang Chongqing's sudden assault in their final moments. In truth, he had sensed their murderous intent long before. After seizing their storage rings, Wang Chongqing ignited their corpses with the flames of Nirvana and departed the scene. To avoid arousing suspicion, he refrained from heading directly back and instead continued his search in the central region of the Taiyou mountain range. After feigning a search for several days, Wang Chongqing finally resolved to leave. However, his efforts were not in vain. He had gathered a considerable amount of spiritual herbs and plants during his time in the central region of Taiyou mountain. Upon exiting the mountain range, he hastened back to the Lingwu Valley. Upon returning to his family, he entrusted the 4 radiant crane hatchlings to his third aunt for care. The 2 third-tier cranes remained in the beast-taming space, as he dared not release them without proper training, despite their docile nature. Thus, a month passed peacefully, during which the cultivators still scouring the Taiyou mountain range gradually dispersed. At the Taichu Xian sect, Yuqing Shanjin excitedly approached the cave dwelling of Yushu Shanjin. Moments later, Yushu Shanjin, having concluded his meditation, opened the cave's barriers. Senior brother, I have uncovered something. Yuqing Shanjin exclaimed breathlessly upon entering. Yushu Shanjin took a seat, his demeanor intrigued. Oh, pray enlighten me. According to the intel, Wang Chongqing is not a disciple of the Qianyang sect, but belongs to a purple mansion force within the Qianzhou territory. Yuqing Shanjin declared, his excitement palpable. Furthermore, this Wang family only ascended to a purple mansion force a few years ago, and they have but 3 purple mansion cultivators, including him. What? Yushu Shanjin's expression shifted, revealing a wave of agitation. It appears our suspicions were correct. Wang Chongqing must possess significant fortune. Senior brother, let us hurry. If we can obtain his fortune, we may advance further ourselves. Yuqing Shanjin's enthusiasm was nearly uncontainable. Yushu Shanjin, however, remained more composed, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Patience. While the Wang family may have only 3 purple mansion cultivators, they will not be easily dealt with. We must devise a strategy to lure him out of his family. At this, Yuqing Shanjin seemed doused with cold water, bowing his head in thought. After a moment, he looked up and said, you are correct, senior brother. I have been rash. But how can we draw him out? Yushu Shanjin shook his head slightly. There is no rush. Now that we know his origins, he cannot escape our grasp. Simultaneously, the storm brewing against Wang Chongqing was not confined to the Taichu Xian sect alone. At the Qianyang sect's Qianyang Hall, Danyang Shanjin entered to find the 2 remaining golden core true persons of the sect seated with grave expressions. Master, you summoned me for a matter of importance? What's going on with the head of the Wang family? Qianyang Zhenren's face was grave. The head of the Wang family? Is it not Wang Xiaoji? What has happened to him? Danyang Shanjin inquired, puzzled. Humph. Wang Xiaoji is no longer the head of the Wang family. Hingyang Zhenren snorted disdainfully. The current head is a Wang family member named Wang Chongqing, who has reached the purple mansion stage at merely 30 years of age. What? Danyang Shanjin was taken aback. How can this be? Suddenly, a realization struck him. No wonder the Wang family was so extravagant for an outer disciple. Humph. It seems you have come to understand. Had it not been for your connections with that Wang Shuha, the master would not have overlooked this matter so easily. Hingyang Zhenren scoffed. Danyang Shanjin forced a bitter smile. It is my error. Alas, I cannot place all the blame on you. I should have been more discerning. Qianyang Zhenren sighed. How shall we address this situation now? I say we eradicate the Wang family, teaching them the consequences of attacking our Qianyang sect cultivators. Hingyang Zhenren declared, brimming with fury. Sigh. To achieve such advancement at such a young age, it must be due to a heavenly spiritual root. There are no other possible explanations. What a pity, Qianyang Zhenren lamented. And what of the heavenly spiritual root? The Wang family has dared to defy us and even strike against our disciples. If we do not make an example of them, our Qianyang sect will lose its authority. Hingyang Zhenren furiously proclaimed. Indeed, they must pay the price for their actions. Qianyang Zhenren nodded, then turned to Danyang Shanjin. What do you think? Danyang Shanjin replied calmly. After this incident, my friendship with Wang Shuha has come to an end. I support all decisions made by the sect. But what of the disciples within the sect from the Wang family? Hingyang Zhenren frowned at this inquiry. However, just as the three remained in silence, a figure rushed in with great urgency. Master, a grave matter has arisen. The Honorable Hingyang reprimanded. What a disarrayed display. The anxious cultivator continued. Master, elders. An incident has occurred. The Tai Ao mountain range has erupted once more. Reports indicate that a third-tier beast has ascended to the fourth tier. Ignoring the admonitions of the Honorable Hingyang, the cultivator pressed on. At these words, the entire hall fell into an immediate hush. What did you say? The Honorable Hingyang could scarcely believe it. I assure you, every word is true. The creature that has broken through to the fourth tier is the Azure Flame Eagle. It appears to have consumed some rare treasure, resulting in a bloodline evolution. The cultivator disclosed earnestly. Bloodline evolution? That beast possesses a trace of the Scarlet Flame Heavenly Eagle's bloodline. Could it be? The expression of the Honorable Hingyang darkened. At that moment, the Honorable Qianyang regained his composure and inquired, have they commenced their assault? Not yet. Only the Scarlet Flame Heavenly Eagle has emerged from the Tai Ao mountain range. Circling the skies briefly before returning, came the reply. The Honorable Qianyang drummed his fingers on the armrest of his chair, a grave expression settling upon his weathered visage. A profound silence enveloped the hall. Senior brother, how should we handle this matter? The Honorable Hingyang could no longer contain his impatience. Quickly dispatch individuals to summon cultivators from various regions. We must first withstand the initial wave of the beast tide, the Honorable Qianyang declared after a moment of contemplation. As for the Wang family, the Honorable Danyang interjected suddenly. Let that matter rest for now. In addition, this time we shall specifically summon Wang Chongqing. The Honorable Qianyang pronounced without hesitation. But, senior brother, would this not alert the enemy? What if he flees? The Honorable Hingyang questioned, somewhat perplexed. The Honorable Qianyang shook his head, feigning mystery. No, simply inform them that if they can achieve merit during this beast tide, they will be spared.